The system that the time traveler received can only be activated by collecting trash. What kind of luck is that? In the year 388 of the Soul Martial calendar, at Jean City, number 1 High School, Class 7, Grade 12. Lu Qingchen had just woken up from his sleep when he heard a mechanical voice in his mind. Supreme Genius Cultivation System activating. Activation failed. Please collect energy items to activate the system, or it will disappear. Lu Qingchen wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, feeling utterly hopeless. In this world, besides modern technology, there are powerful warriors and countless spiritual beasts. Through cultivation, humans can split mountains, control rivers, and even fly. But the prerequisite is becoming a warrior. He thought he had finally become the chosen one with a system, but it turned out this unreliable product couldn't even activate. With no hint on what energy items were, this system was simply a trap. The bell signaling the end of class rang, and the homeroom teacher reluctantly left the podium. A young and beautiful woman then entered the classroom. She was Lu Yin, the martial arts instructor, only 20 years old and looking no different from the students. In 10 days, the college entrance exams will take place. Those interested in applying to Martial Soul University must submit a 10,000 yuan application fee by tomorrow, Lu Yin said with a smile. Consider your situation. Applying to a prestigious liberal arts college is also a good choice. The drowsy students immediately perked up at the mention of Martial Soul University. The classroom buzzed with excitement, with some discussing the recent feat of a core student from the university who had slain a silver-winged twin-headed mantis. Lu Qingchen then remembered that the college entrance exams in this world were different from his previous life. Getting into Martial Soul University meant endless glory, wealth, and status. However, it was extremely challenging, with the primary requirement being reaching the 4th level of the body refining stage. Most children from ordinary families hovered around the 1st or 2nd level, while those from affluent backgrounds barely reached the 3rd. Lu Qingchen, Yushan, are you signing up? Asked Hong Bing, turning around from the front row. Both he and Yushan were burly, especially Yushan, who stood over 2 meters tall and weighed 300 pounds, making him the most promising candidate for Martial Soul University in the class. Of course, we have to sign up. Not doing so would be a lifelong regret. Yushan answered eagerly. Hong Bing's seatmate sighed. Yushan has a good chance, but for us, it's not worth it. The 10,000 yuan fee is enough for a year's living expenses at an average university. After school, as Lu Qingchen and Yushan, his childhood friend, walked past an abandoned area, the system suddenly alerted. Energy-containing items detected nearby. Please acquire them quickly to activate the system, or it will disappear. Overjoyed, Lu Qingchen dragged Yushan into the area filled with discarded items. 20 minutes later, they discovered a dusty, dark yellow small bell. Eagerly picking it up, Lu Qingchen heard a heavenly sound in his mind. Ding! Divine power detected. System activation in progress. Ding! The power surged, and the system was activating. Boom! These words exploded in Lu Qingchen's mind like a thunderclap. For a moment, his mind went blank, and his body began to tremble involuntarily. The golden opportunity had finally arrived. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Qingchen carefully picked up the small clock, cradling it like a precious treasure. Yushan, standing nearby, looked at Lu Qingchen with confusion and asked, Chun, why are you hugging a broken clock? Is it some kind of treasure? Gently brushing the dust off the small clock, Lu Qingchen replied with a smile. Yes, you're right. I've heard there are quite a few treasures in this abandoned site. Yushan, who always trusted Lu Qingchen's words, immediately started looking around. Lu Qingchen glanced around, his eyes landing on a bronze scroll next to the small clock. He thought that since the clock was extraordinary, the items accompanying it might also be special. He carefully put away the bronze scroll, deciding to study it later. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Qingchen realized Yushan was nowhere to be seen. After searching around, he found Yushan emerging from a pile of junk, arms full of miscellaneous items, grinning widely. Chen, you're amazing. We're hitting the jackpot this time, Yushan said excitedly. Lu Qingchen kicked him lightly. Why did you grab so much? What if we can't fit it all at home? Yushan scratched his head, looking innocent. Back at the neighborhood, the two parted ways. Lu Qingchen returned home, his heart filled with excitement. Although he had traveled through time, he was relieved that his parents, friends, and classmates remained the same. Otherwise, he might struggle to call strangers parents. Lu Qingchen's home was in Chinchin community, once a renowned upscale neighborhood, home to government officials and wealthy individuals. It's said that Lu Qingchen's father was once a martial arts expert, but for some reason, he settled here and never returned to martial arts. With the development of Chinchin, many moved away, and now Chinchin community is one of the few remaining old neighborhoods. Standing in front of apartment 502, building 2, Lu Qingchen gazed at the peeling red-painted door, feeling a mix of emotions. He took a deep breath, adjusted his mood, and called out loudly, Mom, Dad, I'm home. A few seconds later, the door opened. A tall, sharp-eyed middle-aged man with graying temples appeared in the doorway. Back already, you rascal? Go rest for a bit. Dinner will be ready soon. All right, Dad, Lu Qingchen replied, tossing his backpack onto the sofa and heading straight to the kitchen. He sniffed the air deeply and exclaimed with delight, Mom, did you make sweet and sour ribs? They smell amazing. He picked up a rib, blew on it to cool it, and took a bite, almost shouting in surprise, Wow, this is delicious. In the kitchen, Lu Qingchen's mother turned around and said softly, Eat as much as you like, you're still growing. There's chicken soup simmering in the pot for you too. Lu Qingchen felt a warmth in his heart. Even after crossing into this world, his parents still loved him dearly, always wanting to give him the best. At the dinner table, the aroma of the food was enticing, and Lu Qingchen was devouring his meal with puffed cheeks. His mother, Xiaolan, kept adding food to his bowl, gently saying, Xiao Chun, eat more ribs to grow strong. Here, try this fish for some extra nutrition. With his mouth full, Lu Qingchen mumbled, Dad, Mom, I want to apply to Wuhuan University. What did you say? You want to apply to Wuhuan University? His father, Lu Qingchen, asked in a trembling voice, looking at his son in disbelief. Lu Qingchen swallowed his food and repeated firmly, Yes, Dad, I've decided. I want to apply to Wuhuan University. Lu Qingchen was taken aback. He never expected his son, who had always shown little interest in martial arts, to suddenly express a desire to apply to Wuhuan University. After all, Lu Qingchen had been stuck at the second level of the body tempering realm and had an older sister who had already been admitted to Wuhuan University, so he wasn't particularly enthusiastic about martial arts. More importantly, his father's health wasn't great, and Lu Qingchen didn't want to waste the family's money on what seemed like a distant hope. Good. Lu Qingchen snapped out of his daze, excitedly slapping his thigh and shouting, That's my son, Lu Qingchen's boy. A man should follow the path of martial arts. However, Lu Qingchen's mother, Xiaolan, frowned and gently advised, Xiao Chun, I don't want you to pursue martial arts. It's too dangerous, and a single mistake could be catastrophic. Her eyes reddened as she paused before continuing. But you are a grown man now, with your own ideas. Just be careful with martial arts. Don't end up like your father. All right. Lu Qingchen interrupted, his face full of pride and confidence. I believe in Xiao Chun. Our child, even if he doesn't reach the top, will surely become a leader in his own right, not inferior to his old man. The family happily finished their dinner. Afterward, Lu Qingchen hurried to his room and closed the door with a bang. He took a deep breath and silently chanted, System Daddy, System Daddy. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, the ultimate genius cultivation system has been successfully activated. Lu Qingchen felt a surge of joy mixed with disbelief. Ding! As the energy collected is divine power, the novice gift package has been issued. Please check, the system continued. Claim. Lu Qingchen responded without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 great heavenly creation pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 small creation pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a drop of true dragon's blood. Then, a screen appeared in Lu Qingchen's mind. Ultimate Genius Cultivation System. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial Spirit. Not activated. Preliminary detection indicates dual martial spirits. Realm, Body Tempering Realm, Level 2. Mental Power, 9. Techniques, none. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, Bronze Scroll, Great Heavenly Creation Pill 1, Small Creation Pill 5, True Dragon's Blood 1 drop. Dual Martial Spirits. I actually have dual martial spirits. Ha ha. Lu Qingchen's eyes widened with excitement, barely able to contain himself. He eagerly asked, System, what's the deal with the Eastern Emperor Bell, Bronze Scroll, and the pills? Can I use them? The host can use their mind to view item information and usage methods, the mechanical voice responded. Oh, got it. Lu Qingchen rubbed his hands together and asked, System, what are your functions? Can you make me invincible? His eyes sparkled as he began dreaming. The system calmly replied, This system is the ultimate genius cultivation system, designed to help the host build the strongest foundation and become an ultimate genius. As for becoming instantly invincible, please don't dream. The system paused before continuing. The host will receive rewards whenever a realm is perfected. The more perfect the host's realm, the higher the achievements and the better the rewards. Lu Qingchen finally understood. In simple terms, the system wanted him to be invincible in the same realm, at least reaching perfection in one realm to get rewards for the next. He shook his head, knowing that in the past, achieving invincibility in the same realm was a pipe dream, and even awakening a martial spirit was uncertain. But now he chuckled to himself. With a thought, Lu Qingchen began to explore the item information. Eastern Emperor Bell. The Dongwang Bell, also known as the Chaos Bell, is said to have been born from chaos itself and is the companion artifact of the great deity Dongwang Tai. This ancient divine artifact holds the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, control the sun and moon, reverse the stars, and even traverse the river of time. Lu Qingchen gazed at this legendary artifact in his hand, feeling both excited and puzzled. His eyes scanned other items. A mysterious bronze scroll that is rumored to bring unexpected surprises when opened. A great heavenly creation pill, said to capture the essence of heaven and earth, and the essence of the sun and moon. 5 small creation pills, capable of reviving the dead and reshaping the body. And a precious drop of true dragon blood, which can temper the body and improve its constitution. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingchen decided to first bond with the Dongwang bell. He bit his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall onto the bell. In an instant, the Dongwang bell shone brightly and transformed into a stream of light that entered his body. An unusual sensation suddenly came from the palm of his right hand, and looking down, he discovered a golden bell mark identical to the Dongwang bell appearing there. Dongwang bell, Lu Qingchen silently mouthed. As soon as he spoke, the scene before his eyes changed abruptly. The surroundings transformed into a sea of fire, with a towering stone pillar at the center inscribed with lines of ancient text. Although he couldn't read it, he inexplicably understood its meaning. Only the supreme master of the fire path is qualified to wield the Dongwang bell. Lu Qingchen slowly placed his hand on the stone pillar, and a mysterious power surged into his body. This power was extraordinarily strong, and within just 3 seconds, he lost consciousness. He didn't know how long he had been out when he finally awoke. Struggling to open his eyes, he glanced at the pitch-black night outside the window, then at the clock 2 a.m. His whole body felt as if it had been scorched by fire, but he endured the discomfort and silently thought system to open the information panel. The panel displayed: Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial soul, not activated. Realm, 4th level of the body refining stage. Mental strength, 11. Cultivation techniques, none. Items: Dongwang bell, bronze scroll, great heavenly creation pill X1, small creation pill X5, 1 drop of true dragon blood. 4th level of the body refining stage. No wonder it's the Dongwang bell. A bit painful, but definitely worth it, Lu Qingchen murmured to himself, his eyes shining with excitement. Just a little more, and my target should be the 3 prestigious academies. But for now, what I need to do is... With a thought, a dragonized, jade-like small creation pill materialized in his hand. Lu Qingchen gazed at the pill, a plan already forming in his mind. Lu Qingchen carefully examined the pill in his hand, finding nothing unusual about it. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, a mysterious force began coursing through his body, cleansing every corner within. This power grew stronger over time, reaching its peak after a minute. Intense pain swept over him, and Lu Qingchen gritted his teeth, struggling to endure it. However, the agony was beyond what any human could bear. Dizzy and disoriented, his vision blurred, and he collapsed onto the bed, falling unconscious once more. At 6 in the morning, Lu Qingchen slowly regained consciousness. To his surprise, he found his body covered in a foul-smelling black residue. Quickly, he held his nose and rushed to the bathroom. 15 minutes later, a tall, slender young man emerged from the bathroom. After taking the great heaven creation pill, Lu Qingchen had become even more handsome. Thick black hair, radiant skin, and eyes as deep as the stars, making him enigmatic. He murmured to himself, "Is this what it feels like to be filled with power? Not bad." Next, Lu Qingchen decided to examine the mysterious bronze scroll. He bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the scroll. After a few moments of calm, the scroll transformed into a red glow and instantly merged into his mind. An ancient, profound voice echoed in his mind. The sacred tome of burning heaven, the pinnacle of the fire path. Mastery can ignite mountains and boil seas, burning all things under heaven. Lu Qingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. It was a cultivation technique. In the world of cultivation, the importance of techniques cannot be overstated. They are key to unleashing the power of one's martial soul and are often the core secrets of many factions. People vie to enter Martial Soul University not only for various cultivation resources, but also for these techniques. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingchen reminded himself to stay vigilant. No one must know about the system's existence. If these resources were exposed, he would be in grave danger. He understood well the saying, "A man without sin is guilty if he possesses treasure." With a thought, his information panel unfolded. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial soul, fire not activated. Realm, body tempering level 8. Spiritual power, 19. Technique, sacred tome of burning heaven. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, small creation pills X5, true dragon blood X1. Seeing that he had reached body tempering level 8, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but grin, marveling at the system's wonders. Just then, his mother Xiaolan's voice came from outside the door. "Xiao Chun, time to get up. Xiao Yu is waiting for you outside to go to school together." Lu Qingchen immediately jumped out of bed, quickly washed up, and was about to put on his shoes when his father called out to him. "Xiao Chun, here's 40,000 yuan." Lu Chongting handed him a stack of cash. Use it to apply to Martial Soul University, and the rest to buy a body-tempering pill. Feeling warmth in his heart, Lu Qingchen was about to refuse, but his father interrupted. Take it. It's the thought that counts. Don't worry about the money. We have enough. This afternoon, I'll use some connections to help you get some body-tempering herbs. Accepting the money, Lu Qingchen nodded silently and turned to leave. Outside, Yushan was shocked. Chun, are you really going to apply to Martial Soul University? Did I hear that right? Lu Qingchen replied with determination. Yes, you heard correctly. I'm not only applying to Martial Soul University, but I'm also aiming for the top 3 schools. Chinga, you're amazing as always, Yushan exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration. From a young age, he had always believed in Lu Qingchen's words, as if everything Lu Qingchen said was a golden rule. If nothing unexpected happens, both of us should get into one of the top 3 universities. Should we help that girl, Muting? Lu Qingchen suggested, with a hint of concern in his voice. No problem, Yushan said confidently, patting his chest. I'm already at the 6th level of the body refining stage. Hearing this, Lu Qingchen was a bit taken aback, thinking to himself, 6th level of body refining? That's impressive. Luckily, I have a system. But for some reason, thinking about the system brought a strange look to his face. As they walked into the classroom of Class 7, Grade 12, they immediately saw Su Muting. Lu Qingchen and Yushan exchanged a knowing glance and walked towards her. The 3 of them had grown up together, lived in the same neighborhood, and their parents got along well, so they usually went home together. But for some reason, they hadn't seen Su Muting the day before. Just as Lu Qingchen was about to approach Su Muting, someone blocked his path. It was Yin Zian, Su Muting's friend and the class monitor of Class 7. What do you want? Yin Zian asked coldly, his tone clearly hostile. I'm looking for Muting, Lu Qingchen replied, giving Yin Zian a puzzled look, unsure why he was acting this way. Whatever you have to say it here, Yin Zian insisted, not budging an inch. Lu Qingchen ignored him, looked past him, and directly addressed Su Muting. I have something to tell you. You can say it here. It's the same, Su Muting said, her gaze evasive, as if she couldn't meet Lu Qingchen's eyes. What do you mean by that, Muting? Lu Qingchen asked, frowning, his tone filled with confusion and a hint of displeasure. Don't you get it? It means Muting doesn't want to be too close to you. Keep your distance, Yin Zian interjected with a mocking smile. Lu Qingchen's gaze suddenly became sharp as he seriously looked at Su Muting, but she continued to avoid his eyes. I understand, Lu Qingchen said calmly, his voice carrying a barely noticeable trace of disappointment. Chinga said he'd help you with your training. Yushan chimed in, his voice low, trying to ease the tension. You say you'll help Muting train, that I might believe, Yin Zian scoffed disdainfully. But Lu Qingchen? Please, look in the mirror. What level are you at? With those words, the classmates' attention turned towards them, and the atmosphere became tense and confrontational. Yushan directly ignored Yin Zian, his gaze like a torch as he looked at Su Muting. He asked in a deep voice, I want to know your decision. Su Muting was silent for a moment, her fists clenched and her jaw tight. She spoke with difficulty. Lu Qingchen, Yushan, although we grew up together, we're adults now. We should keep our distance, especially since. Before she could finish, Lu Qingchen interrupted her. You're right. We've all grown up and have our own thoughts. I respect your decision. With that, he turned and left, Yushan following closely, neither of them looking back as they exited the classroom. Su Muting watched their retreating figures, her lips moving slightly, as if she still had words to say. However, Yin Zian, beside her, had already grasped her hand. He said softly, Muting, don't worry about them. You and I are destined to get into Wuhuan University, and in the future, we won't have any connection with those failures. Su Muting bit her lip lightly and softly replied, ultimately giving up the idea of explaining. She thought to herself that Yin Zian was right. Once she got into Wuhuan University, she and Lu Qingchen probably wouldn't cross paths again. Moments later, Lu Qingchen and Yushan arrived at the school rooftop. It was the highest point of the academy and their favorite spot to chat. The gentle breeze and the view of the bustling crowd below offered a unique feeling. Lu Qingchen sat on the edge of the rooftop, a complex expression on his delicate face. He said softly, Yushan, I think it's not wrong for everyone to grow up and have their own thoughts. I just didn't expect that after so many years of friendship. Yushan's face was somber, his voice filled with anger. I understand. But she knew Yin Zian doesn't get along with you. Yet she allowed him to stand in your way. That shows her stance. After so many years of friendship, saying we should keep our distance. What is that supposed to mean? Lu Qingchen smiled wryly. It's actually fine. After all, she's the class president, comes from a good family, and has reached the 5th level of the body refining realm. Wuhuan University is a certainty for her. In her eyes, I'm just a small 2nd level body refining realm. If it were someone else, everyone knows who they'd choose. Yushan looked at his friend silently, knowing that no amount of persuasion would help. After a moment, Lu Qingchen suddenly asked, by the way, which school do you want to apply to? His expression seemed unaffected by the earlier incident. The three major academies, I guess. I'll decide after the talent assessment. What about you? Yushan replied. I'm thinking about Monster Academy. It's the top academy on the continent, quite appealing. Lu Qingchen said. Yushan nodded. Yeah. Lu Qingchen seemed surprised. You're not worried at all that I might not get in? Yushan answered firmly. Everything you've said, you've always achieved. Lu Qingchen rubbed his forehead helplessly, thinking that this guy's trust in him was over the top. Just then, the urgent bell rang, and the two headed back to the classroom. The previous turmoil had settled, and the class was now completely quiet. Lu Qingchen and Yushan had just taken their seats when Hong Bing, sitting in the row in front of them, couldn't contain his excitement and turned around with a beaming smile. I've discussed it with my family, and I've decided to apply to Wuhuan University. Hong Bing announced with undeniable pride in his voice. I've just broken through to the 4th level of the body tempering realm. My dad said it doesn't matter how much it costs, I have to apply. They're counting on me to bring honor to the family by getting into Wuhuan University. Lu Qingchen raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on his lips. Are you being humble bragging, or just really humble bragging? Yushan leaned over with a good-natured smile on his face. I'm only at the 6th level of the body tempering realm. I don't know if I can get in. The pressure is intense. He exaggerated a long sigh after saying this. Hong Bing's smile froze for a moment as he looked at Yushan, then quietly turned back around. Beast, that's what he is, a beast. You can't compare yourself to a beast, he thought to himself, feeling much better with that thought. It wasn't long before Hong Bing turned around again, this time with a mysterious expression, lowering his voice to say, have you heard? This year, Wuhuan University changed its admission policy. This statement was like a bombshell, instantly grabbing the attention of the surrounding students. A girl sitting by the aisle immediately leaned over, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Tell us, what are the changes in the admission policy? Though the girl was not particularly striking in appearance, she exuded an energetic aura, with bright eyes that gave her a spirited look. Her desk mate, a girl with delicate features, couldn't help but ask. Yes, please tell us. Seeing their interest, Hong Bing became even more animated. He winked mysteriously and whispered, I heard some rumors. They say that this year, Wuhuan University will no longer accept students who have repeated their studies for more than 2 years. Additionally, those with elemental sensing talent above the Earth grade will be admitted directly. He paused and added, of course, you must be at least at the 4th level of the body tempering realm. Otherwise, it's all just talk. Lu Qingchen felt a stir of interest, pondering to himself. Elemental sensing talent. Is this an additional test compared to previous years? What is elemental sensing talent? Everyone asked in unison. Basking in the attention, Hong Bing explained with a pleased expression, I'm not entirely sure, but I heard it has something to do with martial souls. The classmates immediately began to discuss and speculate about this mysterious talent. Lu Qingchen was lost in thought when a graceful figure entered the classroom. It was their senior year martial arts instructor, Lu Yan. The classroom fell silent instantly, as everyone wanted to make a good impression on their beautiful teacher. After all, it was rumored that the instructors at Wuhuan University had significant authority, even being able to recruit students early. Who knows, maybe one day, by some stroke of luck, this beautiful instructor might notice one of them, and that would truly be a family honor. Lu Yan surveyed the class that had quickly quieted down, blinked, and softly said, those of you who decide to apply to Wuhuan University, please come to the homeroom teacher's office later to pay the registration fee and fill out the forms. The school will help you with the registration after review. She briefly explained her role as a martial arts instructor sent by Wuhuan University to assist the senior students, while also scouting for talented individuals. As soon as she finished speaking, the classroom erupted into excitement. Lu Yan didn't leave immediately, but used her martial artist's keen eyesight to closely observe the students. When her gaze fell on the row where Yushan was sitting, she paused in surprise. She was delighted to discover that this robust student had already reached the 6th level of the body refining stage. Then, Lu Yan's attention was drawn to Lu Qingchen sitting next to Yushan. She frowned slightly. 2nd level of the body refining stage? No, something seems unclear. Sensing the elusive aura around Lu Qingchen, Lu Yan left the classroom in deep thought. As soon as Lu Yan left, the students who wanted to register stood up. Hong Bing was the first to rise, followed by the sisters Zhang Ying and Su Man, and the burly Yushan. Additionally, 2 other male students also stood up. At that moment, Lu Qingchen slowly got to his feet. Hong Bing grinned and said, Old Lu, we're going to register, not to the bathroom. Yes, to register, Lu Qingchen replied calmly. This statement was like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the classroom. Hong Bing was stunned, the sisters widened their eyes, and Zhang Ying couldn't help but exclaim, Lu Qingchen, are you registering too? Did I hear that right? Her voice was loud, instantly drawing the entire class's attention. Everyone turned to scrutinize Lu Qingchen. For the past 3 years, they had thought of him as rather frail, but now they realized he was actually quite tall. It was just that when he stood next to Yushan, he appeared smaller. At this moment, under Lu Qingchen's loose t-shirt, faint outlines of firm muscles were visible, his facial features were sharp, and his eyes were deep and spirited, exuding a masculine aura. The girls in the class couldn't help but stare at him. Even the usually aloof Su Muting was no exception. Moments later, they realized their rudeness and quickly looked away. Lu Qingchen flashed a bright smile, showing his white teeth, and said to Hong Bing and the sisters, "Let's go. Let's register together." The group chatted and laughed as they headed to the office, while Yan Zian and Su Muting did not follow. On the way, Hong Bing teased, "Old Lu, have you been secretly training without us knowing?" Zhang Ying also asked curiously. Lu Qingchen, be honest, have you been training secretly at home? Lu Qingchen, unfazed, laughed and replied, "I'm naturally gifted, no need for secret training. Besides, if I don't register this time, you'll regret it for life. Once you get into Wuhuan University, a mere 10,000 yuan is nothing." Hearing this, the others were tempted. Indeed, if they got in, what was 10,000 yuan? Getting into Wuhuan University meant a bright future, esteemed status, and most importantly, the intoxicating power. As Su Xian finished speaking, a silence enveloped the group. Lu Qingchen glanced around, his gaze landing on the slightly delicate-looking boy with freckles. He recalled that this usually unnoticed classmate's name was Su Xian, and he was surprised to see he had signed up as well. Standing next to Su Xian was his friend Zhang Wei, a rugged-looking boy with a buzz cut. In the silence, everyone was pondering the same issue. They all understood that reaching the 4th level of the body tempering stage was just a basic threshold. The more times one tempered their body, the higher the chance of awakening a martial soul, except for those lucky enough to inherit a bloodline martial soul. For those below the 4th level, awakening a martial soul was nearly impossible, with odds less than 1 in a billion. Over the years, only 2 or 3 people had awakened a martial soul at the 3rd level, and they were all due to family bloodline inheritance. Sensing the group's low spirits, Lu Qingchen quickly broke the silence, encouraging, "Don't lose heart, everyone. We haven't even started yet. Remember, there's also the attribute sensing talent. Anyone above Earth grade can be directly admitted." Yushan chimed in, "Yes, and those who have reached the 4th level or above in body tempering have a good chance of awakening a martial soul." This lifted the group's spirits a bit, and they nodded in agreement. After all, reaching the 4th level of body tempering already showed considerable talent, and there was hope for awakening. With a mix of anticipation and anxiety, the group made their way to the office door. Through the partially opened door, they saw their teacher, Mr. Huang, chatting with the mentor, Lu Yan, smiling yet nervously gripping his cup. This exam was crucial for his bonus, evaluation, and future career prospects. Seeing the students arrive, Mr. Huang stood up immediately, warmly inviting everyone to sit. Soon after, Yan Zian and Su Muting hurried in as well. Yushan instinctively glanced at Lu Qingchen, noticing his calm demeanor as he casually played with a black pen. Once everyone was settled, Mr. Huang cleared his throat and said, "Let's have Mentor Lu Yan introduce the rules and process for applying to Martial Soul University." Lu Yan looked around and smiled gently. "I'll briefly explain. Martial Soul University has 2 basic admission requirements: reaching the 4th level of body tempering and successfully awakening a martial soul. Awakened martial souls have soul slots, ranging from 1 to 7. Generally, the number of soul slots determines the grade of your martial soul, which we refer to as talent." The group listened attentively, as this was the first time they heard this categorization. Lu Yan continued, "Soul slots can hold soul beads. For example, if your martial soul has only 1 slot, you can embed 1 soul bead. If it has 5 slots, you can embed 5 soul beads." Before she could finish, Hong Bing eagerly asked, "Mentor, what exactly are soul beads?" Lu Yan patiently explained, "I was just getting to that. Soul beads are essentially beads formed from the condensed power of a spirit beast after it dies. They contain a particular ability of the spirit beast. You can think of each soul bead as representing a soul skill." Zhang Wei's eyes lit up, quickly realizing the importance of soul beads. So soul beads must be very precious. Lu Yan nodded seriously. "That's right, the top 3 national high school exam rewards include soul beads." She paused, then continued, "One more thing to emphasize, regardless of your body tempering level, if you haven't awakened a martial soul, you won't have a chance with Martial Soul University. After reaching the body tempering stage, the key to cultivating spiritual power lies in the martial soul." Lu Yan's words were like a lightning bolt, dispelling the fog in everyone's minds. It turned out that the existence of soul beads opened a new path for spiritual cultivation beyond the body tempering stage. However, this hope was like a double-edged sword, leaving students who hadn't awakened their martial souls feeling even more anxious. Lu Yan glanced over the crowd and paused momentarily on Lu Qingchen's calm expression, feeling a bit surprised. She softly reassured, "The probability of awakening a martial soul at the 4th level of the body tempering stage is quite high. so there's no need to worry too much. Her words acted like a calming balm, easing the tense atmosphere slightly. The registration process that followed was straightforward. Pay the fee, register, and fill out forms. Lu Yin reminded. With the college entrance exams approaching, everyone should focus on staying fit. The school will soon release detailed exam schedules and important notes. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd filed out. In the office, De Huang beamed as he said to Lu Yin, there are so many more students reaching the 4th level of body tempering this year compared to previous years. It's truly something to celebrate. Lu Yin frowned slightly, deep in thought. Indeed, every class has several times more students at the 4th level of body tempering than in past years. It's quite strange. The homeroom teacher, showing a toothy grin, optimistically remarked, isn't that a good thing? As the nation grows stronger, the kids eat well, and naturally, their levels rise. Lu Yin didn't respond immediately. After a moment of silence, she left the office and made a phone call. Directorly? It's Lu Yin. I have something to report. In the classroom, students were engrossed in their studies. Although martial soul universities didn't emphasize cultural scores, everyone prepared diligently just in case. After all, if one didn't awaken a martial soul, a good school could at least ensure a decent job. Lu Qingchen, however, seemed out of place, lounging back in his chair. He thought to himself, with a system in hand, do I really need to do these exercises? Beside him, Yushan was already fast asleep on his desk, prompting Lu Qingchen to shake his head in resignation. System, Lu Qingchen called out in his mind. I'm at the 8th level of body tempering now. Should I use the lesser creation pill first, or the true dragon blood? The system's voice promptly responded. It's recommended to consume the blood first to alter your constitution, then take the pill for better results. Lu Qingchen nodded thoughtfully. He calculated in his mind. 8th level of body tempering. 2 martial souls, 1 being a fire element. Getting into a martial soul university was practically guaranteed. He just wasn't sure about the admission standards of the top 3 schools or how many soul slots his martial souls had. But he quickly dismissed these concerns, deciding to go with the flow. As dusk fell, Teacher De Huang reminded everyone to study well before announcing the end of the school day. On the way home, Yushan approached Lu Qingchen mysteriously. Brother Chun, guess what treasure I found at the scrapyard yesterday? Lu Qingchen replied nonchalantly, not guessing. Unfazed, Yushan pulled out a square object from his bag. Lu Qingchen exclaimed in surprise. You brought back a brick? Yushan laughed triumphantly. This isn't just any brick. Yesterday, I tapped my dad with it, and he fainted instantly. Lu Qingchen gave him a thumbs up, sarcastically saying, you're such a filial son. I happen to have something good as well, Lu Qingchen said, taking out a lesser creation pill, for you. Yushan examined the pill in shock, asking doubtfully, is this edible? Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes. What do you think helped me break through? Just take it. Make sure to eat it at home. Yushan fell silent, and Lu Qingchen teased. Don't be silly, it's just a pill. We're good friends, and I expect you to conquer the world with me. Yushan took the pill, giving Lu Qingchen a meaningful look. Back home, the dining table was laden with a sumptuous meal. With the college entrance exams looming, his mother, Xia Lan, prepared a lavish dinner every night. Lu Qingchen glanced around, not seeing his father, and asked, Mom, where's Dad? Xia Lan came over with a plate of braised pork, gently replying, your dad went to buy some body-tempering herbs for you. He should be back soon. Just as she finished speaking, the door opened. Lu Qingchen entered excitedly. I got lucky today and managed to buy a 50-year-old blood lingji. This might just help you advance another level. Sitting at the table, Lu Qingchen beamed. Dad, I've already broken through to the 4th level of body tempering. Lu Qingchen stood in front of his parents, his heart beating slightly faster. He took a deep breath, deciding to keep the fact that he had advanced to the 8th level of the body tempering realm a secret. Dad, I've reached the 4th level of the body tempering realm, he said calmly, his eyes scanning his parents' faces. Lu Qingchen and Xiaolan's eyes showed a flash of surprise. Moments later, the surprise turned into joy. Lu Qingchen patted his son's shoulder and laughed. Well done, son, you're truly my child. Seeing that his father didn't question him further, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but ask, Dad, aren't you curious about how I reached the 4th level of the body tempering realm? Lu Qingchen shook his head, looking proud. My son is exceptionally talented. Reaching the 4th level of the body tempering realm is no big deal. Lu Qingchen inwardly chuckled bitterly, thinking, if it weren't for some luck, I'd still be stuck at the 2nd level. He then explained, I found a bottle of pills at the junkyard next to our neighborhood. After taking one, I broke through, and now I feel like I have endless energy. With that, he took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it to Lu Qingchen. His father carefully poured out the pills, examined them closely, and even sniffed them. Suddenly, an expression of disbelief appeared on Lu Qingchen's face. You said you found these pills? He asked incredulously. Lu Qingchen nodded. Yeah, I thought the bottle looked nice, so I picked it up, not expecting there to be pills inside. To his surprise, After hearing this, Lu Qingchen's hand holding the bottle began to tremble. After a moment of silence, he looked at his son with a strange expression. Xiaochun, do you know what these pills are? Before Lu Qingchen could answer, Lu Qingchen exclaimed excitedly. These are the lesser fortune pills. Do you know how many kings and emperors would kill for just one? They can remove all physical ailments, repair one's martial soul, and the fortune power they contain can help advance one's current realm. It's one of the rare treasures for building an unparalleled foundation in the body-tempering realm. Lu Qingchen could barely contain his excitement. What kind of luck did you have to find 5 of these in a junkyard? 5. These are priceless. Lu Qingchen, however, remained indifferent and after a moment of thought said, I took one myself, gave one to you, Sean, and there are 3 left. 1 each for you and Mom, and the last one for my sister. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingchen's expression turned extremely serious. Xiaochun, do you know how precious these pills are? Are you sure you want to give them to us? Despite the personal significance of the pills, he felt it was necessary for his son to understand their value. You are my parents, after all. Who else would I give them to? Lu Qingchen said, noticing a faint line of disapproval appear on his father Lu Qingchen's face. All right, Dad, no more fussing. Lu Qingchen continued, pulling 2 crystal-clear pills from his pocket. Give one to Mom, and both of you should take them soon. Lu Qingchen and Xiaolon exchanged a glance, and Xiaolon nodded gently, saying, It's Chinchin's gift from the heart. You should accept it. After a moment of silence, Lu Qingchen simply patted his son on the shoulder and turned back to his room. Lu Qingchen smiled at his mother and said, Mom, you should go with Dad and take it together. I'll head back to my room. Xiaolon blinked knowingly and said, Chinchin, you're really helping your father out here. With that, she also returned to the room. Back in his own room, Lu Qingchen eagerly sat on the bed. He focused his mind, and a drop of crystal-clear blood appeared in his hand. This peculiar drop of blood seemed to contain a miniature dragon swimming within it. He then took out the bloodlingji that Lu Qingchen had bought and consumed it piece by piece before mixing the true dragon blood into a cup of water and drinking it all in one go. As the true dragon blood entered his stomach, Lu Qingchen immediately felt a surge of warmth spreading from his chest and abdomen to every part of his body. His skin began to turn red, his sweat turned crimson, and a red mist began to rise from him. As time passed, his body started to tremble slightly, his eyes flickered with a golden flame, and his pupils transformed into vertical slits, resembling those of a dragon. Once the phenomenon subsided, Lu Qingchen mentally opened his status panel. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial soul, not yet awakened. Fire, unknown. Realm, body refining stage level 10. Mental strength, 20. Techniques, sacred flame scripture, unknown. Will unlock upon awakening martial soul. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, small creation pill 2. A system notification sounded. Ding, congratulations to the host for forging an unparalleled foundation. The next stage reward will be issued upon awakening the martial soul. Body refining stage level 10, just one step away from awakening my martial soul. Lu Qingchen exhaled deeply, stretching his limbs and feeling the power coursing through him. The difference from before was staggering. Suddenly, a strong aura emanated briefly from his parents' room. Lu Qingchen mused. Looks like Dad has his own stories too. In the days that followed, Lu Qingchen took leave from school under the pretense of refining his body. His homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, sensed his robust energy and agreed without much hesitation. Before he knew it, the night before the college entrance exam arrived. In apartment 502 of Chinchin community, Lu Qingchen was enthusiastically munching on ribs, while his mother, Xiaolon, packed his belongings. Somewhat worried, she asked, Chinchin, are you sure you don't want me to accompany you to the exam? Lu Qingchen smiled and replied, Mom, the school is providing transportation and accommodation for everyone, so there's really no need. Besides, Yushan is going with me, so you can rest easy. Upon hearing that Yushan would accompany their son, Xiaolon felt somewhat reassured. She advised, Xiaoyu is quite reliable, so make sure to listen to him. Don't act on impulse. If anything comes up, discuss it with Xiaoyu. Lu Qingchen secretly thought, how come I never realized that kid was reliable? But he maintained a smile and replied, Mom, I'll take his advice. You and Dad just wait at home to celebrate my first-place victory. On the morning of June 6th, at 7 o'clock, Yushan was already waiting at Lu Qingchen's doorstep. The two of them shouldered their backpacks and headed to school together. The school gate was bustling with people, and several medium-sized buses with government logos were neatly parked alongside countless private cars. Anxious parents were giving their children last-minute reminders. Lu Qingchen and Yushan craned their necks, searching for their classmates from Class 7, Grade 12. Suddenly, a loud shout from behind caught the attention of those around them. It was Hong Bing calling out, Hey, old Lu, old you, we're over here. Under the gaze of many, the two walked over to Hong Bing, feeling a bit awkward. As they approached, Lu Qingchen noticed Zhang Ying and Su Man chatting animatedly with their homeroom teacher, De Huang. While Su muting, and Yin Zian whispered to each other nearby. Lu Yin had been sitting on the steps, but upon seeing them, she stood up to greet them. As she got within a meter of them, she suddenly froze, a look of shock flashing in her eyes. She thought to herself, oh my gosh, what did I just see? 8th level of body tempering, and one I can't even gauge. They were just at the 6th level a few days ago. Are they monsters? Seeing Lu Yin silent for so long, De Huang cleared his throat to prompt her. Instructor Lu, why don't you explain the assessment process to everyone? Lu Yin snapped out of it, adjusted her hair, and smiled at the group. I'll go over the itinerary with you now. Today, on June 6th, we'll first take government vehicles to the Green Hotel in Jinling City. The strength test will begin at 2 p.m. Her expression turned serious as she continued. Let me give you a brief overview. The body tempering realm is divided into 9 levels. Each of the first 3 levels increases strength by 100 kilograms. The 4th level marks a qualitative change, boosting strength directly to 1,000 kilograms. Lu Yin stood in front of the bus, her eyes sharp as she scanned the students of Class 7, Grade 12. Her voice was steady and powerful, clearly reaching everyone in the early summer breeze. For this strength test, 1,000 kilograms is the elimination threshold. I know you've all reached the 4th level of the body tempering realm, but remember, you must give it your all, leaving no room for slack. If you can't pass this stage, forget about awakening your martial spirit. As for the subsequent assessments, I'll explain in detail once you pass the afternoon test. Lu Qingchen and Yushan remained composed, but the classmates who had just broken through to the 4th level of the body tempering realm fell silent. Hong Bing scratched his head, a trace of worry in his eyes. Do you think I might get eliminated? I just broke through a few days ago. Lu Yan's lips curved into a gentle smile as she reassured him. Don't worry. The school has spared no expense this time. Each of you will receive a qi and blood pill at noon, along with a specially prepared nourishing lunch. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, chimed in at the right moment. That's right. The school is being generous for once. I'm sure you'll all pass the test. This encouragement clearly worked, as the students' spirits noticeably lifted. They began boarding the bus, along with Lu Yin, Mr. Huang, a few unfamiliar school leaders, and 2 soldiers. Inside the bus, one of the school leaders gave Mr. Huang a meaningful look. Understanding the cue, Mr. Huang cleared his throat. Students, these are the school leaders who have accompanied you today for the Martial Spirit University exam. The qi and blood pills and lunch are all personally funded by them. They hope you'll achieve great results. Before he could finish, Lu Qingchen and Yushan were already on their feet, wearing polite smiles. Thank you, leaders, for all your efforts. The other students quickly followed suit, offering their thanks in a somewhat rehearsed manner. A middle-aged leader with thinning hair but a spirited demeanor stood up, waving his hand modestly. No need for that. You are all the school's talents. Of course, we hope you achieve great results and bring honor to the school. If you get into Martial Spirit University, your future will be limitless. We hope you'll continue to support the school in the future. Lu Qingchen and the others listened with polite smiles, though their expressions gradually grew a bit stiff. Inside the bus, everyone understood. The more students who awaken their martial spirits, the higher the chances of getting into Martial Spirit University. Getting into one of the top 3 universities would be even better. In return, Martial Spirit University and the government would reward the school with abundant resources. Rumor had it that a few years ago, 2 students got into the top 3 universities, and their homeroom teacher is now a vice principal at Jin City High School. The resources awarded by the top universities and the government were countless. Although the homeroom teacher was older, these resources could be passed down to future generations. Each class was paired with a martial arts instructor, most of whom were students from Martial Spirit University. Their role as instructors was mainly to scout for promising talents for their university. The bus started moving slowly, and the scenery outside the window quickly receded. Everyone was filled with anticipation and nervousness, knowing that the upcoming exam would determine their future. The more talented students brought back to the university, the better the quality, and the more abundant cultivation resources provided by the higher authorities. However, for now, no one knows which Martial Soul University Lu Yin belongs to. The students of Class 7, Grade 12 from Jinling City sat in a spacious coach, eagerly discussing the upcoming Martial Soul University assessment. Outside the window, the sun shone brightly, and the shadows of the trees seemed to cheer for the future of these young people. I heard there's a ranking competition among the Martial Soul Universities every few years, a boy with glasses said. The higher the ranking, the better resources each college receives from above. That's right, the girl sitting next to him replied. The top 3 schools aren't called that for nothing. Besides being in the top 3 every year, they have the best environment, resources, and faculty. Lu Yin sat at the front of the bus, listening to the students' discussions, a slight smile on her lips. She knew these kids were full of hope and anticipation for the future. Did you know? A boy suddenly lowered his voice. There are several major forces supporting the top 3 schools. Instantly, the bus fell silent, as everyone perked up their ears to hear more. For example, the #1 Monster Academy is backed by the Alchemist Association. That's why so many people are desperate to get in. The War God Academy is even more impressive, another girl added. It's backed by the military, and graduates are directly commissioned with ranks and receive generous benefits. What about the Heavenly Tao Academy? Someone asked. The Heavenly Tao Academy. The speaking boy shook his head. Not much is known, except that it has an ancient history and is backed by mysterious forces. It used to not recruit openly, but in recent years, it started recruiting through the college entrance exams. Lu Yin listened to the students' discussions, nodding inwardly. These kids were well informed, and most of what they said was accurate. Just as she was about to speak, her phone rang. Ring, ring, ring. The bus instantly quieted down, and all eyes were on Lu Yin. She quickly answered the call, exchanged a few low words, and then her brow furrowed slightly. What's wrong, Instructor Lu? De Huang asked tentatively. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked around, noticing everyone was staring at her. She cleared her throat and said, this year, there are too many students taking the assessment in Kyoto, and there aren't enough testing sites, so some students from Kyoto have been assigned to various regions for the assessment. About 1,000 Kyoto candidates have come to Jinling City this time. The bus erupted into exclamations and discussions. Instructor Lu, De Huang spoke again. The Kyoto students are just here to take the assessment, so there shouldn't be any issues, right? Lu Yin nodded. If it's just the assessment, there shouldn't be any problems. It's just the first time this has happened, so there might be some unexpected situations. De Huang slapped his thigh and laughed. I thought it was something big. They're just students here for the assessment. What could go wrong? Besides, there should be instructors and school staff accompanying them from Kyoto, right? Yes, Mr. Huang is right. Lu Yin gave a reassuring smile. There's no need to worry. Over 2 hours later, the bus finally arrived at the Green Hotel in the Tianyang district of Jinling City. This opulent hotel was the government-designated location for the grade 12 students' Martial Seoul University assessment. Lu Qingchen dragged his suitcase and followed Yushan into room 404. He looked around and nodded in satisfaction. It was a standard double room with 2 single beds, meaning they wouldn't have to squeeze together to sleep. As soon as Yushan entered, he threw himself onto the bed, which creaked in protest. Lu Qingchen looked at Yushan's size and couldn't help but feel sorry for the bed. The two of them tidied up briefly and then got busy with their own activities. Lu Qingchen was about to continue studying the Burning Heaven's sacred tome when there was a knock at the door. He got up to open it and found Lu Yin standing outside. Before he could say anything, Lu Yin quickly slipped into the room and closed the door behind her. Instructor Lu, men and women should keep a distance. Don't do anything inappropriate. Lu Qingchen exclaimed. Lu Yin rolled her eyes and knocked him on the head. What are you thinking? Lu Qingchen rubbed his head, surprised to find that her casual knock had left a big bump on his head, despite his advanced body tempering level. There is something I need to discuss with you, Lu Yin said, a hint of a smile on her face. Is it about the students from Kyoto coming today? Lu Qingchen blurted out. Lu Yan's eyes widened in surprise. How did you know? Lu Yan widened her eyes in surprise and looked at Lu Qingchen. How did you know? Lu Qingchen chuckled, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. I guessed it from your mood on the bus. Yushan nodded in agreement. Indeed, after you answered the call, your expression changed. Lu Yan took a deep breath, her eyes sweeping back and forth between the two boys. You two rascals, be honest. What level of body refining have you reached? Lu Qingchen and Yushan exchanged a glance, and then lowered their heads in feigned humility, saying, 4th level of body refining. Lu Yan was amused by their little act, and took out 2 gleaming vitality pills from her pocket. Tell the truth, what level? Their eyes lit up, and they immediately dropped the pretense. 8th level of body refining. 9th level of body refining. Yushan abruptly turned to Lu Qingchen, shocked. Chun, when did your level surpass mine? Lu Qingchen, with an enigmatic expression, casually replied. I've always been ahead, just keeping a low profile. Lu Yin looked at the two of them, shaking her head helplessly. The atmosphere settled a bit as she composed herself and said seriously, this assessment might not be smooth. People from the capital have arrived. What's going on? They both asked simultaneously. Lu Yin adjusted her hair and explained slowly. People from the capital have always been arrogant, and their students are no different. The Monster Academy is located there, and many slots are already reserved for descendants of prominent families. They have strong backgrounds and act recklessly, sometimes intentionally injuring others during assessments to disqualify them. Yushan frowned and asked, don't the examiners intervene? Doesn't the government punish them? Lu Yin shook her head. Examiners do intervene, but accidents happen. Some people have such powerful backgrounds that even examiners prefer not to offend them. As for the government, she sighed, those family influences are so vast that ordinary punishments are ineffective. Some of the students' elders even hold positions at the 3 major schools, so the government tends to show them some respect. She paused, her tone heavy. In this world where warriors are revered, strength is everything. Once you are strong enough, even the rules will bend for you. Lu Qingchen furrowed his brows. So, our mentor wants us to. Lu Yan nodded. Hopes you won't engage with provocations unless necessary, and if needed, help your classmates. Your skills can match those of the prominent family heirs. With that, she gave them a peculiar look. Lu Qingchen narrowed his eyes slightly, speaking with determination. We'll try to avoid conflicts, but if we can't, he paused, a glint of resolve in his eyes. Then we'll fight. As warriors, we fear no battle. Lu Yan's eyes shone as if she was looking at a rare gem, and she praised sincerely. Good. You have a bright future. Yushan grinned, a glint of determination in his eyes. If we can't avoid it, then let's face it, he murmured. As the night deepened, Lu Yan gently tossed 2 bottles of qi and blood pills to Yushan and Lu Qingchen. Even if you don't need them, you can exchange them for other resources. Remember, martial arts training requires resources, she advised before heading out of the room. Lu Qingchen and Yushan exchanged a determined glance. The next day, just before noon, a sudden knock broke the silence. Yushan got up to open the door and found their classmate, Hongbing. Come to the homeroom teacher's room to get your qi and blood pills. Then we can have lunch together, Hongbing exclaimed excitedly. The 3 of them went to teacher Dawang's room, where the other classmates had already gathered. Lu Qingchen looked around, but didn't see Lu Yan. Noticing Lu Qingchen's gaze, Dawang cleared his throat and explained. Instructor Lu Yan and the leaders went to get lunch for everyone. Now, let's distribute the qi and blood pills. He handed out 9 small porcelain bottles, 1 for each student. Except for Lu Qingchen and Yushan, the others immediately consumed their pills. Why aren't you 2 taking yours? Hongbing asked curiously. Lu Qingchen smiled and replied, we'll take them after lunch. Da Huang nodded in approval. I wish everyone success in the afternoon tests. Let's head to the dining hall. The instructors should have returned by now. The group arrived at the dining hall, where soft lighting from crystal chandeliers and elegant music eased the tense atmosphere. 9 exquisite lunches filled the air with a tempting aroma. Yushan took a deep breath and exclaimed excitedly, I can smell the dragon beard fish. Lu Yan smiled and explained, that's right, the leaders went all out this time. Each student gets a dragon beard fish, along with jade ginseng soup and purple spirit rice. Yushan added, my dad once bought a dragon beard fish, and I heard just one costs 50,000. Lu Qingchen was taken aback, calculating in his mind. Each lunch must be worth at least 80,000, totaling over 700,000 for all 9. Realizing the value of the meal, everyone rushed to the table. Zhang Wei, while gobbling down his food, mumbled, do you think if we don't awaken our martial spirits, would be wasting this meal? Upon hearing this, everyone lost interest in the dragon whisker fish in front of them. Lu Yan smiled gently and said, just enjoy your lunch. Why overthink it? This meal won't affect your martial soul awakening. Her classmates found her words reasonable and continued to enjoy their meal heartily. Yushan was the first to finish his meal. He patted his slightly bulging stomach and, after a moment of silence, let out a loud burp. Zhang Ying glanced at him helplessly and whispered, can you be a bit more polite? The teachers are watching. Take a cue from Lu Qingchen. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Qingchen also patted his stomach and let out a loud burp. Lu Yan, watching these 2 characters, could only rub her forehead in exasperation. Amidst laughter and chatter, lunch quickly came to an end. Lu Qingchen and his group returned to their rooms to rest. In the vast hotel, most of the thousands of students were conserving their energy, making the place unusually quiet. Time flew by, and as afternoon approached, a tense atmosphere began to spread. In the corridors, students paced back and forth, their heavy footsteps betraying their anxiety. Teachers started knocking on doors, loudly reminding, it's time to get up. Gather downstairs. Don't forget your ID and admission ticket. The hotel instantly became lively, with students hurrying downstairs with their documents. Lu Qingchen and Yushan, however, remained in their room chatting, showing no signs of nervousness. Both were experts at the 8th and 9th levels of the body tempering realm. If they couldn't pass the test, who could? Besides, the hearty lunch had them feeling vigorous, as if they could take on a bull single-handedly. Downstairs, mentor Lu Yan and homeroom teacher Mr. Huang were already waiting for class 7. Seeing Lu Qingchen and Yushan coming down, Lu Yan quickly reminded them, don't forget what I told you. Help your classmates if necessary. Both nodded solemnly. Yan Zian and Su Muting arrived shortly after. Yan Zian remained silent upon seeing Lu Qingchen, while Su Muting hesitated to speak, but ultimately stayed quiet. Hong Bing and others also gathered. Teachers from various schools used megaphones to call out. Students from 1st High, gather here. 2nd High from Lingcheng, line up. 7th High, come over here. Lu Qingchen and his friends quickly reached the gathering point for 1st High in Jincheng. In less than 3 minutes, the examiner came to take attendance. After the roll call, the students murmured among themselves until the lead teacher shouted, quiet. The examiner stepped to the front of the group and solemnly announced, students, the first test of Martial Soul University is about to begin. This is a critical juncture. Passing is certainly something to celebrate, but if you don't pass, don't be disheartened. Remember, there is more than one path in life. The examiners started giving motivational speeches to the students. Lu Qingchen, being somewhat immune to such talks from his past experiences, wasn't particularly moved. However, for the students who had yet to step into society, these words were quite effective. After delivering several rounds of these motivational talks, the examiners observed the students' reactions with satisfaction. One examiner then announced loudly, "The first round of the Wuhan University assessment, the strength test, begins now." The examiner continued, "Next, we will divide you into groups, so please listen carefully. Number 00001, Wang Tung, test in Area A. Number 00002, Lan, test in Area B." Upon reaching number 38, they called out, "Number 00038, Yushan, test in Area A." Finally, number 00088, Lu Qingchen, test in Area A. Lu Qingchen and Yushan were fortunate to be placed in the same area, while the rest of their classmates from Chinchin First High School Senior Class 7 were assigned to Area D. Once the grouping was complete, an examiner called out, "Students in Area A, follow me." Lu Qingchen and Yushan followed the instructor responsible for Area A to the testing site. They arrived at a spacious martial arts hall where about a dozen martial arts instructors stood, including someone they recognized, Lu Yan. In the center of the hall stood a massive strength testing machine, jet black and gleaming with a metallic sheen. It was unlike anything Lu Qingchen had seen before, featuring a large square target on the front, offering a wide striking surface for students to fully exert their strength, whether with their arms or legs. Some students, seeing this machine for the first time, couldn't hide their excitement and whispered among themselves, "Can this machine really measure our strength? It looks pretty sturdy." Of course, it's the special equipment used for the Wuhan University assessment, so the quality must be top-notch. Noticing the chatter, the examiner said sternly, "Quiet, everyone. The test begins now. Step forward when your name is called." Number 00001, Wang Tung. A handsome student emerged from the crowd. The examiner instructed, "Hit the target with all your strength, using either your hands or feet." Wang Tung took a deep breath, his face turning red as he punched the target with full force. With a loud bang, the strength testing machine registered his power. The screen beside it displayed 1,300 kilograms. The examiner noted this down and said, "Pass. Next student, prepare." Wang Tung leaped joyfully, exclaiming, "Woohoo, I passed." The nearby martial arts instructors smiled in approval. Number 00002, Su Kuan. Another loud bang followed, but the screen showed 888 kilograms. The examiner announced, "Fail, next." Su Kuan's face fell into despair, and he began to sob as a few classmates rushed to comfort him. Number 00038, Yushan. A towering figure over 2 meters tall stepped forward from the crowd. Without hesitation, Yushan approached the machine and threw a powerful punch. With a resounding bang, the square target shook violently. The numbers on the power test screen slowly appeared, jumping instantly to 4,000, then continued to climb, finally settling at 4,100 kilograms. The examiner excitedly announced the result, his eyes sparkling with surprise. The students exchanged looks, and the classroom erupted into chaos. Voices of doubt rose one after another. "Impossible. How can a senior student achieve this? There must be cheating." Some even demanded, "Examiner, I request a re-evaluation of his age. This student doesn't look like a senior at all." Yushan scratched his head, feeling wronged. "I might look a bit strong, but I really am a senior student." The examiner's face darkened, and he shouted sternly, "Silence. Every student here has been selected through rigorous screening. How could there be cheating? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean others can't. Instead of questioning others, why not practice more at home?" His words were like a bucket of cold water, quelling the students' uproar. Standing aside, Lu Yan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "Next, number 00039, Wang Chong." The examiner called out loudly. A small student emerged from the crowd, the very one who had questioned Yushan's performance. He stood before the test device, taking a deep breath nervously. Moments later, the examiner announced, 666 kilograms, not qualified. Next, laughter erupted from the crowd, and Wang Chong wished he could find a hole to hide in, his face flushed red. Soon it was Lu Qingchen's turn. He walked up to the examiner with a bright smile. "Sir, if I accidentally break the test device, will I have to pay for it?" The examiner glanced up and down at this tall, yet not particularly muscular young man, his mouth twitching slightly. "If you can break the test device, I'll cover the cost." Lu Qingchen nodded and stood in front of the square target. His legs slightly bent, he twisted his waist, his whole body like a machine wound tight, ready to spring. Suddenly, his fist shot out like lightning, a shadow streaking by, and with a bang, it struck the target heavily. Boom. The power test device emitted a deafening noise. A few seconds later, the numbers on the screen jumped wildly. soaring directly to 49.99 and continuing to rise. Suddenly, with a crack, the screen shattered. The device's limit was 5,000 kilograms, a level no one in the body-tempering realm should reach. But Lu Qingchen was extraordinary, having consumed the great creation pill and transformed his body with true dragon blood. His strength far surpassed others in the same realm, establishing an unparalleled foundation. The examiner was dumbfounded, opening and closing his mouth without a word. A look of helplessness crossed his face as he quickly left the training area, leaving behind a single sentence. Wait here, the test device is broken. I need to report this and will be back soon. As soon as the examiner disappeared, the previously quiet students erupted again. Wow, how did I end up in this district? Everyone here is a monster. Wah, I'm not testing anymore. I want to go home, Mom. Hearing someone call for their mom, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but sigh. Why is the younger generation's mental resilience so poor these days? Not only were the students buzzing, but even the martial arts instructors present were animatedly discussing. Who is this student? Omping Martial Soul University must have him. Dream on. Which of the three great schools would give up such a genius? Body tempering realm, 5,000 kilograms, and another at 4,100 kilograms. Plus, the test device exploded. Who knows how terrifying their actual strength is? Amidst the heated discussions, Lu Yin quietly approached Lu Qingchen and Yushan, her expression serious. I am formally inviting you both to the Heavenly Tao Academy. Although neither of you has awakened a martial soul yet, as long as one of you does, both of you can directly enter the Heavenly Tao Academy. The terms will depend on your martial soul talents, but I assure you, even without awakening a martial soul, your treatment will not be less than that of a regular outer academy student at Heavenly Tao Academy. She looked at them intently. What do you think, interested? Lu Qingchen paused for a moment, then asked, regardless of what martial soul we awaken, can Heavenly Tao Academy teach it? Lu Yin was taken aback, not expecting such a question from a student. After a moment of thought, she nodded confidently. Of course, Heavenly Tao Academy has countless martial arts instructors, each specializing in different martial souls. Moreover, its history is the longest, with records of various rare martial souls, which is unmatched by the other two great schools. Then I have no problem. Lu Qingchen nodded in agreement. Yushan, how about you? Yushan smiled naively. Wherever you go, Brother Chun, I'll go too. Great. Lu Yin couldn't hide her excitement at their quick agreement. I'll go report this, and after the martial soul awakening, we'll discuss the specific terms in detail. As Lu Yin had just left, Lu Qingchen and Yushan heard a commotion outside. Something's wrong. Someone in Area D is fighting with people from Kyoto. This shout was like a bomb, instantly igniting the entire testing ground. Hey, guys, let's check it out, someone shouted, and in an instant, the trainees surged towards Area D like a tide. The examiners and martial arts instructors tried to stop them, but it was like trying to stop a flood with a twig. They simply couldn't hold back the crowd. Lu Qingchen initially wanted to stay out of it, but he suddenly remembered that some of his classmates had been assigned to Area D. He grabbed Yushan, and the two quickly headed towards the scene. At the Area D testing ground, a distressing scene unfolded before them. The boys from Class 7, led by Hong Bing, along with Su Xian and Zhang Wei, had formed a defensive circle, standing back-to-back to protect several girls in the middle. Su Muting was curled up on the ground, tears streaming from her terrified eyes. Zhang Ying and Su Man were comforting her, while keeping a wary eye on the students from Kyoto. Surrounding them were a dozen or so Kyoto students, looking menacing and aggressive. Even more unsettling was Yan Zian, who was whispering with a student who had a pockmarked face and a sinister expression. The pockmarked student grinned wickedly and nodded, while Yan Zian was so excited he seemed ready to jump for joy. The two stood with arms crossed, clearly enjoying the spectacle. As soon as Yushan arrived, he strode confidently into the crowd. His towering figure was like a moving mountain, and people instinctively made way for him. He casually grabbed one of the Kyoto students attacking Class 7 and tossed him aside effortlessly, as if he were a rag doll. Seeing help arrive, Hong Bing hurriedly stepped forward to explain. That Kyoto guy tried to force Su Muting to be his girlfriend. When she refused, he started harassing her. Zhang Wei tried to stop him and ended up getting punched several times. He pointed at Yan Zian and the pockmarked student, continuing, "It was them." Yan Zian saw the Kyoto guy harassing Su Muting, and instead of helping, he said something about how those who understand the times are wise. Zhang Ying angrily added, "That's right, Su Muting considered him a good friend, and he said something like that." Su Man quietly agreed. It's really disappointing. The Kyoto students, seeing Yushan's arrival, suddenly unleashed a strong aura. A dozen students in the 5th and 6th levels of the body-tempering realm released their pressure simultaneously, trying to intimidate their opponents. However, Hong Bing, Zhang Wei, and the other Class 7 students felt as if their throats were being squeezed, their faces turning red instantly. Yushan, observing this, let out a cold snort. His terrifying aura at the 8th level of the body-tempering realm surged like a massive wave, instantly overwhelming the Kyoto students. Those closest to him turned pale, their minds blank, as if facing an insurmountable mountain. Hong Bing, Su Man, and the others stared at Yushan in awe, as if they were gazing upon a war god. Lu Qingchen quickly stepped forward to help Su Muting, Zhang Ying, and Su Man, shielding them behind him. Despite the previous unpleasantness, he chose to lend a hand when his classmates were in trouble. Moreover, Lu Yan had previously reminded him to help his classmates whenever possible. Yushan slowly retracted his aura of the 8th level of the body-tempering realm, causing the students from the capital to collapse to the ground, unable to withstand it any longer. He glanced at the dozen or so fallen students, then turned and asked, "Are you all right?" Hong Bing and the others shook their heads, indicating they were fine. But at that moment, a fierce palm strike suddenly came their way. Yushan hastily crossed his arms to block, yet was still forced back several steps. The attacker was the pockmarked student, who sneered, "I thought you were something special, but you only bully those with lower realms. That's all you are." Enraged by these words, Yushan was about to retaliate when a familiar figure flashed by. With a loud bang, the pockmarked student was sent flying by a punch, landing heavily on the ground. Lu Qingchen said coldly, "And who do you think you are? Just a coward who picks on students of lower realms." The pockmarked student was helped up and shouted angrily, "You scoundrel! Do you even know who I am?" Lu Qingchen smirked disdainfully. "I don't care who you are. Even if you're the king of the heavens, if you touch my brother, I'll hit you just the same." The pockmarked student was infuriated, yelling, "Scoundrel! Scoundrel! You're courting death." At this moment, a martial arts instructor hurried over and asked angrily, "Yao Qingwu, what's going on here?" The pockmarked student, called Yao Qingwu, flashed a sinister look and shouted, "Instructor Hu, he ambushed me. Kill him quickly." Instructor Hu coldly questioned Lu Qingchen, "Was it you who injured Yao Qingwu?" Lu Qingchen grinned coldly. "So what if I did? First it's the students, now the instructors. Is this the way of the capital?" Instructor Hu snorted, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged toward Lu Qingchen. A pressure as heavy as a mountain instantly bore down on Lu Qingchen, causing the tiles beneath his feet to crack. Gritting his teeth, Lu Qingchen activated the heavenly flame scripture with all his might to resist, saying coldly, "Old dog, you think you can intimidate me with your realm? Either I die here today, or I survive and come for your head another day." Instructor Hu was furious, shocked that a mere student dared to be so insolent. The tension in the air escalated sharply, and a fierce confrontation seemed imminent. With his hand raised high, a cold glint flashed in the mentor's eyes, and he intended to kill Lu Qingchen on the spot. At this critical moment, Lu Yan, who had just reported the situation to her superiors, arrived like a bolt of lightning. Witnessing the scene, she unhesitatingly intervened to save him. "You fool, you're courting death." Lu Yan shouted angrily, her soul power surging like a tide. A silver beam shot from her eyes, targeting the mentor. Simultaneously, she swiftly pulled Lu Qingchen behind her. Caught off guard, the mentor surnamed, who suffered a mental attack. He groaned, blood oozing from his orifices as he staggered back. Recovering from the dizziness, he was furious. "You're courting death." He hadn't expected this seemingly young woman to be so powerful. His soul power gathered wildly as he prepared to counterattack. Just as tensions were about to explode, a loud voice suddenly rang out from afar. "Everyone, stop." A middle-aged man wearing a silver mask appeared in the crowd's view. The mentors present immediately recognized him and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, executioner." Lu Yan and the elder, who also saw the newcomer, each snorted coldly, halted their actions, and saluted. "Greetings, silver executioner." The middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement and then asked, "What happened here? Speak truthfully." A mentor quickly explained, reporting to the executioner, "It was like this. People from the capital were harassing a girl from Jincheng High School, and a student from Class 7 intervened. Then Yao Chengwu from the capital suddenly attacked, and finally, mentor who acted against the students." "I understand." The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "It seems the people from Monster Academy have become increasingly presumptuous over the years. A mere external academy mentor dares to act against students of Wuhan University. Come with me to the Celestial Punishment Hall and await your punishment." The mentor surnamed, who was immediately terrified upon hearing this. Ignoring the disdainful gazes of others, he pleaded tearfully, "Executioner, please, I know I was wrong. I don't want to go to the Celestial Punishment Hall." Before he could finish, the middle-aged man waved his hand and commanded coldly, "Take him away." Several members of the Celestial Punishment Hall stepped forward immediately, placed handcuffs on Mentor Hu, and took him away. Lu Yin saluted the middle-aged man. "On behalf of the Heavenly Tao Academy, I thank the executioner." "No need to be polite." The middle-aged man waved his hand. "Fair enforcement is our duty. Monster Academy has been getting more arrogant in recent years. Even though the hall masters are not here, someone must step up." With that, The middle-aged man nodded at Lu Yin and then disappeared in a flash of light. The figures from the Hall of Heavenly Punishment gradually disappeared into the distance. Lu Yin turned to face Lu Qingchen and Yushan, asking with concern, "Are you both all right? Do you need any help?" Lu Qingchen and Yushan shook their heads simultaneously. "No, we're fine." Apart from Yushan taking a hit, Lu Qingchen was almost unharmed. With Yushan's robust physique, the hit was nothing more than a superficial injury. Lu Yin nodded and took out a small porcelain bottle from her storage ring, pouring out 2 white pills and handing them over. "These are Qi restoration pills. Consider them a reward. Take them and rest well to prepare for tomorrow's assessment." "Thank you, Mentor Lu Yin," they replied with smiles, accepting the pills and swallowing them under the watchful eyes of the others. As the pills settled in their stomachs, a refreshing sensation spread throughout their bodies. Moments later, they felt a slight increase in their soul power. Lu Qingchen felt a surge of joy, thinking, "The mentors at the Heavenly Tao Academy are indeed generous. This feels amazing." Seeing them take the pills, Lu Yin reassured everyone. "Now that the assessments are over, let's head back to the hotel to rest." With that, she was the first to leave the testing grounds. Lu Qingchen and Yushan followed, and as they passed by Yan Zian, Lu Qingchen muttered sarcastically, "You really do live up to being the class leader of Class 7. Yan Zian clenched his fists, standing silently in place. After everyone had left, Yan Zian looked up with a conflicted expression. A few seconds later, he gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, "Just wait until Yao Xiao gets me into the 3 prestigious schools. We'll see who made the right choice then." However, the students from Class 7 had already gone, and no one heard his words. On the way back to the hotel, the atmosphere became lively. Hong Bing excitedly asked, "Mentor Lu, what was the deal with that silver enforcer just now? How come even the mentors from the 3 prestigious schools don't seem to matter to them?" The other students echoed his curiosity, and Lu Qingchen was also intrigued. It was hard for him to imagine a force outside the 3 prestigious schools that was so powerful, even unafraid of the Monster Academy. Seeing the eager eyes of the students, Lu Yin sighed and nodded. "All right, I'll share what little I know. The Hall of Heavenly Punishment, as the name suggests, is an organization representing punishment. Its members are rigorously selected. Each year, they recruit talented students from various Wuhan universities, with character being the primary consideration, along with multiple assessments. Passing is not easy. These rules are tacitly accepted by all major Wuhan academies, including the 3 prestigious schools. For this reason, the enforcers of the Celestial Tribunal hold extremely high status. Regardless of your identity, if an enforcer determines you have committed a significant wrongdoing, you will be brought back to the Celestial Tribunal. This system has sparked curiosity among the students. Su Muting couldn't help but ask, "Instructor Lu, aren't the 3 prestigious academies full of powerful figures? Why would they willingly abide by the rules set by the Celestial Tribunal?" As soon as she finished speaking, she shyly lowered her head. Lu Yin glanced at the female student, a slight smile tugging at her lips, and continued to explain. There were indeed similar questions raised in the past. But then an event occurred that completely intimidated all the forces in Hua Nation. She paused for a moment, as if recalling that long-buried past. "What happened?" The group exchanged glances and asked in unison, eyes shimmering with curiosity. Lu Yin gestured for everyone to calm down. "I heard this from others, so the truth is uncertain. Just listen casually." She cleared her throat and began her story. Rumor has it that one day, a core student from the Monster Academy took a liking to a female student from the ordinary Wuhan University. After his pursuit failed, he lost his temper and severely injured the girl. Upon learning of this, the president of Wuhan University immediately led most of the institution's instructors to confront him, demanding an explanation. And what happened? Lu Qingchen couldn't help but interject. Lu Yin sighed. The result was that they were nearly beaten to death by an elder from Monster Academy. Most of the instructors from the university were carried back, barely clinging to life. How could Monster Academy act like this? Everyone was outraged upon hearing this, disbelief written all over their faces. Lu Yin ignored their anger and continued. This incident was quickly reported to the Celestial Tribunal. The tribunal immediately dispatched a king to heal the instructors from Wuhan University and sent a golden enforcer to Monster Academy to apprehend the elder and the student. And what was the outcome? Yushan eagerly asked. Although the elder was highly skilled, he was ultimately no match for the golden enforcer of the Celestial Tribunal and was gravely injured in just a few rounds. Lu Yin paused. But just as the golden enforcer was about to take him away, the vice president of Monster Academy intervened. "Why?" Su Muting asked in confusion. "It turns out that the elder was a descendant of the vice president," Lu Yin explained. "This vice president was incredibly powerful. Not only did he break the rules by severely injuring the golden enforcer, but he also threatened, saying that the people of the Celestial Tribunal should not think they can act recklessly on Monster Academy's territory. With Monster Academy acting so arrogantly, how could the Celestial Tribunal let it go?" Lu Qingchen couldn't help but interject. Lu Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed. This act infuriated the Celestial Tribunal. As soon as the injured Golden Enforcer returned to the Tribunal, one of the 4 Celestial Enforcers, the Azure Sky Enforcer, announced his emergence. He personally led 6 Golden Enforcers to storm Monster Academy. And then, everyone held their breath, awaiting the next part. The Vice President of Monster Academy naturally stepped forward to fight, but was subdued by the Azure Sky Enforcer in just 3 rounds, and was taken away along with the Elder and the student. Lu Yan's tone carried a hint of admiration. The Vice President was taken away. Wouldn't Monster Academy retaliate? Yushan couldn't help but ask. Lu Yan shook her head. Of course not. That same day, the President of Monster Academy brought several old monsters to the Celestial Tribunal to demand their release. She paused. But they were suppressed by an invisible force for 3 whole days before being released. These words struck like a heavy blow, plunging everyone present into silence. They finally understood why even huge entities like the 3 prestigious academies had to bow to the Celestial Tribunal. Later, the situation was only resolved when the headmaster of the Monster Academy personally went to the ordinary Martial Soul University to apologize and compensated them with numerous resources. However, the deputy headmaster, the elder, and the student never returned. Since then, all forces in Huawei gained a new understanding of the deterrent power of the Tianqing Palace, and no one dared to obstruct their missions again. Lu Yin recalled this rumor, her face showing a complex expression, but she quickly concealed it. The students, after hearing the story, were visibly excited, their eyes filled with anticipation. Hong Bing and Zhang Ying could hardly contain themselves, already imagining the future. If only we could join the Tianqing Palace in the future, Hong Bing exclaimed excitedly. Let's see if the people in Kyoto dare to be so arrogant then. Hearing this, Lu Yin smiled slightly and encouraged. As long as you get into the Martial Soul University, there's a chance you could be noticed by the Tianqing Palace. Keep it up. The group chatted and laughed as they returned to the hotel, where their head teacher, Mr. Huang, was anxiously waiting at the entrance. As soon as he saw Yushan and the others, he nervously asked, "So, how many of you passed the assessment?" With a proud grin, Hong Bing replied, "Everyone passed." Really? Mr. Huang was overjoyed, nearly jumping with excitement. Lu Qingchen quietly guessed that if he weren't older, Mr. Huang might actually dance with joy. Since the assessment ended early and the entire class passed, Mr. Huang was unusually generous and treated everyone to a lavish afternoon tea. During the meal, Zhang Wei, who had a somewhat rugged appearance, asked, "Instructor Lu, could you tell us about tomorrow's assessment process? And when will the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony start?" At the mention of the Martial Soul Awakening, everyone perked up, including Lu Qingchen. Lu Yin took a sip of tea and said seriously, "I was just about to tell you. Tomorrow morning, there will be an aptitude test for sensing attributes. This test is primarily to preliminarily detect the attributes of your martial soul, such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth." Lu Qingchen pondered, roughly understanding that this was to get an early idea of the martial soul's general attributes. Suman asked softly, "What method will be used for the test?" Lu Yin patiently explained, "Tomorrow, there will be attribute sensing stones. You just need to place your hand on them to detect the corresponding aptitude. Generally speaking, the stronger and more singular the light emitted by the sensing stone, the more powerful the martial soul." Yushan looked puzzled. "What if it doesn't light up?" Lu Yin waved her hand, her expression slightly resigned. "If it doesn't light up, I'm afraid you won't be participating in the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony. No reaction from the attribute sensing stone means you don't have a martial soul." The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Seeing this, Lu Yin patiently explained, "Classmates, the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony takes time, and with too many people, it would take too long. This method allows us to initially screen some students." She paused and continued, "But don't worry too much. The sensing stone will light up for students with a martial soul, and after this round of testing, many mentors from Martial Soul Universities will start recruiting early." Lu Yin then added, "However, be cautious. Some students have declined invitations from mentors, only to find out during awakening that their martial soul talent wasn't exceptional. Getting into a good university becomes difficult then. Doesn't that mean it's all about luck?" Someone couldn't help but ask. Lu Yan's expression turned serious. Luck is an inseparable part of martial cultivation. Top-tier martial soul holders gain lots of attention, while those with useless martial souls are ignored, and some can't awaken a martial soul at all. Some are born with advantages, like bloodline martial souls. Luck is part of strength. She emphasized, "Don't underestimate luck. Many high-level soul martial artists rely on luck." Can you imagine a useless martial soul reaching the pinnacle? There's one such person in the Heavenly Punishment Hall. The students listened intently, as if a mysterious door had opened before them, filling their hearts with longing. Little did they know how much Lu Yan's words would influence them. As night fell, Lu Qingchen was focused on understanding the heavenly fire scripture, while Yushan was fiddling with a square object he had picked up from a junkyard. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Yushan opened it to find Su Muting, his expression immediately darkening. What are you doing here? Su Muting, with her head down, cautiously said, I want to talk to Lu Qingchen. Yushan was about to refuse, but Lu Qingchen stood up and gestured. I'll step out for a moment. It's okay. But Yushan wanted to protest. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Lu Qingchen patted Yushan's shoulder, and Yushan reluctantly returned to his bed. In the hallway, Lu Qingchen and Su Muting walked side by side in silence. After a while, Su Muting nervously spoke. Lu Qingchen, I'm sorry, Lu Qingchen raised his hand to interrupt. No need to apologize. It's normal to have your own thoughts as you grow up. But Su Muting tried to continue. If you're here just to apologize, there's no need. Lu Qingchen said calmly. Everyone has the right to choose. Regardless, we're still classmates. What's done is done. He forced a smile. It's getting late, get some rest. I'm heading back. Su Muting watched Lu Qingchen's receding figure, recalling his last words. Though he smiled, there was an unmistakable hint of coldness. I want the purest of feelings, Lu Qingchen thought to himself. If a friendship or love is already broken or tainted, it's better not to have it at all. Lu Qingchen stood at the hotel entrance, his heart churning with mixed emotions. He took a deep breath and murmured to himself, if this continues, it will be a twisted relationship. It's better to let go early than to end in endless pain and struggle. His thoughts drifted back to what his sister, Lu Qingxue, had said before she left. Xiaochun, some relationships need to be tested constantly, but they often can't withstand the tests. Only after many failures will you find the person who is truly right for you. The sad truth is, the one you love most often doesn't choose you. The one who loves you most is often not the one you love. And the person who stays with you the longest is neither the one you love the most, nor the one who loves you the most. Memories flooded back like a tide. He recalled childhood days with Yushan and Su Muting, playing together and going to and from school. Whenever he and Yushan got into trouble and were scolded, Su Muting would always defend them. However, these fond memories were interrupted by Su Muting's recent words. After all, we are adults now, and we should keep our distance. Yan Xian's cold laughter and Yushan's unwillingness flashed through his mind. A surge of anger burned in Lu Qingchen's chest, and he strode towards an open space. With eyes blazing, he began to practice his martial arts, unleashing the combat technique from the Burning Heaven Sacred Cannon for the first time. Lu Qingchen unleashed the Burning Heaven Sacred Fist, the air reverberating with a rumbling sound. He chanted quietly. Throughout history, how many have been revered, once entering the martial path, battling for thousands of years. The sound of drums and the clash of swords, blood stains the starry sky. Who in the world is a hero? Phoenix's divine fire, Golden Crow's imperial flame. Burn the world, flames destroy all directions. Love and longing can't be burned away. With the rise of wind and clouds, heroes appear. At the peak of martial arts, who is the strongest? Blood splatters the sky, swords pierce the heavens. Only battle, battle, battle. His hair danced in the wind, his blood surging. The aura of his tempered body realm was fully displayed, causing the air around him to tremble. After a long while, he calmed down, his mind clear as a mirror. He silently resolved. In this life, I will climb the martial path and will not rest until I reach the peak. Unbeknownst to Lu Qingchen, all this was witnessed by Lu Yan, who was relaxing on the hotel rooftop. Initially just curious about Lu Qingchen leaving the hotel alone, she grew increasingly astonished as time passed. She murmured to herself, how does this kid know combat techniques? And what was that battle chant? I've never heard it before. Who in the world is a hero? Lu Yan's eyes sparkled, as if admiring a rare gem. Back in the hotel room, as soon as Lu Qingchen opened the door, Yushan anxiously asked, what did she say to you? Are you okay? Don't believe a woman's nonsense. Last time she even said in class. Yushan grew more and more indignant as he spoke. Lu Qingchen patted Yushan's shoulder and smiled helplessly. She didn't say much. She and I are still classmates, and right now, I'm not considering romantic entanglements. My heart is set on the martial path. Yushan stared at Lu Qingchen, then sighed after a few silent seconds. Indeed, just classmates. They exchanged a knowing smile, both understanding. Only the martial path matters. The night passed quickly. Early the next morning, Lu Qingchen stretched and sat up in bed. That was refreshing, he exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement from using his battle skills for the first time the night before. After washing up, he woke up Yushan, who was still sound asleep. Once they were both ready, they headed to the hotel restaurant together. The restaurant wasn't crowded. Just as Lu Qingchen and Yushan were about to find a seat, they heard Lu Yan's voice. Over here. She waved them over. Lu Qingchen and Yushan joined Lu Yan, who was discussing yesterday's test with their homeroom teacher, De Huang. Just one day apart. And tutor Lu looks even more beautiful. Lu Qingchen teased with a cheerful heart. Lu Yan smiled sweetly. Really? Tell me, how beautiful am I? Caught off guard by her question, Lu Qingchen quickly surrendered. Lu Yin giggled. Little one, you're still young compared to me. Let's eat together. Before she finished speaking, Lu Qingchen had already grabbed a bun with one hand and a cup of soy milk with the other. Yushan opted for some fried dough sticks. Lu Yin watched them devour their food with a helpless look, while De Huang chuckled and encouraged, eat more, eat more. By then, other students began trickling in, looking well-rested, except for Su Mouting, whose eyes were red as if she had cried the night before. Lu Yin cleared her throat and began explaining the day's assessment. Now that everyone is here, let me outline today's schedule. First is the attribute talent test. Those with talent will proceed to the martial soul awakening ceremony. Those without will be eliminated. She paused. If you have an attribute talent and a martial soul university offers early admission, I suggest accepting unless you're extremely confident in yourself. She continued, talents are categorized into 4 levels: yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven, with yellow being the lowest and heaven the highest. Generally, an earth-level talent will attract offers from the 3 major schools. With a playful smile, Lu Yin added, actually, I'm a tutor at the Tian Dao Sacred Institute. If you awaken an earth-level attribute talent, do consider our school first. The students were surprised, not expecting their gentle tutor to be from one of the 3 major schools. Hong Bing shamelessly chimed in. Tutor Lu, I think we're all heaven level. Why not just recruit us directly into the institute? He flashed what he thought was a charming smile. Lu Yin laughed, lightly tapping his head. I don't want to get kicked out as soon as I return. If you can defeat the dean, I'll take you in. Yushan immediately asked, how strong is the dean? Lu Qingchen glanced at Yushan in shock, thinking, is this guy seriously considering challenging the dean? Don't drag me into this. I don't want to get beaten up. Everyone imagined black lines appearing above Lu Yan's head. She sighed, all right, you win. Meanwhile, De Huang was laughing so hard his smile nearly reached his ears. There's only 10 minutes left to prepare for the test. Everyone gathered downstairs. This voice was like a thunderclap, breaking the cheerful atmosphere. De Huang stood up, brushed the wrinkles off his clothes, and said with a relaxed expression, I'll sit this one out. Instructor Lu Yin can take these young ones. I wish you all a triumphant return. Got it. Everyone responded in unison, their voices loud and full of confidence. The students quickly gathered at the meeting point of Jincheng High School, demonstrating impressive efficiency. Just 3 minutes later, the examiner strode in. He looked around and announced, this time, there will be no division into groups. Once your attribute talent is tested, you can return to the hotel to rest. The soul awakening ceremony will be in the afternoon. The examiner led everyone to an open area. In the center stood a stone pillar about as tall as a person, with a jet black stone resting on top. The examiner explained, when I call your number, come up and place your hand on the attribute sensing stone for 3 seconds, then wait for the result. Number 00001, Wang Tong. Lu Qingchen remembered this name, not because he had the potential to be an emperor, but because he was also the first to go up in the previous strength test. A handsome young man stepped out from the crowd, rolled up his sleeves, and gently placed his hand on the attribute sensing stone. After a few seconds of silence, the stone emitted a faint yellow glow. The examiner announced loudly, Earth attribute talent, yellow grade. Wang Teng's face broke into a brilliant smile, and he jumped up excitedly. Great, great. I have a martial soul. My father will be so thrilled. His joy was infectious, and the surrounding students cheered for him. However, the subsequent test results were like a cold shower, dousing everyone's enthusiasm. Number 00005, Zhou Xin. A frail but handsome boy stepped forward, cautiously placing his hand on the stone. After a few seconds, the stone remained unresponsive. The examiner announced impassively, number 00005, no talent. Zhou Xin's face turned pale, tears streaming uncontrollably. No, it can't be. How could I have no talent? His sobs echoed clearly in the silent field, casting a heavy mood over everyone. The following test results only added to the disappointment. Number 00008, no talent. Number 00009, no talent. Number 00037, no talent. Aside from Wang Tong, not a single student up to number 37 had any attribute talent. The open field was silent, and the untested students wore expressions of unease and worry. Amidst the low spirits, the examiner called the next number, number 00038, Yushan. A towering young man, nearly 2 meters tall, stepped out from the crowd, his physique even more imposing than the examiner's. Lu Qingchen noticed the examiner's mouth twitch slightly, clearly taken aback by Yushan's build. The examiner couldn't help but remind him, place your hand on the attribute sensing stone and wait a few seconds. Yushan nodded and gently placed his hand, as large as a fan, on the stone. A few seconds later, a dazzling golden light erupted, illuminating the entire area, causing everyone to squint involuntarily. The examiner's voice trembled with excitement. Gold attribute talent, heaven grade? This result was like a bombshell, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The crowd burst into exclamations and discussions, everyone staring at Yushan in disbelief. Moments later, a martial arts instructor was the first to react, swallowing hard before speaking. Young man, I invite you to join New North Martial Seoul University. We can discuss the terms. As soon as he spoke, other instructors jumped in to compete. New North Martial Seoul University won't do. Come to New South Martial Seoul University. Step aside. Joining us at Lai Shu Martial Seoul University is the real deal. The Martial Seoul University instructors seemed frantic, scrambling to offer Yushan opportunities. A heaven-grade talent was a rare gem, 1 in 1,000. At this moment, Lu Yin gracefully stepped forward, offering a gentle but firm smile to the other instructors. Apologies, dear instructors. This student is already part of Tian Dao Sacred Institute. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly quelling the enthusiasm of the other instructors. They realized that before them was not only a remarkably talented young man, but also a treasure already claimed by Tian Dao Sacred Institute. Everyone present, including the examiner, couldn't help but look at Lu Yin with respect, deeply aware of the depth and strength of Tian Dao Sacred Institute. As soon as the words were spoken, the testing ground fell into a sudden silence. The students began whispering among themselves, amazed to learn that these prodigies were actually recruits from the top 3 prestigious schools, which explained their extraordinary talents. Voices of admiration rose and fell, with some even wistfully wishing they possessed such remarkable abilities. At that moment, a mentor from Wuhan University couldn't help but interject, complaining with a wry smile to Mentor Lu of Tiandao Academy. You acted too swiftly. Other mentors chimed in, expressing their sentiments. Lu Yin gracefully adjusted her hair, and with a light laugh, explained, well, I'm this student's martial arts instructor. The assignments were just too perfect from above. She spread her hands in a gesture of helplessness. Such Versailles, one mentor exclaimed, unable to contain himself. The examiner snapped back to attention and shouted, silence. Continue the testing. Next, number 00041, Zhang San. A spirited young man emerged from the crowd. He confidently approached the stone pillar and placed his hand on the attribute sensing stone. Seconds later, the stone emitted a gentle blue glow. Water attribute talent, Xian grade, the examiner announced. Hearing this, Zhang San's body trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. To actually have Xian grade talent. Mom, Dad, your son didn't disappoint you, he cried out, overcome with emotion. A nearby mentor quickly comforted him. This is good news. You should be happy, not crying. Zhang San wiped away his tears and choked up. Mentor Wang, I'm fine. I'm just so happy. Mentor Wang sighed inwardly, pondering the pressure parents put on their children these days. He gently said, Child, would you like to join our Southeast Wuhan University? I'll do my best to secure the best treatment for you. I would love to. I want to join Southeast Wuhan University, Zhang San replied excitedly. Good kid, Mentor Wang said with satisfaction. At this point, a female mentor with long, light yellow curls and a mature, alluring demeanor half-jokingly remarked, Old Wang, you're too unfair. We haven't even had a chance to speak, and you've already recruited a Xian grade talent. Mentor Wang scratched his head and laughed heartily. Haha, then I won't compete with you for the next ones. The examiner ignored the conversation and continued to call out. Next, number 00045. In the subsequent tests, from number 00045 to 00087, not a single student managed to make the attribute sensing stone light up. Each disappointed student walked away dejectedly. Next, number 00088, Lu Qingchen. The examiner called out. Place your hand on the attribute sensing stone and hold it there for 3 seconds. The machine used for the strength test was broken by this student, and with a force of 5,000 kilograms, it was the highest recorded in the history of the assessments. Therefore, the examiner had a very strong impression of this student. Lu Qingchen stepped forward calmly and placed his hand on the attribute sensing stone. Initially, the stone showed no reaction, but after a few seconds, it suddenly emitted a dim red glow. Look, it's lighting up, a classmate exclaimed, their voice filled with anticipation and excitement. As soon as the words were spoken, the glow from the attribute sensing stone intensified, with a crimson light shining like flames, reflecting on everyone's faces. Before they could recover from their shock, the light began to change, first turning a dazzling golden yellow, then shifting to a pure white glow. Ultimately, the stone settled on the crimson light. Faced with this unprecedented situation, the examiner was momentarily at a loss. He took a deep breath, trying to remain composed, and after a moment of contemplation, he announced, the test result is temporarily determined as a fire attribute talent of the highest grade. This statement was like a thunderclap, instantly causing an uproar in the examination hall. The students began to discuss animatedly, their voices overlapping. Highest grade again. What? I remember Lu Qingchen's strength test was a full 5,000 kilograms. Is he a monster? What about the golden and jade-colored lights? Does anyone know? Why are there so many prodigies, and I have no talent at all? Sob, don't comfort me. Some students without any attribute talent found it hard to accept such results, and their emotional defenses completely crumbled. Lu Yan, upon seeing the dazzling red light, was already beaming with joy, not expecting the subsequent golden and jade lights. Even though she was a well-informed mentor from the Heavenly Tao Academy, she couldn't explain this phenomenon. The many mentors present were already excited upon seeing the bright crimson light, and the subsequent changes left them dumbfounded. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with amazement and confusion. Suddenly, a middle-aged mentor, thin but sharp-eyed, spoke up first, excitedly addressing Lu Qingchen. This student, no, this young man, would you be willing to join our East China Martial Soul University? I promise to secure the maximum resources I can for you. This seemed to open the floodgates, as other mentors rushed forward, eager to extend offers to Lu Qingchen. Don't listen to him. Come to our North China Martial Soul University, name your conditions. Join us, and you'll start as a deputy dean. Come to our school, and we'll even help you find a girlfriend. Lu Qingchen was overwhelmed by this sudden enthusiasm. He scratched his head, remarking, is university recruitment this competitive now? Despite this, he politely waved to the many mentors, saying, thank you all for your interest, but I've already been accepted by a school. I'm truly sorry. What shameless school acted so quickly? The teachers loudly demanded. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Apologies, everyone, but Lu Qingchen is already a student of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Everyone slowly turned to see Lu Yin standing at the back with her arms crossed, a victorious smile on her face as she glanced over each mentor, as if declaring her triumph. Standing before the panel of instructors, Lu Yin wore a triumphant smile. Her smile was like a sharp sword, piercing the hearts of every teacher from Wuhan University present. Their expressions shifted from shock to frenzy, disbelief shining in their eyes. How could you? Why have all the geniuses been pre-enrolled into your academy? One instructor exclaimed, his voice filled with anger and frustration. Exactly. Did you pre-test their talents? Another instructor echoed, his face full of skepticism. Facing these nearly frantic instructors, Lu Yin gently shook her head, a look of helplessness on her face. Her voice was calm and firm. Well, there's nothing I can do. I only pre-enrolled 2 students. Who knew they would excel so much on their own? Her smile grew even brighter as she continued. Besides, there's a rule against pre-testing students' talents. Is there any Wuhan University that would dare break the rules we all agreed upon? Isn't that right, everyone? Her words were like a heavy hammer, striking the heart of every instructor present. Their faces turned ashen, as if they had just swallowed a dead spider. The shock and regret nearly overwhelmed them. A genius of the highest grade, 2 of them, just like that, enrolled into Tiandao Academy. One instructor murmured, his voice filled with regret. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Wow, a student in Kyoto has awakened with a top-grade talent, someone shouted. This news hit like a bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The instructors from Wuhan University immediately forgot their earlier dejection and rushed outside to see for themselves. However, Lu Yin didn't follow the crowd. She remained where she was, her gaze fixed on Lu Qingchen. Her lips curled into a charming smile. Little guy, not bad. You've given me quite a surprise. Lu Qingchen scratched his head, his face beaming with a sunny smile. I'll give you even more surprises in the future. Don't be too shocked, sis. A glint of interest flashed in Lu Yan's eyes. Really? If you can surprise me again, I will. Lu Qingchen interrupted with a cheeky grin. What will you do, Miss Lu Yan? Lu Yan looked at him with a playful glint in her eyes. If you can give me an even bigger surprise than awakening a top-grade talent, I'll grant you one wish. Hearing this, a peculiar light sparkled in Lu Qingchen's eyes. He couldn't help but glance at places he shouldn't, his voice tinged with anticipation. Any wish, sis? At this point, many eyes were drawn to the scene, including Yushan's. Internally, Yushan admired. Chen bro is amazing. He's even flirting with the instructor. I need to learn from him. Lu Yan naturally noticed Lu Qingchen's bold gaze. Her beautiful eyes glared at him fiercely as she gritted her teeth. As long as you can give me a bigger surprise, any wish is possible. As she spoke, Lu Yan's thoughts drifted back to the night on the hotel rooftop. She recalled Lu Qingchen's flowing hair, his powerful strikes, and his bold declaration. Who in the world is a hero? Back then, his eyes were clear, filled with passion for martial arts. Now, looking at Lu Qingchen's handsome face and charming smile, Lu Yan couldn't help but blush. What am I thinking? She subconsciously touched her pretty face. Yushan chimed in at the right moment. Instructor Lu Yan, why are you blushing? Lu Yan quickly retorted. Who's blushing? I'm just happy about my upcoming promotion to senior instructor. She then added with a playful smile. After all, I've brought 2 top-grade geniuses like you and Chun Bro to the academy. Surely, the academy will reward me. Yushan, seeing his attempt to tease her fail, could only scratch his head with a sheepish grin. Lu Qingchen observed Yushan's reaction and thought to himself, this fool still has a lot to learn. The mentors from Wuhuan University, who had rushed out earlier, were now slowly making their way back, but Lu Qingchen noticed their gloomy expressions and furrowed brows. One mentor muttered to himself in frustration, it's really strange. 2 students with heavenly attribute talents have already been recruited by Tiandao Sacred Institute, and another in the capital has been snatched by Monster Academy. We haven't even managed to recruit a single student with a yellow grade talent. How are we going to explain this when we get back? Hearing their complaints, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but smile slightly. He imagined Mentor Lu might also have a similar expression of complaint, which made him chuckle. The testing continued, and the examiner briefly announced, those without talents can leave now. Lu Qingchen, Yushan, and Lu Yin sat together, exchanging glances. Suddenly, Lu Yin broke the silence. While we have some time, let me tell you about the Wuhuan awakening ceremony and what might happen. The 2 young individuals immediately perked up and leaned in to listen. Lu Yin gently tapped their heads and explained with a serious expression, the Wuhuan awakening ceremony will stimulate the hidden Wuhuan within you. Wuhuan can take many forms, from flowers and trees to birds and beasts. Some powerful Wuhuan may come with divine weapons, martial arts, or even heavenly treasures. But remember, these things can be used by others after your death. Yushan gasped in surprise. Lu Yin continued her warnings. No matter what you awaken, keep it a secret. The martial world is dangerous, with frequent occurrences of murder and treasure snatching. Unless you are strong enough or have the protection of a powerful figure, do not reveal it easily. Just then, the examiner's voice interrupted their conversation. Attribute talent testing has concluded. Those who have awakened an attribute talent, follow me later to prepare for the Wuhuan awakening ceremony. Wuhuan University mentors, please get ready. Lu Yin stood up with a serious look. I need to prepare for the ceremony. Follow the examiner. Remember, no matter what happens, keep it to yourselves. Ask me any questions when we get back to the hotel. With that, she hurried away. Lu Qingchen and Yushan exchanged a glance and nodded silently. The examiner called out, students who have awakened attribute talents, come with me. The 2 stood up and, along with a few other students who had awakened their talents, followed the examiner out. As they walked, Lu Qingchen was filled with anticipation and anxiety. He thought to himself, I wonder what kind of Wuhuan I'll awaken. Fire type would be nice. Hopefully, it won't be something like a cute animal such as a dog or pig. With this mix of hope and worry, they headed towards the location for the Wuhuan awakening ceremony. The examiner led the students into a room so spacious it was awe-inspiring, spanning thousands of square meters. Inside, 18 meditation cushions were neatly arranged, each about 10 meters apart. Lu Qingchen and Yushan looked around curiously, noticing that the participants from the other 3 sections had already arrived. As the members of Section D entered, Lu Qingchen observed that everyone was present except Su Xian and Zhang Wei. Hong Bing gave him a slight shake of the head, and Lu Qingchen immediately understood, recalling mentor Lu Yan's words luck indeed played a crucial role. As the martial soul awakening ceremony was about to begin, the students' excitement was palpable. Someone couldn't help but ask, do you know how to awaken a martial soul? Another student replied, not really, but I guess the examiner will explain soon. Some students confessed to feeling immense pressure, hoping to awaken a powerful attack-type martial soul and become strong. At that moment, a group of mentors from the Martial Soul University entered in single file, each holding an irregularly shaped, pitch-black stone. Lu Qingchen immediately recognized Lu Yin among them. The mentors each took a seat by a cushion, sitting cross-legged with the stone in hand. Due to the limited number of cushions, the awakening ceremony would be conducted in 3 batches, involving over 50 students in total. The examiner solemnly announced, the Martial Soul Awakening ceremony is now beginning. The first batch of students, please take your seats in order. 18 students stepped forward from the crowd, including Hong Bing, Su Maoding, and the Zhang Ying Su Man sisters from Class 7. Coincidentally, Su Maoding's cushion was right next to Lu Yin. Lu Yin softly instructed Su Maoding, sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and focus on sensing the power within you. No matter what happens, don't make a sound. Su Maoding nodded quietly. Soon, the mentors began to emit lights of various colors, which Lu Qingchen guessed to be soul power. They infused the light into the black stones in their hands, and after about a minute, the stones glowed with a golden light, slowly rising and hovering above the students' heads. A faint golden shield emanated from the stones, enveloping the meditating students. The previously excited students fell silent as the golden light surrounded them, each closing their eyes in concentration, as if sensing something profound. After about a quarter of an hour, the light shield dissipated, the stones returned to their black state, and flew back to the mentor's hands. At this point, a vague orb of light appeared above each student's head. As time passed, the orbs began to shatter. Everyone watched in amazement as the shattered orbs revealed flashes of various colors, from which emerged diverse creatures, plants, and even rings and weapons as martial souls. Lu Qingchen focused his gaze and saw a giant bear roaring within the earth-yellow glow above Hongbing's head. A deep blue light flickered above Su Muting's head, and upon closer inspection, a bird-like soul beast could be heard chirping within. The glow above the students' heads gradually dimmed, replaced by the dazzling light emitted from their martial souls. Lu Qingchen noticed that these martial souls had varying numbers of bright indentations known as soul slots, as mentioned by instructor Lu Yan. He observed that the number of soul slots differed among students, with some having as many as 4 and others as few as 1. Lu Qingchen's gaze fell on Su Muting, whose martial soul possessed 4 soul slots, while Hong Bing had 3. A few minutes later, these martial souls transformed into beams of light and quietly merged into the students' bodies. The students on the mats opened their eyes, and due to the recent awakening of their martial souls, subtle changes appeared in their eyes. Some students' pupils became pinpoints, while others' eyes emitted a glow matching their own attributes. Everyone's attention was focused on the examiner. The examiner began to speak in a deep voice. After awakening your martial souls, you should clearly sense their presence in your mind. I believe you now know how to use them. Your current level is called the awakening stage, which primarily involves understanding your martial soul and infusing it with the soul power you cultivate. When your martial soul is fully charged with soul power, you will automatically advance to the next stage. The examiner continued to explain. Of course, the stronger the martial soul, the more soul power it requires. For now, you can only use some basic abilities of your martial soul. He pointed to a student. For example, this student who awakened the Husitu pig martial soul will find that upon releasing it, their skin becomes thicker, greatly enhancing their resistance to impact. All eyes turned to the student who had awakened the Husitu pig martial soul. The slightly dark-skinned student shyly lowered their head. The examiner reassured them, saying, "There's no need to feel embarrassed. Awakening a martial soul means you are already a soul warrior, which is more than many others can say. Besides, beast-type martial souls like yours are quite common." Hearing this, the student proudly lifted their head. The examiner added, "One more thing. After awakening your martial soul, a mark will appear on your body, which we call the martial soul mark. Normally, your martial soul resides in the space of this mark." The students, having reached this stage of martial soul awakening, were quick to understand the examiner's explanation. "That's all for now. The second group of students, please take your seats on the mats," the examiner announced. Another 18 students stepped forward. Lu Qingchen noticed Yushan among them and gave him a wink. He also recognized 2 familiar faces, the class monitor Yan Zian and the Kyoto student Yao Qingguo, with whom there had been a previous altercation. The process repeated as before, with the instructors channeling soul power into the black stone. The stone emitted a golden light, slowly rising to hover above the students' heads. A layer of golden radiance flowed from the stone, forming a pale golden shield that enveloped the students seated on the mats. After a quarter of an hour, the pale golden shield surrounding the 18 students vanished. The light above Yan Zian's head was the first to shatter, and Lu Qingchen observed what seemed to be a lizard within the flames. Suddenly, a deep, resonant bellow echoed. "Mo!" The light above Yushan's head also shattered. Lu Qingchen clearly saw a brilliant golden light. As the light faded, a bull appeared before everyone, its back golden, the rest of its body pitch black. Its head bore a pair of golden spiral horns, as if they could pierce the sky. Even more astonishingly, this bull had 7 bright soul slots. "Top-tier talent," Lu Qingchen exclaimed inwardly. The crowd watched as the examiner wobbled, his voice trembling. This is a top-tier beast martial soul, the golden-backed Mang Tian Nyo. This is a top-tier beast spirit, the golden-backed Mang Nyo." When Yushan's spirit manifested, it exuded a weighty aura like a mountain, which quickly turned sharp, as if it could pierce the sky. As soon as the examiner spoke, the crowd erupted in excitement. "What kind of spirit is this? It looks like a beast spirit. Obviously, it's a beast spirit, but is it an attack-type spirit?" The students were abuzz with discussion, their eyes filled with envy and desire. The examiner also cast an appreciative glance. Suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry echoed through the area, hurting everyone's eardrums. All eyes turned to see a divine bird with a blue body circling above Yao Qingwu's head. It had the body of an eagle but the head of a dragon, covered in shimmering ice-blue scales. An intense chill emanated from this spirit, causing nearby students to shiver. Even more astonishing, this spirit had 7 bright soul slots. Another top-tier talent. Lu Qingchen marveled silently, feeling a slight pressure. Looking around, all the students on the mats had successfully awakened their spirits. Besides Yushan and Yao Qingwu's top-tier spirits, Lu Qingchen also noticed that Yan Zian's spirit had 5 bright soul slots. He recalled what Lu Yan had said. Luck is also a part of strength. Lu Qingchen shook his head, gradually calming down. Even without awakening a top-tier spirit, Martial cultivation doesn't rely solely on talent. Besides, he had two spirits and a system as a cheat. With this thought, he focused his mind and opened his information panel. Host, Lu Qingchen. Spirit, not yet activated. Fire power realm, body refining stage level 10. Mental power, 20. Techniques, burning heaven's sacred code, unknown. Items to be unlocked after awakening spirit. Eastern Emperor Bell, small creation pills 2. Has the spirit changed? Lu Qingchen frowned slightly. One is fire-based, the other is power-based. As long as it's not something like a cute husky, it's fine. The students who had awakened their spirits were thrilled, but their excitement was quickly dampened after seeing Yushan and Yao Qingwu's top-tier spirits. Why are we awakening our spirits with these monsters? This was the sentiment of the other students. Yan Zian had just awakened his spirit and was overjoyed to find 5 soul slots. But after seeing Yushan and Yao Qingwu's spirits, and then looking at his own lizard spirit, his expression turned sour. Humph. Although I can't compare with those two, Lu Qingchen, I doubt his spirit talent will surpass mine. With this thought, Yan Zian's mood improved slightly. At this moment, many mentors had already awakened the martial spirits of the students. When they saw the martial spirits of 2 particular students, their expressions darkened. The 3 great schools are truly ruthless, they thought to themselves. Only Lu Yan was beaming with excitement, her eyes sparkling with joy. A talent with 7 soul slots. Lu Yan thought jubilantly. Even in the 3 great schools, I've only seen a handful. The Heavenly Tao Academy hasn't recruited a student with such talent in years. She began to imagine the promising prospects of her promotion upon returning. A few minutes later, everyone recovered from their shock. The examiner announced, "Now, the last batch of students, please take your seats." The remaining students moved towards the mats. Lu Qingchen took a deep breath and slowly made his way to his position. Coincidentally, it was Lu Yan who would awaken his martial spirit. She gently reassured him. "Don't be nervous, stay calm no matter what happens. Sit cross-legged and focus on sensing the hidden power within you." Lu Qingchen nodded in agreement and sat cross-legged. Lu Yan's body emitted a red glow, which slowly flowed into the irregular black stone. About a minute later, the stone emitted a golden light and slowly rose, hovering above Lu Qingchen's head. A layer of golden radiance was released from the stone, forming a faint golden aura that enveloped Lu Qingchen. The warm and gentle light covered his entire body, making him feel comfortable, as if wrapped in a world of warmth like spring. A gentle energy surged into his body, and Lu Qingchen clearly felt something within him breaking free. His body began to heat up, trembling uncontrollably, while fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. In an instant, a surge of intense vitality spread throughout. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed in Lu Qingchen's mind. Scream! A deep, domineering cry echoed, and his mind transformed into a sea of fire. Golden flames burned the heavens and earth, incinerating everything. Moments later, the flames coalesced into a figure. As the flames dissipated, Lu Qingchen finally saw the true form of the figure. A pair of wings spread wide, enveloped in endless crimson golden divine fire. Its entire body seemed forged from crimson gold, radiant and magnificent. Its eyes were like 2 blazing suns, exuding immense majesty. This divine bird was far more noble than the dragon-head, eagle-bodied martial spirit awakened by Yao Qingwu. It gazed down at Lu Qingchen, its beak gleaming like a mountain. Its body was entirely crimson gold, exuding a sacred aura, with each feather resembling a peerless divine sword, radiating infinite sharpness. 3 claws covered in golden scales, curved like blades, highlighted its noble status. The 3-legged golden crow. Lu Qingchen was utterly astonished. This creature, which should only exist in mythology, appeared within his martial spirit. As Lu Qingchen was overwhelmed with excitement, a powerful dragon's roar suddenly resounded in his mind. The roar carried an ancient, noble, wild, and primal aura that shook his very soul. In the next moment, the golden light dissipated. Lu Qingchen felt as if he were standing atop the clouds, surrounded by nothing but himself and the towering, godlike creature before him. Lu Qingchen trembled all over, staring in disbelief at the divine creature before him, his martial soul. It was a magnificent golden dragon, its body covered in golden scales that radiated unmatched power and majesty. The dragon's horns were like 2 unparalleled divine swords, incredibly sharp and constantly emitting dazzling golden light. Each dragon scale was like a sharp blade, glimmering with a mysterious sheen. The dragon's head was flawless, as if crafted by the heavens themselves. Golden whiskers flowed gracefully, a dragon pearl nestled beneath its chin, and its golden eyes shone with an imposing brilliance. Its massive wings seemed to block out the sky, and most astonishing of all, this golden dragon possessed 9 sturdy claws. A 9-clawed true dragon, the highest existence among the dragon race, representing the purest bloodline and symbolizing the potential of a dragon emperor. As Lu Qingchen stood in shock, The system's prompt sounded. Ding. Host has reached the awakening realm. Extreme reward has been issued. Ding. Host has awakened the supreme martial soul, rewarded with the third martial soul, the celestial jade lotus. Lu Qingchen's mind was a whirlwind, barely comprehending the system's message. The celestial jade lotus as a third martial soul was undoubtedly a meteoric rise. But what did supreme martial soul mean? As he pondered, those present were astonished to see two orbs of light appear above Lu Qingchen's head. The light dispersed, revealing a radiant divine bird spreading its wings, the three-legged golden crow, making its first appearance in the world. Following that, another light orb shattered, and a massive lotus flower hovered above Lu Qingchen's head. The lotus was pure white, like carved from white jade, with 12 green lotus leaves accentuating its 24 petals, and 5 jade-like lotus seeds formed at its center. The entire lotus shimmered with 7 bright soul slots, while the divine bird bore only one exceptionally bright soul slot. Everyone present was stunned, including the other students who had just awakened their martial souls. They all shared the same thought. What was going on? 2 martial souls. Suddenly, a lotus mark appeared on Lu Qingchen's forehead, which then transformed into a sun mark, the 2 marks reflecting each other. A few seconds later, with a thought, his 2 martial souls turned into streams of light and entered his forehead. Opening his eyes, Lu Qingchen found everyone staring at him, especially Lu Yin, whose gaze was intense, even wiping her mouth corner with her hand. Under such scrutiny, Lu Qingchen felt a tingling on his scalp and awkwardly said, "Though I know I'm handsome, your staring is making me feel pressured." Yushan excitedly approached and asked, "Chun, did you awaken too, 2 martial souls?" Lu Qingchen nodded, "I guess so." Then he turned his attention to Lu Yin in front of him. Lu Yan's face was lit up with an excited smile as she looked at Lu Qingchen, her eyes sparkling with delight. "It's true. You have twin martial souls. Little brother, you've really given your sister a big surprise." Lu Qingchen scratched his head sheepishly and gave Lu Yin an innocent smile. At that moment, the examiner announced that the martial soul awakening ceremony had concluded and reminded everyone that this test and the awakening would be part of their college entrance exam scores. With that, he hurriedly left, clearly intending to report the situation to his superiors. As the examiner departed, the other students and instructors in the room began to disperse. Yan Zian did not leave with the students from Class 7, but followed behind Yao Chungwu from the capital. Both had sullen expressions, especially Yan Zian, whose eyes were filled with jealousy. The classroom was left with only the students of Class 7 and their instructor, Lu Yin. Hong Bing excitedly exclaimed, "This is great. Everyone has awakened their martial souls. I have to hurry back and share the good news with my family." Yushan chimed in with a smile. "Then you owe us a treat for the graduation feast." Hong Bing readily agreed. "No problem. You can eat whatever you want. If my family learns I've been accepted into the Martial Soul University, they'll be overjoyed." Su Man gently reminded, "It's a pity that Su Xian and Zhang Wei didn't awaken their martial souls." This statement led to a brief silence among the group. Lu Yin consoled them. "Actually, not awakening a martial soul isn't entirely a bad thing for them. Getting into a prestigious liberal arts college is just as good. Plus, awakening a martial soul means embarking on a martial path, which is fraught with danger." Hearing this, the other students nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in their instructor's words. Hong Bing was eager to leave. "Let's head back to the hotel. I'm anxious to share the good news with my family." Lu Yin nodded in agreement. "All right, you all head back to the hotel. We'll return to school together tomorrow. Lu Qingchen and Yushan, stay behind." After the others had left, Lu Yin turned to Lu Qingchen with a smile. "Twin martial souls, impressive. You've truly surprised me. But why does your other martial soul only have 1 soul slot?" Lu Qingchen scratched his head, feigning ignorance. "I don't know either." In reality, besides the creation Jade Divine Lotus having 7 soul slots, both the Sun Golden Crow martial soul and the Golden Emperor Dragon martial soul only had 1 soul slot each, but these slots were twice the size of the creation Jade Divine Lotuses. As for why everyone thought he only had 2 martial souls, Lu Qingchen knew it was a deliberate concealment on his part. After all, who wouldn't play the fool to catch the tiger in this world? Moreover, with the 7 soul slot creation Jade Divine Lotus, he and Yushan were sure to enjoy the best resources at the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy. Seeing that Lu Qingchen's response seemed genuine, Lu Yin didn't press further. She said, "You two head back to the hotel. I've already discussed early admission with the higher-ups and now need to report your situation." She paused, then continued, "As for you, go back and contemplate your martial souls well. The academy will undoubtedly offer you very generous treatment." Hearing this, Lu Qingchen and Yushan smiled contentedly. They set off toward the hotel, their hearts racing with excitement from the awakening of their martial souls. Just as they were nearing the hotel entrance, the system suddenly issued a warning. "Warning! Warning! Danger ahead!" Startled, Lu Qingchen slowed his pace slightly. He patted Yushan and whispered, "There's danger ahead. Someone might be lying in ambush." When I count to 3, we'll run back to where instructor Lu Yin is. Run as fast as you can, understand? Yushan nodded discreetly. When they were about 100 meters from the hotel entrance, Lu Qingchen quietly counted. 1. Their pace remained steady to avoid arousing the enemy's suspicion. 2. 3. Run. Suddenly, Lu Qingchen let out a low roar, prompting Yushan to immediately turn around. The two of them darted toward the direction where Lu Yin had previously been, like arrows released from a bow. The 4 soul warriors lying in ambush at the hotel entrance were caught off guard, momentarily stunned. In that instant, Lu Qingchen and Yushan had already sped far away like a gust of wind. Their bodies emitted a dazzling light, and their speed surged dramatically. As geniuses who had awakened top-tier martial souls, they could already harness some of their martial soul power right after awakening. The 4 ambushers quickly snapped out of it and sprang from their hiding spots. Their bodies shone brightly, and 2 of them even unfurled wings of spiritual energy, taking to the sky in hot pursuit. Although Lu Qingchen and his companion had seized the initiative, the difference in strength was evident. Lu Qingchen was shocked to see the opponents could actually fly, feeling secretly alarmed. Even though they had managed to gain some distance initially, the pursuers quickly closed the gap once they reacted. In a moment of crisis, Lu Qingchen suddenly shouted, "Help! Mentor Lu Yin!" The shout nearly startled the pursuers. The 2 airborne soul warriors accelerated their dive, almost catching up. At this critical juncture, Lu Qingchen let out a low growl, and 2 crimson wings unfurled behind him had unleashed his martial soul. He shouted to Yushan, "Hold on tight, don't let go." Yushan immediately gripped Lu Qingchen's hand firmly, and the 2 of them soared into the air. Just as the pursuers landed, Lu Qingchen had already climbed to a height of 20 meters with Yushan. The 2 powerful soul warriors' wings glowed, releasing deadly beams of light. Lu Qingchen narrowly evaded by twisting his body. He continued to flap his wings desperately, flying toward the testing grounds, now less than a kilometer away. The pursuers quickly ascended, closing in to within 100 meters in the blink of an eye. One of them wielded a large blade flickering with cyan flames, the blade charged with terrifying power. Lu Qingchen gritted his teeth, knowing there was nowhere left to run. He channeled his last bit of soul power into his crimson wings, which instantly doubled in size. A massive surge of crimson flames erupted, crashing into the sword-wielding soul warrior. The warrior was immediately engulfed in flames, screaming as he plummeted from the sky. This strike exhausted Lu Qingchen's remaining soul power, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Lu Qingchen and Yushan lost the support of their martial souls and plummeted rapidly from the sky. Gritting his teeth, Yushan released his martial soul, causing his muscles to swell instantly, tearing through his clothes. His back shimmered with a metallic golden sheen as he attempted to shield Lu Qingchen. In that critical moment, Lu Yin heard cries for help and rushed out of the testing grounds. Seeing the 2 about to crash to the ground, she immediately released her martial soul, transforming into a streak of light to reach them. However, her eyes were filled with despair, realizing she might be too late. Suddenly, an ice-blue figure appeared out of nowhere and caught them steadily. "I wonder who dares to attempt an assassination on the students of the Heavenly Tao Academy," the icy blue figure said coldly. She tossed Lu Qingchen and Yushan back towards Lu Yin, who was several meters away. Han Meng spread her enormous ice-blue wings, soaring into the sky. Her wings expanded 100-fold, releasing a frigid blue beam of light directed at the soul warriors. With a few thuds, 2 of the soul warriors were frozen into blocks of ice and fell from the sky, leaving 4 human-shaped ice sculptures on the ground. "Take these 2 students back to rest first. I'll deal with these people and join you shortly," Han Meng instructed. Lu Yin nodded, scooping up Lu Qingchen and carrying Yushan as she flew towards the hotel. Surrounded by Lu Yan's fragrance, Lu Qingchen barely had time to think before being tossed onto the bed. Rubbing his shoulder, he complained, "Instructor Lu, couldn't you be a bit gentler?" Lu Yan rolled her eyes and, patting her chest, said, "It's a good thing I reported your achievements to the academy earlier, or else they wouldn't have sent someone." Lu Qingchen felt a lingering fear, silently grateful for the system's warning. Frowning, Lu Yan asked, "Have you offended anyone recently? Why would someone suddenly try to assassinate you?" Lu Qingchen and Yushan instinctively replied, "No," but quickly realized something, exchanging glances. Anger flared in Lu Qingchen's heart as they thought of the only possible suspect Yao Chengwu from the capital. Yao Chengwu had been injured by Lu Qingchen earlier, losing face, and was later taken away by the Hall of Justice. As a person from the capital with a wealthy background, he had the means to hire 4 soul warriors for revenge. Lu Yan also caught on, a look of shock crossing her face. Just as she was about to speak, the door suddenly swung open. Lu Yan quickly stepped forward to open the door, and a figure in an ice-blue dress gracefully entered the room. The newcomer wore a flowing ice-blue gown, and her deep blue eyes seemed to reflect the heavens and earth. Her ice-blue hair cascaded like a waterfall, and even with a veil, her cold and proud aura was unmistakable. So beautiful. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Yin quickly introduced. This is my teacher, the vice president of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingchen and Yushan immediately stood up to greet her. Greetings, vice president. Han Meng, the vice president, looked at their nervous expressions and smiled gently. It seems the two geniuses Lu Yin mentioned are you two young ones. They quickly replied modestly. Oh, not at all. Lu Yin rolled her eyes, thinking to herself. Keep pretending. Han Meng's ring glimmered, and she instantly produced a small porcelain bottle. She poured out 2 pills and handed them to Lu Qingchen and Yushan. Take these, and your soul power should recover. Xiao Yin and I have something to discuss. With that, the 2 elders left the room. Lu Yin looked at her teacher in surprise. Han Meng explained. Top-level martial souls are like this. They come with some soul power upon awakening. Lu Yin suddenly understood. Oh, teacher, I forgot to mention. Lu Yin suddenly remembered. Lu Qingchen has 2 martial souls. What? Han Meng was suddenly excited. Are you serious? Lu Yin nodded seriously and then frowned. It's just a bit strange. Strange? You mean the martial souls are strange? Han Meng's interest was piqued. Teacher, do you think it's common for a top-level martial soul to have 7 soul slots? Lu Yin asked. Han Meng shook her head. Top-level martial souls are rare, let alone ones with 7 soul slots. She then explained the recent challenges faced by the Heavenly Tao Academy. Monster Academy had been recruiting talents early, causing the Heavenly Tao Academy to drop to 3rd place. The Heavenly Sage Pavilion was furious and demanded a return to 1st place in the next term, which is why all the mentors and directors had been attending the exams this year. But returning to 1st place is easier said than done, Han Meng sighed. It said that Monster Academy will have at least 5 top-level martial soul students next term, while we have only 3 at best. She paused for a moment, then asked, by the way, you mentioned someone's martial soul was strange? How so? Lu Yin replied. It's Lu Qingchen. One of his martial souls has 7 soul slots, while the other has only 1. How is that possible? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Han Meng questioned with a frown, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Her gaze fell on Lu Yin, who, despite usually being an unreliable student, appeared absolutely certain at this moment. Lu Yin rolled her eyes and said firmly, I saw it clearly. A pure white lotus and a large bird enveloped in flames, entirely golden. I don't recognize the lotus, nor do I know what kind of spirit that bird is. Her voice trailed off, tinged with confusion. Han Meng couldn't help but chide. I told you to read more books. It's bad enough that your cultivation is slow, but now you can't even recognize a spirit. Don't tell anyone I'm your teacher. It's embarrassing. She paused, then continued to ask. Anything else unusual? Lu Yin perked up immediately, eagerly adding. Yes, yes. The lotus has an aura of life, which isn't surprising given it has 7 soul slots. But what puzzles me is that the golden bird spirit's aura is even stronger than that of the white lotus. Hearing this, Han Meng was also puzzled, never having encountered such a situation. She shook her head and said, it's hard to confirm just from your description. I'll take a look at their spirits myself once they recover. Oh right, Han Meng suddenly remembered. What about the other student? You said both of them awakened top-level spirits. Lu Yin nodded in confirmation. Yes, the stronger student is called Yushan, and his spirit also has 7 soul slots. What? Another 7 soul slots? Han Meng exclaimed, eyes filled with disbelief. She hadn't experienced such an emotional upheaval in a long time. In just one day in Jinling City, she had been shocked twice. Lu Yin said excitedly, I recognize Yushan's spirit. It's the golden-backed bull king. You must know it, teacher. Of course, Han Meng knew. As a king among bovine spirit beasts, the golden-backed bull king possessed immense power, unmatched even by lion and tiger spirit beasts. Its body was pitch black, except for its golden back, resembling armor. It's said that ordinary attacks have no effect on it, and its most formidable feature is its pair of golden, spiral horns, with legends claiming the strongest of its kind could pierce the heavens. I never expected to encounter a student who awakened the golden-backed bull king spirit, and with 7 soul slots, no less. Han Meng murmured to herself, whether in offense or defense, it's incredibly formidable. Once his cultivation advances, who could be his match at the same level? Xiao Yin, you did well this time, finally making your master proud. Lu Yin grinned proudly. Of course. You don't know? Teacher, but the tutors at the Spirit University turned green with envy when they found out I recruited them first. She suddenly remembered something and added. Oh, by the way, a student from the capital also awakened a top-level spirit, likely the Frost Sky Dragon Eagle, also with 7 soul slots. And he had a conflict with Lu Qingchen and Yushan before. I suspect the 4 spirit warriors who tried to assassinate Lu Qingchen were sent by him. Lu Yin was visibly indignant. Han Meng pondered for a moment and said, the Academy will investigate this matter. Don't say anything until we have evidence. The Frost Sky Dragon Eagle spirit, that student from the capital, is probably related to a vice president of the Monster Academy. Lu Yin nodded, thinking to herself that her teacher truly knew a lot. In room 404 of the Green Hotel, Lu Qingchen and Yushan sat on the edge of the bed, with Lu Yin and Han Ming having just left. The room was filled with a faint scent of air freshener, and sunlight streamed through the half-open curtains, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Yushan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he couldn't wait to bring up a topic. Chun, the instructors and the dean at the Heavenly Tao Academy are really beautiful. His tone was tinged with a hint of envy and longing. Lu Qingchen raised an eyebrow, responding impassively, "So what?" His tone was calm, clearly not wanting to touch on the subject. Seeing no reaction from Lu Qingchen, Yushan continued to tempt him. "Aren't you tempted, Chun?" His eyes held a mix of anticipation and curiosity. Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes, inwardly sighing. Who wouldn't be tempted? But I don't dare to act on it. I don't want to turn into an ice block. He took a deep breath and turned to Yushan, saying, "Brother, you're not getting any younger. Last time, your uncle mentioned to my dad about finding you a wife." At these words, Yushan panicked, hurriedly waving his hand. "Chun, I was wrong. My heart is devoted to martial arts." His expression turned unusually serious, fearing that Lu Qingchen might actually try to help him find a wife. Seeing Yushan's sensible demeanor, Lu Qingchen nodded in satisfaction. The two chatted for a while longer before sitting cross-legged on the bed to restore their soul power. Lu Qingchen closed his eyes and opened his information panel with a thought. The information displayed on the panel was clear. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial Soul, Sun Golden Crow, Golden Emperor Dragon. Creation, Jade Divine Lotus. Realm, Awakening Stage Level 2. Spiritual Power, Bright Moon Level 1, 30. Cultivation Methods, Burning Heaven Sacred Cannon, Emperor Dragon Indestructible Body. Creation Jade Pure Heart Sutra. Divine Abilities, not yet unlocked. Fire Dragon Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, Small Creation Pill 2. Extreme Realm Rewards Pending Collection. Lu Qingchen mentally commanded, "Collect." The system immediately responded. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Burning Heaven Divine Seed Soul Seed, a Star Refining Cauldron, and 100 Soul Stones. Lu Qingchen eagerly began to examine the information on the newly acquired items. Burning Heaven Divine Seed, one of the strongest soul seeds, one of the strongest divine seeds of the fire path, a treasure of heaven and earth. Once refined, the spiritual power carries a burning effect and grants a divine ability. Star Refining Cauldron, a heavenly grade treasure, used for alchemy and body tempering. Alchemy under the night stars can increase the success rate by 10. Soul Stones, stones used to absorb soul power, usable in cultivation or combat. Lu Qingchen furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, the Burning Heaven Divine Seed seems really precious. How should I use it? He pondered deeply but found no answers. Finally, he decided, never mind, I'll check it out at the Heavenly Tao Academy. The instructors there should know. Then, Lu Qingchen reviewed his martial soul information. Sun Golden Crow, the supreme fire-type martial soul, supreme yang and firmness, the sovereign of the fire path. Possesses the power of the sun, immune to all fire-type attacks and divine abilities. Inherently carries the Golden Crow Emperor flame, capable of burning all things. Golden Emperor Dragon, the supreme beast-type martial soul, the pinnacle of strength, supreme yang and firmness. The possessor has incredibly terrifying strength and a powerful physique, with strong recovery ability and a certain suppression over any beast. Creation Jade Divine Lotus, a top-tier life-type martial soul, generally born alongside supreme martial souls. It increases the host's cultivation speed tenfold, possesses the power of life creation, and offers group healing and extremely strong single-target healing capabilities. Lu Qingchen was filled with excitement, secretly rejoicing. Amazing! With such great talents granted by fate, how could I be content without reaching the pinnacle of martial arts in this life? With a tenfold cultivation speed, doesn't that mean I cultivate 10 times faster than others? Just as he was feeling exhilarated, the system suddenly prompted, ding, a small reminder. The cultivation speed of supreme martial souls is extremely slow in the early stages. Martial arts require a step-by-step approach and cannot be rushed. These words helped Lu Qingchen calm down. He took a deep breath and silently reminded himself, indeed, with supreme martial souls, as long as I cultivate step by step, it's enough. Martial arts have always been about taking one step at a time, and the foundation in the early stages is crucial. It cannot be achieved overnight. In his previous life as a young man skilled in the 5 poisons, Lu Qingchen understood that one should not overly rely on external forces in martial arts. True strength comes from within. He furrowed his brow in thought, recalling the ambush earlier that day that nearly cost him his life. Without the system's assistance, he might already be a cold corpse. However, if he were as powerful as the vice dean or had sensed the danger earlier, who would dare to lay a trap? This thought strengthened Lu Qingchen's resolve to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. As he swallowed the pill given by Han Ming, Lu Qingchen and Yushan gradually restored their soul power. After breaking through to the awakening realm, Lu Qingchen could finally cultivate his techniques. Eagerly, he opened the panel to examine the two newly acquired methods. The Imperial Dragon Indestructible Body is the supreme body refining technique of the Dragon Clan, divided into 9 levels. With each breakthrough, a dragon mark forms on the body. Reaching the 5th level transforms the body into the Imperial Dragon Sacred Body, and those who master it can possess a physique comparable to a golden Imperial Dragon. Achieving the 9th level leads to an immortal state. This practice also allows the condensation of true dragon energy with immense power. The Creation Jade Purity Heart Sutra is a technique accompanied by the Creation Jade Divine Lotus. Practicing this technique enhances the soul, with the martial soul automatically absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. It also keeps the mind as clear as ice, free from external disturbances, making it an excellent method for cultivating the heart and mind. The Burning Heaven Sacred Tome is the pinnacle of fire techniques. Those who master it can burn mountains and boil seas, incinerating all things under heaven. The spiritual energy can transform into burning heaven energy, which, once touched by others, can even burn their soul power to ashes with astonishing power. Lu Qingchen nodded in satisfaction, feeling fortunate. Having top-tier techniques in the early stages of martial arts is crucial, and these methods cover both body refinement and spiritual enhancement without any shortcomings. The system's reward of a 3rd martial soul further compensates for his deficiencies, truly a heaven-sent opportunity. After his soul power recovered, seeing Yushan still meditating, Lu Qingchen began to practice the Creation Jade Purity Heart Sutra. Instantly, his mind became calm as the Creation Jade Divine Lotus martial soul absorbed the world's soul power frantically. He murmured to himself, "The examiner said I need to fill my martial soul with soul power to advance. Does that mean I need to fill all 3 martial souls?" As Lu Qingchen was immersed in his cultivation, there was a knock at the door. He got up to open it, and saw Lu Yin and Han Meng standing outside. Lu Qingchen hastily greeted them. "Greetings, Master Lu." "Vice Dean." Han Meng teased. "Since when have you become so polite?" Lu Qingchen chuckled inwardly, knowing that forming connections with the Vice Dean of the Heavenly Tao Academy wasn't something to take lightly. He had to hold on tightly to this opportunity. He quickly invited them in and closed the door. Han Meng, with her lively eyes, asked, "I heard from Xiao Yin that you awakened 2 martial souls. Is it true?" Lu Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement. Han Meng smiled and said, "May I see your martial soul?" Her deep blue eyes were full of anticipation. Although directly showing his martial soul was somewhat against etiquette, considering that Han Meng had just saved his life, Lu Qingchen felt it was appropriate to agree, both from a standpoint of gratitude and self-interest. With a thought, he released the Creation Jade Divine Lotus martial soul. Lu Qingchen focused his thoughts and released the Creation Jade Divine Lotus martial spirit. A snow-white lotus flower appeared out of thin air, with 12 emerald green lotus leaves complementing its 24 translucent petals. At the center of the flower, 5 seed-like jade stones shone brightly. 7 glowing soul slots on the lotus emitted a mysterious light. Han Meng stared at the exquisite lotus and murmured, "What a beautiful lotus. I feel like I've seen it in a book somewhere, but I can't quite recall." Lu Yin quietly muttered to herself, "You don't even recognize it, yet you say I never read books. What did you say?" Han Meng turned to ask. "Nothing. I didn't say anything." Lu Yin quickly denied, eager to avoid any conflict. Han Meng's gaze returned to Lu Qingchen, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. 7 soul slots. Lu Qingchen, would you like to become my disciple? Lu Qingchen was taken aback by Han Meng's straightforwardness and instinctively blurted out, "What are the benefits of becoming your disciple?" He was surprised at his own audacity. Han Meng blinked her bright eyes and asked, "What benefits do you want?" Gathering his courage, Lu Qingchen boldly suggested, "I don't know. Maybe some divine skills, combat techniques, and pills?" Han Meng nodded. "That's not a problem. But you'll have to wait until you officially join the academy for the divine skills and combat techniques. For now, take this." She handed a small porcelain bottle to Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen examined the bottle curiously, unable to discern its contents. "This is a soul pill, which can enhance your soul power," Han Meng explained. Then she handed him a delicate hexagonalized talisman. "If you ever face an unsolvable crisis, crush this talisman, and I'll sense it." Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up, recognizing the value of the talisman. He quickly accepted it, grinning widely. "Thank you, beautiful, kind, and gentle master." Lu Yin grumbled from the side. "Humph, I'm nice to you too, but I never hear such praise." Immediately, Lu Qingchen turned to Lu Yin, showering her with compliments. "No, no, senior sister Lu Yin, you are as beautiful as a goddess, with a face that could launch 1,000 ships." "Stop, stop," Lu Yin interrupted. "That's too much flattery, humph." Despite her words, she couldn't hide her smile. Han Meng glanced at Lu Yin with a teasing look. Lu Yan's eyes darted around before she quickly added, "Oh, you know what the junior brother said. The master is indeed the most beautiful." Satisfied, Han Ming nodded. Yushan, observing the scene, was left speechless, thinking to himself, as expected of Brother Chun, what a talent. He met a beautiful master within an hour, and oh, Lu Yan became his senior sister. Lu Qingchen seemed to read Yushan's thoughts and smiled at Han Ming. "Beautiful master, what do you think of Yushan? He has quite a talent too. Would you consider?" Han Ming spread her hands and interrupted with a helpless expression. "I wish I could, but the acceptance letters are already issued. Besides, neither of you has officially joined the academy yet. If I take on 2 disciples now, the other vice deans and the dean might not be pleased." Vice Dean Han Ming's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She thought to herself that the newly awakened golden-backed bull beetle spirit of Yushan would certainly attract the interest of another vice dean. If that old, tough-tempered bull heard about it, he might be eager to challenge her. Upon hearing this, Yushan's face fell immediately. He lamented inwardly. "Oh no, why am I so unlucky? I want a beautiful mentor too." Han Ming seemed to read Yushan's mind and chuckled softly. "Don't worry, there are plenty of beautiful mentors at the academy. You'll have your chance." She then turned her attention to Lu Qingchen, playfully shaking her fist as she half-joked. "But if you dare choose someone else during the mentorship ceremony, don't blame me for taking action." Lu Qingchen broke into a cold sweat and quickly pledged his loyalty. "Of course not. I'll definitely choose the most beautiful vice dean as my mentor." But he secretly thought, "Why does this mentor seem a bit violent? How will I manage in the future?" Han Ming nodded in satisfaction. "Good. Remember, at the ceremony, no matter who wants to take you as their disciple, say you'll consider it, and then choose me." "Got it." As she spoke, she suddenly thought of something amusing and began to laugh to herself. Watching his mentor laugh inexplicably, Lu Qingchen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, wondering, could she be a bit unhinged? After laughing, Han Ming remembered the task at hand and instructed, "By the way, don't you have another spirit? Show it to me." "Sure," Lu Qingchen responded, and immediately, a crimson light enveloped him. In the next moment, a pair of enormous wings spread out behind him, enveloped in endless golden flames. His entire body appeared as if forged from red gold, radiating a dazzling light. Each feather resembled a peerless divine sword, sharp and imposing. 3 golden-scaled claws shimmered with a chilling light, with a groove twice the size of a normal soul slot between them. The sudden pressure instinctively made Han Ming release her own spirit, but as a vice dean of one of the top 3 academies, she quickly regained her composure. She carefully examined the divine bird, and when her gaze landed on the 3 golden claws, she couldn't help but tremble. This is the supreme fire attribute spirit, the 3-legged golden crow." Han Ming's voice trembled as she slowly spoke the name of Lu Qingchen's spirit. Lu Yan, having never seen her mentor so excited, couldn't help but ask, "Mentor, what is a supreme spirit?" Han Ming took a deep breath, trying to calm herself, and explained, "I read about it in an ancient book at the academy. A supreme spirit, as the name suggests, is a spirit that has reached the pinnacle of a particular attribute. In its field, no other spirit of the same attribute can surpass it." She paused and continued. "For instance, Lu Qingchen's 3-legged golden crow is the absolute ruler among fire attribute spirits. Unless it's another supreme spirit of a different attribute, no other spirit can match it." Han Ming recalled, "Awakening a supreme spirit is extremely rare. As far as I know, there has only been one in our academy's history. It was documented in an ancient book in the library. After awakening his supreme spirit, the student attracted the attention of the Vendine and many elders from the Heavenly Saint Pavilion, all wanting to take him as their disciple. Eventually, that student became an unrivaled powerhouse on Blue Star, marking the most glorious chapter in the history of our Heavenly Tao Holy Academy." As soon as Han Ming finished speaking, a hint of regret appeared on her face. She continued, "It's a pity that the student must have left Blue Star and gone to another world. However, there should be records in our academy's library." At this point, Han Ming's expression suddenly turned serious. She hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly to Lu Qingchen. "Although I've just accepted you as my disciple, a supreme martial soul is an ancient millennium occurrence. The dean and some seniors at the academy surely have more experience in teaching students with such a rare talent. If you wish, I can retract my words, and you can choose to learn from someone else at the academy. I'm sure they would be more than happy to teach you." Before she could finish, Lu Qingchen raised his hand, interrupting her. He looked at Han Ming with a serious and determined expression and said, "Wait. I believe that as a martial artist, having a good environment and teacher is important. But as a person, certain things are even more vital." He took a deep breath and continued, "I don't know why you said that, but there are 3 things I want to clarify. First, I've just decided to become your disciple. Second, you have saved both me and Yushan. Third, when you accepted me as your disciple, you didn't know I had a supreme martial soul. So no matter what, I've already chosen you as my master and don't want to switch just because of my martial soul awakening. Lu Qingchen gave a sincere smile and said firmly, I hope you won't mention this again, master. I'm already your disciple, and you can't just hand me over to someone else. Deep down, Lu Qingchen felt relieved. Why would I choose another master when I have a powerful and beautiful one? What if the other master is an old man? The thought of having an old man as a master made him shiver. A beautiful master is definitely better. Hearing Lu Qingchen's words, Han Meng's eyes reddened, almost moved to tears. She gazed at him with her deep blue eyes and said, her voice slightly choked, all right, I won't hand you over to anyone else, rest assured. Meanwhile, Lu Yin thought to herself, looks like I wasn't wrong about him. This little guy has some decency. Yushan, on the other hand, was stunned, internally exclaiming, Chen's move is really impressive. Seeing this, Lu Qingchen grinned and gently reassured, that's more like it. Don't get too emotional, master. Han Meng rolled her eyes and replied with a smile, I'm not emotional. Choosing me as your master, you'll have quite a time ahead. Lu Qingchen was taken aback and thought, is there something I don't know? Han Meng didn't elaborate further and instead advised, I need to report back to the academy. Until you both are enrolled, do not reveal your martial souls. Once the admission letters arrive, you can come to the academy, and someone will be there to guide you. She turned to Lu Yin and added, Xiao Yin, after sending the students back and handling matters there, return to the academy. If the admission letters come quickly, bring Yushan and Xiaoqin with you. Lu Yin asked with concern, Master, are you leaving now? Han Meng replied firmly, what else? The beasts from other worlds are becoming more restless, and many instructors have already gone to the front lines. I need to go and kill more of those beasts to exchange for resources for your training. With that, Han Meng opened the door and hurriedly left, leaving the three of them watching her retreating figure, each lost in their own thoughts. Lu Qingchen noticed a worried expression on Lu Yan's face and curiously asked, Sister Lu Yan, where did Master go to hunt the mythical beasts? Lu Yan furrowed her brows slightly and explained, Master is probably heading to the front lines of the other world, but there's still some time before he leaves. As for the matters of the other world, you'll naturally learn about them once you enter the academy. She paused and suddenly put on a stern face. And don't call me mentor, call me senior sister. Do I look that old? At this moment, Lu Yin was acting as if she was the boss in the absence of their master. Seeing this, Lu Qingchen flashed a mischievous smile. Senior sister, do I get a welcome gift? Lu Yin shook her head helplessly. Fine, you might as well call me mentor. I'll have to go to the other world soon to hunt mythical beasts and earn some credits too. I'm broke. She let out a long sigh. Lu Qingchen put on a pitiful expression. Omega, I'm broke too. Time quietly passed, and soon it was mealtime. The three of them headed to the dining hall together. By now, the students of Class 7 from Jincheng High School were already gathered there, along with their homeroom teacher, De Huang, and several school leaders. They wore expressions of joy, clearly pleased that many students from their class had been accepted into Wuhan University, and they were secretly calculating their bonus for the year. De Huang was already lost in the pleasant anticipation of a promotion. However, they were unaware that not long ago, two of the class's top students had a close brush with assassination. Lu Qingchen and the others tacitly chose to keep silent about it, as sharing the incident would only add to others' worries without solving anything. The students were chatting in small groups. Zhang Ying was comforting Su Xian and Zhang Wei. Even though you two didn't get into Wuhan University, you can still apply to a top liberal arts college. That way, you can still find good jobs in the future. Su Man nodded in agreement. Mentor Lu Yan also mentioned that there might be dangers at Wuhan University. Although I don't know the exact reasons, getting into a liberal arts college is at least safe, and your parents won't worry as much. Hong Bing nodded repeatedly, supporting the views of his female classmates. Just then, Lu Qingchen, Yushan, and Lu Yin approached. Hong Bing, with his sharp eyes, immediately called out, Hey, the two geniuses are here. He flashed a smile he thought was charming. Lu Qingchen returned the gesture with a polite smile. Everyone's attention turned to them. De Huang quickly got up to greet them, smiling broadly as he patted Lu Qingchen and Yushan on the shoulder. Lu Qingchen, Yushan, I heard about your assessment results. Well done. Well done. At this moment, other leaders also stood up, taking turns shaking hands with Lu Qingchen. An older leader chuckled. Lu, I heard about your assessment. You did very well. Made the school proud. He cleverly used Lu to cover up the fact he hadn't remembered Lu Qingchen's full name. He then turned to Yushan. And this strong young man. Very impressive, huh? Other leaders also stepped forward to shake hands, trying to build rapport with the two students. They spoke one after another. Lu, I'm the director of the senior year department. I always knew you were exceptional, and it turns out I was right. And this Yushan, you're outstanding too. I'm the vice principal of Jincheng High School, and I've always noticed you were destined for greatness. I'm the head of the research department at Jincheng High School. I'm from the security office. Lu Qingchen and Yushan smiled politely, patiently listening to the leader's pleasantries. However, as time went on, Lu Qingchen's smile gradually became stiff, and he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless inside. Lu Qingchen and Yushan listened patiently, with smiles on their faces, as the leaders delivered their lengthy speeches. By the time the last leader finished speaking, Lu Qingchen's smile had become somewhat stiff. It turned out that after all that waiting, the leaders intended to host a celebration banquet for them. Of course, the leaders had their own motives. Their compliments and dinner invitations were essentially attempts to curry favor, hoping for some support once Lu Qingchen and Yushan entered prestigious schools and gained more influence. As a former cynical youth, Lu Qingchen understood this all too well. However, he didn't decline the gesture of goodwill, recognizing that having more friends was better than making enemies, especially as a student of Jincheng No. 1 High School. The banquet concluded swiftly. After a hearty meal, everyone boarded the government-arranged bus to head home. Inside the bus, the atmosphere remained lively, as the assessments had just concluded and everyone had performed quite well. Hong Bing broke the silence first, asking, "So, Lu Qingchen, Yushan, are you planning to go to Tiandao Academy?" Lu Qingchen nodded and replied, "Yes, Yushan and I have decided. Once we receive our acceptance letters at home, we'll head straight to Tiandao Academy." He then inquired about the others' plans. "What about you guys? Have you received early invitations from any of the Seoul martial universities?" Hong Bing hesitated for a moment and said, "Some Seoul martial universities have offered early admission, but we want to try our luck with the three major schools. Initially, we just wanted to awaken our soul powers, but now it feels like a missed opportunity not to apply to the top schools." Zhang Ying chimed in. "Exactly, especially Su Muting. She has 4 soul slots, so there's still some hope." Su Man softly added, "The admission standards for the Seoul martial universities haven't been announced yet. We want to wait for those before making a decision." Lu Qingchen and Yushan nodded in agreement. Lu Qingchen analyzed, "Waiting for the admission standards is a good idea. With 3 or more soul slots, you all have strong talent, even for regular Seoul martial universities, so you have plenty of options. Generally, those who accept early invitations do so because they lack confidence in their talent. But for you, there shouldn't be a problem. You can wait at home to see the standards from the major schools, and perhaps you'll get into one of the top 3. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Lu Qingchen's reasoning. Lu Yin earnestly added, "It's worth considering Lu Qingchen's suggestion. Those schools recruit early because they're worried about not finding enough students. There are many Seoul martial universities now, but not many students awaken their soul powers. I've heard the top 3 schools are expanding their enrollment this year, including Tiandao Academy. With your talent of 3 soul slots, there's hope." She specifically mentioned Su Muting. "I remember Su Muting awakened with 4 soul slots, right? With that, getting into the top 3 schools shouldn't be an issue. But I must clarify, while your talent gives you a chance at the top schools, you might only be ordinary students there. Unless you have extraordinary luck or encounters in the future, joining the core group will be challenging." Lu Yin surveyed the students of Class 7, her gaze carrying a mix of expectation and concern. She began speaking slowly, her voice gentle yet powerful. "Class, you must understand that entering other Soul Master universities might mean receiving focused training. Resources there are prioritized for you. In contrast, ordinary students at the 3 prestigious schools need to earn resources by completing tasks." She paused before continuing. "However, the advantage of the 3 prestigious schools lies in their strong faculty. You'll have access to master-level figures far beyond what other institutions can offer, especially in teaching techniques and combat skills." Lu Yan's eyes grew distant, as if recalling past events. "I can tell you that once you enter these top schools, you'll embark on a new journey in life." Zhang Ying couldn't help but interject, "What kind of new life? Will it be completely different from now?" Lu Yin smiled slightly, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. "Yes, once you're in the academy, your current life might become a luxury. There, everyone is striving for resources and self-improvement. It's a place full of cultivation enthusiasts, unlike the comfort you enjoy now." She spread her hands, a complex expression on her face. "But I never regret it. What I've seen and gained at the academy is something unimaginable, even in 100 years of comfortable living." Lu Yan's tone turned serious. "So, if you want a more exciting life, I suggest you aim for the 3 prestigious schools. Of course, we would love to have you at our academy. But if you're simply looking to earn more money and live well, then a regular Soul Master University might be more suitable, allowing more time with family." After hearing this, the students of Class 7 fell into deep thought. Lu Yan noticed and gently said, "Take your time to think it over. There's no pressure. Compared to others, you are already exceptional. After all, awakening a soul is something very few can achieve." These words eased the students' minds significantly. However, Shuaman felt a bit aggrieved and said, "But my awakened soul doesn't seem useful. They say it's a useless soul." Lu Yan reassured her, "It shouldn't be. As long as your soul has a soul slot, it's not useless. Unless it has none. Come on, let's see your soul." Shuaman hesitantly took out an apple. Except for Zhang Ying, everyone else was puzzled. Hong Bing thought Shuaman misunderstood and repeated, "We asked you to release your soul. Why are you showing us an apple? We just ate. We're not hungry." Shuaman, on the verge of tears, hurriedly explained, "But this apple is my soul." Lu Yen suddenly showed interest. "Wait, you said your soul is an apple?" Shuaman nodded in confirmation. Lu Yen excitedly took the apple and, without hesitation, took a bite. She quickly finished it, closing her eyes as if savoring something. The students of Class 7 exchanged bewildered looks. After a few seconds, Lu Yen took a deep breath and asked excitedly, "How many apples can you produce at one time? What's the shelf life of these apples?" Shuaman replied, "I can make around 40 to 50 at a time before needing to restore my soul power. I'm not sure about the shelf life yet." As she spoke, she conjured a few more apples and handed them out. Everyone took an apple and examined it closely. Yushan, holding an apple, laughed and said, "Look, this apple is big and round. It must be delicious." With that, he took a big bite. However, as soon as Yushan swallowed, his face showed a look of utter shock. Everyone noticed the sudden look of shock on Yushan's face and couldn't help but feel curious. Driven by curiosity, they all took the apple Shuaman handed out and cautiously took a bite. That single bite seemed to open the door to a new world. As soon as they swallowed the fruit, their expressions mirrored Yushan's exactly. Zhang Ying's mouth formed an O shape in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. She felt her soul power slowly recovering, a comforting warmth spreading throughout her body. In his astonishment, Hong Bing blurted out, "Shuaman, give me another one." Lu Qingchen, who initially wanted to mock Hong Bing's shamelessness, found himself agreeing. "Shuaman, give your brother one too." "Me too." Yushan eagerly stood up, the apple in his hand having vanished without a trace. In just a few seconds, he had devoured the whole apple. Lu Yen looked at her suddenly food-loving classmates with a helpless smile and shook her head. Feeling the warm sensation and a slight recovery in his soul power, Lu Qingchen mumbled, "Shuaman, if you start selling these apples, you'll make a fortune. They're not only beautiful and delicious, but also restore soul power, they're treasures." Yeah, Hong Bing joked. "And after you make money, open a chain store. I'll entrust my future to you. And me, I'm easy to take care of, just need apples." The others joined in, teasing the somewhat shy girl. Amused by the foodies, Lu Yen gently said to Shuaman, "I can tell you that your martial soul is a food type, which is very rare. No matter where you go, you'll be in high demand. Even the 3 top schools would want you. If you're willing, our Tiandao Academy can offer you early admission, allowing you to enjoy the resources and training of core students, with a dedicated mentor to guide you." Shuaman blushed slightly and said nervously, I. Thinking she was still hesitant, Lu Yen continued, "Of course, you could also choose the other 2 top schools, but as a member of Tiandao Academy, I naturally hope you'll choose us." Shuaman's eyes suddenly lit up as she asked, "Can I really?" "Of course," Lu Yen replied with a smile. "If you agree now, I'll report it to the academy immediately. Once the admission letter is issued, you can start school with Yushan and Lu Qingchen." "I'd love to," Shuaman agreed without hesitation. Yushan exclaimed excitedly, "That's great. We'll get to eat apples every day at the academy." Seeing Shuaman's firm decision to choose Tiandao Academy, Lu Yen was delighted. She said, "Great, I'll report to the higher-ups right now. You'll receive the admission letter in a few days." Hong Bing, Zhang Ying, and Su Maoting looked at Shuaman with envy in their eyes. At this moment, Lu Qingchen suddenly asked, "Mentor Lu Yen, is there anything special about food-type martial souls? I mean, how are they different from other martial souls?" Seeing everyone curious, Lu Yen patiently explained, "The main feature of food-type martial souls is that they can transform soul power into real food, which can be eaten or drunk. Like the apples Shuaman creates, they're not only edible but larger, sweeter than regular apples, and have the power to restore soul power. This ability is highly valued everywhere. Since external objects can replenish one's soul power, who wouldn't carry some soul power-stirring pills or other items while outside? Ordinary martial souls can't create edible items, which marks the biggest difference between food-type martial souls and others." Lu Yen was passionately explaining when her gaze was suddenly drawn to a translucent lotus seed in Lu Qingchen's hand, and her voice abruptly stopped. The students of Class 7 also noticed this scene, holding their breath and waiting to see what would happen. "Teacher Lu Yen, does this count as a food-type martial soul?" Lu Qingchen asked softly, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. This question exploded in the classroom like a thunderclap. The apple that Shuaman had just created was instantly forgotten, and all eyes were fixed on the jade-like lotus seed in Lu Qingchen's hand. Lu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can you also create a tangible object? This defies logic." Her voice trembled slightly, clearly taken aback by this unexpected discovery. Lu Qingchen carefully handed the lotus seed to Lu Yan. She examined it closely, noticing the vibrant aura it emitted. Taking a deep breath, she felt a warm sensation spread throughout her body. Without hesitation, Lu Yan placed the lotus seed in her mouth. It melted into liquid instantly, flowing through her body. Moments later, she emitted a strong life force and exclaimed, "This lotus seed, it's incredible. I feel like my hidden injuries have healed, and there's an indescribable sensation." Lu Yin closed her eyes, savoring the effects of the lotus seed. After a moment, she opened her eyes and said with a complex expression, "It's indeed a food-type martial soul, but I haven't fully understood its effects yet. Has anyone else discovered that you can create this kind of lotus seed?" Scratching his head, Lu Qingchen replied a bit sheepishly, "No, it was just a spontaneous idea, and I didn't expect it to actually work. It consumed quite a bit of soul power." After pondering for a while, Lu Yin made a decision. "All right, don't create any more for now. I'll explain the situation to the master. Before entering the academy, focus on recovering your soul power. Once you're in, we'll have the master test its effects and storage duration." Lu Qingchen nodded in agreement, though his mind began to wander. "I wonder how effective this thing really is. If it's good, it'll definitely be popular in the academy. I could make a fortune out of this, haha." Despite his excitement, he kept a straight face. Then, another thought crossed his mind, and he sighed. It's a pity it consumes so much soul power, making mass production impossible. The classroom fell into a brief silence, as everyone got lost in their thoughts. Some were amazed at Xiuamon's acceptance into the 3 prestigious schools, while others were anxious about the unreleased admission standards of various academies. Only Yushan seemed indifferent, lounging leisurely in his chair. Lu Yin was still pondering the effects of the miraculous lotus seed, intrigued not only by the healing of her hidden injuries, but also by that unique, indescribable sensation. "I remember experiencing something like this before, but I can't quite recall it. A feeling full of life," she murmured to herself, frowning slightly. At that moment, Lu Qingchen suddenly asked, "Teacher Lu Yin, are the students being recruited by Tiandao Sacred Academy around my age?" This question seemed to strike a chord with Lu Yin, who suddenly stood up and exclaimed excitedly, "I know." Lu Yin suddenly shouted excitedly, her voice so loud that it startled Lu Qingchen, who was about to speak. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her fingers trembled slightly, clearly having thought of something important. That vibrant aura of life, and that subtle feeling from the beyond, is indeed a manifestation of longevity. Lu Yin exclaimed with undisguised delight in her voice. The lotus seed that Lu Qingchen consumed can actually extend his lifespan. She could hardly wait to take Lu Qingchen back to the academy for Han Meng to personally verify it. Unfortunately, they couldn't return just yet. They had to wait for all 3 of them to be together. Although she wasn't sure how much lifespan it could extend, Lu Yin knew that any rare natural treasure related to longevity was invaluable, often beyond monetary value. Lu Yin took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner excitement. Looking at everyone seriously, she slowly said, "Lu Qingchen's martial spirit is somewhat special, and I can't yet determine if it's related to the food system. I hope everyone can keep this confidential for now until we reach the academy." Seeing Lu Yan's earnestness, everyone nodded involuntarily. Lu Qingchen didn't question the effects of the lotus seed, but instead lowered his head and quietly began to restore his soul power. Lu Yan suddenly remembered Lu Qingchen's earlier question and said, "Oh, didn't you just ask about the age of the recruits at Tiandao Academy?" Lu Qingchen, Yushan, and Su Man nodded eagerly, their eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Yan took a sip of water and slowly explained, "Most of the recruits this time are about your age. Tiandao Academy is a fair place. Everyone starts in the outer academy. The outer academy is divided into 4 grades, similar to a typical university's freshman to senior years. There's an assessment at the end of each year, and those who don't pass are eliminated." "What does eliminated mean?" Yushan couldn't help but ask, "Is it like a retake?" Lu Yin glanced at him and continued, "Elimination means leaving the academy. You can think of it as being expelled. However, even if you're expelled from Tiandao Academy, other ordinary martial spirit universities will compete to enroll you. There's an assessment every year, and passing it allows you to advance to a higher grade. The competition is quite fierce. At the end of the 4th year, there's a crucial assessment known as the first step to becoming strong." She detailed the structure of the academy. Tiandao Academy is divided into the outer academy and the inner academy, with the inner academy further divided into the Tian Academy and the Sheng Academy. Entering either proves exceptional talent, but it also requires tenacious will and relentless effort. The Tian Academy focuses on martial arts, the most common form of cultivation. The Sheng Academy specializes in the divine soul, known as the divine soul system, which I don't know much about, but the assessments are said to be related to spiritual power. After saying so much, Lu Yin felt parched and took another sip of water before continuing. "That's all for now. You'll naturally understand more once you enter the academy. Remember, the path of martial arts isn't smooth. Without effort, you'll be eliminated. The inner academy's students are 1 in a million talents. None of them are simple." Yushan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As a member who had awakened a top-tier martial spirit, he was filled with pride. However, Xiuaman frowned slightly, showing a hint of concern. She couldn't help but ask, "Instructor Lu Yan, Do the food-type martial spirits also need to be assessed? Is the assessment the same for them? Instructor Lu Yin smiled and explained, of course, it's different. The assessment for food-type spirits is relatively simple, as this type of martial spirit is quite rare. As far as I know, 99 of food-type spirit masters can enter the inner academy. In the academy, food-type spirit masters are highly sought after. Hearing this, Shuaman felt relieved and patted her chest lightly. Lu Qingchen, on the other hand, had a puzzled expression and couldn't help but ask, how do food-type spirit warriors fight? Do they make an apple and throw it at someone? The group was still processing all the information about the Martial Spirit University, feeling as if a new world had opened up to them. The bus continued to drive steadily along the road until nightfall, finally stopping at the entrance of Jincheng No. 1 High School. Despite the late hour, Jincheng No. 1 High School was brimming with excitement. Many students who had participated in the assessment were returning today, and a large banner at the school gate read, "Warm welcome to the senior martial arts exam students returning to school." Although they had only been away from Jincheng for 3 days, it felt like a lifetime, as the university information they had encountered was overwhelming. As soon as Lu Qingchen got off the bus, he heard his mother, Xiaolan, calling out, "Xiao Chun, over here, over here." Xiaolan waved her hand to help her son spot her in the dim light. His father, Lu Chongting, was also waving beside her. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Lu Qingchen quickly ran over. At this moment, the parents of Yushan, Hongbing, and others also arrived to welcome their children back. Seeing their kids return safely, they waved enthusiastically, with some even shedding tears of joy. Xiaolan circled around Lu Qingchen, asking questions non-stop. "Xiao Chun, was everything all right these past few days? How was it over there? Did you go hungry? I made your favorite sweet and sour ribs, boiled fish, sizzling beef, cola chicken wings, braised pork." After thoroughly checking that her son was safe and sound, she finally showed a relieved smile. Seeing his son return safely, Lu Chongting also breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. Your mom kept insisting on going to Jinling City to see you these past few days, and it was driving me crazy." Lu Qingchen glanced at his father's dark circles, internally acknowledging his mom's nagging prowess. Other parents also surrounded their children, carefully checking them over, worried they might have been wronged over the past few days. Lu Qingchen noticed Yushan's father patting his son's shoulder with hands as large as palm fans, causing Yushan to grimace in pain. "Easy there, old man. You're going to break me," Yushan complained. Jincheng Community, Building 2, Apartment 502. As Lu Qingchen and his parents entered their home, the young man couldn't wait to rush into his room, closing the door with a bang. Xiaolan shook her head with a smile and softly said to her husband, Lu Chongting, "I wonder what Xiao Chun is in such a hurry for." Lu Chongting gave a knowing smile. "Kids grow up, and they have their little secrets." Xiaolan nodded thoughtfully. "You're right, our Xiao Chun is indeed growing up." She turned towards the kitchen. "I'll make some soup, and we can heat up the dishes for dinner. You go watch some TV for a while." In his room, Lu Qingchen eagerly extracted lotus seeds from the core of the celestial lotus. 1, 2, 3. Until the 5th one, he realized that his soul power was depleted. The young man pondered, "It seems I can only make 5 lotus seeds at a time and have to wait for my soul power to recover to continue." With a thought, for lotus seeds were stored in the system's inventory. Lu Qingchen gazed at the remaining one in his hand and swallowed it whole. The seed dissolved instantly, and soon, a rich life force emanated from within him. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Lu Qingchen furrowed his brow, sensing the subtle changes in his body. Suddenly, the system's notification sounded. "Congratulations, host's lifespan increased by 5 years." Lifespan? Lu Qingchen's eyes widened, his breathing quickened. "If I eat 5 every day, wouldn't that grant me endless life, even immortality?" He quickly questioned the system in his mind. The system responded, "The effects of the lotus seeds can stack, but there is a limit to how much they can stack. The exact limit requires the host to gradually explore. Additionally, the lotus seeds have an unlimited shelf life." Lu Qingchen murmured to himself, "Unlimited shelf life? Then I can produce them daily and store them for trading other resources." The system added, "Yes, the lotus seeds can be used at the host's discretion, but only 5 can be produced daily. Additionally, their effects will enhance as the host's realm advances." The effects can enhance. To what extent? Lu Qingchen inquired further. The system merely repeated, "Currently unknown. Please explore on your own. But remember, do not take shortcuts in your cultivation to advance your realm." Lu Qingchen waved his hand. "All right, I got it. Looks like I'll have to figure it out slowly and take my cultivation step by step." Since the celestial lotus doesn't require active cultivation to absorb soul power, Lu Qingchen turned his attention to his other 2 supreme martial spirits. As he began infusing soul power, he was amazed to discover the vast capacity these 2 supreme martial spirits had for storing soul power. The little soul power he had just cultivated seemed to vanish without a trace. Lu Qingchen felt secretly relieved. "That's good. The The more soul power a martial spirit can store, the longer it can sustain in battle. At the same level, if other conditions are equal, it all comes down to whose cultivation is deeper. The warnings from Han Meng still echoed in Lu Qingchen's mind. The cultivation speed of the supreme martial soul was indeed much slower than other martial souls. Initially, Lu Qingchen thought that a tenfold cultivation speed would suffice, but once he began training, he truly understood the hardship involved. Sitting cross-legged, sweat beaded on the young man's forehead as his breathing grew slightly rapid. He opened his eyes and sighed softly. No wonder they say to go far in the martial path, one must possess unwavering determination and steadfast perseverance. Cultivation knows no time is not just an idle saying. Just as he was immersed in his reflections, he heard his mother, Xiaolan, gently calling from outside. Xiaochen, come out for dinner. Lu Qingchen immediately jumped off the bed and swung open the door. The aroma that greeted him made his mouth water. The dining table was already laden with a sumptuous dinner: sweet and sour ribs, poached fish, sizzling beef, cola chicken wings, braised pork, and a pot of fragrant soup he couldn't name. Mom's cooking is the best. The food outside is always the same. Lu Qingchen eagerly sat down, grabbing a chicken wing with one hand and a rib with the other, devouring them hungrily. Xiaolan watched her son with loving eyes. Eat as much as you like. I've been making your favorite dishes every day. She looked at him tenderly, while Lu Qingchen quietly served him a bowl of soup. As Lu Qingchen gobbled down the food, he felt grateful for his parents' thoughtfulness. Whenever he praised a dish, they would tirelessly cook it until he got tired of it. They just wanted to give him the best. Suddenly, after taking a big gulp of the soup, he frowned slightly. What kind of soup is this? It's delicious, and I feel like my soul power is slowly increasing. Xiaolan explained. It's made from qingling bird and 1,000-year-old snow ginseng. Your father was lucky to get them from an acquaintance recently. Though he didn't know the exact price of these ingredients, the changes in his body made him realize their value. Lu Qingchen felt a silent gratitude toward his parents. By the way, Xiaochun, how did the evaluation go? Did you awaken your martial soul? Lu Chongting asked, looking at him with anticipation alongside Xiaolan. Lu Qingchen patted his chest proudly. Of course I did. Your son is a genius, and I've been pre-admitted to the Heavenly Dao Academy. Heavenly Dao Academy? That's one of the top 3 schools. I'm so proud of you, just like I was back in the day. Lu Chongting laughed heartily. Lu Qingchen thought to himself that his father must have been an impressive soul warrior back then. He added, but once the college entrance exam results come out and the admission letter arrives, I'll have to go to the academy. The thought of leaving the home he had lived in for over a decade made him feel a bit reluctant. Xiaolan immediately began to remind him, when you get to the academy, be careful and listen to your mentors. Mom, don't worry. I'll definitely listen to my mentors and train diligently once I'm there. Lu Qingchen replied patiently. Lu Chongting, who had been quietly listening, spoke seriously once Xiaolan finished. Xiaochun, once you go to the academy, your mom and I have some past matters to settle. In the academy, you must train well. Once you reach a certain level, you'll discover how wonderful the world truly is. A hint of worry arose in Lu Qingchen's heart as he looked at his father and asked, I'll train hard. But Dad, is there any danger in what you and Mom are going to do? Lu Chongting smiled warmly, patting his son on the shoulder with a relaxed tone. Don't worry, as long as I'm with your mom, there won't be any danger. Just focus on your training at the academy. Despite his father's reassurances, Lu Qingchen nodded, but he couldn't completely shake off his anxiety. He couldn't fully gauge his father's strength, only sensing the vast ocean-like soul power within Lu Chongting. This immense power only added to Lu Qingchen's sense of unease. After dinner, Lu Qingchen immediately returned to his room to train. He knew that every moment spent training brought him closer to fully infusing his martial soul with soul power. While channeling soul power into his martial soul, he also worked on understanding its power and abilities. During the awakening stage, besides filling the martial soul with soul power, comprehending it is crucial. The deeper the understanding, the more abilities of the martial soul he could utilize. For Lu Qingchen, comprehending the abilities of 3 major martial souls was undoubtedly time-consuming, but it also meant he would be stronger than others at the same level. Soon enough, Lu Qingchen was immersed in his world, silently grasping the abilities of his martial soul. However, he didn't notice the peculiar mist slowly rising from his body. This mist was golden with hints of red. Shortly after, the mist transformed into a golden crow and a true dragon, circling around Lu Qingchen, creating a mysterious and magnificent sight. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Xiaolan's voice broke the morning silence. Xiaochen, get up. You need to go to school today? Your teacher mentioned there's something else to take care of. Upon hearing his mother's call, Lu Qingchen immediately snapped out of his training state. Stretching with a crackling sound, he thought to himself, that felt great. Training all night made me feel much stronger. Exiting his room, Lu Qingchen saw his mother had prepared a hearty breakfast. Just as he sat down, there was a rapid knock on the door. Xiaolon quickly went to open it, revealing Yushan at the door. Yushan sheepishly scratched his head and grinned. Good morning, Auntie. I'm here to go to school with Chan. Xiaolon warmly invited. Oh, you. Come in and have some breakfast. I made plenty, and there are some things I want to discuss with you both. Thus, the breakfast table went from 1 to 2 people happily eating. With his mouth full of a golden brown pan-fried bun, Lu Qingchen asked indistinctly, Mom, what do you want to talk to us about? Xiaolon replied with a smile. It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask which martial soul university you plans to attend. Yushan paused, pointing to himself in confusion. Me? Yes, you. Which martial soul university are you planning to apply to? Xiaolon continued. At this moment, Lu Qingchen slapped his forehead, regretting that he had been so focused on studying the lotus seeds yesterday that he forgot to tell his mother. Yushan scratched his head and grinned. Oh, I'm going to Tiandao Sacred Academy with Chun. Didn't he tell you? Xiaolon looked at Lu Qingchen, who was devouring his food, with a hint of reproach in her voice. What? You're both going to Tiandao Sacred Academy. Why didn't Xiaochen mention it yesterday? Hey, Mom, I forgot, okay? I was going to tell you today. Before Lu Qingchen could finish speaking, he glanced over to see Yushan still wolfing down his breakfast. Frowning, he gave Yushan a sharp slap on the head. All you know is eating. Hurry up, you'll be late for school. Lu Qingchen's voice carried a hint of impatience. Yushan looked up, his face full of grievance, his mouth stuffed with food as he mumbled. I've only eaten 1 youtiao. Let me have a bit more. Xiaolon, seeing this, gave Lu Qingchen a glare and gently said to Yushan, all right, don't rush to school. Let Xiaoyu eat a bit more. She thought to herself, this kid didn't even mention it earlier, making me ask again. So unreliable. Turning to Yushan, she gently reminded, Xiaoyu, you and Xiao Chun should look out for each other at school. When Xiao Chun gets impulsive, you should try to calm him down. Don't let him act recklessly. Yushan, still chewing, nodded vigorously, swallowing his food to show he understood. Xiaolon felt more at ease with his assured response. After quickly finishing breakfast, the two grabbed their backpacks and headed to school. On the way, Yushan suddenly spoke up. Oh, by the way, Chun bro, my dad said that after I go to the academy, he'll be leaving Jin City to take care of some things. Lu Qingchen paused, then replied, really? My dad said the same thing, that once I head to the academy, he'll be settling some old matters. They exchanged a look, their eyes filled with surprise and confusion. Yushan, looking serious, continued, and ever since I awakened my martial soul, I realized my dad isn't an ordinary person. He has soul power too, and I can't even compare to him. Lu Qingchen nodded thoughtfully. I can't figure out my dad either, and even my mom is a mystery. I suspect my dad might have been injured in the past, and has been recovering in Jin City. Plus, my dad and Uncle Yu have known each other since I can remember. Their expressions turned complex, as if recalling something. Lu Qingchen continued to analyze. And since we've both awakened top-tier martial souls, it means our parents must have quite the talent too. As for what's going on, I guess we're not meant to know just yet. Yushan, worried, asked, Chun bro, do you think what they're doing is dangerous? Lu Qingchen pondered for a moment and replied, probably not. My dad is always very cautious, and Uncle Yu doesn't seem like someone who acts recklessly either. Besides, there's no point in worrying about it now. Our priority is to train hard and improve our skills at the academy. Once we're strong enough, we'll likely find out more. Knowing too much now would only distract us. Yushan agreed, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. Lu Qingchen calmed himself, recalling his parents mentioning that his sister was at the Martial Soul University, though they never specified which academy. He mused to himself, a family of soul warriors. It seems this life's journey will be much more exciting than my last. At the entrance of Class 7, Grade 3, at Jincheng High School, loud chatter could be heard from within. 2 students had just arrived at the door, catching the excited discussions of their classmates. Have you heard? Our class has produced several geniuses this time. A skinny boy with glasses excitedly shared some gossip. Almost everyone who took the Wuhan University assessment has awakened their martial soul. I'm so jealous. I wonder what it feels like to awaken a martial soul, someone sighed. Another voice chimed in. Too bad we don't have that talent. We'll have to rely on the upcoming college entrance exams to get good scores and hopefully get into a prestigious university. Yeah, we can only aim for a good university and then find a good job. I really envy them. A classmate echoed with envy. Lu Qingchen listened to these conversations and shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself that if it were his past self, he would probably think the same way: study hard, get into a good university, find a good job. It was both his wish and his parents' expectation. Without dwelling on it, Lu Qingchen and Yushan walked into the classroom. As soon as they entered, the room erupted. Lu Qingchen, Yushan, did you guys awaken your martial souls? Their classmates eagerly asked. A student who was close to Yan Zian said mockingly, I heard almost everyone awaken this time, except for a few. Was it you, Lu Qingchen? Lu Qingchen just glanced at him indifferently and ignored him, heading straight to his seat. But Yushan wasn't about to let it slide. He let out a cold snort and released a slight pressure. The student's face turned red, and he struggled to breathe. However, the warning only lasted a second or two before Yushan retracted his aura. After all, they were classmates, and it wouldn't be good to go too far. Just as they sat down, Hong Bing turned around to greet them. Hey, how did you sleep last night? Was it okay? Not bad. The bed at home is more comfortable, Yushan replied with a smile. At that moment, Zhang Ying, Su Man, and Su Muting joined them. Everyone knew that when Hong Bing spoke, it usually meant he had some gossip to share. Sure enough, Hong Bing said mysteriously, I heard something yesterday that you all might find interesting. Do you want to hear it? Zhang Ying, always impatient, urged. Quick, tell us. What's the news? Hong Bing teased. Call me Brother Bing, and I'll tell you. In your dreams. Zhang Ying retorted, not falling for it. I won't call you that. I don't believe you can keep it to yourself. Seeing his plan fail, Hong Bing turned away, staying silent. The others also remained quiet, understanding the game. Finally, Zhang Ying couldn't hold back and relented. Brother Bing. All right, tell us the news. Desperate to hear Hong Bing's gossip, Zhang Ying gave in. As expected, upon hearing this, Hong Bing immediately turned his head with a cheeky grin. Don't rush, dear sister. Brother Bing will tell you all about it. His tone carried a hint of smugness. Lu Qingchen noticed Zhang Ying clenching her fists tightly and couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for Hong Bing, secretly hoping he wouldn't end up getting beaten too badly. Hong Bing's words caught the attention of the entire class, and all eyes were on him. Relishing the spotlight, he beamed with joy as he announced, I've heard that by this afternoon, or at the latest tomorrow, our assessment results and the admission standards for Wuhan University will be released. Really? Su Muting, who was sitting nearby, couldn't hide the excitement in her voice upon hearing the news. Hong Bing continued, Of course, it's true. And I heard there will be a national ranking this time, with substantial rewards for the top 100. Lu Qingchen grew interested and asked, So what are the criteria for the assessment scores? I heard it's based on 3 rounds combined, the strength test, the attribute test, and the Wuhan talent evaluation. Hong Bing explained, though his tone was a bit uncertain. Apparently, a mysterious organization is responsible for the evaluation, and they are also providing the rewards. Since it's just a rumor, I'm not entirely sure. He turned to Lu Qingchen and Yushan, confidently saying, I think you and Yushan will definitely make it into the national top 100. Your scores in those 3 rounds were impressive. Zhang Ying, Su Man, and Su Muting all nodded in agreement. The other classmates, intrigued by this, cast curious glances, while those who hadn't participated in the assessment were left puzzled, not knowing what had transpired. The chatter continued for a while until the school bell rang. Shortly after, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, entered the classroom. Today he was dressed particularly formally, a burgundy double-breasted suit, a white high-neck shirt with subtle patterns, and a striking deep blue tie. This outfit made him appear rejuvenated, as if he were 10 years younger. Standing at the podium, Mr. Huang energetically announced, Students, the assessment for Wuhan University has concluded, and those who participated from our class did exceptionally well. Our 7th class has been recognized as the best class of the year, with a reward of 10,000 yuan for class funds. Please give a round of applause to those who participated in the Wuhan University assessment. The mention of the 10,000 yuan class fund set the classroom abuzz with thunderous applause. Once the applause subsided, Mr. Huang continued, Those who applied for Wuhan University have no further obligations and can leave school as soon as the results are out by tomorrow. However, the rest of you preparing for liberal arts universities need to continue studying diligently. He then launched into a lengthy discourse, which lasted until the end of the first period. Throughout the subsequent classes, the teachers kept glancing at Lu Qingchen and Yushan, while the other students also frequently looked their way. This attention made Lu Qingchen, who usually preferred to keep a low profile, feel somewhat uncomfortable. Time flew by, and the final bell of the day rang. The students didn't rush to pack up, knowing that the homeroom teacher would usually have something to say at this time. Sure enough, Mr. Huang hurriedly entered the classroom, carrying a laptop. As soon as he reached the podium, he delivered news that sent the entire classroom into a frenzy. Don't rush to leave yet. I just received word that the admission standards and assessment scores for Wuhan University are now available for viewing. Everyone, hold on before heading home. We've just received news that the admission criteria and exam results for Wuhan University are now accessible. As soon as the homeroom teacher finished speaking, the classroom erupted with excitement. Students who were about to leave after the announcements suddenly became alert, their eyes shining with anticipation. The homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, with trembling hands, turned on the computer, connected to the internet, and said to the eager eyes in the room, They mentioned that results are officially out at 6, but we can try checking now. Who wants to go first? Hong Bing, unable to contain himself, dashed to the podium and stood beside Mr. Huang, eagerly saying, I'll go first. He quickly logged into the National Wuhan Exam Student Information Query website, rapidly entering his exam number and ID number. However, when the page loaded, it displayed, The information you are querying has not been entered yet. Please check again at 6. A trace of disappointment crossed Hongbing's face, but hope quickly reignited as he continued to refresh the page. The atmosphere in the classroom was tense yet expectant, with everyone holding their breath, eyes fixed on the computer screen. Although most of the students hadn't participated in the Wuhan University assessment, they were all curious about the rankings of those who did. Zhang Ying couldn't help but ask, "How's it going, Hongbing? Did it come out?" Hongbing replied somewhat dejectedly, "The results aren't entered yet. It says to wait until 6. There were still a few minutes to 6, but no one suggested leaving. The classroom was so silent that a pin drop could be heard, with only the soft sound of each other's breathing echoing lightly. Time ticked by slowly as everyone silently awaited 6 o'clock. At 5:59, Lu Qingchen noticed beads of sweat forming on Hongbing's forehead. Hongbing refreshed the webpage once more, quickly filling in his exam number, ID number, and verification code. As the clock struck 6, he took a deep breath and clicked the query button. The few seconds of page loading seemed to stretch into eternity. Finally, the results appeared on the screen. A total score of 555, national ranking 4320. Hongbing's eyes lit up instantly, and he shouted excitedly, "I'm in the top 5,000. Ha ha ha." He jumped up in excitement, his entire body trembling. In a vast country like China, ranking in the top 5,000 among tens of thousands of students who awakened their Wuhuan is an extremely impressive achievement. Zhang Ying couldn't wait and rushed to the podium, urging, "Hurry and check my results." Hongbing stepped aside, and Zhang Ying quickly entered her information. When the page refreshed, a bright smile spread across Zhang Ying's face. A total score of 553, national ranking 4980. Like Hongbing, she was overjoyed and couldn't contain her excitement. The entire classroom was filled with a joyful and celebratory atmosphere, with everyone genuinely thrilled by their classmates' outstanding achievements. Like Hongbing, both of them made it into the top 5,000 nationwide. De Huang stood by, so excited he was almost in tears, slapping his thigh and exclaiming loudly, "Well done, well done. My students truly make me proud." At that moment, Su Muting, Su Man, Yushan, and Lu Qingchen had not yet checked their scores. As students who had already been pre-admitted to the Tiandao Academy, the latter three were not as eager as Hongbing and the others. Su Muting was the third to step forward. As soon as she entered her personal information and clicked to check, her face flushed red, and within seconds, she couldn't help but start sobbing quietly. De Huang quickly leaned in to see the screen, which displayed a total score of 599 and a national ranking of 2,900. Trembling with excitement, he announced, "Su Muting, national rank 2,900. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted, with several girls rushing forward to comfort Su Muting. Despite some previous unpleasantness, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but smile at the result. After all, having grown up together and being classmates, he was genuinely happy for Su Muting. Next, it was Su Man's turn to check her score. Under the expectant gazes of everyone, she nervously entered her information and clicked to check. The page loaded, showing only a national rank of 967, with no specific score. Although she had already been pre-admitted to 3 prestigious schools, seeing the 3-digit ranking filled Su Man with excitement. De Huang was even more thrilled, almost unable to contain himself, loudly announcing, "Su Man, national rank 967. The classroom burst into cheers once again. When it was Yushan and Lu Qingchen's turn, Lu Qingchen gestured for Yushan to go first. After Yushan entered his information, the screen showed, national rank 11. Yushan was not surprised by this result, but Lu Qingchen's expression became serious. He recalled Yushan's abilities, a strength test of 4,100 kilograms, a top-tier gold attribute talent, and the awakening of a top-level martial soul with 7 soul slots, the golden-backed Mang Tianyou. Such formidable strength ranking only 11th meant that this assessment was full of extraordinary talents. Seeing this ranking, De Huang almost fainted from excitement. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions, but the joy on his face was unmistakable. Clearing his throat, he proudly announced to the class, "Yushan, national rank 11th. Finally, Lu Qingchen approached the computer, entering his information under the watchful eyes of everyone. After clicking to check, the few seconds of waiting felt like an eternity. When the page finally loaded, all eyes were fixed on the dazzling number national rank, 1. The entire classroom fell into stunned silence, soon followed by a thunderous cheer. Lu Qingchen's score was not only the best testament to his personal abilities, but also the pride of the entire class. In that moment, everyone felt an immense sense of pride and excitement, as if the whole world had changed because of that one. Ranked number 1 in the nation. This sacred number instantly captured everyone's attention. The classroom fell silent, with the people on stage and Mr. Huang staring wide-eyed, their expressions full of astonishment. The students below held their breath, halting their previous lively discussions. The entire room sank into a deeper silence than before. After an unknown period, Mr. Huang suddenly snapped back to reality. He leapt up like a madman, pounding his chest and shouting, "I never imagined I'd live to teach a student like this, ha!" His sudden outburst startled the students, but they simply listened quietly to their teacher's monologue. A few minutes later, realizing his lapse in composure, Mr. Huang took a deep breath to steady himself. Clearing his throat with a serious demeanor, he announced in a compelling voice, "Class, today we witness the history of Class 7 of the 3rd year, the history of Jinling City, and even the history of our nation. Lu Qingchen from Class 7, 3rd year, has ranked first in the nation." As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom fell silent again. The students exchanged bewildered glances until one dared to ask uncertainly, "Teacher, do you mean Lu Qingchen's martial arts exam score is the highest in the country? Would I lie to you? Come see for yourselves." Mr. Huang barely finished his words before the entire class surged forward. The first student to reach the podium looked closely and indeed saw those 5 big characters. He murmured to himself, "Lu Qingchen really is #1 in the nation." Before he could finish, he was pushed aside by other students. One by one, they confirmed the unbelievable fact, until it was finally accepted. Immediately, the classroom erupted. The students shouted and cheered excitedly, as if the honor was theirs too. Just then, a group of school leaders poured into the classroom, and the noise subsided, though the excitement was still palpable. One leader, who had accompanied the students to the martial arts exam, smiled and said, "I heard the rankings for the Wuhuan University assessment have been released. Principal Jiang came specifically to check on the students who took the exam and help you check your results." A vigorous middle-aged man, about 40 years old, stepped forward from the crowd, holding a gift box. Smiling, he addressed the students on the podium, "You all worked hard on the martial arts exam. This is a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Who are Lu Qingchen and Yushan?" Lu Qingchen and Yushan stepped forward at the call. The principal handed them the gift box, patting their shoulders. "You both did exceptionally well, bringing honor to the academy. When the results are out, there will be additional rewards for you." Hearing about the reward distribution, Lu Qingchen was about to say a few polite words when Yushan beat him to it. The young man grinned, saying to the principal with a cheerful smile, "Oh, it's nothing. It's what we should do." He scratched his head afterward, looking quite simple and honest. Other leaders also handed gift boxes to Hong Bing and the others. After giving their thanks repeatedly, they quietly stepped aside. Principal Zhang rubbed his hands together and turned to the homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang. "Mr. Huang, it's past 6 o'clock now. Can we check the students' results?" Surprisingly, the students remained unusually calm upon hearing about checking the scores. Knowing that Lu Qingchen was the top scorer, they were not as anxious as the leaders. Mr. Huang replied leisurely, "Principal Jiang, we've already checked the scores of our class." "So soon?" Principal Jiang was surprised. "Mr. Huang, you're very efficient. Tell us, how did the students perform this time?" Taking a deep breath, Mr. Huang slowly said, "First place." "First? What first?" The leaders thought they had misheard and asked again. "Just first," Mr. Huang teased. "What do you mean by first? Explain clearly." Principal Jiang pressed eagerly. At that moment, light footsteps were heard from outside the classroom. Lu Yin walked in gracefully, and as soon as she reached the doorway, she saw a room full of leaders. She ignored them, quickly scanned the room, and finally spotted Lu Qingchen behind Yushan. Her face lit up with a bright smile as she walked straight over. The classmates made way for Lu Yin, knowing she was a mentor from one of the 3 prestigious schools and dared not offend her. Lu Yin approached Lu Qingchen, playfully saying, "Little guy. Oh no, now I should call you a big celebrity, right?" Her expression suddenly turned serious. "From today on, everyone should call you the nation's #1. As soon as she finished speaking, the leaders snapped out of their daze, their eyes fixated on Lu Qingchen, exclaiming in unison, "Nation's #1, top of the martial arts exam?" At that moment, Lu Qingchen ignored the crowd's exclamations and smiled at Lu Yin, saying, "Mentor Lu Yin, this surprise is bigger than the last one, isn't it?" Lu Yin suddenly recalled the bet she had made with Lu Qingchen and froze for a moment. Seeing Lu Qingchen grinning at her, she blushed. Remembering his mischievous smile from before, she lightly scolded, "What's the top of the martial arts exam? Just a gutsy little brat." With that, she ignored the shocked gazes of the others, covered her flushed face, and hurried out of the classroom. All eyes were on Lu Qingchen, and he instantly felt incredibly awkward, wishing he could disappear. "My senior sister has ruined my reputation," he lamented internally. Yushan was amazed. He had thought Brother Chun was already impressive, but now his charisma was even more dazzling. The high-spirited third-year students, seeing the beautiful and charming mentor Lu Yin blushing in front of Lu Qingchen, couldn't hold back and started cheering loudly, turning the classroom into chaos. Principal Zhang finally came to his senses and murmured, "From now on, Jinqing High School will be famous." Standing aside, homeroom teacher Mr. Huang gazed into the distance, deeply sighing. After this, the name Lu Qingchen will be known by everyone. After this, The name Lu Qingchen will surely be known by everyone. In a luxurious villa in the capital city, the clock struck 6. A student with a pockmarked face and a sinister expression was pacing anxiously in the living room. As the time arrived, he eagerly entered his ID number to check his exam results. The number that appeared on the screen froze him in place ranked 12th nationwide. I only ranked 12th? Who are the 11 students that dare to rank higher than me? His face twisted, and his eyes glinted with danger. If Lu Qingchen were present, he would immediately recognize this person as Yao Qingwu, who had once sent someone to assassinate him. Meanwhile, in the Huahua military department, a robust young man was staring at his ranking results, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Ranked 10th nationwide. I wonder who the 9 people ahead of me are. I can't wait to find out. His eyes sparkled with anticipation and fighting spirit. At this moment, similar scenes were unfolding across the country. Some were cheering with joy, while others were frowning in disappointment. As for Lu Qingchen, who topped the national martial arts exam, he had quietly left the classroom with Yushan, escaping the curious stares. On their way home, Lu Qingchen and Yushan passed by Grandpa Wu's antique shop. Usually lounging in the sun, Grandpa Wu scrambled inside as soon as he saw them, hurriedly locking the door and hanging up a closed sign. The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. The streets buzzed with chatter. I heard the results from the Wuhan University exams are out. Really? I need to rush home and check my kids' results. I heard anyone in the top 10,000 is a top-tier genius. Isn't it the top 20,000? My son ranked 99.99, definitely a genius. Listening to these discussions, Lu Qingchen shook his head. Yushan teased. If they knew the national top scorer just walked past them, they'd be shocked. Lu Qingchen playfully scolded. Don't mess around. You're also the top besides the top 10. Yushan's face darkened at this. Hongbing said the national ranking list will be released at midnight. You'll probably be famous by then, Yushan continued. Lu Qingchen waved his hand dismissively. Let's keep it low-key. This is just the beginning. Mentor Lu Yin did mention there's a soul warrior who has trained a soul slot to the pinnacle of this world. Yushan scratched his head, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He teased, I'm not sure if one soul slot can lead you to the peak of martial arts, but I do know that after tonight, Uncle Lu and Andy are going to be quite busy. Your front door might just get trampled down. Lu Qingchen, seeing Yushan's gloating expression, shrugged helplessly and reminded him. Don't forget, you and I live in the same neighborhood, and you're ranked 11th. Unfazed, Yushan announced his address. Chinchin Community, Building 2, Apartment 502. As Lu Qingchen stepped into his home, his mother, Xiao Lan, hurried out of the kitchen, apron-clad, and warmly said, Xiao Chun, you're back. Go wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon. After washing his hands, Lu Qingchen sat at the dining table with his father, Lu Chongting, waiting for dinner. Lu Chongting asked with a cheerful tone, Xiao Chun, I heard today that the results could be checked at 6 o'clock. Is that true? It's true, Dad. Our homeroom teacher already checked them for us at school, Lu Qingchen replied. Hearing this, Lu Chongting's interest was piqued, and he quickly asked, How did you do? Did you make it to the top 100? Lu Qingchen, a bit exasperated, said, Your son wouldn't settle for just the top 100, at least the top 10. You cheeky kid, just tell me the exact rank, Lu Chongting urged. With a serious expression, Lu Qingchen answered, First. Come on, give me the real score. I'm not in the mood for jokes, Lu Chongting said skeptically. It really is first. I'm not joking, Lu Qingchen insisted sincerely. At that moment, Xiaolan came over with a dish, curious about the conversation. What are you two talking about? All this first-place business. Lu Chongting hesitated before explaining. We're talking about the National Martial Arts Exam rankings. Oh, I thought it was something. What did you say? Xiaolan suddenly widened her eyes. Xiao Chun said he was first in the martial arts exam, but I told him not to joke around, Lu Chongting explained. Both parents stared at Lu Qingchen in disbelief, making him feel the pressure. He could only reiterate helplessly, I'm not lying to you. Your son really is first. Even though Xiaolan and Lu Chongting trusted their son, it was hard for anyone to believe he ranked first in the entire nation. Seeing that the truth was still met with skepticism, Lu Qingchen gave up trying to explain further. I heard the National Martial Arts exam list will be released at midnight. You'll see then. After dinner, Lu Qingchen went to his room to practice, while his parents anxiously waited in front of the computer for the list to be published. As midnight approached, Lu Qingchen emerged from his practice and headed to the study. He was startled by how focused his parents were, leaning over the desk, eyes glued to the screen. The clock struck 12, and they immediately clicked to check the results. However, the page wouldn't load due to heavy traffic. Lu Chongting persistently refreshed the page, and after dozens of attempts, the list finally appeared. Lu Qingchen noticed his parents scanning the list from bottom to top. National rank 10, Luo Zhan. National rank 9, Muning Yue. National rank 8, Ouyang Lai. National rank 3, Morong Qingqing. National rank 2, Lung Qianjue. National rank 1, Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen and Xiaolan's eyes widened as they looked at each other in astonishment, then exclaimed in unison, Xiaochun really is first. Meanwhile, different reactions echoed across the country. In the War God Academy in the Sichuan region, a young man with short fiery red hair laughed wildly. I can't believe I'm only 8th. I wonder what kind of monsters are ahead of me. But Luo Zhan is only 10th, haha. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Huaguo Investigation Department, a tall girl muttered to herself, how am I only 9th? Could it really be like Mom said, a year of geniuses? And Lung Qianjue is only 2nd. Who is this first place? Who is this Lu Qingchen, to outshine so many talents and take the top spot? In every faction, geniuses were curious about Lu Qingchen's identity. Suddenly, Lu Qingchen's name spread across countless conversations, becoming the focal point of national attention. At this moment, Lu Qingchen's parents, Lu Chongting and Xiaolan, stood in the living room, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Their son had actually topped the entrance exam for Martial Soul University. Lu Chongting swallowed hard and asked in a slightly dry voice, Xiao Chun, what exactly were your results, and what kind of martial soul did you awaken to rank first? Xiaolan also fixed her gaze on her son, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Faced with his parents' curiosity, Lu Qingchen didn't hide anything. With a thought, 2 distinctly different martial souls appeared beside him, a radiant 3-legged golden crow and a pure white lotus. Xiaolan's attention was immediately drawn to the divine creation lotus. The lotus was surrounded by 12 lush green leaves, and its petals bloomed layer by layer, totaling 24. Lu Qingchen secretly sighed, realizing that women indeed have a fondness for beautiful things. Initially, Lu Chongting was also captivated by the bright 7 soul slots on the divine creation lotus, but soon his gaze shifted to the 3-legged golden crow. His eyes froze instantly, for he saw that the golden crow had only one extremely bright slot, twice the size of a regular soul slot. With his experience, he almost immediately realized this was a supreme martial soul. His son possessed a supreme martial soul. Suddenly, it dawned on Lu Chongting why his own martial soul had evolved on the day of his son's exam. After a moment, Lu Chongting said in a deep voice, that's enough. Xiaochun, you can put away your martial souls now. Remember, until you have enough ability to protect yourself, try not to reveal your second martial soul. If someone with ill intentions finds out, the consequences could be dire. Lu Qingchen nodded in agreement. Besides Han Meng and Lu Yan, he had only revealed these 2 martial souls during the awakening ceremony. At that time, no one paid much attention, and the examiners present didn't understand what kind of martial souls they were. As for why he ranked first in the martial exam, he guessed it might be because he possessed twin martial souls. Just as Lu Qingchen was lost in thought, Lu Chongting continued, Xiao Chun, awakening twin martial souls is a good thing. It lays the foundation for you to become a top-tier warrior. But I must tell you, the most important thing on the martial path is to have an unyielding heart. Whether genius or ordinary, everyone faces their own challenges. What you must do is constantly strengthen your inner self until it becomes unbreakable. The path of a warrior is one we must strive for. When opportunities arise, you must seize them. Lu Chongting's expression suddenly became serious. On this path, cultivation resources will become extremely important. Moreover, with your high martial soul talent, the resources you need might be several times, or even dozens of times, more than others. But no matter what, your mother and I hope you live well. Since you've chosen this path, we will definitely support you. Remember, while striving, always ensure your own safety first. Only by staying alive can you have the chance to become a top-tier warrior. This was the first time Lu Qingchen heard his father speak to him so extensively. He nodded seriously and replied, I understand, Dad. Don't worry, I'll strive for what I should and prioritize my safety. Seeing their son's earnest response, Lu Chongting and Xiaolan felt relieved. They understood that as a grown man, he couldn't live under his parents' wings forever. Besides, Lu Chongting knew his son had his own ideas, and topping the martial exam was the best proof of that. As night fell deeper, Lu Qingchen checked the time and said, It's late, Mom and Dad. You should head to bed early. You probably have things to take care of tomorrow. Lu Qingchen smiled at his parents and said, Haha, that's great. Tomorrow morning, you should go ahead and book the hotel. I want to invite the whole class to celebrate. Lu Chongting laughed heartily, and a gleam of joy sparkled in Xiaolan's eyes. As parents, they always hoped their child would excel, even in the world of soul warriors. At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded in Lu Qingchen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the achievement. First in the National Martial Exam. Reward, 100 achievement points, and the lucky wheel has been activated. Feeling a stir in his heart, Lu Qingchen quickly said to his parents, You both should rest early. I'm going back to my room. With that, he hurried back to his room. Once in his room, Lu Qingchen sat on his bed and opened the information panel with a thought. He noticed a new feature had been added, the lucky wheel, which was divided into various colored sections. System, can you introduce this new feature? Lu Qingchen asked. The system's mechanical voice responded. Since the host has achieved a hidden accomplishment, a new feature has been unlocked. The host can use achievement points to draw from the lucky wheel. Each draw requires 100 achievement points, and you only need to think about it to activate. Curious, Lu Qingchen asked, are there any other hidden features? Can you give me a hint? The system replied, there is a mall feature yet to be unlocked. It will automatically open when the host completes the first system task. A task will be issued at each major realm, with rewards for completion. The release time is random. What happens if I don't complete a task? Lu Qingchen asked with some concern. The system coldly replied, failure to complete a task will result in a downgrade of one minor realm. Lu Qingchen breathed a sigh of relief and murmured to himself, that's manageable. Compared to eliminating the host, this system is quite gentle. He examined the lucky wheel closely and found it divided into 7 equal sections: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Lu Qingchen silently thought, draw, and watched as the white pointer slowly spun, eventually landing on the blue section. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the immortal level technique. Ice Phoenix Sealing Heaven Manual, the system announced. Task activated. Before reaching the next major realm, gift the Ice Phoenix Sealing Heaven Manual to your first master. Task completion rewards. Unlock the mall feature, Soul Stones 10,000. Lu Qingchen pondered that while the task seemed simple, explaining the origin of the technique was a challenge. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it for now. Then, Lu Qingchen sat cross-legged on his bed and entered a state of cultivation. The golden crow and the imperial dragon circled around him, exuding an intense and noble aura. As night deepened, the entire room was enveloped in tranquility. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Lu Qingchen was deeply immersed in his cultivation practice. Suddenly, his mother's voice came from outside the door. Xiao Chun, your dad and I are going out to book the hotel. Breakfast is on the table. Remember to eat something when you get up. A gentle sound of the door closing followed. Lu Qingchen opened his eyes, noticing the lightning sky outside, and decided to end his practice. After quickly freshening up, he headed to the dining table. As he took big bites of the fragrant sauce pancakes, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked the admission standards of various Wuhan universities yet. With his soy milk in hand, Lu Qingchen briskly walked to the study. He went straight to the point, focusing only on the admission standards of the top 3 schools. He first opened the official website of the War God Academy to browse their admission policies. The 388th admission standards for the War God Academy were prominently displayed. 1. Students ranked within the top 3,000 in the National Martial Arts Examination, including the 3,000th. 2. Students with an attribute talent test rating above the Earth grade, including Earth grade. 3. Students who scored over 3,000 kilograms in the strength test, with a Wuhuan possessing at least 3 soul slots. 4. Students whose awakened Wuhuan has 5 or more soul slots, including 5. 5. No standard for students with awakened food-type Wuhuan. Note: meeting any one of these conditions qualifies for application. The Academy plans to admit 1,000 students, selecting the best. The top 100 will receive special training. Lu Qingchen recalled that in previous years, none of the top 3 schools had admitted more than 1,000 students, and he was surprised by this year's expansion. He then checked the admission standards for Tiandao Holy Academy and Monster Academy. They were broadly similar, except Monster Academy planned to admit 1,500 students. No wonder it's backed by the Alchemist Association, such deep pockets, thought Lu Qingchen to himself. Just as he was absorbed in the admission information, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Thinking it was his parents returning, Lu Qingchen quickly headed to the door. When he opened it, he found a towering young man, 2 meters tall Yu Shan standing there with his parents. Just as Yu Shan was about to greet him, Lu Qingchen bypassed him, warmly welcoming. Hello, Uncle Yu, Auntie, please come in and have a seat. Yu Shan stood awkwardly outside the door, watching as Lu Qingchen busily tidied up the living room and prepared tea for his parents. When Lu Qingchen returned with the tea, Yu Shan's father praised, Xiao Chun is such a considerate child, and he even topped the National Martial Arts exam. Unlike our Yu Shan. Sigh. Before he could finish, the doorbell rang again. Lu Qingchen opened the door to find his homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, and several school leaders. He quickly invited them inside. Seeing this, Yu Shan promptly greeted, hello, teacher. Hello, everyone. The school leaders wore smiles of joy, feeling honored to be respected by 2 national top 100 talents. Drawing on his past life experience, Lu Qingchen navigated the impromptu meeting with ease. He skillfully engaged with each guest, displaying poise and charm, earning the admiration of everyone present. Lu Qingchen was anxiously awaiting his parents' return when he finally heard their familiar footsteps. He quickly got up to open the door and quietly explained the guest's background to them before hurrying back to his room. After some time, he heard the sound of someone leaving and rushed out to check. The school representatives had already left, leaving only the Yushan family behind. The six of them sat around a table and shared a sumptuous lunch. Once the guests had all departed, Lu Qingchen remarked, "As expected from the top in the country, I bet more people will come to visit tomorrow." Lu Qingchen smiled and asked, "Dad, where did you and Mom book a hotel this morning?" Lu Chongting, full of excitement, replied, "At the largest hotel in Chinchin. It was so crowded that we almost couldn't book a room. But once I mentioned that our son was the top scorer in the National Martial Arts exam, the hotel manager personally came out, let us book the entire place, and waived all the fees." Xiaolon couldn't help but laugh. "Your dad loves those envious looks from people, and he ended up chatting with them for so long that he almost didn't want to leave." Lu Qingchen couldn't help but smile at this. With enthusiasm, Lu Chongting announced, "Your mom and I are going to send out invitations now. We're hosting a graduation banquet tomorrow." Not long after his parents left, the admission letter arrived at their home. To Lu Qingchen's surprise, it was delivered by Lu Yan. So, there was now a beautiful mentor in the house, and the two engaged in some casual conversation. "Senior sister, when are we heading to the Tiandao Academy?" Lu Qingchen asked curiously. Having read many novels in his past life, he was filled with anticipation for martial arts. Lu Yan leisurely sipped her tea and nibbled on sunflower seeds, replying slowly, "No rush, it should be within the next couple of days. Besides you and Yushan, we're just waiting for two other girls to receive their admission letters, and then we can set off." "Two others? Besides Su Man, who else, senior sister?" Lu Qingchen didn't immediately connect the dots. "There's also that girl named Su Muting. She ranked within the top 3,000 and applied to our Tiandao Academy," Lu Yan said with a satisfied smile, pleased with this recruitment task. Upon hearing Su Muting's name, Lu Qingchen's expression turned peculiar. Lu Yan noticed this and, with her curiosity piqued, asked, "What's the matter? Is Su Muting someone special to you?" Startled by the question, Lu Qingchen quickly waved his hands and changed the subject. "I'm hosting a graduation banquet at the Golden Eagle Hotel tomorrow. Senior sister, you must honor us with your presence." Lu Yan pouted and glared at him, clearly displeased with his diversion of the topic. After chatting for another couple of hours, Lu Yan noticed the time and prepared to leave. Lu Qingchen hurried to open the door for her, only to find Lu Chongting and Xiaolon standing right outside. The parents' gazes moved past Lu Qingchen and landed on Lu Yan, their faces immediately lighting up with warm smiles. "Not bad, Xiaochen, who's this beautiful young lady? Come on, introduce us." Hearing this, Lu Qingchen felt a sense of dread and forced a smile. "Dad, Mom, this is a misunderstanding. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, I'm Lu Qingchen's martial arts instructor. I'm here today to deliver his acceptance letter from the Tiandao Academy." Lu Yan flashed a sweet yet slightly mischievous smile, looking directly at Lu Qingchen and said, "Lu Qingchen is an outstanding student. I believe he'll shine brightly even at the Tiandao Academy, right, Lu Qingchen?" Seeing the playful expression on his mentor's face, Lu Qingchen felt a chill run down his spine. Suppressing his embarrassment, he responded enthusiastically, "Yes, Mom and Dad, this is my martial arts instructor. It's really kind of her to come all the way to deliver my acceptance letter." Lu Qingchen's parents, Lu Chongting and Xiaolon, experienced as they were, quickly picked up on the subtle atmosphere between the two young people. They exchanged a knowing glance, and Xiaolon warmly grasped Lu Yan's hand, inviting her, "Ms. Lu, thank you so much for your efforts. I often hear Xiaochen mention you. Why don't you stay for dinner tonight?" Though Lu Yan was a mentor at Tiandao Academy, she was only slightly older than Lu Qingchen. Faced with such a warm invitation, she politely declined a few times before eventually sitting back down on the sofa. Lu Qingchen felt even more uneasy, realizing there was no escaping the dinner. In contrast, Lu Yan felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. It was her first time dining at a male student's home, and with his parents no less. Despite being at an age where she understood certain nuances, she couldn't help but feel a bit tense. Fortunately, Xiaolon was friendly and engaging, quickly striking up a lively conversation with Lu Yan. Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen sat back, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds and watching TV, looking completely at ease. He thought to himself, if he had to manage the situation, it would likely result in an awkward silence with everyone just staring at each other. In this relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, time flew by. Before long, Lu Qingchen saw his father bringing out dishes. In no time, the table was filled with a sumptuous spread of hot dishes, soups, and cold appetizers. As Lu Qingchen chewed on a delicious chicken wing, he mumbled, "Dad, since when did you know how to cook? I had no idea." At that moment, Lu Chongting and Xiaolon were busy serving Lu Yan. Xiaolon, while adding more food to Lu Yan's bowl, said with concern, "Xiao Yan, eat more. You look so thin. It's important for girls to have a good figure, but not too skinny." In truth, Lu Yan's figure was not as frail as Xiaolon suggested. As a soul warrior and a goddess-like figure at the academy, Lu Yan's physique perfectly complemented her beautiful, alluring face. Today, she wore a simple outfit, a t-shirt with a cute cartoon print and denim shorts that ended above her knees. Her legs were slender and long, her skin fair and radiant. Her figure was graceful, her long hair cascading down like a waterfall, and her eyes were fox-like and captivating, with elegantly arched brows. However, in Xiaolan's eyes, this lovely young woman might just be her future daughter-in-law. She kept serving Lu Yin more food until her bowl was piled high. Lu Qingchen watched with a hint of jealousy, thinking, who is the real family here? After dinner, Xiaolan warmly continued chatting with Lu Yin, while Lu Chongting quietly went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Yin stood up to leave. Just as she stepped out the door, Xiaolan's voice called out from behind. Xiao Yin, come by often when you have time. We'll leave Xiao Chun in your hands from now on. Lu Qingchen felt a twinge of helplessness at these words. However, Lu Yin responded gently. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll take good care of Lu Qingchen at the academy. Xiaolan was overjoyed to hear this, but to Lu Qingchen, it sounded like a cause for concern. What does she mean by take good care? The next morning, Lu Qingchen was awakened by his mother, Xiaolan. After a simple breakfast, the three of them headed straight to the largest hotel in Jin City, the Golden Eagle Hotel. The Golden Eagle Hotel was situated at the prime location on the eastern section of Jinling Road, the busiest area in Jin City. As soon as Lu Qingchen stepped inside, he was captivated by the luxurious atmosphere. The golden-hued decor exuded an imperial grandeur, and the hotel's name, embellished in gold leaf, spoke volumes of its elite status. As they entered, a line of uniformed hostesses greeted them in unison with a welcome. The display startled Lu Qingchen, and his gaze lingered on the beautiful hostesses until his father gave him a light tap on the head. Where are your eyes wandering to? There's nothing to see, his father chided, though his own gaze was not much more restrained. Lu Qingchen thought to himself, if Mom weren't here, Dad would probably be even bolder. In the lobby, a striking red banner caught their attention, reading, Congratulations to Lu Chongting's son, Lu Qingchen, for achieving the top rank in the National Martial Arts exam. Lu Qingchen had just settled down when he saw his close friend, Yushan, swaggering in. Noticing Yushan was alone, Lu Qingchen looked at him curiously. Yushan grabbed a pastry from the table and explained, My old man is in the back, chatting with Uncle Lu. Soon, guests began to arrive. School leaders, their homeroom teacher, De Huang, and the entire senior class 7 showed up, making the hotel lobby lively and bustling. Lu Yin came on her own, so Lu Qingchen seated her with Hong Bing, Su Mouting, and others. The rest of the classmates split between 2 tables, while their teacher, De Huang, sat with the school leaders. Unexpectedly, Cheng Peng, the district chief overseeing the entire Jinling area, also attended. Smiling, he said to Lu Chongting, Congratulations, Mr. Lu. Lu Qingchen's achievement has truly brought fame to Jinling City. I hope you don't mind my coming uninvited. Lu Chongting quickly invited Cheng Peng into the hotel and seated him with the school leaders. In truth, the district chief had been invited by the school leaders. As a soul warrior, he understood the bright future awaiting someone who entered one of the top 3 schools, especially someone who topped the National Martial Arts exam, a future filled with limitless potential. At that moment, the classmates from Class 7 realized that Lu Qingchen had reached a whole new level. Their hearts were filled with mixed emotions of envy and admiration. Lu Chongting raised his glass and announced loudly, Thank you all for your support of my son, Lu Qingchen. I, Lu Chongting, toast to everyone here. May all of you soar like true dragons to the heavens. Let's not leave until we're all happily drunk today. Tonight, no one leaves until they're drunk. This bold declaration instantly ignited the atmosphere in the banquet hall. Lu Chongting swiftly took out a bottle of fine wine that had been aged for years. As the cork popped with a crisp sound, a rich aroma of the wine filled the air. Just a light sniff was enough for Lu Qingchen to feel invigorated, as if the fragrance awakened his entire being. The school leaders present, along with Chen Peng, the district chief of Jinling, seasoned veterans of many drinking occasions, couldn't help but praise the wine's aroma. Excellent wine, they exclaimed in unison, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Lu Chongting was seated at the same table as Yushan's parents, along with a few people Lu Qingchen didn't recognize. He skillfully opened the wine bottle, pouring the amber liquid into everyone's glasses. They all raised their glasses, clinking them together and drinking heartily. The task of toasting naturally fell to Lu Qingchen. He first respectfully offered a toast to his father, then went around the table, toasting each person in turn. His words were perfectly chosen, saying exactly what each person wanted to hear, further warming the atmosphere. A burly man raised his glass in return, saying heartily, Xiao Chun, well done. If you ever run into trouble at the academy, just let me know. Your Uncle Lei will take care of it. Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up, and he responded cleverly. Thank you so much, Uncle Lei. I'm sure your name is renowned throughout China. This well-placed compliment brought a broad smile to the man's face, and he gave Lu Qingchen a hearty pat on the shoulder, saying, You bet it is. Lu Chongting, smiling, chimed in, Of course. My son's future achievements will surely surpass mine. The student surpasses the master, as they say. Next, Lu Qingchen moved over to the table with the school leaders, offering a toast to each of them. By the end of this round, all the leaders were in high spirits. Chun Peng laughed heartily. Good lad. Jinling is proud of you. If you encounter any trouble in Jinling, Uncle Chun will sort it out for you. Lu Qingchen's eyes sparkled, and he nodded repeatedly. Uncle Chun, let me toast you again. After making the rounds at several tables, the once sober Lu Qingchen began to feel a sense of excitement. At the table with Lu Yin, a few of them started a drinking contest. In less than half an hour, Hong Bing and Zhang Ying had already passed out. Only Lu Yin, Yu Shan, and Lu Qingchen remained in the contest, while Xuemon and Su Muting, having drunk a bit less, were in a half-drunken state. After several rounds, only Lu Chongting's table and Lu Qingchen's table were still drinking. Everyone else had succumbed to the alcohol. Yu Shan had been knocked out a few minutes earlier and lay on the floor. Lu Yin, with a playful smile, continued to challenge Lu Qingchen to drink. Lu Qingchen, barely maintaining his composure, downed another glass before slumping onto the table in a deep sleep. In a hazy state, Lu Qingchen felt a surge of energy within him, as if something was about to overflow. He didn't know how much time had passed before he awoke in his warm bed at home. Pulling back the curtains, he saw that it was already dark outside. Stepping out of his room, he found the house empty. His parents were not at home. On the dining table lay a letter, a ring, and a prepared dinner. Lu Qingchen picked up the unmarked letter, carefully opened it, and began to read silently. Xiao Chun, by the time you read this letter, your mother and I will have left. Don't worry about us. We're off to do something we should have done a long time ago. I once thought you weren't interested in martial arts, but I was wrong. We held you back. Later, your growth exceeded my expectations. That day, you emerged from the mirror, and the small creation pill you took out not only restored my body, but also allowed both your mother and me to break through our realms. However, what ultimately led me to make this decision was something else. Lu Chongting's writing felt a bit heavy as he continued. From once being at the second level of the body-tempering realm to becoming the best in the world, I believe this feeling will change you. This world has never lacked geniuses. It lacks those who can dominate an era. For a fledgling eagle to soar in the sky and become a true king above the clouds, it ultimately must rely on its own wings. He paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and continued. What we are about to do now will be very significant for your future. Don't worry about us. Go to the Heavenly Tao Academy and cultivate well. Don't come looking for us. Once you break through to the king realm, you will naturally know our whereabouts. One day we will meet again, and I believe that day is not far off. Lu Chongting put down his pen, his gaze falling on the ring on the table. He picked up the ring and added in the letter. The ring on the table is a storage ring, which can recognize its owner with a drop of blood. Inside are resources you need at your current stage. Future resources will need to be obtained by yourself. I believe that when we meet again, my son will be known throughout the world. Lu Qingchen carefully folded the letter and placed it into his system space. He picked up the storage ring and used a drop of blood to claim ownership. Moments later, he examined the contents of the ring and found a mountain of soul stones and many labeled bottles and jars. Body-tempering pills, small soul pills, and scarlet heart breakthrough pills. It seemed his parents had put a lot of thought into this. However, the departure of his parents left Lu Qingchen feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. As the top scorer of the National Martial Arts exam, he deeply understood for the first time the meaning behind his father's words. The world has never lacked geniuses. He didn't know how many geniuses had fallen before they could grow, and the still awakening Lu Qingchen felt suddenly restless and uneasy. He went to the rooftop, overlooking the place where he once lived. Thinking of his father's parting words, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but want to shout to the sky. An unnamed fire burned within him, and after awakening the golden imperial dragon martial soul, his body began to exhibit some dragon-like characteristics. Previously, the suppressing Jade God Heart Sutra kept Lu Qingchen's mind calm as still water. But now, having been calm for so long and not having experienced a fierce battle since his martial soul awakened, his eyes gradually turned a dazzling crimson gold. His back skin tore open, and his powerfully aesthetic bones spread, revealing the golden dragon wings stained with blood for the first time. These golden dragon wings were completely different from the crimson wings he first condensed with soul power. They were not formed by soul power at all. Lu Qingchen stood on the rooftop, calmly gazing into the boundless night. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept by, and he spread his golden dragon wings, soaring into the sky, disappearing into the dense night. In a nearby room, Lu Yin held a small bottle, silently watching Lu Qingchen take flight, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She murmured to herself, just how many secrets does he hold? The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, gently waking Lu Qingchen from his meditative state. He stretched, estimating that he had another hour or two before he needed to head to the Heavenly Tao Academy. With a thought, his information panel appeared before him. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial Souls, Golden Crow of the Sun, Golden Emperor Dragon, Creation, Jade Divine Lotus. Realm, Awakening Stage Level 3. Spiritual Power, Bright Moon Stage 2, 32. Techniques, Sacred Flame Codex, Indestructible Dragon Emperor Body. Creation, Jade Pure Heart Sutra. Divine Skills, not yet unlocked. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, Small Creation Pills 2, Sacred Flame Soul Seed, Star Refining Cauldron, Soul Stones 100. Lu Qingchen raised an eyebrow, pleased that a night of cultivation had advanced him a minor stage and increased his spiritual power. He recalled his senior sister mentioning that the Heavenly Tao Academy was divided into the Heavenly and Sacred Institutes, with the latter focusing on spiritual power. I wonder what level my spiritual power is at, he mused. After a simple breakfast, Lu Qingchen headed straight to the Yushan family home. The two families lived close by, so it wasn't long before he was knocking on their door. Yushan answered, looking exhausted with prominent dark circles under his eyes, clearly having stayed up all night. Inside, Lu Qingchen looked around the empty house and asked, Yushan, where are uncle and aunt? Have they gone out? Yushan looked downcast, his voice hoarse. Brother Chun, I don't know where my parents went. They left a letter saying they had some things to take care of and told me to focus on my cultivation. They said I'd understand everything once I reached the king realm. He looked up at Lu Qingchen, confusion in his eyes. Lu Qingchen was taken aback, but quickly realized their situations were similar. He patted Yushan on the shoulder and said earnestly, don't be too upset. My parents left last night too, leaving a similar letter. I suspect uncle you might have left with them. Really? Yushan's spirits lifted immediately. Then there's nothing to worry about. Lu Qingchen rolled his eyes, then encouraged. Let's focus on our cultivation at the Heavenly Tao Academy and aim to reach the king realm soon. Once we're strong enough, we'll naturally understand everything. Yushan nodded in agreement and hurried off to pack his things. Shortly after, the two set out for the academy. As they walked, Yushan marveled at his storage ring, saying, this ring is amazing. It's so small but holds so much. Lu Qingchen chuckled. Once we get to the academy, we'll probably see even more incredible things. No wonder Lu Yin said we're starting a new chapter in our lives. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at the academy gates, where a crowd had already gathered. Classmates from Class 7 were there to see them off. Su Man and Su Mouting carried lots of luggage, while Lu Qingchen and Yushan had none. Hong Bing stared wide-eyed. Aren't you two taking any luggage to Martial Soul University? Yushan and Lu Qingchen exchanged a glance and chuckled sheepishly. Lu Yin rolled her eyes at them, and with a flash from her ring, Su Mouting and Su Man's luggage vanished. The students of Class 7 were left speechless, awestruck by the magical display. Lu Yan's lips curled into a slight smile, with a hint of teasing as she said, this is a storage ring, which contains its own space. Once you get to the academy, you can exchange for one. Hong Bing scratched his head, a look of amazement in his eyes. He thought to himself, so there are such magical things. At this moment, Su Man asked softly, Instructor Lu Yin, how are we getting to the academy? Are we waiting for a bus to pick us up? Lu Yin shook her head, not answering directly. She took out an item resembling a sachet from her waist. Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up, as if he remembered something, and murmured to himself, no way. Before he could finish, a dazzling light appeared. In the next instant, a massive fiery red bird appeared before everyone. This is the fire spirit sparrow, my contracted soul beast, Lu Yin introduced. In the future, when your cultivation is strong enough, or after passing the inner academy assessment, the academy will also provide you with mounts. She then gestured for Lu Qingchen and the others to get on. Everyone was stunned by the sight of this enormous soul beast. Only Lu Qingchen reacted quickly, leaping onto the back of the fire spirit sparrow. The others followed suit. The back of the fire spirit sparrow was wide, easily accommodating 5 people without feeling crowded. Lu Yan's soul power surged, and 2 fiery red orbs flew towards Su Muling and Su Man, enveloping them. Lu Yan turned to Lu Qingchen and Yushan, instructing, hold on tight later, and remember to use your soul power to protect yourselves. The fire spirit sparrow flies quite fast. On the ground, Hong Bing and Zhang Ying shouted, you guys, make sure to train well. I'll be relying on you in the future. The students from Class 7 and De Huang also waved goodbye. By this time, the fire spirit sparrow was slowly ascending. Lu Qingchen waved downwards and shouted, see you in the future. Su Man and Su Muling's eyes were slightly red, as it was their first time leaving their families and familiar city. Lu Yin noticed their emotions but said nothing, simply closing her eyes and sitting cross-legged, beginning to cultivate quietly. A gust of wind nearly knocked Lu Qingchen and Yushan over. Without Lu Yan's soul power protection, they each had to use their own soul power. A crimson orb surrounded Lu Qingchen, while a bright yellow glow enveloped Yushan. The wind howled past. Lu Qingchen was unsure of the fire spirit sparrow's speed or when they would reach the Tian Dao Holy Academy. He closed his eyes, operating the creation Jade Lotus Mind technique, and began cultivating like Lu Yin. Yushan, seeing this, followed suit. Su Man and Su Muling looked at them in confusion, not understanding how they were cultivating. This was thanks to Lu Qingchen's Burning Heaven sacred code and the companion cultivation method Yushan obtained when his martial soul awakened, an advantage of having a top-tier martial soul. Those who hadn't awakened a martial soul would have to wait until they entered the academy to choose a suitable cultivation method. Lu Qingchen quickly entered a meditative state, his mind becoming clear. Past memories gradually settled, and he thought to himself, "Hey, Tiandao Holy Academy, here I come." After what felt like an eternity, Lu Qingchen sensed the wind around him gradually slowing down. He opened his eyes and emerged from his shallow meditation state, observing the fire spirit sparrow gently descending before landing steadily on the ground. His gaze swept across the scene ahead, recalling his knowledge of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Located in the heart of the Magic City, this martial soul university is the only one of its kind in the city and is one of the 3 most prestigious schools in China. The city's economic power fuels the academy's grandeur, and in return, the academy provides formidable protection for the city. Within the city limits, safety is absolutely guaranteed. The scale of the academy is astonishing, with the outer campus alone covering over 10 square kilometers, equivalent to several hundred standard football fields. As for the location of the inner campus, only the academy itself knows, adding to its mystique. As the group dismounted from the fire spirit sparrow, everyone except Lu Yan was filled with awe. Although Lu Qingchen had seen many prestigious schools in his previous life, the majesty of the Heavenly Tao Academy still left him in awe. The academy's gate towered 100 meters high and spanned several dozen meters wide, with 4 bold and elegant characters engraved at the top: Heavenly Tao Academy. These ancient characters blended seamlessly with the gate, devoid of any superfluous ornamentation. Yushan widened his eyes, staring at the enormous characters in speechless wonder. Lu Yin chuckled softly at his reaction. Impressed already? There are even more surprises ahead. Come on, I'll take you to register. With that, a flash of light emanated from the pouch at her waist, and the massive fire spirit sparrow transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into it. Lu Yin led the group to the registration area and explained briefly, "Register here, and they'll take care of the rest. I have things to attend to, so I'll leave you here. By the way, all outer campus students train here, and only the top 10 newcomers in the freshman trials can enter the inner campus, along with inner campus students and senior mentors." Turning to Lu Qingchen, she gave a charming smile. "Just a reminder, conflicts in the outer campus are normal as long as it's not upperclassmen bullying underclassmen. If someone crosses the line, don't hesitate to teach them a lesson." She playfully waved her fist as she spoke. Before anyone could respond, Lu Yin took a few steps forward, and in a flash of light, she vanished. This series of actions left the group dumbfounded once again. It was only their first day at the Heavenly Tao Academy, and they had already been amazed several times. Lu Qingchen shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. He began to ponder over Lu Yan's words, realizing that the upcoming academy life was likely to be full of challenges and opportunities. Students in the outer courtyard train here, while only senior instructors and inner courtyard students can go to the inner courtyard. Lu Qingchen keenly grasped the key information. Only the top 10 in the freshman trials could enter the inner courtyard. He instantly understood the secret: the inner courtyard must have a superior training environment and resources. With this insight, Lu Qingchen led Yushan and the others to the registration area. A young man, appearing 2 or 3 years older, was lounging there with his legs propped up on the table, snacking on seeds. Upon seeing them, he immediately stood up, eyes sparkling as he smiled. "Are you new students at Tiandao Sacred Academy? Here to register?" Despite the boy's delicate appearance, Lu Qingchen could sense the powerful strength beneath his shirt. Yushan cleverly replied, "Yes, we were brought here to register by mentor Lu Yan." He knew that mentioning Lu Yan might afford them some advantages. "Oh, Senior Lu Yan," the young man nodded. "That's great. Register first, and I'll introduce you to the academy later." The 4 quickly completed their registration. The young man glanced at the registration form and exclaimed, "You're the national top scorer in this martial arts exam?" Lu Qingchen nodded politely, humbly saying, "Let's keep it low-key. It was just good luck." The young man's eyes gleamed as if he were looking at a piece of gold. He introduced himself. "I'm Lei Xian, a third-year student in the outer courtyard." Perhaps due to Lu Qingchen's top scorer status, Lei Xian seemed particularly enthusiastic. "It's not busy right now. Let me show you around." They all agreed happily. Lei Xian pointed to 4 ancient-looking buildings ahead, explaining, "These are the teaching buildings where we have classes. Each building corresponds to a grade from 1 to 4. Note the colors: white for first year, yellow for second, purple for third, and red for fourth." He also pointed to his uniform. Although the uniforms are all white, the color of the emblem represents the grade. Lu Qingchen observed closely and noticed the emblem comprised 3 weapons and a divine dragon. Xuemon keenly noticed that Lei Xian's emblem was gold and curiously asked, "Senior Lei Xian, why is your emblem gold instead of purple?" Lei Xian excitedly explained, "A gold emblem signifies a core student of the outer courtyard, a genius among us." His tone was filled with pride. Upon hearing Lei Xian's explanation, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but frown and ask, how do they differentiate the grades of core students then? Lei Xian gave a mysterious smile and gestured for Lu Qingchen to take a closer look at the school badge. As Lu focused, he noticed a purple mark within the golden emblem. He couldn't help but exclaim, what a clever design! And the fabric of the Tiandao Academy's uniform is excellent, much more attractive than my old one. Recalling his previous, embarrassing uniforms sent a shiver down his spine. Yushan and the two other girls, intrigued, also asked how to distinguish the grades of core students. Lei Xian patiently explained, look at the small mark on the badge. Each grade has a different color. Though his tone was calm, the pride in his eyes was unmistakable, revealing his sense of honor as a core student of one of the 3 prestigious schools. After clearing up everyone's questions, Lei Xian continued the tour. Soon, a building of the same color appeared before them. Lu Qingchen and the others cast inquiring glances once more. Lei Xian began to explain, this is the dormitory building for the Outer Academy students. It's also color-coded. Seeing everyone nod, he shifted his tone to a more serious one. The dorms are double occupancy, spacious, and well-equipped. However, the group immediately paid close attention. Satisfied, Lei Xian continued, each grade's core students have their own dedicated housing. Only by living there can you truly enjoy a superior cultivation environment. With that, he led Lu Qingchen and the others towards the dormitory, clearly intending to give the newcomers a glimpse of what awaited them. They hurried to follow. Before long, they arrived at a villa district. Lei Xian stopped and cleared his throat, saying, this is where the core students reside, also known as the core area. Lu Qingchen and the others had assumed these were homes for the academy's instructors or leaders. What stood before them was not an ordinary dormitory, nor even a typical residential area, but a series of exquisite high-end villas. Each villa was a standard 3-story building, pristine white, adorned with numerous golden patterns that made Lu Qingchen wonder if they were real gold leaf. Behind the villas lay a moderately sized artificial lake, dotted with various boats and wooden posts. Just standing near the villas, Lu Qingchen and the others could feel their soul power circulating noticeably faster. Noticing their reactions, Lei Xian smiled and asked, do you feel your soul power accelerating? They all nodded eagerly. Lei Xian grinned mysteriously. That's because there's a small spiritual vein beneath these 40 villas, enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy in the area and speeding up the cultivation process for soul warriors. Lu Qingchen and the others were left speechless, utterly astonished by the opulence of Tiandao Academy. Lei Xian looked at Lu Qingchen and the others with satisfaction, noting their shocked expressions. Proudly, he pointed to a villa and said, see that? That's where I live. Suman asked curiously, isn't cultivation supposed to be tough? How come this place is even nicer than my home? Lei Xian explained, soul warriors are generally wealthy, so this is nothing. Besides, cultivation is tedious, and if your living environment is poor, you'd go crazy. He gave Lu Qingchen and Yushan a meaningful look and added, out of 1,000 students in a grade, only 10 can enter the villa area. It's 1 in 100, and the students of Tiandao Holy Academy are 1 in a million geniuses. Ignoring their amazement, Lei Xian led them to tour the training grounds, the sports field, and the dining halls. One dining hall was particularly striking, standing 4 stories tall, with each level able to accommodate over 1,000 diners. The other dining hall was smaller, but luxuriously decorated. Seeing their puzzled faces again, Lei Xian quickly explained, the large dining hall serves ordinary meals, but the smaller one offers food that enhances your physique and soul power, so it's naturally expensive. He spread his hands and smiled, but core students only pay 1/10 of the price. Other students don't get that benefit. Lu Qingchen and the others suddenly understood and secretly resolved to become core students of the Outer Academy to enjoy the best treatment and resources. After the tour, Lei Xian asked, any more questions? I need to return to report soon. Lu Qingchen asked curiously, Senior, we've toured the area, but aside from the dormitory area, why haven't we seen anyone in the villa area? Lei Xian was surprised by Lu Qingchen's keen observation and patiently explained, they've gone to places only core disciples can access. Once you become core students, you'll understand. Lu Qingchen nodded thoughtfully, recalling how Lu Yin had also left in an instant. Seeing Lei Xian eager to leave, Lu Qingchen quickly asked, Senior, one last question. Where should we stay now? Only then did Lei Xian remember they hadn't arranged accommodations. He pointed to a villa in the middle and said, see the white one on that villa? Before the new student trials, you stay there according to your national martial exam ranking. You're the top, so you get to stay in the core area. With that, he hurriedly left. Lu Qingchen still had many questions, like why core students were welcoming new ones instead of cultivating, but he didn't voice them. Many things would become clear in 3 days. With that, Lu Qingchen led Yushan and the others towards their accommodation for the night, the core area. At the entrance of the first-year building in the core area, a set of keys quietly hung from the door. Lu Qingchen and his group stood before the building that was soon to be their new home. With the arrival of the new student enrollment season, the previous year's students had either advanced to the second year or had been eliminated. As they pushed open the door, the spacious living room left everyone in awe. Led by Lu Qingchen, they explored the place like curious adventurers, examining every corner from top to bottom. The villa's setup was astonishing, with a fully equipped living room, study, training room, bathroom, and even a well-appointed kitchen. All the furniture and household items were brand new, requiring only personal belongings to move in. The training room, though not large and only accommodating 2 people, was filled with an incredible concentration of spiritual energy. As Lu Qingchen stepped inside, he felt his martial spirit begin to absorb the surrounding energy voraciously, his pores opening comfortably, and he was utterly immersed in this unprecedented sensation. After the tour, Yushan and Lu Qingchen sat across from each other on the soft sofa, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Meanwhile, Su Man and Su Muting were busy organizing their luggage. Unable to contain his excitement, Yushan said to Lu Qingchen, "Chun, this place is so comfortable. I don't even want to go home." Lu Qingchen smiled and nodded, the joy of being at Tiandao Academy dispelling any homesickness. He earnestly reminded, "If we want to keep living here or even move to a better place, we must give our all in the freshman trials." "A better place? Where's that? And where did Mentor Lu Yin go?" Yushan asked curiously. Lu Qingchen mused, "I guess they're in another dimension, which might be the true core of Tiandao Academy." After chatting for a while, the two headed to the training room, sitting cross-legged on meditation cushions, focusing on their training. Several hours later, Su Muting's voice called from outside. "Yushan, Lu Qingchen, it's getting dark, let's go eat." Exiting the training room, Lu Qingchen saw Su Muting and Su Man standing outside, a faint scent of shampoo lingering in the air, indicating they had just showered. Noticing Lu Qingchen's actions, Su Muting blushed slightly, but still smiled, and said, "You two are really dedicated, working so hard on the first day." Lu Qingchen shrugged helplessly. "There's no choice. There are bound to be many geniuses in the freshman trials, and I don't want to be kicked out of the core area." Upon hearing these words, Su Man and Su Muting's eyes dimmed slightly. Su Man softly said, "You all will be fine, with your top-tier talents. It's just that we might." Before she could finish, Yushan confidently waved his hand and said, "No worries, as long as Chun is here. Once he gets accepted, we'll have a villa to stay in." Lu Qingchen glanced at Yushan with a twitch of his mouth, thinking, "I'm not even sure myself, yet you're acting all confident." He changed the subject and asked, "By the way, where are you planning to eat?" The 2 girls shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Su Man then took out 2 shiny red apples from her bag and handed them to Lu Qingchen and Yushan. The group left the core area and strolled through the campus as dusk settled. Lu Qingchen noticed many students hurrying to and from the large dining hall, some carrying takeaway boxes. "How about we check out the dining hall first?" suggested Yushan, whose stomach was growling. Su Man and Su Muting nodded in agreement. Lu Qingchen proposed, "Let's first see if Senior Lei Xian is still at the registration office. If he is, we should invite him to join us for dinner." After all, this core student had been very helpful in answering their many questions today, and having someone familiar with the campus rules would be beneficial for newcomers. Sure enough, they found Lei Xian leisurely lounging in a chair, snacking on sunflower seeds at the registration office. He seemed slightly surprised to see them again. Lu Qingchen invited him, "Senior Lei Xian, it's dinner time. How about joining us for a meal?" Lei Xian's eyes lit up. As a senior who had to work part-time at the registration office, he appreciated these considerate new students. He got up, closed the office door, and prepared to join them. Just then, an arrogant voice suddenly interrupted. "Doesn't anyone from the Heavenly Tao Academy have any sense? Not only did you ignore me upon my arrival, but you're closing the door on me too. What does that mean?" Looking up, they saw 4 or 5 figures ahead, led by a young man who arrogantly shouted, "What are you all staring at? Who's supposed to be welcoming the new students? Didn't you see someone arrive?" When no one responded, the young man pointed at Lu Qingchen and raised his voice. "You there? Are you deaf? I'm talking to you." A fire ignited in Lu Qingchen's heart, and he coldly replied, "Who is this shouting nonsense here? Can't control your mouth. You bastard, how dare you insult me? Do you know who I am?" The young man's face twisted in anger, clearly unused to being treated this way. A cold glint flashed in Lu Qingchen's eyes, and his tone grew even colder. "I don't care who you are. Control that mouth of yours, or I won't hesitate to give you a lesson you'll never forget." Lu Qingchen always adhered to the principle of, if others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them, but there were always those foolish enough to bother him. At this moment, the young man, infuriated by Lu Qingchen's words, trembled with rage and pointed at him, shouting, You're asking for it." Before the words fully left his mouth, he charged at Lu Qingchen like an arrow released from a bow, swinging his fist directly. Gold light flashed in Lu Qingchen's eyes, and a battle spirit surged within him. The peaceful days in Jincheng had long suppressed his nature. As a dragon born for combat, Possessing the Golden Emperor Dragon martial soul, he yearned for a fierce battle. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stepping forward to meet the oncoming fist. His right fist swung out, enveloped in golden soul power that compressed the air with a creaking sound. Bang! The fists collided, and a sharp crack was heard, with one man's hand bones instantly shattering. The young man let out a scream, and before he could react, Lu Qingchen landed another powerful punch on his chest. The youth flew backward like a kite with a broken string, hitting the ground heavily and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The four people accompanying the youth were stunned, clearly not expecting such an outcome. Seeing their young master on the verge of collapse, one middle-aged man was furious and shouted, "You little brat, you're asking for it." With that, he rushed at Lu Qingchen like a specter, his hands glowing yellow as soul power gathered in his palms, aiming a strike at Lu Qingchen. Mountain-crushing palm. Lu Qingchen's eyes turned serious, and he instantly activated his martial soul. In a flash, his arms became extremely robust, with his right hand transforming into a crimson gold claw. His expression was indifferent and stern as the claw, wrapped in a red spiritual force, struck out to meet the attack. In the next moment, the crimson gold claw tore through the yellow light like paper, along with the middle-aged man's palm. The man, clutching his mangled hand, flew backward, while Lu Qingchen was forced to retreat a few steps by the impact of the palm strike. Seeing their companion defeated, the remaining middle-aged men rushed at Lu Qingchen. Yushan instinctively wanted to shield him, but a graceful figure had already appeared in front of Lu Qingchen. It was Lei Xian. The middle-aged men wore cruel expressions as they gathered their powers, each emanating a different glow. They simultaneously unleashed their supernatural arts, forming a massive earthy yellow palm that descended upon Lei Xian. Suddenly, a gigantic blue beast shadow emerged behind Lei Xian, a lion crackling with electric light. The lion roared, its fur shooting out like thunderbolts, instantly piercing through the massive rocky hand. Countless lightning needles continued their trajectory toward the middle-aged men. With several dull thuds, the men fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Lei Xian coldly surveyed the sorry figures on the ground, his icy voice ringing out. "Go back to where you came from. Don't you know where you are causing trouble?" In truth, Lei Xian had shown mercy. At the last moment, he withdrew nearly 90% of his soul power, drastically reducing the number of lightning needles. Otherwise, these men might not have survived. Otherwise, those people would have already been pierced like sieves by the lightning. Lu Qingchen's right arm slowly transformed back into a human hand from a robust, golden claw, while his tattered clothes silently spoke of the fierce battle just moments ago. Su Man and Su Muting were left speechless, their shock stemming not from the terrifying thunder lion behind Lei Xian, but from the chilling aura emanating from Lu Qingchen after his martial soul possession. In contrast, Yushan appeared calm and unhurried, showcasing the advantages of his martial soul. Lei Xian retracted the massive lion behind him, turned to face everyone, and flashed a bright smile. "Let's go, don't bother with these guys. If they dare to cause trouble at the academy again, the enforcers will handle it." He looked at Yushan and Lu Qingchen. "I'm actually a bit hungry. Let's go eat now." Lei Xian led the group to the cafeteria designated for core students. He skillfully approached the counter and called out, "Old Zhang, 5 orders of charcoal grilled dragon wings, 5 bowls of purple spirit rice, and 1 serving of green spirit egg soup." As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and he handed a small stone to old Zhang. Lu Qingchen and the others quickly offered to pay, but Lei Xian waved them off with a smile. "It's no big deal. Even though I'm not rich, I can still treat my juniors to a meal. Plus, I get a discount here. You can treat me back when you become core students yourselves." The group agreed, acknowledging the logic. As a third-year core student at Tiandao Academy's outer division, Lei Xian had a keen eye. Just from Lu Qingchen's martial soul possession, he instantly recognized its extraordinary nature. The ability to beastify an entire arm was something only a few core students in the outer division could achieve, most of them requiring soul beads to do so. What surprised Lei Xian even more was the slight pressure he felt when Lu Qingchen released his martial soul. As someone with a top-tier beast martial soul, the king of beasts, he hadn't encountered many who could give him that feeling at the academy. The cafeteria, reserved for core students, was rather empty at the moment. The group sat around a round table. As soon as they sat down, Yushan eagerly asked, "Senior Lei, what was with those giant hands the soul warriors conjured earlier?" "Yeah, and what about that huge lion behind you, Senior?" Su Man and Su Muting chimed in excitedly. Lei Xian smiled gently, about to explain, but was interrupted by old Zhang's voice. "Xiao Lei, your dinner is ready." He quickly stood up, calling out, "Let's eat first, we can talk while we eat. Someone come help me carry the food." Yushan was the first to stand, following Lei Xian to fetch the meal. In less than a minute, they returned with several large trays. Seeing the food on the trays, Lu Qingchen, Su Muting, and Su Man's eyes widened. 5 enormous grilled wings, each nearly the length of their arms. Are these grilled wings? Su Muting and Su Man exclaimed in shock, their eyes wide open. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but swallow as well. Their gaze was firmly fixed on the enormous grilled wing before them, its glistening surface emitting an enticing aroma. Yushan eagerly picked up one and began devouring it with gusto. Seeing the girl's reaction, Lei Xian flashed a proud smile. Ha ha, Lei Xian chuckled as he explained. These aren't ordinary chicken wings. They're the wings of a fierce avian beast we call a flying dragon. The meat is incredibly delicious and infused with rich spiritual energy. Eating them regularly can greatly benefit your cultivation. Su Man furrowed her brow, a bit worried. These flying dragon wings must be quite expensive, right? Especially since you bought 5 whole servings. Lei Xian waved it off dismissively, grabbing another wing. Not really. Most regular academy students can't afford them, but core students get a big discount. Besides, I'm in a good mood today, so why not indulge a little? Su Muting suddenly remembered something and curiously asked, by the way, Senior, what were those little stones you used to pay earlier? Can they be used as money? Lei Xian explained while munching on the massive flying dragon wing. Oh, those are soul stones. They're used for enhancing cultivation and are the main currency for buying and trading in the academy. Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up. Soul stones? I think I have quite a few. He quickly asked, how do you use soul stones for cultivation? Lei Xian gave a simple explanation. It's easy. Just hold the soul stone while absorbing soul energy and run your cultivation technique. Lu Qingchen looked a bit frustrated, realizing he hadn't known such a straightforward method. The 3 boys were devouring the flying dragon wings with relish, their mouths greasy from the feast. In contrast, Su Muting and Su Man were more concerned with their image, taking small, delicate bites. Before long, Yushan and Lu Qingchen had finished, followed closely by Lei Xian. Seeing that the 2 girls were only halfway through, Lei Xian advised earnestly. You know, there's no need to be so refined while eating in the academy. You should see some of the senior girls when I first ate with them. I was shocked. What's most important in the academy? Cultivation. Time is a resource. Eating slowly like this means others get half an hour more to cultivate than you do. Though a bit hesitant at first, after hearing Lei Xian's words, the girls started to eat more heartily. Lei Xian, Lu Qingchen, and Yushan all exchanged knowing smiles. Lei Xian took a sip of the purple spirit egg soup and said contentedly, earlier, you asked about the earth martial stage and dharma aspect. Let me explain it to you now. He began an enthusiastic explanation of martial arts knowledge. The earth martial stage is also called the divine ability stage, just a different name to distinguish the levels. You all should have awakened your martial souls by now. This stage is called the awakening stage, or the spirit martial stage for soul warriors. Once you fill your martial soul with soul energy, you will comprehend a divine ability from it. After understanding the divine ability, you advance to the divine ability stage, where you can begin cultivating your own body. With a limited understanding of martial arts, the group listened intently to Lei Xian's detailed explanation. Once you reach the 9th level of the earth martial realm, advancing further requires using your martial spirit as a guide to harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to forge your own manifestation. This is what my thunderstorm lion manifestation behind me was before. After creating a manifestation, the power of your abilities surpasses that of the spirit power realm significantly. Lei Xian paused for a moment, cleared his throat, and continued. Let me explain this to you. The realm you're currently in is called the awakening realm, generally referred to as spirit-level soul martial artist. The spirit power realm is also known as the earth-level soul martial artist, and the manifestation realm is the heaven level. For simplicity, you can refer to them as spirit martial, earth martial, and heaven martial. This is the early division of martial arts realms, and you'll learn about the rest later. After explaining so much, Lei Xian felt a bit parched and quickly took a big sip of soup. Lu Qingchen and the others began to ponder and digest the martial arts knowledge Lei Xian had imparted. Seeing everyone deep in thought, Lei Xian stood up with a smile and said, all right, you all take your time eating. I'm heading back to train. With that, he left, leaving Lu Qingchen and the other 3 behind. Su Muting and Su Man continued eating the dragon wings, while Lu Qingchen and Yushan were sipping their soup slowly. Spirit martial, earth martial, heaven martial. What comes after heaven martial? Could it be the king realm? Thinking about Lei Xian's thunderstorm lion manifestation releasing thunder needles, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but imagine. He wondered when he would be able to train to the manifestation realm. Lei Xian is only 2 grades ahead of us, yet he already possesses such formidable strength. Lu Qingchen shook his head, feeling an even greater sense of urgency. By now, Su Muting and Su Man had finished eating. Wiping her mouth, Su Muting exclaimed with delight, the soul power contained in these dragon wings is incredible. I feel like I've broken through a minor realm. Lu Qingchen felt the same, noticing a significant increase in his soul power after dinner. Perhaps due to Lei Xian's words, everyone felt a sense of urgency. Without further discussion, they hurried back to the core area. As soon as he got inside, Lu Qingchen went straight to the training room. With a flash of light from his ring, 2 soul stones appeared in his hand. Following Lei Xian's method, he placed the 2 soul stones in his palms and began the operation of the burning heaven sacred cannon. Lu Qingchen felt his soul power rapidly increasing. In just a moment, the soul stones in his hands were depleted, turning to dust. He immediately took out 2 more soul stones to continue training. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Qingchen's body suddenly shuddered, feeling as if he had broken through a minor realm. With a thought, he opened his information panel. Host, Lu Qingchen Martial Spirit, Golden Crow of the Sun, Golden Emperor Dragon, Creation Jade Divine Lotus Realm, Awakening Realm Level 4 Spiritual Power, Bright Moon 2nd Tier 33 Techniques, Burning Heaven Sacred Cannon, Emperor Dragon Undying Body, Creation Jade Pure Heart Sutra Abilities. Not yet unlocked Fire Dragon items. Eastern Emperor Bell, Small Creation Pill 2, Burning Heaven Divine Seed Soul Seed, Star Refining Cauldron, Soulstone 100. Looking at the information panel, Lu Qingchen exhaled slowly. He had reached the 4th level of the Awakening Realm. The combination of tonight's meal and Soulstone training had elevated him by another minor realm. The path to reaching the King Realm is still a long way off, with much work to be done. Lu Qingchen opened his eyes and glanced at the pile of soul stones in his storage ring. The once mountain-like pile now had a noticeable dent at the top. He quickly calculated that this session of cultivation lasted about 4 or 5 hours and consumed approximately 200 soul stones. Lu Qingchen frowned, deep in thought. At this rate, even if all 20,000 soul stones were used for cultivation, they would only last about a month. His father left him 10,000, and the system's lottery provided another 10,000. With a daily consumption of 700 to 800 stones, plus time for daily life, he couldn't help but sigh. Resources are indeed key to cultivation. No wonder father repeatedly reminded me to fight for what I must. Chenggu, Yushan's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. While you were cultivating, there was a firebird and a dragon circling around you. Lu Qingchen opened his eyes, seeing Yushan staring at him wide-eyed in surprise. What do you mean? He asked, not immediately understanding. Yushan hurriedly explained. I just finished cultivating and was about to wake you up when I saw a dragon and a firebird circling around you. Lu Qingchen was skeptical but immediately activated his technique to carefully observe himself. However, after a while, no such phenomena appeared as Yushan described. He tapped Yushan on the head, questioning, Are you trying to fool me? Yushan rubbed his head, feeling wronged, and insisted, I really saw it. And while you were cultivating, it was extremely hot within 2 meters around you. Only then did Lu Qingchen notice that Yushan was indeed sitting 2 meters away from him. He nodded, realizing Yushan didn't seem to be joking. Forget it, as long as it doesn't affect my cultivation. I'll ask the master about it after the freshman trials. Yushan nodded seriously, knowing that Han Meng, as the vice president of the Heavenly Tao Academy, was knowledgeable and would surely have an answer. The two left the cultivation room and headed to the 2nd floor room. Lu Qingchen noticed Yushan's expression was a bit odd. Pushing the door open, they saw Xuemon sitting on the soft bed, lost in thought, while Su Muting was not in the room. Xuemon was startled by their sudden entrance and instinctively said, You're here? Lu Qingchen smiled and asked, What are you thinking about? Why are you daydreaming? Xuemon blushed and whispered, Nothing, just wondering if we'll still be able to live here after the freshman trials. She suddenly lowered her head, sounding dejected. But I'm just a food-type martial soul with no combat power. There's no hope of making it into the top 10. Lu Qingchen patted Yushan on the shoulder, half smiling. What's the problem? Once Yushan makes it into the top 10, we'll have a place to stay. Really? Is that possible? Xuemon looked up in surprise, not expecting Yushan to be so capable. Yushan scratched his head and grinned. Lu Qingchen thought to himself, Yushan, Uncle, you said before he left that you should find a girlfriend at the academy. I'm just trying to help you out here. Don't let my good intentions go to waste. He looked around and noticed someone was missing from the room. He asked, Why are you the only one here? Where's Su Muling? Just as Xuemon was about to explain, the door suddenly opened. Su Muling walked in, having just finished her shower, wrapped only in a towel. She was caught off guard by the 3 pairs of eyes staring at her. Ah! She screamed, covering her face and rushing to Xuemon's bed, grabbing the blanket to cover herself. At that moment, Su Muling wished she could disappear into the ground, her embarrassment turning even her ears red. Lu Qingchen and Yushan quickly turned away, silently chanting to themselves, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. The atmosphere in the room instantly became awkward. Xuemon couldn't help but laugh. Come on, she's wearing a towel. It's not like she's not dressed. Lu Qingchen felt a warmth in his nose, almost causing a nosebleed. In that brief moment of eye contact, he suddenly felt a strange power surge into his eyes. See through illusions. An extremely powerful and rare ocular ability awakened within him. Before this ability, all concealment was laid bare, and he could even see through walls. To his surprise, Lu Qingchen realized he had comprehended a divine power of the Golden Emperor Dragon. He saw nothing but a field of white, quickly averting his gaze. The Golden Emperor Dragon has this kind of power, he marveled silently. No wonder their dragon eyes are always glowing. I wonder if my eyes will do the same when I use this ability. Su Muling peeked out from under the blanket, awkwardly asking, "Aren't you going to rest? It's already late, let's train tomorrow." She and Shuamon hadn't chosen a cultivation technique yet, relying on consuming elixirs and natural treasures to increase their soul power. Yes, time to rest. I'll take a shower first. Lu Qingchen had no mind for training anymore, only wanting to get to bed and explore his newfound ability. He hurried into the bathroom. The bathroom was spacious, with a faint lingering fragrance in the air, reminding Lu Qingchen of the earlier scene. The image of that white expanse lingered in his mind. He turned on the shower, letting the cold water wash over him, forcing himself to calm down. Under the cold water, Lu Qingchen quickly regained his composure. He began to ponder the purpose of the three martial souls, focusing his attention on cultivation and steering his thoughts away from those blush-inducing images. Since awakening his martial spirit and starting his cultivation, Lu Qingchen's body hadn't shown any significant changes, except during martial spirit possession. It wasn't until he recently broke through to the 4th level of the awakening realm that he felt a hint of the Golden Imperial Dragon's power. He recalled the blazing light he once unleashed during an escape, which incinerated the soul warriors pursuing him, leaving him in awe. Typically, soul warriors in the awakening realm wouldn't awaken special abilities unless they had trained in combat techniques. Only after their martial spirit's soul power was fully charged, reaching the 9th level, might they comprehend such abilities. Lu Qingchen's early awakening at the 4th level was exceptionally rare, highlighting the terrifying power of a supreme martial spirit and its unmatched dominance at the same level. Lu Qingchen pondered his newly awakened ability. While it was said to pierce through illusions, the X-ray vision aspect amused him. Well, I quite like it, he mused aloud. As he had just awakened this ability, he couldn't fully control it yet. He decided to name it. I'll call you Golden Sacred Eyes. He nodded to himself, satisfied with the name. After showering, Lu Qingchen wrapped himself in a towel and returned to the room. Upon entering, he noticed 3 pairs of eyes fixed on him, leaving him puzzled. "Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face?" he asked. They shook their heads, and Su Man softly said, "It's nothing, just get to bed." It was then Lu Qingchen realized that despite the villa's spaciousness, it only had 1 bedroom with 3 single beds, clearly insufficient for 4 people. Yushan, being robust, would definitely need a bed to himself. Lu Qingchen reasoned that he couldn't share a bed with the girls. In the end, the 2 girls had to share 1 bed. Seeing Lu Qingchen lie down after his shower, Yushan quickly headed to the bathroom. Lying on his bed, Lu Qingchen stared at the ceiling, feeling a bit uncomfortable as he had never shared a room with girls before, considering himself quite pure. Sensing something, Su Muting poked her head out from the covers and spoke to the distracted Lu Qingchen. "Lu Qingchen, Su Man and I will only stay here for a few days. After the new term starts, we'll move out." Su Man, lying beside her, cast Su Muting a resentful glance, clearly reluctant to leave. Lu Qingchen turned to them with a slight smile. "It's fine, I don't mind. Living alone in such a big villa can be too quiet. When the time comes, whether you choose to move to the dorms or stay here, it's up to you." In truth, both Su Man and Su Muting liked it here, especially with the luxury of a training room, something the dorms couldn't offer. However, they were concerned about being a burden to Lu Qingchen, which made them hesitant to speak up. Seeing that Lu Qingchen didn't mind and noting Su Man's clear reluctance to leave, Su Muting nodded gently and retreated back under the covers. Unnoticed by anyone, a glimmer of emotion sparkled in her eyes. Su Muting felt waves of regret as she recalled the harsh words she had once spoken to Lu Qingchen in class. She wondered if it was because Lu Qingchen was only at the 2nd level of body refinement back then, or if it was just her impulsiveness. Each time she thought of that moment, it felt like a blade cutting through her heart. This guilt drove her to the Tiandao Academy, hoping to make amends for her past mistakes. Yet, fate had its own plans. Upon arriving at the academy, Su Muting discovered that Lu Qingchen had quietly been helping them. Without his assistance, they might have been forced to find a random inn outside the academy to stay in. This made Lu Qingchen even more enigmatic to Su Muting, as his actions always seemed to surprise her. Lu Qingchen, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. Out of camaraderie, he helped where he could. The 3 lay in their beds, each lost in their own thoughts. Before long, Yushan returned from his shower. His large frame flopped onto the bed, making it appear small by comparison. The bed creaked but showed no signs of breaking, a testament to the quality of the beds at the 3 prestigious schools. "Su Man, do we have any apples left? Grab 1 for me," Yushan called out, perhaps hungry from long hours of training. Su Man silently retrieved an apple from under the covers and tossed it to Yushan. After a moment's thought, she handed another to Lu Qingchen. Accepting the apple, Lu Qingchen quietly remarked, "A soul warrior with a food-type martial spirit is like a walking money tree." He glanced at Yushan, who was already devouring his apple, and began to eat his own. The night passed without incident. Soon, the day for new students to register arrived, and Tiandao Academy buzzed with activity. After having breakfast in the ordinary cafeteria, they headed straight to the registration area. The registration area was empty, but there was a crowd gathered at the nearby entrance. Lu Qingchen and his companions quickly made their way over. At that moment, Lei Xian was busy managing the influx of new students. Li Si, freshman dormitory building 101. Go find the dorm Annie for your key. Wang Wu, freshman dormitory building 102. Get your key yourself. Lei Xian efficiently recorded each student's information, while a few second-year students maintained order nearby. You're here. Lei Xian greeted Lu Qingchen and his friends with a smile as they arrived. Let me arrange dorms for these two junior sisters first. He went straight to the point, ignoring any potential reactions from others. Su Muting, Su Man, you two will be in 501. Go get your keys, and then pay the registration fee. As for Xiao Lu, you'll be in building 1 in the core area. Just inform the dorm Andy when you get there. Lu Qingchen nodded in agreement. Lei Xian continued. Yushan, yours should be. Let me see. You're in building 4 in the core area. You should all go get your keys first. At this point, Lu Qingchen suddenly asked, Senior Lei, can we bring guests into the core area residences? Lei Xian paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Su Muting and Su Man, quickly catching on. With a mischievous grin, he replied, You can, but keep it moderate. Don't let it interfere with your training. No sooner had he finished speaking than a commotion erupted from the crowd. When will it be our turn? Someone loudly complained. It's not fair. Why do some people get to cut the line and register early? A sudden commotion erupted in the crowd as a burly young man with small eyes pushed to the front, his face full of superiority. He shouted loudly at the registration desk. Why are they allowed to cut in line? What kind of rule is this? Lei Xian frowned slightly but patiently explained. Sorry, those students arrived a few days early, so we registered them first. Let's continue with the next person now. The young man was relentless, raising his voice. Arriving early means they can cut in line? Is this a college rule, or something you made up? Lei Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze as sharp as a blade as it swept over the crowd, finally landing on the young man with a sly look. He asked in a deep voice, You seem very confident. What's your national martial arts exam ranking? The young man was taken aback at first, then grinned proudly, unable to hide the arrogance in his eyes. Listen up. I'm ranked 1999th nationwide. So, trying to change the subject? Lei Xian's face broke into a meaningful smile. 1999th? That's quite good. He shifted his tone and pointed to Lu Qingchen beside him. Do you know why I prioritized him? This is Lu Qingchen, the top scorer in this year's national martial arts exam. He deserves this privilege. As soon as he said this, the surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion. The self-important young man's face turned ugly, but he still tried to save face. So what if he's first? Does that mean he can cut in line? Is there a college rule for that? Seeing him persist, Lei Xian's expression turned cold, his tone carrying undeniable authority. Being number 1 comes with its privileges. This is my rule. If you don't like it, you can file a complaint. Let's see if you have the guts. Now, get back in line quietly. Keep whining, and I'll personally teach you what rules are. Lei Xian snorted coldly, his imposing presence instantly silencing the crowd. The young man slunk back into the line, muttering resentfully. Once I'm in college, I'll definitely report you. Lei Xian ignored his threat and instead announced loudly to the crowd. Those with high rankings can register early. I make the rules here. If you're not happy, come find me once you're in college. Seeing Lei Xian's firm stance, no one dared to speak up, and order was restored. Lu Qingchen apologized to Lei Xian. Senior Lei, sorry for causing trouble. Lei Xian smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry about it. This happens every year. You guys go find the dormitory matron to get your keys. I'll catch up with you after I finish here. Lu Qingchen said no more and led Yushan and the others towards the dormitory area. As they left, they heard Lei Xian calling out, Lu Qingchen, ranked 3rd in the national martial arts exam? Head to the first year building number 2 in the core area. The dormitory matron will tell you your specific room. The 4 of them arrived at the matron's office and politely knocked on the door. Come in, responded a middle-aged woman from inside the room. Without even looking up from what she was writing at her desk, Lu Qingchen and his group pushed the door open and entered. The woman glanced up at their young faces, but, noticing the absence of luggage, asked skeptically, Are you here for freshman registration? They all nodded in unison. Su Man flashed a sweet smile and said, Auntie, we're freshmen here to pick up our dorm keys. I'm in room 501. The woman searched for a moment, then handed Su Man a key with a gentle tone. Here you go, dear. If you lose it, just come to me for a new one. She seemed charmed by Su Man's petite and cute demeanor. Thank you, Auntie. Su Man replied sweetly, offering an apple in return. The woman's smile widened as she turned to Lu Qingchen and Yushan, her voice softening. And you too. Which dorm are you in? Yushan scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Auntie, I'm in the core area's year 1, building 4. and he's in building 1. What? The core area? The woman looked at Yushan's honest face in disbelief. Lu Qingchen added, yes, auntie, we're in the core area, buildings 1 and 4. I've already got my key, just letting you know. The woman's expression changed instantly, as if she was looking at rare treasures. She quickly responded, very impressive. I could tell you're not ordinary students. The keys for the core area are hanging by the door. Just sign in here, and you can grab them. The two quickly signed the register. After saying goodbye, the group hurried off to their respective accommodations. In front of the dorm building, Yushan asked the two girls, are you planning to stay in the dorms, or come to our place? The girls hesitated for a moment before deciding to stay in the dorms for a few days first. Lu Qingchen waved goodbye and led Yushan toward the core area. Yushan was puzzled. Chun, why didn't you invite them to stay with us? The training environment here is much better. Lu Qingchen smiled mysteriously. They'll come over after staying in the dorms for a few days. Although curious, Yushan didn't press further. The two arrived at the core area and found Building 4. Upon entering, they saw that the layout was similar to Building 1. They headed straight to the training room, where Lu Qingchen sensed that the spiritual energy here was not as rich as in Building 1, though the difference was subtle. If not for his martial spirit's heightened sensitivity to spiritual energy, he might not have noticed. Lu Qingchen patted Yushan on the shoulder and earnestly said, let's stay in Building 1 for now. The spiritual energy there is denser. We should aim to advance a level before the freshman trials. As the new student orientation spanned 3 days, Lu Qingchen and Yushan dedicated their time to intense cultivation in the training room. With each soul stone absorbed, Lu Qingchen could clearly feel the steady increase of soul power within him. Both were deeply focused on their training until an unexpected phenomenon occurred on the third morning. Lu Qingchen, sitting cross-legged, began to emit a peculiar energy. The burning heaven's sacred tome operated frantically, and dozens of soul stones in his hands turned to dust in an instant. A powerful aura burst forth from his body, with crimson soul power surging like a tide. Moments later, the aura gradually subsided, returning to calm. Lu Qingchen exhaled deeply, exiting his cultivation state. In just 3 days, he had broken through to another level, reaching the 5th tier of the awakening realm. He vaguely sensed something new within him and was about to explore whether he had acquired a new ability when a heavy aura began to emanate nearby. Golden soul power surged around Yushan, and once it settled, he grinned widely. Chun, I've broken through to the 3rd tier of the awakening realm. Lu Qingchen patted Yushan's shoulder, speaking earnestly. I know. I'm at the 5th tier now. Your progress is a bit slow. Yushan, unable to savor the joy of his breakthrough, was promptly doused with cold water. He stared at Lu Qingchen for a moment before managing to utter a single word. Wow. After 2 days indoors, they decided to take a stroll. Leaving the comfort of their villa, they walked side by side along the academy's tree-lined paths. Around them, students moved in small groups or alone, most in a hurry. Reaching the towering cafeteria, they found it bustling with people, mostly new students. Just as Lu Qingchen and Yushan were about to grab some food, they heard a familiar call. Lu Qingchen, Yushan, over here. Su Man and Su Muting were waving at them from a table. This call drew many eyes, not because of the two girls, but because of the name, Lu Qingchen. Perhaps it was due to hearing about him from Lei Xian at the new student registration, or because of his national martial exam ranking. A crew-cut male student approached and directly asked, are you the top scorer in the national martial exam? Seeing no ill intent, Lu Qingchen nodded in acknowledgement. The crew-cut student laughed heartily and said, I'm Zheng Yu. I ranked 21st in the national martial exam, but I'm not satisfied with that. I'll challenge you in the new student trials. No problem. I'll be waiting for your challenge, Lu Qingchen replied, eager for a sparring partner after reaching the 5th tier of the awakening realm. Satisfied with the response, Zheng Yu waved goodbye. After getting their meals, Lu Qingchen and Yushan joined Su Muting and Su Man at their table. The meal prices here were similar to what Lu Qingchen had experienced in Chinchin, albeit the most basic options. At the dining table, Su Man excitedly asked, have you heard about the freshman trials? Lu Qingchen and Yushan shook their heads, having been immersed in their training for the past few days and unaware of the outside news. Su Man continued, I heard that the top 10 will get to live in the core area and receive generous rewards. Su Muting's eyes sparkled with envy. Yeah, I heard you can also train in a mysterious place for a few days, with rewards like elixirs and divine weapons. Lu Qingchen frowned slightly, recalling Lu Yan's previous mention of the inner courtyard. He curiously asked, what exactly is the trial about? Su Man lowered her voice. I'm not sure about the specifics. All I know is that 10 students are selected from 1,000 freshmen, but the selection method is still a mystery. Lu Qingchen sighed, finding the information frustratingly scant. After finishing their meal, the 4 of them wandered around the academy for a bit before returning to their dorms. Just as Lu Qingchen was about to open his door, he felt a tap on his back. Turning around, he saw a cute girl with lively big eyes and short blue hair, which made her stand out. Are you Lu Qingchen? The girl asked curiously. Lu Qingchen nodded with a smile. Yes, is there something you need? Instead of answering, the girl blinked, made a funny face, and ran off, leaving behind a cryptic. You'll find out soon enough. Yushan looked at Lu Qingchen with a puzzled expression, as if to ask, did you meet another new girl? Lu Qingchen shook his head helplessly, reminding himself to keep a low profile. The two of them headed straight to the training room in the villa, dedicating themselves entirely to their training, only pausing for dinner. The night passed without incident. In the morning, Lu Qingchen opened his eyes to find daylight streaming in. Today was the freshman entrance ceremony, followed by the trials, and their chance to continue living in the luxurious villa depended on their performance today. After a quick wash, the two headed to the dining hall. It was unusually lively there, mostly filled with senior students, while freshmen were notably few. Suddenly, a sharp trumpet sound blared, and the dining hall erupted into chaos. The freshman entrance ceremony is starting. Hurry to the field. Let's go check it out. Wait for me. The senior students hurriedly put down their utensils and headed to the field arm in arm. Seeing this, Lu Qingchen quickly pulled Yushan along to follow. On the way, Lu Qingchen noticed that the crowd heading to the field included not just freshmen, but also a large number of senior students. He thought to himself, with so many participants, the entrance ceremony must be quite an event. The two of them followed the crowd, hurrying towards the Tian Dao Academy's field. Soon, Lu Qingchen and Yushan arrived at the sports field. The sports field of the Tian Dao Sacred Academy was grand and magnificent, far surpassing the 400-meter tracks Lu Qingchen had seen in his previous life. The track here stretched for several kilometers, roughly estimated to be at least 3,000 meters long. At this moment, the field was bustling with excitement as eager students flocked to the scene. Lu Qingchen surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the number of students had exceeded 3,000. Assuming each grade had 1,000 students, nearly 3/4 of the academy's students were gathered here, along with numerous mentors and leaders. Despite the large number of people, the vast field made them appear somewhat sparse. The scene was rather amusing. Lu Qingchen and many new students were lined up in a massive formation, surrounded by the amused gazes of senior students, while the stands were filled with spectators. The freshmen felt like monkeys in a zoo, being watched by everyone, and couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. The audience was mainly composed of 3rd and 4th-year students and mentors from the Tiandao Sacred Academy. If Lu Qingchen observed closely, he would notice Lei Xian among them. He was chatting and laughing with a few students around him, occasionally flashing a mysterious smile. Finally, after waiting so long, the freshman entrance ceremony is here, someone sighed. Yeah, 2 years ago, we were the ones being watched like monkeys. Now it's their turn, another agreed. Out with the old, in with the new, huh? It's finally our turn to enjoy. I heard there are quite a few promising newcomers this time. A man said hopefully. After the freshman trials, the academy's bigwigs will come to recruit disciples. If you're lucky enough to be taken in as a disciple by one of the big names, that's a blessing cultivated over 100 years. That's nothing, another chimed in. If you could be taken as a disciple by those two stunning ladies, now that's a fortune worth 8 lifetimes, haha. Shut up, a female mentor nearby frowned. You all have some nerve. If the academy's higher-ups hear this, you'll be in big trouble. The group immediately remembered the torturous training methods of the academy's high-ranking officials and shivered, quickly falling silent. The male mentors who were listening with interest saw this and promptly tried to ease the situation. Keep talking. The leaders are all training in the inner courtyard. They won't be attending the freshman entrance ceremony, I assure you. Encouraged and permitted, Lei Xian and the other senior students resumed their discussion, and this time, even the male mentors joined in. I heard there are people from the City of Life among the students this time. Did you hear about that? Someone asked. Huh? I didn't know, another replied. I only heard that this time both the vice dean and the dean are planning to come out and recruit disciples. The freshman orientation day at Tianyuan arrived as scheduled, and the campus was filled with an atmosphere of excitement and anticipation. A group of mentors gathered together, eagerly discussing the incoming freshmen. This batch of freshmen is really lucky, one mentor remarked. If they catch the attention of those two deans, that would be. His words trailed off as others began to grin knowingly. Lei Xian, a young mentor, enthusiastically joined the conversation. I heard that many of the academy's top brass are quite fond of those two goddesses. Who wouldn't be? Another mentor chimed in. Young, beautiful, and highly skilled. I was fortunate to see them once, and their figure. He clicked his tongue in admiration, his eyes sparkling with praise. The male mentors became increasingly animated, sharing their observations and speculations. However, just as the atmosphere reached its peak, a cool voice suddenly interjected. Oh, is that so? The air seemed to freeze momentarily. 3 figures emerged from the void, led by a woman as beautiful as a celestial being, her icy blue eyes seemingly capable of piercing through souls. She was Han Meng, the vice dean of Tianyuan, followed by a robust man and a refined middle-aged man. Greetings, vice dean. The students and mentors present quickly saluted, their voices tinged with a hint of panic. Lei Xian and the other male mentors who had been speaking so boldly now lowered their heads, avoiding eye contact with anyone. The refined middle-aged man, Lu Qingchen, smiled and said, "Who was just talking about Dean Dinyo and the goddesses? Go on, I'd love to hear more." Upon hearing this, Lei Xian and the others bowed their heads even lower, almost touching the ground. Lu Qingfen persisted, specifically naming Lei Xian. "Oh, isn't that Lei Xian? Come on, tell us more about the goddess's figure." Lei Xian inwardly cursed his luck, reluctantly raising his head with an awkward smile. "There are too many people here, so I won't say more. If only you had come earlier. Dean Lu, I remember last time you told us." "Silence!" Lu Qingfeng shouted sternly. Before the words were fully out, Lei Xian's mouth seemed sealed by an invisible force, leaving him to make muffled sounds. The senior students present were dumbfounded, witnessing the power of words manifesting as law. Lu Qingfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad he had stopped Lei Xian in time. At this moment, the robust middle-aged man chuckled and said, "Lu Qingfeng, bullying students isn't much of a skill. Do you have the guts to spar with me?" Lu Qingfeng, upon hearing this, immediately clasped his fists and said, "No need to fight. I admit defeat." His expression was utterly sincere, as if he truly conceded. The audience fell silent, confusion written on their faces. Lu Qingfeng wore a look of grievance, while the robust man appeared helpless, and Han Meng frowned slightly, seemingly a bit exasperated. Han Meng sighed and said, "Could you be any more shameless?" Lu Qingfeng replied earnestly, "If you want me to, of course." At this point, Lei Xian finally regained his ability to speak. Just as he was about to say something, he noticed Vice Dean Lu's disapproving gaze. He quickly swallowed his words and awkwardly said, "Esteemed mentors and deans, the new students of the Heavenly Dao Academy are about to arrive." On the athletic field of Tiandao Academy, 1,000 new students poured in like a tide. Lu Qingchen blended into the crowd, secretly relieved that his embarrassment had faded. He keenly scanned the surroundings, noticing that not everyone had arrived yet. As new students continued to trickle in, the field buzzed with chatter, curiosity sparking conversations everywhere. "I heard there's going to be an entrance ceremony?" "It can't be that simple. There's supposed to be something exciting happening." After nearly 10 minutes of waiting, a commanding voice suddenly boomed across the field. Silence. The noise abruptly ceased, and nearly 1,000 new students looked up in unison at the stage. There stood an imposing middle-aged man, his gaze sharp and penetrating. "Very well," his powerful voice echoed across the field. "Out of 1,000 students, 993 are present. 7 are absent. Those who didn't make it will have all their first-year cultivation resources revoked." At these words, the students' faces changed drastically, each silently grateful for their wise decision to be there. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but click his tongue, inwardly marveling at the academy's decisive authority. Just then, a tardy male student rushed onto the field, catching the middle-aged man's announcement. He defiantly raised his head and questioned, "Why should our year's cultivation resources be revoked? The academy didn't clearly notify us of the time and place. Are we to be punished for being a little late?" The entire field fell silent, all eyes fixed on the authoritative middle-aged man, awaiting his response. The air was thick with tension, and everyone held their breath, afraid to miss a single word of what was to come. The middle-aged man pointed to the freshmen below the stage, his voice deep and powerful. "Take a good look. There are exactly 993 freshmen assembled here. How did you find out about the location of the entrance ceremony? And you?" His gaze fixed on a visibly nervous student. "Came out of your dorm just because you heard the noise, didn't you? You saw other freshmen heading to the field. So why did you stay behind? Worse still, you spread rumors that the academy was playing pranks on new students." The student's face turned deathly pale, filled with terror. How did he know I said those things? Tarnishing the reputation of Tiandao Sacred Academy is no small matter. The surrounding students looked on with pity, thinking that this person probably wouldn't last long in the academy. The middle-aged man ignored the student and addressed all the freshmen, his voice resonant. "I don't care about your past or your background. From the moment you set foot in Tiandao Sacred Academy, you are our students and must abide by the academy's rules." He paused, his gaze sharp. "Perhaps you think you're geniuses, and maybe your parents and teachers do too. But remember, the world is never short of geniuses. Tiandao Sacred Academy seeks prodigies. Do you understand?" His voice echoed across the field. "Once you're in the academy, put away your pride. Everything is determined by your performance. If you disagree, that's fine. Once your skills surpass mine, you can have me listen to you. Tiandao Sacred Academy respects only the strong." A slight smile appeared on the man's lips. "Remember, my name is Lu Qingchen, and I'm the dean of the Outer Academy of Tiandao Sacred Academy. You're welcome to challenge me." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and reached everyone's ears. The freshmen were silent after hearing this. Lu Qingchen secretly made up his mind. Here, past achievements mean nothing. Only continuous growth is the key. Lu Qingchen continued. This time, only 7 didn't show up, which is much better than previous years. Some senior students bowed their heads upon hearing this, including Lei Xian. The mentors in the audience looked on helplessly. For all the freshmen present, each of you will be rewarded with 10 academy points. Lu Qingchen announced. At Tiandao Sacred Academy, 1 point can be exchanged for 100 soul stones. Soul stones can enhance your cultivation speed, as you all know. The freshmen were thrilled, whispering among themselves. 1,000 soul stones might sustain an ordinary student for several days of cultivation, but for someone like Lu Qingchen, who possesses 3 martial souls, they could be exhausted in a single day. Lu Qingchen added, this is just a benefit from the academy. True talents can earn more resources, but you'll have to fight for them yourselves. He changed the topic. Enough talk. Now everyone line up and head to the Tiandao arena. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Qingchen turned into a streak of light and vanished from sight. Other mentors and senior students released their martial souls and rushed towards the Tiandao arena at top speed. Instantly, the entire field came alive with activity, with students soaring through the air and running on the ground, all glowing with brilliant colors. Seeing this, Lu Qingchen no longer hid his strength. A pair of enormous, fiery red wings unfolded behind him, their radiance instantly outshining everyone else. The surrounding freshmen couldn't help but glance over, but he paid them no mind. With a gust of wind, Lu Qingchen transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from view. On the heavenly Dao arena, Lu Qingchen, with his formidable cultivation as the head of the outer courtyard of the heavenly Dao Sacred Academy, reached the destination in under 3 seconds. Arriving simultaneously were Han Meng, Lu Qingfeng, and a robust middle-aged man. Surrounding the arena stood 11 massive ordinary platforms, forming a majestic scene, while the central platform they stood on was only a tenth of the other's size. However, it was made of special metal, exuding an aura of authority. This was the true heavenly Dao arena. As soon as Lu Qingchen landed, he announced loudly, the top 10 freshmen to reach the heavenly Dao arena will be awarded 30 points. His voice was thunderous, instantly igniting the enthusiasm of the freshmen. The students surged toward the martial arts field, eager to compete. Lu Qingchen, the national martial arts exam champion, naturally arrived first. The prominent figures on the platform scrutinized him closely, with only Han Meng simply blinking her bright eyes, clearly pleased with her disciple's performance. The burly middle-aged man laughed heartily, patting Lu Qingchen on the shoulder with such force it nearly knocked him apart. Good lad, that speed is impressive, the middle-aged man praised. Lu Qingchen grinned and replied, thank you for the compliment, principal. His words were impeccably polite, showing his keen understanding of social nuances. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, winking at Lu Qingfeng. Ah, not at all, not at all. Lu Qingfeng silently retreated 10 meters, muttering to himself. This kid really has no sense. Can't he see I look more like the principal than this big ox? Moments later, a figure in azure flew onto the platform, revealing a tall, fair-skinned woman. Beside her was a green-haired girl Lu Qingchen recognized from the villa area, the same one who had asked about his identity earlier. Soon after, Lu Qingchen sensed the presence of his good friend Yushan. A yellow light streaked towards them, nearly colliding with Lu Qingfeng, who stood 10 meters away from Lu Qingchen. This scene made Han Meng chuckle softly. Yushan barely managed to stop in time, smiling sheepishly at Lu Qingfeng. Sorry, principal, I lost control for a moment. These words immediately brightened Lu Qingfeng's face, and he enthusiastically patted Yushan's sturdy arm. No problem, no problem. Keep it up, young man. I have high hopes for you. Yushan grinned widely in appreciation. Shortly after, several more figures flickered onto the platform, each taking their place on the arena. Lu Qingchen's gaze swept across the arena and suddenly fixed on a familiar figure, the very person who had challenged him in the cafeteria earlier. At this moment, the top 10 contestants had all arrived, exuding an impressive aura. Before long, the vast crowd of new students also began to arrive at the Tiandao Sacred Academy. Seeing a dozen people already standing on the platform, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. The 11th newcomer wore a face full of regret, as the reward of 30 points and 3,000 soul stones slipped away, leaving his heart bleeding. Lu Qingchen initially thought of bringing Yushan along with him, but reconsidered, knowing Yushan's cultivation and talent would surely secure a top 10 spot. Moreover, with so many high-ranking academy officials present, Yushan's performance was bound to attract attention. Perhaps one of the influential figures might even take him as a disciple. Seeing that the new students had gathered, Lu Qingchen stood on the stage, his voice booming like a bell. Speed is also a form of strength. In the future, when faced with danger, speed is the key to survival. Many new students reacted dismissively, clearly not taking his words to heart. Seeing this, Lu Qingchen's tone suddenly became severe. I know what you're thinking. You all consider yourselves geniuses, proud and arrogant. believing that when danger comes, you should fight to the end. With these words, the crowd finally looked up at him. Lu Qingchen continued. But have you ever thought that with your current level of cultivation, any soul warrior could easily defeat you? Even at my level, there are still many stronger than me. When faced with an unbeatable opponent, even I have to run for my life, let alone you. Remember this. Life is the most important thing. If you lose your life, what talk is there of becoming powerful? Lu Qingchen listened quietly, deeply agreeing. The memory of being ambushed was still vivid, making him realize that compared to true powerhouses, he was merely insignificant. Listening to Lu Yinxing's admonition now, he couldn't help but straighten his back. The head instructor on stage continued. I know some of you still don't take this seriously. Fine, let's have a simple trial to see if you have any reason to be proud. With that, he stepped back slightly, and a burly middle-aged man stepped forward. I am the vice principal of Tiandao Sacred Academy. You can call me Principal Chu. This entrance ceremony includes a simple assessment, and I will announce the rules. Principal Chu pointed to the 10 arenas before them. You, 1,000 students, will be spread across these 10 arenas, 100 per arena. Your task is to do whatever it takes to stay on the platform until only 10 remain on each. Principal Chu, will there be any punishment for those who fail to remain on the platform? A new student couldn't help but ask. There is no punishment, Principal Chu replied, but the top 100 students will qualify for the core class. What's so special about the core class? Another student inquired. Of course, Principal Chu answered succinctly. The core class has much better training resources than the regular class. Ignoring the rising buzz of discussion below, Principal Chu waved his hand, and countless beams of light descended. Each new student found themselves holding a token. Lu Qingchen looked down to see his token read, Arena 1. After reading his nameplate, Lu Qingchen looked up towards the direction of Yushan. I'm on ring number 4, Yushan said with a smile. Sister Ningyue, which ring are you on? A clear voice sounded from nearby. The tall girl who had arrived first at the ring smiled slightly. I'm on ring number 3. Huh? I'm on ring number 2, said Lu Qingchen, the girl with blue hair, somewhat disappointed, her bright eyes blinking. Vice Dean Shu, overhearing their conversation, curled his lips into a meaningful smile. Don't mumble, kids. The top 10 students who reached the Tiandao rings have been separated. Each ring has one of the top 10 freshmen. So that's how it is. Lu Qingchen said, suddenly understanding. Now, everyone, go to your respective rings according to the numbers on your nameplates. Vice Dean Shu's voice carried a hint of schadenfreude. The competition starts in 1 minute. Good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into motion, rushing towards their designated rings, eager to secure favorable positions. Only Lu Qingchen and Yushan walked unhurriedly towards their rings. Lu Qingchen was already gearing up, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Moments later, all the rings were filled with participants. The ring challenge begins. Faced with this large-scale melee involving over 100 people, most freshmen were experiencing such a trial for the first time and hesitated to make the first move. How to stand out in this chaos and be one of the 10 who would remain on the ring. Even those with high martial exam rankings and strong backgrounds wore serious expressions, scanning the crowd for potential allies. Lu Qingchen, who had awakened the supreme martial spirit, could no longer contain his battle spirit. Seeing no one making a move, he suddenly shouted, "To be blunt, all of you here are trash." This provocation instantly ignited the atmosphere. A male student shouted angrily, "Brothers, let's team up and kick him off the stage first, then we'll settle it among ourselves." Before he finished speaking, the student, glowing with silver light, transformed his hand into a claw and charged at Lu Qingchen. Seeing this, Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up as he was enveloped by a crimson glow, transforming his right arm into a golden claw. The two claws collided in midair, and the student with the silver glow twisted his face in pain, letting out a scream before being whisked away from the ring by a flash of light. One person out on ring number 1, 99 remaining. Lu Yinxing announced loudly. To prevent inexperienced freshmen from causing serious injuries during the battle, mentors closely monitored each ring. Additionally, the head of the outer courtyard of Tiandao Sacred Academy and the 3 vice deans were present, ready to intervene at any moment. Witnessing the male student being defeated in a single encounter, the group of over 20 on ring number 1 involuntarily stepped back. However, Lu Qingchen showed no intention of stopping, instead advancing towards them. At this moment, Lu Qingchen was like an awakened tiger, charging towards the group of students. With each swing of his golden claws, which possessed over 5,000 kilograms of force, he accurately struck down an opponent. The situation on the arena was instantly dominated by him, causing the other newcomers to abandon their plans of surrounding him and instead seek out their own battles. At this point, 2 formidable opponents were spurred into action by Lu Qingchen's immense power. The one on the left, upon activating his martial spirit, developed gray scales on his skin, his eyes turned serpentine, and he shot a strange venom at Lu Qingchen. The one on the right experienced a rapid change in hair color to sandy brown, his physique expanded, and he launched a fierce attack with his massive fists. The two worked together seamlessly, hoping to force Lu Qingchen into a defensive position with their onslaught. However, as the top scorer in the martial arts exam, Lu Qingchen would not back down. With a cold snort, flames erupted around him, incinerating the venom into nothingness. Simultaneously, his golden claws met the opponent's fist in a powerful clash, causing blood to splatter as the burly man stumbled back several steps, fear evident in his eyes. Lu Qingchen didn't pause, unfurling a pair of crimson wings from his back, dramatically increasing his speed. He darted past like lightning, and with a wave of his muscular arm, the sandy-haired opponent was carried off the arena by an instructor. He then turned his attention to the snake-eyed opponent. Sensing the danger, the snake-eyed student flicked his forked tongue and spat out a more poisonous liquid. With no time to dodge, Lu Qingchen remained calm, his arms instantly covered by golden scales. The venom sizzled and evaporated upon contact with the scales. The snake-eyed student hoped to be saved by an instructor, but he also wanted revenge for his companion and decided to fight to the death. However, he underestimated Lu Qingchen's strength. Lu Qingchen, with his golden dragon emperor martial spirit, naturally countered snake-type spirits. Seeing the malevolent look on his opponent's face, Lu Qingchen's eyes flashed with a cold light as he unleashed the terrifying aura of his supreme martial spirit. This overwhelming force swept across the arena like a tsunami, even temporarily suppressing the instructors who were ready to intervene. In the blink of an eye, Lu Qingchen's razor-sharp claws descended mercilessly on the cold-faced student. The student's face turned cold, and his pupils contracted sharply, filled with an unmistakable fear. In the next instant, a scarlet golden light flashed, blood splattered, and his chest was viciously torn open, his life force rapidly waning. Only then did the nearby mentor react, quickly stepping forward to stop Lu Qingchen. But Lu Qingchen had already withdrawn, his eyes showing a hint of indifference. "Student." The mentor quickly approached the platform, speaking sternly. He clearly had no strength left to fight. "Why did you strike so harshly?" Lu Qingchen furrowed his brows slightly, his tone cool. "If he hadn't tried to ambush me at the end, I wouldn't have acted this way. But who knows what hidden tricks he might have had. On the platform, everyone is an enemy. I won't show mercy to any enemy, as that would only lead to my own downfall. Mentor, would you spare an enemy who just attacked you?" The mentor was left speechless. Indeed, once on the platform, they were enemies, and it was the student who attacked first. But he couldn't help but say, "They're enemies on the platform, but there's no need to be so heavy-handed. After all, off the platform, you're all classmates." "I've already said." Lu Qingchen's voice grew colder. He knew he was going to lose and still tried to disgust me. "Instead of sympathizing with him, you'd better get him treated quickly, lest you miss the best time to save him." Just as the mentor was about to argue further, a figure suddenly appeared on the platform. It was Li Yinqing, the dean of the Outer Academy. "Enough! Get him to treatment quickly." Li Yinqing's gaze fell on Lu Qingchen, filled with admiration. Lu Qingchen did nothing wrong. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Failing to save that student in time was the mentor's oversight, not yours. "I'm looking forward to your future performance." Before he finished speaking, Li Yinqing turned into a streak of light, rushing towards another platform. "This person is quite reasonable, worthy of being the dean of the Heavenly Tao Academy," Lu Qingchen thought to himself, scratching his head. Meanwhile, on other platforms, Mu Ningyue's figure flickered as one freshman after another was led off the stage by mentors, being declared eliminated. On platform 4, Yu Shan, with his martial soul embodied, was covered in thick armor, exuding a formidable aura. With each swing of his fist, freshmen fell one after another, none able to withstand him. Senior students and academy executives watched intently. "A top-tier martial soul is indeed a tremendous advantage," Lu Qingfeng remarked. "Naturally," Dean Chu said earnestly. "That's why the other two major academies offer generous terms to students with outstanding talent. Great talent is a gift from the heavens, and students with top-notch talent are destined to shine brightly from the start." In the first arena, after the heart-stopping scene earlier, the atmosphere became tense. No student dared to act rashly, and everyone felt a sense of relief for not challenging the exceptionally skilled Lu Qingchen. However, Lu Qingchen was not absorbed in the intimidating atmosphere. His gaze swept across the nearby arenas, observing that the number of participants was gradually decreasing. Thinking that the subsequent tests would be even more exciting, he decided to act swiftly. His figure flickered across the arena, and with each move, a new student left the stage dejectedly. Just as he was about to launch a new round of attacks, a stern voice pierced the air. "The assessment on Arena 1 is over. The remaining 10 people have won. No more fighting is allowed." As soon as the words were spoken, the contestants on the arena immediately separated, and the others also ceased their actions. Li Yinqing addressed the 10 people left on the arena. "You can rest and recover your soul power on the arena while waiting for the other assessments to conclude." Watching the other 9 sit cross-legged to meditate, Lu Qingchen also found a spot to sit and reflect on the battle. especially the opponent with the poisonous martial spirit, which made him realize there was room for improvement in handling sudden attacks. If the poison had been more potent, the outcome might have been different. The number of eliminations on the other arenas continued to rise. When the last student fell on the final arena, the trial officially ended. The defeated below the stage were dejected, their once proud genius aura completely shattered. Those eliminated by Lu Qingchen, in particular, looked at the refined young man with undisguised fear. After all, eliminating nearly half of the contestants single-handedly was a feat that commanded respect. Li Yinqing watched the scene with satisfaction and slowly walked onto the Tiandao arena. His voice was firm. So, do you still think you're geniuses? Still believe you're unbeatable at the same level? Have you now realized there are always stronger people? The audience was silent. Answer me. Li Yinqing suddenly shouted, startling the freshmen who were lost in the shadow of defeat. They weakly responded, yes. Louder. Where's your spirit as men? Losing one match is nothing to be upset about. Pull yourselves together. Under his scolding, the freshmen below the arena finally straightened their backs. Li Yinqing continued, failure is not scary. What's scary is if your spirit is defeated. If you can't handle this setback, then maybe you should just go back to where you came from. The new students below the stage heard Li Yinqing's words and felt a renewed sense of hope. They all focused intently on the director of the external institute, eagerly awaiting his next instructions. Satisfied, Li Yinqing nodded and shifted his gaze to the remaining 100 on the stage before turning to the eliminated students and announcing in a steady voice. Now, we move on to the next trial, where you will witness firsthand how these victors tackle challenges. This immediately sparked a wave of excitement among the students below. They were eager to see what set apart those who had bested them. Li Yinqing then addressed the 100 standing upright on the stage, declaring, as promised, the top 100 will enter the core class. But there's something I forgot to mention. Each of you will receive a reward of 100 points. The winners on stage were ecstatic, their faces lighting up with bright smiles. However, Li Yinqing continued with a knowing smile. That's not all. I'm offering you a chance to get rich. By participating in this assessment, you have the opportunity to earn an additional 500 points. This figure was like a bolt of lightning, stunning everyone. 500 points equated to 50,000 soul stones. The new students on stage were momentarily silent, the only sound being their heavy breathing. Those who had been eliminated were filled with regret, some even feeling as if their hearts were bleeding from not holding on just a bit longer. Even the well-off Lu Qingchen felt tempted. One student couldn't hold back and asked, Director, how can we earn those 500 points? The other students also turned their attention to Li Yinqing, waiting for his response. Li Yinqing's lips curled into a subtle, meaningful smile. He announced loudly, as I mentioned earlier, participate in this assessment, and if you win, you'll receive 500 points. With that, he waved his hand to the side. Instantly, dazzling lights converged from all directions onto the heavenly Dao stage. As the light faded, 20 figures appeared on the stage. Each wore the white uniform of the Heavenly Dao Sacred Institute, with a yellow Heavenly Dao Academy badge on their chest. Lu Qingchen recalled Lei Xian telling him that a yellow badge represented second-year students in the external institute. The new students' attention was captured by these sudden arrivals, and Lu Qingchen scrutinized them closely. He noticed that the badge on the leading female student's chest was Golda Course Student of the second year. Lu Qingchen's eyes widened as he seemed to have guessed the upcoming assessment. Noticing their anticipation, Li Yinqing decided not to keep them in suspense and directly announced the rules to the 100 new students on stage. You performed well in the first trial. His voice carried a hint of expectation, as if suggesting that even greater challenges lay ahead. The opponents you are about to face are no longer fellow freshmen, but the outer courtyard students of the Tiandao Academy. On the Tiandao arena, 20 outer courtyard students stood in a neat line, their eyes like torches scanning the 100 freshmen below. Some had smiles on their faces, others looked on with disdain, and there were those who were gloating at these rookies. However, the woman at the front stood proudly alone, as if she disdained being grouped with the other 19 students. So, these are the new students of this year's Tiandao Academy, huh? They don't look too bad. A second-year student with an ordinary appearance said with a cheerful smile to his companion. Don't underestimate them. I heard that even the top scorer of the National Martial Arts exam has joined our academy this time. His companion reminded him. So what if they're the top scorer? Do you think we can't beat a newbie? What's there to worry about? Another student said dismissively. True, and we have Lan Xiao here. I really don't know what the leaders were thinking, sending even core students out. I agree. The freshmen on the arena keenly sensed the unfriendly attitude of these senior students towards them. Just then, Li Yinqing's voice thundered through the air. In front of you are your senior students. Your task for this assessment is to choose an opponent and defeat them. If you win, you'll earn a reward of 500 points. But if you lose, well, sorry, but the 100 points you just earned will go to your senior students. The director's words echoed in the ears of the freshmen like a wake-up call. Hearing that losing would cost them all their points, some students already showed signs of hesitation. Those who wish to withdraw can still keep the 100 academy points. If you want to leave, you can step off the arena now. As soon as Lu Qingchen finished speaking, some freshmen began to leave the arena one after another. Some were well aware of their own abilities, while others had relied on luck to pass the first round. A minute later, only about half of the students remained on the 10 arenas. However, compared to the 20 outer courtyard students, the number of freshmen still seemed quite large. With a wave of his hand, Lu Qingchen signaled, and the second-year students on the Tiandao arena stepped forward. Instantly, their presence exploded like a mountain pressing down, making it difficult for the freshmen on the stage to breathe. At this moment, Lu Qingchen smiled at the remaining students and asked again, "Anyone else want to leave? There's still time, otherwise, you'll lose your points if you fail." Whoosh! Most of the people on the arena instantly fled like startled birds. Are you kidding? They could barely withstand the pressure, let alone challenge them. That would be asking for trouble. At this moment, everyone in the academy, including the 3 deputy deans, was intently watching the arena to see who would remain. Han Ming was also watching the arena closely, but her gaze was always fixed on Lu Qingchen. Seeing that Lu Qingchen showed no intention of retreating, Han Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. Moments later, only a handful of the 40 to 50 students remained on the arena. Observant individuals would notice that these were the 10 students who had first arrived at the Tiandao arena. Lu Qingchen looked towards the 4th arena and happened to meet Yushan's gaze. The two exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Lu Qingchen then turned his gaze to the 20 figures on the Tiandao arena, feeling a sense of anticipation rising within him. Let me see the strength of the senior students at Tiandao Academy, he thought to himself, his eyes shining with determination. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 dazzling figures suddenly soared towards the arena, followed by a large group of senior students. The 2nd and 3rd year students present widened their eyes in surprise, noticing that the newcomers were wearing red badges. 4th year students had arrived. They couldn't help but wonder, is a freshman trial really that important? The 2 leading figures landed, revealing 2 stunning women. The woman on the left was breathtakingly beautiful, with long, waterfall-like blue hair, skin as fair as snow, and exquisitely flawless features. The woman on the right was tall, with lazily cascading wynard hair and slightly reddish eyes that exuded an alluring glow, a true beauty. All the external academy students, including the 4th year ones, couldn't take their eyes off these 2 women. Seeing the crowd's reaction, the wynard-haired woman softly said to the blue-haired beauty beside her, "Xiaoxue, why did you suddenly decide to watch the freshman trial? Could it be?" The woman called Xiaoxue replied helplessly, "After training for so long, I just wanted to get some fresh air, nothing more." If Lu Qingchen were present at that moment, he would have been shocked to see that the blue-haired woman was his long-lost sister, Lu Qingxue. Years ago, Lu Qingxue hadn't participated in the national martial arts exam, but was instead taken away by a mysterious expert. Lu Qingchen had once overheard his father mention that the expert was an old acquaintance. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingxue was now at the Heavenly Dao Academy and had become a core disciple. However, Lu Qingchen wasn't paying attention to the new spectators around him. His focus was locked on the 22nd year students on the Heavenly Dao stage, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lu Yanchen waved his embroidered robe and shouted, "You 10, get onto the Heavenly Dao stage." 10 brilliant lights flashed, and 10 freshmen instantly appeared on the stage, facing the 20 senior students. Lu Yanchen smiled with satisfaction and began to announce the rules. "In front of you are your seniors. Whoever you draw, defeat them, and you'll earn those 500 points. Upon hearing the 500 points, a few freshmen couldn't help but swallow hard. Lu Yanchen turned to the second-year students and said, "Since there are only 10 freshmen this time, I will throw 10 nameplates. Whoever grabs one will participate, understood?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yanchen tossed the 10 nameplates towards them. In a flurry of light, the nameplates were snatched up. Those who didn't get one smiled wryly. "Lucky you, earning 100 academy points for free." Lu Qingchen focused and noticed that a core second-year student was among them. Lu Yanchen then tossed 10 nameplates to Lu Qingchen and the others. "Each of you take one." The freshmen picked up their nameplates. Lu Qingchen turned his over to find a bold number, 1. The 20 students on the stage looked at each other, eager to see who they would face. "I'm number 10. A voice broke the brief silence. "Number 9. Number 8. Number 1. The crisp voice echoed around the arena as the final number was called out by a woman named Lan Xiao. With the announcement of the sophomore core students' numbers, the eyes of the students and mentors outside the ring all turned towards the 10 freshmen, curiosity gleaming as they speculated who the unlucky one, with number 1 might be. "I'm number 8. Yushan's voice was the first to be heard. "Number 3. Number 2. Mu Ningyue and Murong Chinchin followed closely. As the others gradually announced their numbers, everyone's gaze finally settled on the last person. Han Ming looked helplessly at the slender figure, yet felt a hint of anticipation. Lu Qingxue and the red-haired woman beside her couldn't help but glance over, eager to see who had such poor luck. When Lu Qingxue recognized the familiar face, she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, eyes filled with disbelief. The red-haired woman noticed her reaction and curiously asked, "What's wrong, Xiaoxue? Do you know that unlucky guy on stage?" Lu Qingxue's thoughts drifted back to a few years ago at home. Back then, he was just a frail boy at the first level of body refinement, with little interest in martial arts. Now, the figure from her memory overlapped with the tall and slender form on the stage. She replied to the elegant woman beside her with a complex expression. "Actually, he." Just then, Lu Qingchen's voice interrupted her. Facing the crowd's curious and sympathetic gazes, he twitched his mouth slightly, reluctantly announcing his lucky draw. "I'm number 1. Hey, this is interesting. The top scorer of the martial exam is up against a core student, haha." Lu Qingfeng suddenly burst into laughter. "This is going to be fun." "Shut up," Han Meng snapped, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. Lu Qingfeng immediately fell silent, though he couldn't hide the strange expression on his face. Li Yinqing looked at Lu Qingchen with concern in his tone. "Lu Qingchen, since you drew a core student, you have the option to forfeit the challenge. You would still receive 100 academy points. But if you accept and lose." Before he could finish, Lu Qingchen waved his hand to cut him off. "I appreciate your concern, Director Li." Lu Qingchen's voice was firm and clear. "But since I've drawn this plaque, I'll take on this challenge." Opposite him, Lan Xiao shook her head, her brow furrowed, as she arrogantly said, "Lu Qingchen, I've seen your records as the top scorer of this year's martial exam. Your other talents might be outstanding, but when it comes to this one-star combat soul, I advise you to give up." Her cold voice resonated through the training ground, prompting many senior students to show schadenfreude. They were quite eager to see this year's martial exam top scorer make a fool of himself. Hearing Lan Zhao's haughty words, Lu Qingchen frowned, but didn't change his decision. He continued, "Thank you for the advice, senior, but I won't give up even if there's just a sliver of chance." At this moment, a trace of pride appeared on Lu Qingchen's delicate face as he slowly said to Lan Xiao in front of him, "I've long wanted to experience the strength of a core student." As soon as Lu Qingchen finished speaking on the Tiandao arena, the atmosphere erupted. The senior students around the platform whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with disdain and mockery. "Who does he think he is? Refusing an opportunity from Director Li? I heard he's the top scorer in the martial arts exam. No wonder he's so arrogant." Huh. Every top 100 freshman from previous years was cocky. A good beating will humble them. On the platform, the core female student Lan Xiao squinted slightly, a hint of sarcasm on her delicate face. She spoke slowly, her voice cool. "No wonder you're the top scorer. You're certainly proud." Pausing, she continued with a cold laugh. "But sadly, youthful arrogance and conceit will only lead you to an unbearable despair. This batch of students is truly disappointing." Her words immediately caused an uproar. The freshmen on the platform glared angrily, and even the eliminated students below were fuming. In the distance, Han Meng heard these words and frowned slightly, feeling a bit of dislike towards this core student. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingchen merely chuckled lightly. He looked straight at Lan Zhao's proud face and said, word by word, "Sorry, senior. No, second-year core student. In my view, the one who will face despair and a tragic end is you." As his words fell, Lu Qingchen's aura surged dramatically, his delicate features becoming menacing. He said coldly, "If I may be blunt, you 10 second-year students, including you, are all trash." This statement was like a thunderclap, echoing across the Tiandao arena. The crowd was in an uproar, shocked by the audacity of this freshman. A woman with winered hair covered her mouth in disbelief and turned to Lu Qingxue, saying, "Your brother is really something." Lan Xiao trembled with rage, her face dark as ink. "Who are you calling trash? Say it again if you dare." Lu Qingchen spread his hands, a hint of helplessness on his face. "Seems I wasn't wrong. Not just trash, but deaf too." If Lan Xiao hadn't been so arrogant earlier, he wouldn't have been so aggressive. Lan Xiao was so angry she nearly fainted. Taking several deep breaths, she turned to Li Yinqing, her voice icy. "Director Li, we can begin." Li Yinqing, still in shock, snapped back to reality at Lan Zhao's words. This duel was destined to be extraordinary. Li Yinqing's voice echoed across the heavenly arena as 20 new and returning students transformed into streams of light, dispersing to their respective platforms. The protective shields of the 10 arenas slowly rose, as Lu Qingchen and Lan Xiao locked eyes, their gazes filled with fierce determination. "Begin." With Li Yinqing's command, all 10 platforms were simultaneously engulfed in white light. Without hesitation, Lu Qingchen's arms morphed into sharp claws as he charged at Lan Xiao. Lan Xiao smirked disdainfully, suddenly sprouting wings from her back and soaring into the air. Hovering above, she looked down at Lu Qingchen with a mocking glint in her eyes. In the next moment, countless sharp ice spikes rained down on Lu Qingchen like a storm of arrows. With a slight smirk, Lu Qingchen unfurled his wings, effortlessly dodging the icy assault. "If the senior is so enthusiastic, I should return the favor." Lu Qingchen's wings radiated a brilliant light, launching a massive pillar of flame straight at Lan Xiao. Outside the arena, the crowd watched the intense battle in astonishment. Lu Qingfeng, one of the three vice deans, shook his head in amazement. The new students are getting more extraordinary. They can already wield such powers in the Lingwu realm. Han Meng chuckled. Of course, he was this year's top martial exam scorer. You all know how extraordinary this batch of freshmen is, right? The two others nodded in agreement, recalling rumors that many descendants of prestigious academy deans had participated in this year's exams. On the platform, Lan Xiao faced the incoming pillar of flame without flinching. She conjured an ice sword in her hand and met the fiery attack heat-in. Crack! The massive pillar of flame was cleaved apart by Lan Xiao's sword, striking the protective shield behind her and causing ripples to spread. Not giving Lu Qingchen a moment to breathe, Lan Xiao immediately launched a counterattack. Ice spike, she shouted, her sword unleashing a sharp beam aimed directly at Lu Qingchen. Facing the oncoming beam, Lu Qingchen raised his crimson golden claw and struck it fiercely. With a buzz, the sharp beam shattered instantly. At that moment, two voices suddenly announced, winner of Platform 8, Yu Shan. Winner of Platform 3, Mu Ningyue. The shields of two platforms shattered, revealing the victors Yu Shan and Mu Ningyue. Their opponents, two second-year students from the outer academy, knelt on the ground, faces flushed, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Yu Shan managed to win before me. That's unexpected. Lu Qingchen thought to himself, then refocused, unleashing the might of his three-legged golden crow martial spirit. Lan Xiao was immediately overwhelmed by the intense, yang energy of the golden crow. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qingchen summoned a massive flaming hand to subdue her. Golden crow, scorching heaven palm. Lu Qingchen's voice was authoritative and steady, signaling the imminent conclusion of the battle. Boom! A massive flaming hand descended from the sky, aiming to crush Lan Xiao's position. Lan Xiao had just recovered from the suppression of the golden crow martial spirit and could only watch as the giant fiery palm approached, leaving her no room to escape. Her heart trembled with unwillingness to lose to a newcomer. Lan Xiao gritted her teeth and released an ice-blue avian martial spirit for a final stand. However, Lu Qingchen's attack was overwhelmingly fierce, breaking through her prized defenses with its pure yang and unyielding force. With a loud crash, Lan Xiao's martial spirit defense was utterly shattered, transforming into a stream of light that returned to her body. Her face turned pale, her body shook uncontrollably, and fear flickered in her eyes as if the giant hand was still before her. If not for Li Yinqing's timely intervention, Lan Xiao might have been gravely injured. The pure yang and unyielding aura of the golden crow could pierce through anything, let alone an ice-type avian martial spirit that directly opposed fire. As the barrier descended, Li Yinqing stood between the two, looking at Lu Qingchen with a meaningful gaze. Outside the arena, numerous outer courtyard students and newcomers held their breath, eager to see Lu Qingchen's defeat. However, as the dust settled, the sight that greeted everyone was Lu Qingchen standing proudly and Lan Xiao still trembling. Everyone outside the arena widened their eyes, finding the outcome hard to believe. The most amazed were the second-year students. They knew well the difficulty of becoming a core student and were aware of Lan Xiao's strength among second-year core students. She was a formidable Earth martial realm warrior. Yet, the scene before them forced them to acknowledge that this newcomer had won. A spiritual martial victory over an Earth martial, a triumph across a major realm. Everyone thought the same. This year's newcomer king was undoubtedly him. Li Yinqing on the arena and the three vice deans outside did not pay attention to the students' reactions. Lu Qingfeng and Dean Chu left in a hurry, leaving only Han Meng. The corner of her mouth slightly curved, as if anticipating a grand spectacle. Lan Xiao looked at Li Yinqing, her face full of complex emotions. She glanced at Lu Qingchen, standing proudly opposite, and softly said to Li Yinqing, "Director Li, I lost." Then, she slowly walked towards Lu Qingchen. They exchanged glances for a few seconds before Lan Xiao slightly bowed, her tone tinged with a trace of melancholy. "I lost, and I apologize for what I said earlier." Lu Qingchen was taken aback by Lan Xiao's reaction, not expecting the once prideful person to apologize. He thought to himself, "Shouldn't you hate me? This makes me seem quite ungentlemanly." Snapping back to reality, Lu Qingchen quickly stepped forward, reaching out to help the bowing Lan Xiao. Lu Qingchen scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. "No, it's partly my fault too. There's no need for that, senior." Lan Xiao looked up in surprise, her gaze landing on the boy's delicate features. She hadn't expected the previously arrogant freshman to suddenly show such an endearing side. The contrast made her chuckle softly, her tone gentle as she said, "It was my mistake earlier. My words were indeed inappropriate. Once the trials are over, I'll personally arrange a banquet to welcome the new students. I do hope you'll attend." Faced with her sincere invitation, Lu Qingchen could only nod helplessly. "Thank you for your kindness, senior." Standing nearby, Li Yinqing watched the scene unfold with a satisfied smile. He thought to himself, this is the kind of magnanimity a student of Tiandao Academy should have. At that moment, Yu Shan, who had just won his match on the platform, was stunned by what he saw happening on platform number 1. He thought to himself, as expected of Chun. After a moment, he recovered and quickly helped up the senior he had defeated, apologizing loudly. Sorry, senior, please accept my apologies. From a distance, Han Ming saw this and couldn't help but cover her face, quickly hurrying away. Lu Qingchen, who witnessed everything as well, was equally stunned, not expecting her brother to change so quickly. The girl with auburn hair beside her poked her cheek playfully, saying with a grin, Little Chin sure knows how to play the game, winning over a core female student before the trials are even over. Lu Qingchen waved her small fist in protest. Little Chin isn't like that. Outside the platform, the older students began to buzz with excitement, especially the second-year students. Seeing Lan Zhao's sudden change in attitude towards Lu Qingchen, they couldn't help but shout out, Oh my goddess! This year's freshmen are something else. Come on, let's teach this kid a lesson. You go ahead, brother, we've got your back. Hearing the second-year students' shouts, Lan Zhao felt a bit embarrassed, tucking her hair behind her ear as her face turned slightly red. She said to Lu Qingchen, Congratulations in advance for winning the title of Rookie King, Jr. With that, she turned to leave the platform. Just then, a pure white light enveloped her, making her let out a soft hum. As the light faded, she felt all her fatigue and pain disappear. Even her soul power was restored significantly. Unable to resist, Lan Xiao looked back to see Lu Qingchen holding a white lotus in his palm, smiling brightly at her. Seeing his radiant smile, she let out a light scoff and hurriedly left the platform. Li Yinqing heard the students' cries, but simply shook his head, choosing to ignore them. He flew to the Tiandao platform, raising his hand and shouting, All the freshmen who won their challenges, come to me. Hearing Li Yinqing's voice, the victorious freshman flew towards the Tiandao platform. Quiet, Li Yinqing shouted, and the buzzing crowd immediately fell silent. He pointed to the 5 freshmen on the Tiandao platform and announced to the older students below, Let's get to know the 5 most outstanding students of this year. Remember their names. Li Yinqing stood on the heavenly Dao arena, his gaze sweeping over Lu Qingchen and several other students before turning to the crowd below. His voice rang clearly throughout the venue. They are Zheng Yu, Yu Shan, Mu Ningyue, Morong Qingqing, and Lu Qingchen. These 5 have shown the most outstanding performance in this assessment. Apart from Lu Qingchen, the other 4 will each receive a reward of 500 points. As soon as he finished speaking, the senior students below the stage began to murmur among themselves, their voices filled with confusion. What's going on? Lu Qingchen defeated a core student. So why isn't there a points reward? All eyes turned to Li Yinqing, awaiting further explanation. Sensing the crowd's confusion, Li Yinqing smiled slightly and continued. Because Lu Qingchen not only defeated a second-year core student, but also won across levels, he will receive an additional reward of 500 points. Moreover, as the top scorer in this year's National Martial Arts exam, Lu Qingchen's reward will be directly presented by the Heavenly Dao Academy. At that moment, 3 vice-deans who had left earlier quietly returned, accompanied by a distinguished-looking middle-aged man. This man, handsome and sharply defined, held his hands behind his back, exuding the aura of a master. His gaze fixed on the head instructor on the stage, seemingly conveying a message. Li Yinqing seemed to understand, suddenly raising his voice to announce, Now, let's invite our Dean Long to present the awards to these students on the stage. With these words, the handsome middle-aged man walked forward, nodding slightly to Li Yinqing before turning to the new and old students below, gesturing with a wave. Instantly, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers, with students waving in response. Below the stage, a woman with winered hair covered her face, complaining softly to Lu Qingchen beside her. Every time I see him like this, I feel too embarrassed to face anyone. He's such a show-off. Lu Qingchen shook her head helplessly, clearly used to such situations. Dean Long seemed pleased with the students' enthusiastic response. As the noise subsided, his resonant voice filled the air. Now, I, Long Feng, will present the awards to the most outstanding freshmen of this year. He walked slowly toward the 5 on stage, sensing their tension, and spoke warmly. You've all passed such a challenging freshman trial, so why be nervous? His words were like a gentle breeze, instantly easing their nerves. Long Feng approached Zheng Yu, Yu Shan, and Mu Ningyue in turn, handing each of them a storage ring. The trio accepted them cautiously, their expressions filled with excitement. Then, turning to the audience, Long Feng announced, the top 100 in this year's National Martial Arts exam will each receive 20,000 soul stones and a storage ring. Let's welcome them to Heavenly Dao Academy, becoming part of our community. As if anticipating the dean's preferences, the students below erupted into applause and cheers. Seeing their enthusiastic cooperation, Dean Long smiled with satisfaction, nodding lightly. The handsome dean, Long Feng, walked gracefully up to Lu Qingchen and Lu Qingchen. His eyes sparkled with approval, and he smiled as he handed each of them an exquisite jade box. Lu Qingchen took the jade box and curiously examined it. Through the translucent stone, he could vaguely see a green pearl inside, emitting a faint glow. Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up as she accepted the box, clearly familiar with its contents. Noticing the curiosity in Lu Qingchen's eyes, Longfeng patiently explained, "These are soul pearls. After the entrance ceremony, you'll be taught how to use them." Unexpectedly, Longfeng didn't announce what the reward was as usual. Instead, he turned to the crowd below the platform and loudly declared, "Lastly, let's meet the top 3 from this year's National Martial Arts exam: Lu Qingchen, who placed 3rd nationwide, and Lu Qingchen, who topped the exam." Hearing these words from the dean, both felt slightly awkward but still waved to the crowd, acknowledging their cheers. Longfeng seemed reluctant to leave the Heavenly Tao platform, or perhaps he was dissatisfied with the students' reactions. He suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "To welcome this year's freshmen, the Academy's core cafeteria is open for free all day today." This announcement instantly ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. Students cheered excitedly and rushed towards the core cafeteria, creating a lively scene. Longfeng quietly left the platform, but his mind was in turmoil. He recalled what Vice Dean Shu had told him earlier, which was why he personally came to present the awards. Although Vice Dean Shu wasn't entirely certain, he had informed Longfeng that a new student possessed twin martial souls, one with 7 soul slots, and the other with only 1. Longfeng rushed over before Vice Dean Shu could finish speaking. While presenting awards, Longfeng carefully observed everyone. When he awarded Lu Qingchen, he sensed the fiery aura within him and almost instantly confirmed it. Twin martial souls, and one is a supreme martial soul, Longfeng thought excitedly. This is a great fortune. Longfeng remembered that it had been years since the academy had a student with a supreme martial soul, and Lu Qingchen's other martial soul was also of top-tier talent. He calculated silently. Perhaps this cohort has the potential to become the wielders of the heavenly Tao divine weapons. A supreme martial soul. Haha, Monster Academy, War God Academy. Let's see how you compete this time. Compared to the addition of a supreme martial soul, the decision to offer free meals for a day seemed insignificant. However, at that moment, Lu Qingchen wasn't focused on studying the soul pearl. His gaze was drawn to a distant figure, his long-missed sister, Lu Qingxue. He couldn't wait any longer and flew towards her direction, his heart racing with anticipation for their reunion. Yushan noticed Lu Qingchen's unusual reaction and immediately followed. As the distance closed, Lu Qingchen saw 2 women smiling at him as he approached. Once he landed, he walked straight ahead, his eyes locked on the stunningly beautiful woman. When Lu Qingchen reached the woman, he studied her for a few seconds and could no longer contain his excitement. He called out to her, "Sister, I finally see you." His voice was filled with longing and joy, as if years of anticipation had finally been fulfilled at that moment. "Sis, I finally get to see you." Lu Qingchen's voice trembled slightly, his eyes shining with excitement. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue's eyes instantly reddened, and she gently embraced her brother, softly patting his back. "I always knew you would walk this path. It was just a matter of time," she said tenderly, her voice carrying a hint of relief. Lu Qingxue was known for her gentle and calm nature, usually spending most of her time focused on cultivation. If it weren't for her friend Long, she constantly reminding her about the National Martial Arts exam top score coming to Tiandao Academy, she might still be immersed in her training. Recalling Longshi's previous excited words, Lu Qingxue couldn't help but smile. "Xiaoxue, look, the top scorer of the National Martial Arts exam is coming to our academy, and his name is just one character different from yours." Even then, Lu Qingxue, who wasn't particularly concerned about other matters, couldn't resist glancing at the screen displaying those 3 familiar characters: Lu Qingchen. In her memory, her brother Lu Qingchen was just an ordinary boy with little interest in martial arts, only at the first level of body refinement. She had thought he might struggle to get into a regular martial arts university, let alone the top 3 schools. Although she had doubted whether it was just someone with the same name, her intuition told her that it was indeed her brother. Ever since hearing Longshi's words, Lu Qingxue's heart had been restless. Finally, on the day of the freshman enrollment ceremony, Longshi had been chattering in her ear since morning. At the moment, half of the students had already left the martial arts field for the cafeteria. The remaining half lingered, either moving slowly or wanting to take a few more glances at certain people. However, when everyone saw this year's top scorer, Lu Qingchen, leave the stage and rush toward 2 stunning women, the scene erupted in astonishment. As Lu Qingchen and Lu Qingxue embraced, many senior students let out wolf-like howls. "No, what am I seeing? Why does this freshman get all the luck? I want that too," one senior lamented. "Give it up, even your own kind wouldn't fancy you," another senior mocked. "A toad that doesn't dream of swan meat isn't a good toad," another voice chimed in. Not only did the senior students react strongly, but even Lu Qingchen's good friend Yushan was stunned. It's not fair. Brother Chen's sister is also so beautiful, he murmured to himself. Seemingly hearing the surrounding chatter, Lu Qingchen scratched his head, a bit embarrassed, and said to Lu Qingxue, "Sis, this isn't the place to talk. Let's find somewhere quieter." Agreeing with him, Lu Qingxue and Long Shi decided to leave the martial arts field and return to their residence. Seeing Yushan still standing there dumbfounded, Lu Qingxue chuckled softly and said gently, "You must be Xiao Chen's good friend. Come along with us." Yushan, slightly embarrassed, scratched his head and followed the trio. The four of them arrived at the core student area and stopped in front of a small villa. Lu Qingchen looked up and saw the words "Third Year Block 1" prominently displayed. It dawned on him that his sister and the senior were both third-year students. Noticing her brother's gaze, Lu Qingxue softly said, "Xiao Chun, let's go inside first. I'll explain everything to you later." With that, the four of them entered the villa, ready to begin a new conversation. Upon entering the villa, Lu Qingchen noticed that its layout was similar to his own home, with a spacious living room on the first floor. What caught his eye was the unexpected decor of the entire ground floor. Almost everything, from the walls to the ornaments, was in vibrant shades of red. This was a stark contrast to Lu Qingxue's usual preference for minimalist styles, and Lu Qingchen cast a puzzled look her way. Before Lu Qingxue could explain, a woman with burgundy hair playfully twirling a lock of it around her finger smiled and said, "This isn't just your sister's place. I live here too." Seeing her brother still looking confused, Lu Qingxue chuckled and introduced, "This is Long Shi, a good friend of mine. We've been living together. She's really beautiful." Lu Qingchen genuinely admired. Of course, Long Shi tilted her head happily. "Don't call me senior. It sounds so distant. From now on, call me Sister Shi, okay?" Lu Qingxue shook her head helplessly at her friend's lively demeanor. Usually, Long Shi was known for her aloofness around others. If other senior students saw her like this, they'd be shocked. This was the first time Long Shi had shown such enthusiasm towards a guy, partly because of Lu Qingxue, and partly due to an inexplicable, comforting aura she sensed from Lu Qingchen. Noticing it was almost mealtime and remembering that Lu Qingchen and Yushan hadn't eaten after their assessment, Lu Qingxue turned to Long Shi and said, "Xiao Shi, go check the inner courtyard for some good ingredients. We'll eat here today." "Xiao Shui, are you cooking yourself?" Long Shi's eyes lit up, and upon receiving Lu Qingxue's confirmation, she instantly vanished in a flash of light. Watching this, Lu Qingchen chuckled to himself, realizing that his sister's friend was quite the foodie. Yushan, beside him, also couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming meal. After Long Shi left, Lu Qingxue took her brother upstairs, clearly having much to discuss. Before leaving, Lu Qingchen reminded Yushan, "Just sit tight. I'll be right back." With that, he followed his sister up the stairs. Meanwhile, in another luxurious villa surrounded by beautiful mountains and waters, Long Shi was playfully shaking a handsome middle-aged man, repeatedly saying, "Please, please, Dad, you're the best." Her father, seemingly enjoying his daughter's flattery, leisurely took something out of a storage ring and handed it to her. Long Shi grabbed it with joy, thanked him, and disappeared in a flash once again. Core student area, grade 3, building 1, second floor. Lu Qingxue gently pushed the door open, with Lu Qingchen following closely behind. What greeted them was a sea of fiery red. The walls were covered with various wallpapers and stickers. The most eye-catching feature was a bed adorned with a giant Rilakkuma pillow, surrounded by countless plush toys. Noticing the strange expression on her brother's face, Lu Qingxue helplessly explained, "Xiao Shi really likes these fluffy things. She decorated the wallpapers and stickers herself." Lu Qingchen nodded, a hint of interest flashing in his eyes. "Sister Shi has quite an interesting taste. It makes the room feel less empty." Lu Qingxue nodded in agreement, admitting that if she were living here alone, there probably wouldn't be any decorations at all. Suddenly, the siblings spoke simultaneously and then both paused. Lu Qingxue softly said, "Xiao Chun, you go first." Lu Qingchen took a deep breath, earnestly looking at his sister as he asked, "Sis, have you been at the Heavenly Tao Academy all these years? How have you been? Why haven't you come home to visit?" A reminiscent look appeared on Lu Qingxue's face. "Yes, after being taken by the teacher, I've been living at the academy. The teacher treats me well, and Xiao Shi often chats with me, so life is pretty good. But sometimes, I do miss home." "Then why didn't you come back? Do Mom and Dad know you're here?" Lu Qingchen pressed on. Lu Qingxue frowned, her tone tinged with uncertainty. "The teacher advised me not to return, and Dad even wrote a letter to the teacher. The teacher showed it to me, and it was indeed Dad's handwriting. Besides reminding me to cultivate well, the letter didn't say much else. The teacher mentioned that Mom and Dad have unfinished business to attend to, but I don't know the details." Lu Qingchen nodded thoughtfully, then was questioned by his sister in return. "Xiao Chun, how did you become the top in the martial arts exam? I remember you didn't like martial arts before. And how are Mom and Dad now? Are they in good health?" Lu Qingchen explained, "I was lucky before and got a bottle of elixir. I gave each of our parents a pill. Before I came to the academy, they left, saying they needed to finish something unfinished. What exactly are mom and dad doing? Could it be dangerous? Lu Qingxue couldn't help but ask, her tone revealing her concern. Lu Qingchen patted his chest confidently, saying, there won't be any danger. Dad mentioned in the letter that after taking the elixir, their health has improved. Not only that, they both broke through their limits and told me not to look for them. Once I reach the king realm, I'll understand everything. Hearing her brother's words, Lu Qingxue's worries eased slightly. The two exchanged a smile, as if the years of separation were somewhat comforted in that moment. At this moment, Lu Qingchen's sister couldn't help but ask, Xiaochun, you said you decided to apply to Wuhuan University after taking the elixir, and that after dad took it, not only did his health recover, but he and mom rekindled their relationship. Is that true? Lu Qingchen nodded repeatedly like a pecking chick, affirming his sister's guess. His sister, Lu Qingxue, covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asked in a low voice, what kind of elixir is this amazing? Lu Qingchen chuckled and, with a flash of light, suddenly held a small white jade porcelain bottle. He handed the bottle to Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue carefully took the bottle and poured out a dragonized, crystalline elixir. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a refreshing, unique fragrance. She examined it closely, realizing she had never seen such an elixir before, and couldn't help but ask, Xiaochun, what is this elixir? I don't think I've seen it at the academy. Sis, Dad said this is a little creation pill. It's very precious, so you should take it, Lu Qingchen replied eagerly. What? You say this is a little creation pill? Lu Qingxue exclaimed, her expression instantly becoming complex. Lu Qingchen nodded seriously, confirming her guess. Lu Qingxue's expression grew more complicated. Although she hadn't seen a little creation pill in person, she had read about it in an ancient book at the Academy's library. She thought to herself that anything with the name creation was extremely valuable. The little creation pill's effects were astonishing. It could cleanse one's body and improve constitution, and for practitioners below the saint realm, it could unconditionally elevate their level. Anyone who obtained such an elixir would consume it immediately rather than keep it. Thinking about this, Lu Qingxue returned the elixir to the bottle and handed it back to Lu Qingchen. Xiaochun, I can't accept this elixir. The little creation pill is too precious, and besides, sis, you don't need to say anything. I know what you're thinking. Lu Qingchen interrupted, waving his hand. His bright eyes fixed on his sister as he spoke earnestly. Dad, Mom, and I have all taken one, and I even gave one to you, Sean. This one was meant for you. But, Lu Qingxue tried to protest, but was interrupted again. All right, no more words. If you still consider me your brother, just take it now. Lu Qingchen insisted. Lu Qingxue looked deeply at the earnest young boy in front of her and said nothing more. She took the little creation pill from Lu Qingchen and swallowed the precious elixir. Xiaochun, help me keep watch, Lu Qingxue said softly, then closed her eyes to refine the elixir. The scene shifts to a quiet training room. A refined middle-aged man, Lu Chengfeng, stood in the training room, reporting to a stunning woman with closed eyes. Dean, that's roughly how things are. I'm not entirely sure, so I hope you can take a look yourself. The woman, addressed as the dean, opened her red lips and asked seriously, are you sure? Does this new student really possess that kind of martial soul? Did Long Feng go there himself? Lu Chengfeng replied confidently. I can sense that ancient, noble aura, and the other martial soul is indeed the creation Jade Divine Lotus. Given the performance in battle, a martial soul with just one soul slot shouldn't have such extraordinary combat power. I understand. You may leave now. The dean nodded without further comment. Seeing the dean's reaction, Lu Chengfeng became anxious and quickly urged, Dean, you should see for yourself. If you delay, Dean Long might recruit him first. The dean frowned slightly as if she thought of something. Her figure gradually blurred until she completely vanished. The already quiet training room was left with only Lu Chengfeng, who fell into deep thought. At this moment, Longxi was hurrying towards the core area, her footsteps echoing in the corridor. Inside the room, Lu Qingchen keenly sensed his sister Lu Qingxue's aura rapidly intensifying, with her soul power surging like a tide. He had felt this kind of aura on Lei Xian before, but now Lu Qingxue's aura was even more intense. Lu Qingxue didn't notice anything unusual when she swallowed the pill. However, just as she was about to feel the changes in her body, an incredibly powerful force of creation suddenly rose, swiftly coursing through her meridians. Unlike the excruciating pain from taking other pills, this time only a gentle force of creation was nourishing her entire body. Thanks to Lu Qingxue's exceptional talent and the characteristics of her martial soul, her body was already incredibly pure. At this moment, under the transformation of the small creation pill, a faint glow emanated from her, and a vast force of creation instantly broke through the tough barrier. At the moment of breakthrough, Lu Qingchen felt a powerful aura rushing towards him. Fortunately, his martial soul was special, so he didn't feel the immense pressure from his sister's breakthrough. After a few minutes, the aura dissipated. A flicker of joy appeared in Lu Qingxue's eyes, and she was about to share the joy of her breakthrough with her brother when the door suddenly swung open. Long Shi entered with a face full of joy, but her expression froze into shock when she felt the aura around Lu Qingxue. Xiaoxue, did you break through? Long Shi asked hesitantly, her voice filled with disbelief. Lu Qingxue smiled and nodded in confirmation. You really broke through to that realm? Long Shi exclaimed with shining eyes, her voice full of surprise and delight. Yes, Xiaoxi, I've reached the Zunwu level. Lu Qingxue replied in her melodious voice. Lu Qingchen looked confused. He knew his sister had broken through, but he didn't understand what the Zunwu level was. He couldn't help but ask, Sis, what level is Zunwu? Seeing that her brother was unaware of the divisions in martial arts realms, Lu Qingxue patiently explained. After the body tempering realm is the awakening realm, also known as the Lingwu realm, which you should know. Lu Qingchen nodded. After breaking through the Lingwu realm, there is the Diwu realm, and after that, the Tianwu realm. And breaking through the Tianwu realm is, he said eagerly. Lu Qingxue smiled slightly. Yes, after Tianwu comes Zunwu, which is the final realm of soul power cultivation. What comes after Zunwu? Lu Qingchen asked excitedly, eager to know when he could reach the king realm. Lu Qingxue's eyes were filled with hope as she looked at her brother and said seriously, above Zunwu is the king realm. Of course, this is also a significant watershed. Lu Qingchen suddenly understood, calculating in his mind the distance between himself and the king realm. Realizing he was only at the Lingwu realm and had a long way to go to reach Zunwu, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Seeing this, Long Shi comforted him. Why are you sighing? You're the top of your class this year, and you might get to enter the inner courtyard early. The training there is much faster than in the outer courtyard. Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up at her words, looking expectantly at his sister. Lu Qingxue patiently responded. It's a bit complicated to explain, but you'll understand once you enter the inner courtyard. It should be soon. Lu Qingchen stood in the training room, his brow furrowed. He was eager to break through to the king realm, as it was the only way to reunite with his long-lost parents. The thought of his sister, Lu Qingxue, being just a step away from the king realm while he had only reached the 5th level of the spirit warrior realm, filled him with a strong sense of urgency. Sensing her brother's anxiety, Lu Qingxue gently reassured him. Xiaochun, there's no need to rush. We're already in the 3rd grade, and you've just started. There's plenty of time. Besides, the higher the realm, the harder it is to advance. You might catch up with me sooner than you think. Long Shi, standing nearby, couldn't resist chiming in with a playful huff. Oh, come on, you two. My progress has stalled for 2 months, and I'm not worried. So why should you be? Recognizing the moment, Lu Qingchen wisely kept quiet, silently vowing to surpass Long Shi and even catch up to his sister, Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue smiled helplessly. That's because your martial spirit is so unique. Besides, no one at the same level can beat you. Long Shi rolled her eyes, her gaze slightly dimming. What's the use of being strong at the same level? The resources I need for cultivation are too rare to find. Lu Qingchen quickly patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry, Sister Shi. Once I'm strong enough, I'll definitely help you find them. Amused, Long Shi pretended to threaten him. You said it. If you break your promise, you'll be in trouble. She waved her fair arm to show her strength. Just as Lu Qingchen was about to reply, Long Shi suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Xiaoxue, I brought that spirit beast Dad caught last time. Didn't you want to cook it yourself? What kind of spirit beast? Lu Qingxue asked curiously. With a flash of light, Long Shi revealed a snow-white antelope with a golden horn atop its head. Though lifeless, it still exuded a faint aura of authority, clearly a king realm spirit beast. Lu Qingxue's eyes widened in surprise. A king realm spirit beast. Long Shi chuckled proudly. That's right. Dad was reluctant to give it to me, but I finally convinced him today. Lu Qingchen swallowed hard, cautiously asking, Sister Shi, are we really going to eat this spirit beast? Long Shi gave him a sidelong glance, haughtily replying, Of course we are. What? Save it for the new year. The 3 of them exchanged smiles, working together to carry the king realm spirit beast to the courtyard. Meanwhile, Yushan was lounging idly on the living room sofa. Hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes and got up. As Lu Qingchen reached the 1st floor, he saw Yushan looking in their direction. Yushan had just stood up and was looking towards the stairs when he unexpectedly locked eyes with Lu Qingchen, who was carrying something. A hint of joy flashed in Lu Qingchen's eyes, while Yushan appeared puzzled. This brief eye contact lasted only a moment, and once the 3 of them reached the ground floor, Yushan finally saw the massive object on Lu Qingchen's shoulder, leaving him momentarily speechless. What are you daydreaming about? Come and help. Long Shi's shout snapped Yushan out of his trance. He quickly took Long Shi's place and heaved the spirit beast onto his shoulder. Lu Qingxue and Long Shi immediately got to work, with Long Shi excitedly pointing around the courtyard, saying, Right here. This spot is perfect. Following Long Shi's instructions, they placed the spirit beast down. Just as they were about to sit and rest, Long Shi's ring emitted a flash of light, and a huge black pot appeared out of thin air in the courtyard. This scene made Lu Qingchen's mouth twitch, and Yushan was equally stunned, muttering, "Compared to our senior, we don't even qualify as true food enthusiasts." Lu Qingchen nodded in agreement, suddenly realizing his own shortcomings. "What are you two whispering about? Get over here and help with the ingredients," Longshi urged. She explained that this was a golden horn snow antelope, its body pure white with a single golden horn atop its head. Although not as formidable as the beast king species like lions and tigers, it was still a genuine king-level spirit beast. Before she finished speaking, Yushan had already pulled out a kitchen knife and started hacking at the spirit beast. However, the blade merely clanged against the antelope's body like metal striking metal, and the knife edge was immediately chipped, rendering it useless. This sight left Lu Qingchen dumbfounded once again. From Longshi producing the large black pot to Yushan wielding a kitchen knife, each scene further redefining his understanding of food enthusiasts. Longshi sighed, covering her face. Using a kitchen knife on a king-level spirit beast, if word got out, it would be truly embarrassing. Seeing Yushan at a loss, Lu Qingchen decisively stepped in, his arm transforming into a crimson gold claw that easily detached a leg of the antelope. However, when it came to handling ingredients, the senior from the Heavenly Tao Academy was the true expert. Longshi drew a dark red long knife from her storage ring, the blade 4 feet long, with a handle engraved with mysterious divine bird patterns. The black handle and dark red blade complemented each other, and the sharp edge exuded a bloodthirsty aura. Despite being such a divine weapon, Longshi used it to handle the ingredients, swiftly separating the 4 legs of the antelope. Lu Qingxue efficiently set up a barbecue rack, arranging the legs neatly and signaling to Longshi that they were ready to begin. Longshi parted her lips slightly, and a flame burst forth from her mouth. Lu Qingchen watched Longshi's actions, feeling a bit uneasy. Although he could do the same, something felt off. The flames landed on some logs, instantly igniting a roaring fire. The group sat around the fire, patiently waiting. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Qingxue frowned slightly, her voice tinged with a bit of helplessness. "The flesh of a king-level spirit beast is indeed too tough. Xiaoxi, your flames aren't hot enough. What should we do then? If my flames can't do it, we'll have to find the director or the dean," Longshi said, somewhat disheartened. Hearing their conversation, Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up. He got up and walked over to the 2 women. "Let me try. Maybe I can do it." "You really?" Longshi looked at Lu Qingchen skeptically. Although he topped the martial exam, his cultivation was only at the Lingwu level, which made it hard for her to believe he could succeed. "Let's give Xiaochen a try. If it doesn't work, we'll think of something else," Lu Qingxue suggested, a glimmer of hope in her eyes, seemingly confident in her brother. Lu Qingchen opened his mouth and a scorching flame burst forth, instantly igniting the logs. The heat was so intense that the 2 women instinctively took a step back. Meanwhile, 2 middle-aged men, Dean Longfeng and Director Li Yinqing, were quietly observing from the shadows. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but twitch their lips in disbelief. Using the supreme martial soul, the 3-legged golden crow's flame, to roast a leg of lamb. "This kid is really bold." Longfeng couldn't help but remark to Li Yinqing. "Dean, is his martial soul really the 3-legged golden crow? But he only has 1 soul slot," Li Yinqing asked, puzzled. Longfeng gave him a sidelong glance and said earnestly, "Yinqing, you're still young. It's normal not to understand some things." Lu Qingchen's fierce flames continued to burn as Lu Qingxue expertly set up a leg of lamb, focusing intently on the food. Before long, a tantalizing aroma filled the air. With a flash of light, she conjured various seasonings and began to carefully prepare them. As she worked, the scent grew even more enticing, causing the 2 men hiding in the shadows to involuntarily sniff the air. "Dean, should we go and have a taste?" Longfeng suggested. "Let's wait a bit. If we go now, we might not get any." Li Yinqing nodded seriously, and the 2 continued to watch eagerly from their hiding spot. Half an hour later, the leg of lamb turned a golden, glowing color, exuding waves of spiritual energy. Lu Qingchen, Yushan, and Longshi stared at it intently, their Adam's apples involuntarily moving. The dripping fat sizzled enticingly in the flames. If the mentors of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy saw this, they would surely be astonished. As Lu Qingxue sprinkled some mysterious seasonings over the beautifully roasted leg of lamb, it was finally ready. Seeing Longshi almost drooling, Lu Qingxue handed it over with a smile. Longshi eagerly took it and took a big bite, exclaiming, "MMM, it's so good, so delicious." Lu Qingchen and Yushan, seeing this, could only swallow their own saliva. The 2 important figures in the shadows felt the same way. "Dean, if we don't go now, it'll be too late," Li Yinqing urged, his eyes filled with anxiety. Longfeng, despite saying, "What's the rush? We still have 3 legs left," couldn't help but focus intently on the scene before them, showing keen interest. "Xiaoxi, go handle the rest of the spirit beast meat and make a soup later," Lu Qingxue called out to Longshi, who was happily eating. Long Shi, hearing this, tossed the dark red long knife in his hand to Lu Qingchen, saying with his mouth full, "Xiao Chun, you take care of it. We'll have soup later." Reluctantly, Lu Qingchen took the long knife, grumbling to himself, "I haven't even had a bite of meat yet, and now I have to work again." Still, he picked up the sharp weapon and went to prepare the remaining ingredients. Yushan, noticing Lu Qingchen's reluctance, couldn't help but tease him. "Chun, it seems it's your turn today, huh? Ha ha ha." However, before he could enjoy his laughter, Long Shi's voice interrupted. "Hey, you over there. Why are you laughing? Go fill the pot with water and bring it to a boil." Yushan's head drooped as he quietly set up the large black pot to fetch water. At that moment, the space shimmered and an elegant figure appeared. It was Han Meng, a beauty seemingly stepped out from a painting, exuding a cold and ethereal aura. Her ice blue eyes mirrored the sun, moon, and stars, and her flawless face was beyond compare. "I recently gathered some water from the cold sky pool. Let's use it to cook the spirit beast meat," Han Meng suggested softly. "Master, Dean," Lu Qingchen nearly blurted out upon seeing the stunning woman before him. Lu Qingxue and Long Shi quickly paid their respects, with Long Shi even mumbling his greeting through a mouthful of food. "Greetings, Dean Han." Han Meng smiled faintly and said softly, "There's no need for that. I'm just passing by. Please continue." Despite her words, she showed no intention of leaving, instead standing quietly by, observing Lu Qingchen and the others with her beautiful eyes. Long Shi and Lu Qingxue, familiar with the dean's personality, didn't feel awkward with her presence. Han Meng walked over to the large black pot, inspecting it with interest, a slight smile playing at her lips. While handling the spirit beast meat, Lu Qingchen stole glances at Han Meng, wondering, could it be that Sister Shi's big black pot amused her? The thought brought a grin to his face. Han Meng's storage ring flashed, and a delicate jade bottle appeared in her hand. She aimed the bottle at the large pot and gently activated her spiritual power. A magical scene unfolded as the cold sky pool water, laced with a chill, flowed from the bottle, quickly filling the pot. Lu Qingchen and Yushan watched Han Meng's jade bottle with curiosity. Noticing their puzzled expressions, Han Meng patiently explained, "This is a type of storage artifact, slightly different from ordinary storage rings." With that, she put the jade bottle away. Then, gracefully, Han Meng approached Lu Qingchen, who was handling the ingredients, and took the divine weapon from his hands. Her clear, pleasant voice rang out, "Let me do it." Lu Qingchen quickly handed the long knife to her. In Han Meng's hands, the knife danced like a nimble snake. In no time, all the ingredients were perfectly prepared. Half of the meat was sliced into evenly thick pieces, while the other half was cut into lengths suitable for grilling. The meat of the golden horned snow antelope was crystal clear, tender, and delicious, emitting a faint aura of energy. Han Meng swiftly placed most of the slices into a large black pot, and the water from Han Tianqi instantly sealed in the escaping energy. She turned her beautiful eyes towards Lu Qingchen, signaling him to light the fire. Lu Qingchen promptly unleashed flames, igniting the wood under the pot. As the fire grew stronger, the water inside began to boil vigorously. At this moment, Long Shi, who was gnawing on a lamb leg, somehow produced a large lid and slammed it onto the pot. In the shadows, Li Yinshin glanced curiously at Long Feng. Seeing his daughter's impressive skills, Long Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Director, why is Director Han here too? Is she here for a free meal?" Li Yinshin asked in a low voice. Long Feng shook his head. "How would I know? This girl is becoming more and more mysterious. I didn't even notice when she arrived. It seems Lu Qingchen and Yushan's assessment area is under her jurisdiction," Li Yinshin added. "What?" Long Feng's face changed abruptly, his expression turning serious. At this moment, the second lamb leg was already roasted to a tempting golden brown. Lu Qingxue carried the freshly roasted leg towards Lu Qingchen and Han Meng. Seeing this, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but swallow, ready to take it, but his sister handed the food to Han Meng instead. "Director Han, this is for you," Lu Qingxue said. Han Meng accepted the lamb leg, giving Lu Qingchen a playful glance before handing the food to him. "I'm not hungry yet. You go ahead and eat." Caught by surprise, Lu Qingchen stared intently at his beautiful mentor. Han Meng, feeling a bit flustered under his intense gaze, quickly shoved the food into his hands. Lu Qingchen didn't hesitate, diving into the meal with gusto. With each bite, the juicy, golden crispy spirit beast meat was a delight. After a few chews, the meat transformed into energy flowing into his body. The sensation of the energy entering his body made Lu Qingchen exclaim. He felt his pores open wide, as if he were bursting with energy. He immediately activated his cultivation technique to refine the energy, devouring the meal eagerly. His two supreme martial spirits also autonomously absorbed the influx of energy. "If you wait any longer, there won't be any left, Director. Aren't you going over?" Li Yinshin urged Long Feng impatiently. When no one responded after a while, he turned around to find that the director had disappeared, Just then, the villa's door opened automatically, and Longfeng walked towards them with a smile. I happened to be passing by and couldn't resist stopping for a chat when I saw everyone here. The crowd finally reacted, teasing in unison. Who wants to chat with you? Just admit you're here for the food. Longfeng ignored the astonished gazes of those around him and walked straight to the giant black cauldron. A pile of rare treasures suddenly appeared in his hand, and with swift movements, he lifted the lid and poured them all in before covering it again. Yushan and Lu Qingchen saw this and warmly greeted him. Welcome, Director Long. Please come in. Meanwhile, outside the villa, Lei Xian was leisurely strolling, preparing to head to Lu Qingchen's residence. As he stepped out, he noticed Director Li Yinqing pacing back and forth in front of a villa. Curious, he approached and asked, Director Li, what are you doing here? Is something up? Li Yinqing paused when he saw Lei Xian, then flashed a cunning smile and asked, Lei, are you hungry? Back inside the villa, Lu Qingchen and Long Shi quickly finished the feast before them. After the meal, they immediately sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb the essence contained within the meat of the king-level spirit beast. Their bodies gradually began to glow as they silently refined the massive spiritual power within. Han Ming and Long Feng watched closely, worried that the two might not be able to fully absorb such vast spiritual energy. However, their concerns soon proved unnecessary. As core students of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy, the two showcased extraordinary strength. To the surprise of the two directors, Lu Qingchen absorbed the energy even faster than Long Shi. Another breakthrough, and it was so effortless, Lu Qingchen thought to himself. Just as he was reveling in the joy of his advancement, he noticed a hint of envy in Long Shi's eyes. What's wrong, Sister Shi? Lu Qingchen asked, puzzled. Long Shi shook her head, saying little, but stood up with a smile and said to Lu Qingchen, the soup is almost ready. Can you still drink some? No problem, Lu Qingchen assured, patting his chest. As a genius with two supreme martial souls, his training required far more resources than most. While ordinary spirit martial students only need a little spirit beast meat to break through a minor realm, someone with Lu Qingchen's appetite would have overwhelmed others long ago. Long Feng keenly sensed a trace of melancholy in his daughter's eyes and sighed inwardly. Long Shi's martial soul was unique, and ordinary treasures or soul stones weren't enough to help her break through. The Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy's search for people at major martial exams was partly due to Long Feng's intentions. He shook his head, temporarily setting the thought aside. As everyone prepared to enjoy the hot soup, there was a knock on the door. Yushan opened it to find Lei Xian, who had previously shown them around the school, standing there with a lot of packed food. Lei Xian grinned. You. I just came from the cafeteria and thought you might not have eaten yet, so. Before he could finish, Director Li Yinqing appeared from behind him, also carrying bags full of food. He explained, I ran into Lei at the cafeteria, and he mentioned you hadn't eaten yet. Plus there's some news we need to share with you. This clumsy lie left everyone in the courtyard exchanging amused glances, secretly chuckling to themselves. Two freshmen managed to find their way to the third-year course students area. Everyone was surprised, but seeing the Dean Long Feng was also there, they welcomed them inside. As soon as Li Yinqing entered, he greeted, Hello, Dean Long, Dean Han. Han Ming nodded in acknowledgement, while Long Feng gave him an approving look. At that moment, the last two lamb legs were perfectly roasted. Lu Qingxue handed one to Han Ming, but hesitated over the last one, unsure whether to offer it to Dean Long or Yushan. Li Yinqing and Lei Xian could only look on longingly, knowing it wasn't meant for them. After a moment's thought, Lu Qingxue decided to give the last one to the dean. One reason was to prevent Yushan from eating too much spirit beast meat that he couldn't absorb, and also because the spirit beast was originally obtained from the dean, and Long Feng had just provided many precious materials. As Lu Qingxue was about to hand the last lamb leg to Long Feng, a jade-like hand suddenly appeared out of thin air and gracefully snatched it away. Everyone was stunned who could take food from Long Feng's grasp. Immediately after, a complete figure emerged from the void. She had a slender and voluptuous figure, exuding an ethereal and aloof aura. Unfortunately, her face was hidden by a veil, obscuring her true appearance. Upon seeing this figure, Lu Qingxue exclaimed in delight. Master, what brings you here? I happened to be passing by and thought I'd check on you. A cool voice replied. Long Feng looked at the figure and said helplessly. You could have just come. Why take my lamb leg? I didn't take your food. Xiaoxiu, it clearly gave it to me. The voice chimed, as clear as pearls dropping onto a jade plate. Seeing her unreasonable stance, Long Feng had no choice but to relent. After all, it wasn't worth starting a fight over a lamb leg, especially when the outcome was uncertain. Lei Xian and Li Yinqing, realizing the last lamb leg was claimed, turned their attention to the black pot. Lu Qingxue was still thrilled. Master, it's such a surprise to see you here, and you came just to see me. Recently, my cultivation felt a bit dull, so I decided to take a break and visit you, she replied, though her gaze shifted towards Lu Qingchen by the black pot. Sensing the tension, Long Feng quickly changed the subject. Yinqing, didn't you notice Dean Nangong is here too? Go fetch my treasured wine. It's not every day we get to see Dean Nangong. I must play the gracious host. With a wink at Li Yinqing, urging him to act quickly. Oh right, got it. Li Yinqing seemed to understand Long Feng's hint and vanished in a flash. The remaining people exchanged glances, caught in a silence. Everyone present was perceptive, especially the senior core students like Lei Xian, who understood the underlying reasons and chose to remain quiet. Lu Qingchen and Yu Shan, observing the others' reactions, also stayed silent. At that moment, the bubbling black pot became the focal point of everyone's attention. The atmosphere on the scene gradually shifted, becoming somewhat tense. In the secret chamber of Tian Lao, the atmosphere was tense. Li Yinqing stood anxiously before the elderly man with white hair, reporting the director's instructions. Tian Lao furrowed his brows, questioning. Are you sure it's the supreme martial soul? It hasn't appeared for many years. I find it hard to believe what Long Feng said. Li Yinqing urgently explained. Director Long must be telling the truth this time, and Director Nangong has also gone over. If the Sacred Institute takes it. The Sacred Institute. Tian Lao's eyes suddenly sharpened, and his voice became serious. Are you sure about what you're saying? I guarantee it. Li Yinqing replied resolutely. Tian Lao pondered for a moment and then said softly. All right, I understand. We'll convene the highest meeting of the Tian Institute tomorrow at noon. You may go back now. The scene shifts to the courtyard of the third-year building in the core area. A round dining table was set in the center, surrounded by people. On the surface, it appeared to be a friendly gathering, but undercurrents were flowing. Lu Qingchen keenly noticed that three factions had formed at the table, one led by Long Feng, another by Director Nangong, and a third consisting of himself, Yushan, and Lei Xian. Long Shi and Long Feng seemed to have a father-daughter relationship, and Lu Qingchen's mentor likely belonged to the same institute as Long Feng. Meanwhile, his sister sided with her mentor, Director Nangong, though it was unclear if it was by choice. Although Lu Qingchen's judgment was precise, he couldn't understand why so many important figures had suddenly gathered. Was it really just to eat the king-level golden horn snow antelope? As time passed, the atmosphere at the table grew colder. The gazes of the two directors clashed like swords, and the powerful aura they emitted put immense pressure on everyone present. At that moment, the door opened, and Li Yinqing appeared at the entrance holding 2 bottles of wine. The director's intense aura instantly subsided. Looking at the silent crowd, Li Yinqing awkwardly said, Hey, I'm back. Everyone was speechless. Yu Shan, staring at the sumptuous food before him, timidly asked, can we start eating? Lu Qingchen looked at his good friend in surprise and shook his head helplessly. Long Feng kindly said to Yu Shan, Of course, go ahead and eat, young man. He then handed a plate of roast meat to Yu Shan. Thank you, director. Yu Shan was about to dig in when Nangong Qianyue's voice chimed in. Wouldn't eating only roast meat be a bit greasy? How about some vegetables? She cheerfully pushed a plate of vegetables towards Yu Shan. Seeing that no one else had started eating, Yu Shan timidly asked Lu Qingchen, Brother Chen, aren't you eating? Lu Qingchen's mouth twitched, thinking, the directors haven't started eating yet. Sensing the awkwardness in the air, Li Yinqing quickly placed the 2 bottles of wine on the table and found a seat. With the arrival of the fine wine, the atmosphere at the table finally began to relax and lighten up. Lu Qingchen excelled in the freshman assessment, prompting Li Yinqing to raise a glass in praise. At the prompting of Long Feng's gaze, Li Yinqing toasted to Lu Qingchen, saying, Lu Qingchen, you performed well in this assessment. I have high hopes for you. Lu Qingchen quickly raised his glass in response, looking slightly reserved. After several rounds of drinks, Nangong Qianyue introduced a new topic. I've heard they've discovered an ancient trial realm that hasn't been explored yet. Her words immediately piqued the interest of everyone present. That's right, Long Feng chimed in. This year's freshman trials have been cancelled and replaced with a nationwide trial in the secret realm for all new students from martial academies. Lei Xian curiously asked, Is it only for freshmen? Nangong Qianyue explained, Not exactly, but only students below the earth martial level can enter, meaning those above the spirit martial level are excluded. Hearing this restriction, Lei Xian lost interest and looked visibly disappointed. But then Nangong Qianyue added, However, this trial realm is exceptionally unique, and I've heard the rewards are quite extraordinary. Upon hearing the word, rewards, Lu Qingchen and Yu Shan's eyes lit up with keen interest. Noticing their reaction, Long Feng silently approved, thinking to himself, These two have great ambitions. He was about to speak when Nangong Qianyue interrupted. The details are still not finalized, but everything should be confirmed in 2 or 3 days. Long Feng gave Nangong Qianyue a resigned look and simply raised his glass to the group. As drink after drink was consumed, the young people began to lose their awareness. Eventually, Li Yinqing was the first to succumb, leaving only the 3 deans still sober. Long Feng smugly raised his glass to Nangong Qianyue, taunting, Dean Nangong, shall we continue? I'm not done enjoying myself. Nangong Qianyue rolled her eyes at him and quietly left the banquet hall. Longfeng felt pleased, thinking, "You still have a lot to learn if you want to compete with me." He was so caught up in his own triumph that he didn't notice a subtle glow falling on Lu Qingchen as Nangong Qianhua left. Due to the importance of the supreme martial soul, both the Heavenly Academy and the Sacred Academy were eyeing Lu Qingchen. Longfeng's actions were aimed at buying time, confident that with proper preparation, he could win Lu Qingchen over. Meanwhile, Han Meng silently drank, watching the two deans compete, a peculiar expression on his face. He thought to himself, "I wonder how they'd react if they knew I've already taken Lu Qingchen as my disciple." It was not until late at night that Lu Qingchen gradually awoke. He looked around, finding himself in an unfamiliar room, feeling puzzled. Just then, the door opened, and Lu Qingxue walked in. "Hey, Xiaochen, you're awake already?" Lu Qingxue asked in surprise. Lu Qingchen rubbed his temples and asked, "Sis, where's Yushan and the others? How did I end up in this room?" Lu Qingxue gently explained, "Lei Xian and the others are downstairs. I brought you and Xiao Shi to the room." Lu Qingchen nodded and got up to head downstairs. At that moment, he suddenly felt a significant increase in his soul power, feeling refreshed and invigorated. He focused his mind and opened his information panel to check. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial Souls, Sun Golden Crow, Golden Emperor Dragon. Creation, Jade Divine Lotus. Realm, Awakening Realm 7th Layer. Spiritual Power, Bright Moon 5th Stage. Cultivation Techniques, Burning Heaven Sacred Cannon, Emperor Dragon Indestructible Body. Creation Jade Clarity Heart Sutra. Divine Abilities, not yet unlocked. Fire Dragon Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, Small Creation Pill 1, Burning Heaven Divine Seed Soul Seed, Star Refining Cauldron, Soulstone 10100. Lu Qingchen was amazed to find that he had broken through 2 minor realms in a single day, a breakthrough speed that seemed incredible to him. However, he was unaware of the rarity of king-level spirit beast meat. In fact, apart from a select few, none of the students, including those in the inner academy, had ever tasted such precious spirit beast meat. Lu Qingchen stepped out of the room and made his way to the living room on the first floor. The sight of Yushan and Lei Xian still sleeping greeted him, but there was no sign of Long Shi. "What's up, Xiaochen? Looking for someone?" Lu Qingxue asked, noticing her brother's intent, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Lu Qingchen scratched his head sheepishly. "I thought sister she would be here too. Where is she?" "She just woke up and was called to the inner courtyard by Dean Long. Apparently, there's something important to discuss," Lu Qingxue explained. This news didn't surprise Lu Qingchen, as it was obvious to everyone that the dean was Longshi's father. "By the way, sis, what can academy points be used for besides exchanging for soulstones?" Lu Qingchen inquired. Lu Qingxue patiently explained. Points can be exchanged for many cultivation resources, including combat techniques, divine weapons, and more. Since you just enrolled and haven't attended classes yet, the teachers will explain these in detail later. But I can take you to the resource hall for a look first. Avoiding the still sleeping Lei Xian and Yushan, the two made their way directly to the resource hall. The so-called resource hall wasn't particularly large, comparable to the academy's cafeteria, with 30 exchange counters. The hall was bustling with people, even more so than the cafeteria. Many senior students glanced at Lu Qingxue with admiration. "Sis, it seems you're quite popular in the outer courtyard." Lu Qingchen couldn't help but tease. "Do you want a beating? You're getting bold enough to tease your sister now." Lu Qingxue shot him a glare with her bright eyes. No, just joking," Lu Qingchen quickly explained, rubbing his nose. Approaching one of the counters, Lu Qingxue spoke coolly. "Hello, please give me a copy of the resource exchange information for both the inner and outer courtyards." The young woman at the counter, upon seeing the golden school badge, promptly handed over 2 jade tubes. "Just infuse a bit of soul power to view it," Lu Qingxue reminded. Following her instructions, Lu Qingchen did so, and the jade tube emitted a glow, forming a bright screen before his eyes. He quickly browsed the contents of the first jade tube, only to find that apart from pills, soul stones, and daily necessities, there was nothing else, leaving him a bit disappointed. "Check the other jade tube," Lu Qingxue prompted. Lu Qingchen immediately examined the second jade tube, and this time, the light screen was 5 times larger than before. Each item came with detailed images and descriptions. The red flame blade, an upper-grade earth-tier spiritual weapon, crafted from refined iron mixed with red flame stone. The blade was incredibly sharp, and its attacks carried a red flame effect, causing burn damage, requiring 100 points for exchange. The little soul pill, easier to absorb than soul stones, could enhance soul power upon consumption and required only 10 points for exchange. Lu Qingchen's gaze swept over the list of cultivation techniques and stopped at Bai Ling Ju. This low-grade heaven-level technique required 500 points to exchange, making him grin as he realized he could trade for quite a few good things. As he continued to browse, his eyes suddenly lit up. Stargrass, a body refining heavenly material, Grows by gathering the power of the stars, with excellent refining effects. Required points, 300. This was exactly the resource he needed for cultivating the first layer of the Emperor Dragon immortal body. Excitedly, Lu Qingchen turned to his sister. Sis, I want to exchange for stargrass. How do I do that? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue walked straight to the counter. Hello, I'd like to exchange for 10 stargrasses, she said, handing her badge to the staff. The staff skillfully operated the system and soon handed over 10 pieces of starlit grass to Lu Qingxue. That's a total of 3,000 points for 10 stargrasses. Lu Qingxue took the stargrass and placed them into Lu Qingchen's arms, instructing him. In the future, if you need any cultivation resources, just tell them at the counter and give them your badge. Lu Qingchen nodded in agreement, carefully storing away the stargrass. Noticing a hint of curiosity in his sister's eyes, he explained, Sis, this stargrass is for my cultivation technique. I have plenty of points, so don't worry. If you ever run short, just let me know. Lu Qingxue reassured him gently. Lu Qingchen curiously asked, besides exchanging with soul stones, are there other ways to earn academy points? Lu Qingxue patiently explained. Actually, the academy doesn't really encourage using soul stones for exchange because the rate is quite high. You can earn points by completing tasks or by exchanging any heavenly materials and treasures you don't need. Many inter-academy students often hunt spiritual beasts or seek out spiritual herbs to trade for the cultivation resources they need. Once classes start in a few days, the instructors will explain all this to you. After hearing the explanation, Lu Qingchen understood. He suddenly pulled Lu Qingxue to a secluded corner, mysteriously retrieving 5 lotus seeds from his storage space and handing them to her. Lu Qingxue examined the lotus seeds curiously. Xiaoqing, what are these lotus seeds for? Lu Qingchen lowered his voice, speaking with gravity. Sis, these are lotus seeds from the creation Jade God Lotus. Keep them safe, they can extend your life by 5 years. What did you say? Lu Qingxue's eyes widened in shock. You heard me right. Just take them, Lu Qingchen insisted. Lu Qingxue gave the delicate young boy a long look, refrained from asking further questions, and quickly secured the lotus seeds. She silently vowed to herself that no one would ever know about this. In the core student area, Yushan and Lei Xian awoke from their slumber and were now leisurely sitting in the living room, snacking on sunflower seeds and chatting. In stark contrast, Longxi was pacing back and forth in the courtyard, her light red eyes filled with anxiety. Where have Xiao Shui and the others gone? Why aren't they back yet? Longxi muttered to herself, frowning slightly. Just as her worry was reaching its peak, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, revealing the figures of Lu Qingchen and Lu Qingxue. Xiao Shui, you're finally back. Longxi expressed her grievances, glaring at the two with wide eyes. Where have you been? I've been waiting forever. Lu Qingxue calmly explained. I just took Xiaoqin to the resource hall to exchange some cultivation resources. What's the matter, Xiaoxi? Is there something urgent? Longxi suddenly understood and patted her impressive chest. I see. I thought something had happened to you. Then she spoke seriously. It's about the trial in the secret realm last time. Dad asked me to take the 5 new students who won to the inner courtyard. Hearing this, Lu Qingxue's eyes sharpened. The academy is placing such importance on this secret realm trial? It seems significant. Longxi nodded and eagerly explained. That's right. I heard from Dad that this is only for Lingwu realm students, and the 3 major academies have only 10 spots. Lu Qingxue interrupted her helplessly. So where are the other 3? When will they arrive? They should be here soon. I've already sent someone to inform them. No sooner had Longxi finished speaking than 3 figures landed in the courtyard, the other 3 new students who had won. Greetings, senior sisters. The 3 respectfully saluted Longxi and Lu Qingxue. Lu Qingxue nodded slightly, while Longxi coldly said, Since everyone is here, let's set off. With that, she distributed golden plaques to everyone. Lu Qingchen suddenly remembered something. I'll go get Yushan. He then quickly headed into the living room. In the living room, Yushan and Lei Xian were deep in conversation. Seeing Lu Qingchen enter, they just glanced at him and continued talking. Lu Qingchen said helplessly, Everyone's gathered outside. Senior sister Long, she is taking us to the inner courtyard. Hearing Longxi and inner courtyard, Lei Xian immediately stopped the conversation. Yushan also quickly stood up and followed Lu Qingchen to the courtyard. Seeing this, Longxi said irritably, What? Not done chatting. The 2 gave awkward smiles. Longxi handed the last plaque to Yushan, instructing, Inject a trace of soul power into the plaque later to go to the inner courtyard. Lu Qingchen nodded and immediately infused his plaque with soul power. Wait, I haven't said. Longxi's words were cut off as Lu Qingchen and Yushan vanished. Everyone was momentarily speechless. Lu Qingxue sighed, holding her forehead, while Longxi was both amused and exasperated. Those 2 rascals. Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen and Yushan found themselves in an unfamiliar space. The sight before them left them speechless. A series of independent courtyards stretched out in a vast expanse, far surpassing the scale of the core area they had been in before. They stood in place, stunned, taking in the vastness of this new world. These courtyards are built around a spectacular lake, far surpassing the artificial lake of the outer courtyard. What rises from the lake's surface is not mist, but strands of condensed spiritual energy, adorning the surrounding buildings like a scene from a fairyland painting. Lu Qingchen's eyes widened, taking in the breathtaking view. A massive palace seemed to float among the clouds, and beside it stood a towering spire that disappeared into the mist. This is the inner courtyard. Lu Qingchen and Yu Shan exclaimed in unison, momentarily forgetting their purpose. At that moment, Long Shi and others were still waiting outside the villa. A figure appeared. It was Li Yinqing, the director of teaching from the outer courtyard. He glanced around, puzzled. Huh? Didn't anyone inform Lu Qingchen and Yu Shan? Long Shi explained helplessly. They went in ahead of time. Li Yinqing paused, then chuckled. Interesting. Well, let's head in now. With that, his figure vanished. The others quickly infused their soul power into the golden plaques and disappeared as well. As everyone entered the inner courtyard, the first sight they saw was the backs of Lu Qingchen and Yu Shan. Just as Lu Qingchen was marveling at the inner courtyard's training environment, he felt a light tap on the back of his head. Turning around, he saw Long Shi smiling at him. So, are you amazed by the inner courtyard's environment? Long Shi asked. Lu Qingchen nodded. Indeed, it's like another world. Long Shi said meaningfully. Starting today, your understanding might undergo a drastic change. Not only Lu Qingchen and Yu Shan, but the other three newcomers Murong Qingqing, Mu Ningyue, and Zhang Yue were equally shocked, finding it hard to believe this was just an academy's inner courtyard. Li Yinqing wasn't surprised by their reactions, having experienced the same when he first arrived. Come on, I'll take you to meet the dean, he said. The group arrived in front of a three-story pavilion. The building appeared ordinary, yet exuded an ancient and timeless aura. The newcomers curiously observed, unsure of its significance. However, Lei Xian, Lu Qingxue, and Long Shi widened their eyes in shock, staring at the pavilion. Lei Xian turned to Li Yinqing, his voice slightly trembling. Director Li, are you bringing the newcomers into here? Hearing Lei Xian's words, Li Yinqing nodded solemnly in agreement. He turned to arrange for Lu Qingxue and the others to wait, but was interrupted by a gentle voice. The voice was as soothing as a spring breeze, causing everyone present to relax involuntarily. No need. Since you're here, come on in. Lu Qingxue and her companions were initially taken aback, but then their faces lit up with delight. With a nod from Li Yinqing, the group followed him inside. The interior of the quaint pavilion was unremarkable. As their footsteps echoed in the staircase, their hearts began to race. Upon reaching the third floor, Li Yinqing stepped forward and gently knocked on the conference room door. The door opened to reveal Long Feng, the head of the academy. Smiling, he invited the slightly nervous core students to enter. As soon as they stepped into the conference room, Lu Qingchen noticed that the floor was paved with stones resembling soul stones. A rich spiritual energy continuously flowed into their bodies, prompting him to imagine how pleasant it would be to cultivate here. The spacious conference room was simply furnished, with just a few basic pieces of furniture and an 11-seat round table. Li Yinqing bowed towards the table, and an elderly yet strong voice invited the newcomers forward. At Li Yinqing's gesture, Lu Qingchen and the other four new students stepped forward, finally getting a clear view of the elders seated at the round table. The most striking figures were two elders in the inner circle, one with only one arm and the other with a single eye. This sight stirred a mix of emotions in the newcomers. Noticing their reaction, the one-armed elder kindly explained, "Did we scare you, little ones? These injuries are from decades ago." Long Feng's authoritative voice then commanded the newcomers to pay their respects to the elders. He introduced these 6 elders not only as guardians of the academy, but also as protectors of the entire Huagua. He briefly recounted the history of another world's invasion decades ago, and the elders' heroic deeds in defending against it. These words profoundly changed Lu Qingchen and the others' mindset, instilling great respect for the elders before them. However, the one-armed elder humbly remarked that they had merely fulfilled their duty, and that today's Huagua was vastly different. He turned his gaze to the young people present, his tone filled with hope. As for the future of the academy, and indeed Huagua, it will rely on these outstanding young people. The elderly man with one arm spoke gently, his words carrying an invisible force that made the new students instinctively clench their fists. His gaze swept over everyone present, and although his voice was soft, each word carried immense weight. Children, the reason you have been summoned here is because a crucial trial awaits you, one that concerns the future of the Heavenly Tao Academy and even the destiny of Huagua. On behalf of the Heavenly Tao Academy, I would like to express our gratitude to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a shocking scene unfolded. The 5 deans and 6 academy elders stood up in unison and slightly bowed to Lu Qingchen and the others. This act was like a thunderbolt, exploding in the minds of Lu Qingchen and his companions. They stood there in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. These were the 11 most powerful figures of the Heavenly Tao Academy, and they were bowing to mere new students. The elderly man's voice sounded again, like a gentle breeze brushing across their hearts. Children, come here and receive what is rightfully yours. Long Feng quickly reacted, leading the still-dazed Lu Qingchen, Lu Qingchen, and the other 5 to the round table. On the table were 5 exquisite jade boxes, each containing something familiar to Lu Qingchen. 5 soul pearls, each emitting an enticing glow and differing in form. With a wave of Long Feng's arm, the jade boxes seemed to move with a will of their own, flying toward the 5 individuals. The box that landed in Lu Qingchen's hands contained a water blue soul pearl. Long Feng explained, "These have been specially prepared by the Academy for your journey, to provide you with an extra measure of security in the upcoming exploration of the secret realm. Keep them safe for now. Someone will assist you in absorbing them after the meeting." The 5 carefully stored the soul pearls away. The one-armed elder surveyed the room and said calmly, "Deans, please take your places. The meeting is now officially beginning." As he spoke, several figures quietly appeared in the empty chairs, one of whom was Lu Qingchen's mentor. "Xiaofeng, you will preside over the rest of the meeting," the elderly man instructed. "Yes," Long Feng responded, then turned to the 5 new students with a suddenly serious expression. "What I'm about to say is crucial, and you must listen carefully. This trial is not only about the future of Huagua and the Academy, but also intimately tied to your own lives." At these words, except for Lu Qingchen and Yushan, the others gasped in surprise. "What?" Long Feng gave the 2 a long look before continuing. "The trial's location is at the heart of this region, in an unexplored secret realm. According to messages from the sanctuary, it contains opportunities for top soul warriors of Huagua to make breakthroughs. Your mission is to seek powerful legacies while ensuring your safety. The secret realm is abundant with resources and treasures, so even if you don't find a legacy, obtaining some rare materials or divine weapons would be a valuable gain." Director Long Feng's words were like a thunderclap in the meeting room. Beings from another world will also participate. This statement sent a jolt through those present, their eyes flashing with astonishment. Noticing their reactions, Long Feng continued with a grave expression. "That's right, the same beings that invaded our world decades ago. This time, they'll also enter the secret realm." His voice was deep and serious. "Your primary mission is to ensure your own safety. Only when you're secure should you compete for opportunities. If you encounter beings from the other world, try not to leave any alive. If you can't win, run." "Understood." Lu Qingchen and the others nodded solemnly, indicating their understanding. Long Feng went on, "This is all the information we have for now. The secret realm will open in a month. Your task is to push your strength to the limit. During this month, the Academy will arrange special mentors to guide you 5. "Got it." "Understood," they replied in unison, their voices loud and full of determination. Satisfied, Long Feng nodded and instructed, "The meeting is adjourned. Lu Qingchen, stay behind. The rest of you, head to the training room on the 2nd floor, where mentors await you." "Yes," they responded, their footsteps gradually fading away. Long Feng turned to Lu Qingchen, staring at him with a smile for quite a while, making Lu Qingchen uneasy and causing him to shiver slightly. He thought to himself, could the director have some strange hobby? The notion sent chills down his spine. However, Long Feng was unaware of Lu Qingchen's wild imagination. He simply smiled and said, "Don't worry, there's more to discuss." Relieved, Lu Qingchen closed his eyes and rested. Suddenly, Long Feng called out, "Lei Xian, Lu Qingxue, Long Shi, come here." The 3 quickly approached Long Feng. The director spoke seriously. "You heard what was said earlier. Those 5 new students will represent the Academy in the competition for resources and even embody the Academy's future." He looked at the 3 before him. "Very well, Lu Qingxue has already broken through to the Zunwu realm. You 2 are at Tianwu level 8 and level 9, respectively. My requirement for you is to break through to the Zunwu realm within 6 months and make a name on the Tianjiao list." Lei Xian was a bit anxious and quickly said, "Director, breaking through 2 levels in 6 months is quite challenging." Long Feng glanced at him calmly and said, "During these 6 months, the Academy will provide all the resources you need for training." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxue and Lei Xian looked delighted. Lei Xian patted his chest and assured, "Then it's no problem for me." Only Long Shi remained silent, seemingly uninterested. Long Feng frowned slightly at his daughter's reaction. He knew well how precious cultivation resources with true dragon aura were. Although the Academy's treasury contained many treasures with dragon-like aura, not all dragons were true dragons. As Long Feng pondered this, a sudden idea struck him, and his face lit up with excitement. He told Long Shi, "I've found a way to solve the resource issue for your cultivation. However, it will take some time." "Really?" Upon hearing his father's words, Long Shi felt his legs go weak and swayed unsteadily. Long Feng nodded with a smile and waved his hand. "You 3 should head back now and remember to train hard." The 3 of them left slowly, and just before leaving, Lu Qingchen gave her brother a meaningful look, silently conveying the message, "See you later." In the vast hall, only Lu Qingchen remained, facing the intense gaze of the distinguished figures, feeling like a delicacy on display. "Headmaster, is there anything you need me to do?" Lu Qingchen asked with a wry smile. "You're teachable," Long Feng said approvingly, patting him on the shoulder. "Indeed, there are some tasks for you to complete." Meanwhile, in the training room on the second floor of Tiansheng Pavilion, Yushan and the others had just entered to find 4 instructors, 2 men and 2 women waiting for them. One of the male instructors, with rugged features, smiled kindly at Yushan. "Come with me." "Why is it always a male instructor?" Yushan sighed inwardly. In the special training room, at the instructor's request, Yushan took out the soul orb that emitted a golden glow. "You're in luck. This is an offensive-type soul orb, and it comes from a strength-type soul beast," the rugged instructor explained with a smile. Seeing Yushan's puzzled expression, he added, "You'll understand after you merge with it. Now close your eyes and release your martial soul." Back to Lu Qingchen, Long Feng was advising him on crucial matters. "The competition among various factions is fierce this time. Do not hold back against anyone, even those from other martial soul universities in Huagua. Be especially wary of the 5 exceptionally talented students from Monster Academy. It's said that one of their freshmen has already reached the 8th level of the spiritual martial stage." Mentioning Yao Qingwu's name, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but recall the assassination attempt from before. If not for Han Meng's timely intervention, he and Yushan might not have survived. Long Feng added meaningfully, "I heard Yao Qingwu is on the participant list for Monster Academy this time. Also, remember, whatever happens in the secret realm trial, the outside world will know nothing about it, understood?" Lu Qingchen clenched his fists, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, with murderous intent simmering beneath his calm exterior. After a moment of silence, he replied with a voice tinged with frost, "I understand." Long Feng nodded with satisfaction as he observed Lu Qingchen's reaction. His goal was to let these new students personally experience the harshness of martial arts during the upcoming trial in the secret realm, and to witness how the geniuses from the sanctuary and another world handled this challenge. Thinking about how these freshmen might perform in the secret realm a month later, Long Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. He continued, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. "In the secret realm, some deaths may never be known. Even if discovered, what can be done? You have the Heavenly Tao Academy backing you." Long Feng spoke with confidence, not just because of the Academy's formidable strength, but also due to his absolute faith in his own abilities. Lu Qingchen nodded thoughtfully, having already made his decision. Long Feng gazed at Lu Qingchen's refined features, as if trying to see through to his inner thoughts. "That's all about the secret realm trial. Additionally, I have a personal request." Long Feng's gaze deepened. Lu Qingchen smiled slightly and said earnestly, "Whatever the dean asks, as long as it's within my power, I'll do my best." Long Feng replied with satisfaction, "If you encounter any treasures or divine weapons containing the essence of a true dragon in the secret realm, try to obtain them. It relates to my daughter's cultivation." "No problem," Lu Qingchen agreed readily. "If I come across any items containing the essence of a true dragon, I'll make every effort to secure them." For him, this request was not particularly challenging. "Then there's nothing else. Head to the second floor. Someone will help you absorb the soul pearl," Long Feng said, watching Lu Qingchen leave. Lu Qingchen bowed to the elders once more and, under their gaze, slowly exited the conference room. After stepping out, he quickly descended the stairs, replaying the dean's words in his mind. "It seems this secret realm trial is even more brutal than I imagined," Lu Qingchen pondered. "The Academy invests so much effort and resources to enhance the freshmen's strength, not just to compete for legacy, but more importantly, to help us grow quickly." He continued to analyze. If only soul warriors at the spiritual martial stage were required to enter the secret realm, why not just pick a few second-year students at the 9th level of the spiritual martial stage? They have more experience and are certainly stronger than us freshmen. Moreover, nothing can be seen from outside the secret realm, which means those who die inside truly die in vain. As Lu Qingchen pondered, he made his way to the second floor. Suddenly, he bumped into a graceful figure. Strangely, he didn't feel any pain. Instead, it felt quite pleasant. "Sorry." Lu Qingchen quickly apologized and looked up. A stunning woman was staring at him, her beautiful ice blue eyes holding a hint of annoyance. "Master," Lu Qingchen exclaimed in surprise, but quickly corrected himself. "Dean Han." He was relieved at his quick reaction. Otherwise, everyone in the pavilion would have known he already had a master. Han Meng stared at him with a displeased expression, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes. "What were you thinking about so intently that you didn't even notice someone standing right in front of you?" Lu Qingchen awkwardly scratched his head and chuckled. "Dean Han, what are you doing here? What do you think I'm doing here?" "I'm here to help you absorb the soul orb." Han Meng glared at him, her icy blue eyes showing a trace of reproach. Lu Qingchen suddenly realized, Having expected an ordinary mentor to assist him, he was surprised to see his own master personally come. Just a minute ago in the conference room, Lu Qingchen had just left, and the dean's eyes were still on his departing figure. Long Feng was the first to speak. Since we have some free time, I'll go help him absorb the soul orb. I'm free too. Why not join you, Dean, to ensure everything goes smoothly? Dean Chu quickly agreed. Nangong Qianyue smiled slightly. You go ahead. I have no objections. She seemed indifferent to this new student. Then it's settled, Long Feng said, looking around, suddenly noticing someone was missing. Hey, where's Han Meng? Lu Qingfeng and Nangong Qianyue couldn't help but laugh. By this time, Han Meng had already brought Lu Qingchen to the training room on the second floor. After closing the door, she smiled. You're quite popular. The deans almost fought over taking you as a disciple. Is it really that exaggerated, Dean Han? Lu Qingchen asked quietly, shrinking his neck. Smack. Han Meng lightly tapped his head. Don't call me Dean Han, call me Master. Master. Lu Qingchen obediently corrected himself, then worriedly asked, aren't you afraid they'll hear? Of course, but this secret room completely isolates sound and aura, Han Meng explained, gesturing to the walls made of unknown materials. Of course, after we leave, before the apprenticeship ceremony, you still have to call me Dean, otherwise, if they find out I took a disciple early, they'll definitely give me trouble. Seeing her serious demeanor, Lu Qingchen impulsively reached out and pinched her cheek, inwardly admiring its soft and delicate feel. Han Meng was momentarily stunned, then her eyes flared with anger. How's the feel, my go-disciple? Just as Lu Qingchen was about to honestly answer, a sharp pain shot through his ear. Han Meng grabbed his ear and tugged it back and forth, making sure not to truly hurt him. Master, I'm sorry. I'll dare next time, ouch. Take it easy. This only added fuel to the fire, causing Han Meng's face to flush with anger and her grip to tighten. So you dare next time, do you? So you dare next time. In the third floor meeting room, several deans and senior colleagues were having a routine meeting. Suddenly, a piercing scream seemed to come from a distance, interrupting the proceedings. Did any of you hear something strange? Dean Chu asked, frowning as he looked around, only to find that the other deans wore peculiar expressions, but nobody answered his question. Only Long Feng broke the silence with a chuckle. Old Chu, have you not been getting enough rest lately? You should take it easy. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the training room was entirely different. Lu Qingchen was clutching his reddened ear, grimacing in pain, while Han Meng stood nearby with a smug smile. It was just a pinch on the cheek. Lu Qingchen muttered softly as he rubbed his ear. What did you say? Han Meng's voice rose sharply, her recently calmed anger threatening to flare up again. No, I didn't say anything. Master, let's get started. Lu Qingchen shivered and quickly changed the subject. Han Meng snorted coldly, then composed herself and said, take out the soul beads, I'll teach you how to absorb them. A flash from Lu Qingchen's storage ring revealed 2 white jade boxes in his palm. One glowed green, the other blue, and the energy of the soul beads almost overflowed from the boxes. Absorb one first. We'll deal with the other later, Han Meng instructed, picking up the life-emitting green soul bead and handing it to Lu Qingchen. Place the soul bead in your palm, sit cross-legged, and release your martial soul. Nodding in response, Lu Qingchen connected with his creation jade divine lotus martial soul. A jade-colored lotus blossomed above his head, emitting a gentle radiance. Maintain this state and slowly absorb the power of the soul bead. Guided by Han Meng, Lu Qingchen began drawing in the energy of the soul bead. To everyone's surprise, the bead instantly turned into a green light and entered his body. One of the 7 soul slots of the creation jade divine lotus dimmed, then gradually filled with green light, exuding a rich life force that enveloped the entire training room. This isn't right. How could the absorption of a soul bead be so quick? Han Meng murmured, dazed by the sight. About a minute later, the glow faded. Lu Qingchen noticed that one soul slot of the creation jade divine lotus had completely turned green. Master, is this considered a successful absorption? Han Meng's brows furrowed. It should be successful. Try using the newfound ability. She was inwardly amazed, as it typically took ordinary people at least a day or 2 to absorb a soul bead, yet Lu Qingchen had done it in less than an hour. Lu Qingchen closed his eyes to sense the new ability, then shot a green light towards Han Meng. Han Meng let out a soft sound, then quickly realized what was happening and stopped Lu Qingchen from releasing a second wave of the ability. She assessed her physical state carefully and looked at her disciple with a complex expression. You've really hit the jackpot this time. Such a healing ability is incredibly rare. Lu Qingchen's lips curled slightly, a knowing glint in his eyes. He had already grasped the intricacies of this mystical ability and without hesitation, began absorbing the second blue soul orb. Meanwhile, in the conference room on the 3rd floor, the one-armed Tian Lao was discussing important matters with Long Feng. Xiao Feng, once these students have completed their soul orb absorption, you and the other deans must personally guide them for a month. As you command, Tian Lao, Long Feng replied respectfully. Tian Lao continued with a serious expression. In this secret realm trial, the sanctuary will also send several of their disciples. Be particularly cautious of the Thunder Sanctuary. The current Thunder Sanctuary is not what it used to be. Are you referring to that incident from years ago? Long Feng's eyes flashed with insight. The Monster Academy has been growing increasingly audacious, likely with ties to the Thunder Sanctuary. Tian Lao waved dismissively. They're just clowns. Besides, I've sensed that someone has broken through a realm, and the Thunder Sanctuary's days of glory are numbered. A hint of an expectant smile appeared on his face. Elsewhere, Lu Qingchen stretched his body, savoring the refreshing sensation from the two soul orbs. Han Meng stood nearby, astonished at her disciple. She had never seen a student absorb soul orbs so quickly. Since you're done, you can head back, Han Meng gestured dismissively. Just as Lu Qingchen was about to leave, he turned and asked, Master, I'm not very familiar with this place. Why not show me around? Han Meng replied with mock irritation. There are people waiting for you downstairs. Let them show you around. As she spoke, she vanished from sight. Lu Qingchen scratched his head and exited the training room. Downstairs, two stunning women awaited him, one of whom was his sister, Lu Qingxue. Sis, I've finished, Lu Qingchen called out. Xiaochun, was the soul orb absorption smooth? Lu Qingxue asked, full of joy. After receiving her brother's affirmative response, Lu Qingxue retrieved a small ice blue shield from her storage ring. The secret realm trial in a month is fraught with danger. Take this for protection. Lu Qingchen examined the shield closely and, following his sister's instructions, infused it with soul power. Instantly, the shield expanded, releasing an ice blue barrier that enveloped him securely. I understand, sis. Tucking away the shield, Lu Qingchen nodded to his sister. Their mutual understanding and gratitude were unspoken, quietly cherished in their hearts. Lu Qingchen stood in the inner courtyard, empty-handed, looking somewhat uneasy. Longxi noticed this, and a hint of concern flashed in her eyes. Xiaochun, you don't have a weapon yet, do you? Longxi said, retrieving a long knife from her storage ring. Take this knife and use it for now. Lu Qingchen accepted the long knife, examining it closely. The blade was a dark red color, and the handle was carved with an unknown fierce bird. The edge was incredibly sharp, emanating a chilling aura of slaughter. Jia, isn't this your weapon? Lu Qingchen hesitated. What will you use if you give it to me? Longxi waved her hand dismissively. It's for your trial. Just remember to return it to me after you're done. I need to focus on my cultivation for a while and won't be using it. Seeing Lu Qingchen's continued hesitation, Longxi firmly placed the knife in his hand. Take it, and make sure you perform well in the secret realm. Protect yourself. Lu Qingchen nodded, decisively taking the knife. As soon as he held it, the knife trembled briefly before calming down. He looked at Longxi in confusion, and she frowned, clearly seeing this for the first time. Who cares, as long as it works? Longxi shrugged. But this knife is different from the treasure Xiao Shui gave you. Before she could finish, Lu Qingchen eagerly infused a bit of soul power into the knife. With a clang, the blade vibrated violently, emitting a dazzling red light. Longxi and Lu Qingxue were both taken aback. Once he stopped infusing soul power, the knife returned to its original state. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Qingxue asked in surprise, Xiao Shi, isn't this knife only supposed to? Longxi shook her head, her expression complex. I'm not really sure what's going on either, but if Xiaochun can fully wield it, that's even better. Seeing that she didn't know either, Lu Qingxue didn't press further. Longxi urged, put it away. Lu Qingchen quickly stored the fierce knife in his storage ring. When the blade emitted that red glow earlier, he felt his soul power rapidly depleting. He decided to study the knife's mysteries more thoroughly later. Xiaochun, you're not familiar with the inner courtyard yet, are you? Would you like Xiao Shi and me to show you around? Lu Qingxue suggested. Sure. Lu Qingchen agreed readily, grateful for their guidance. The three of them strolled through the inner courtyard as Lu Qingxue carefully introduced the surroundings. The layout wasn't too complicated, mainly consisting of individual courtyards and training rooms. That small pavilion we entered earlier is called the Tiansheng Pavilion, where the academy's elders reside, Lu Qingxue explained. Longxi added, so far, only you 5 new students have been allowed in there. It was our first time entering too. Curious, Lu Qingchen asked, are there any conditions to enter the Tiansheng Pavilion? Of course there are. Longxi shrugged. Besides making significant contributions to the academy, you 5 were probably allowed in because this secret realm trial is particularly important enough to reward you in advance. Otherwise, do you think you'd get soul pearls as a reward just for passing a simple freshman trial? Longxi's words made Lu Qingchen realize the gravity of the upcoming secret realm trial. He couldn't help but ponder the challenges ahead, feeling both eager and anxious. Lu Qingxue's voice took on an unusually serious tone. Xiaoxi is right. Soul pearls are indeed extremely precious. You must be extra cautious on this trip to the secret realm. Don't worry, sis, I understand. Lu Qingchen nodded, his attention already captured by the massive stone monument ahead. As the three approached the monument, Lu Qingchen looked up to see 5 golden characters gleaming at the top Hua Nation's Heaven's Chosen list. These words seemed almost magical, compelling him to murmur them softly. This is a list compiled by the Sacred Temple, gathering all young warriors in Hua Nation who have reached the Zunwu realm, Lu Qingchen explained. Every young martial artist in Hua Nation dreams of one day making it onto this list. Lu Qingchen frowned and asked, besides the honor, are there any tangible benefits to being on the list? Long Shi eagerly chimed in. Of course there are. It's said that every 5 years, those on the list can enter a mysterious place full of countless opportunities. With a bit of luck, you could acquire something that propels you to greatness. She spoke with such excitement, as if she were already among them. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but tease. Shijia, why don't I see your name up there? Long Shi immediately deflated but quickly retorted with a playful punch. Give me a few more months, and my name will definitely be up there. Don't be jealous then. Lu Qingchen smiled wryly and pointed to 3 buildings in the clouds. Let's go check them out. The 3 of them spread their wings and flew towards the clouds, where 2 large halls and a towering spire stood majestically. They landed in front of the first hall, with a plaque reading, Library Pavilion. Inside the Library Pavilion, Lu Qingchen was awestruck by the sight before him. Ancient books, jade cylinders, and handwritten notes filled the space. Lu Qingchen patiently explained. The pavilion is divided into 5 levels. The first level is for ancient books and records, documenting extraordinary tales and cultivation notes. The second level contains martial arts techniques and divine powers of the Zunwu realm. Only kings and emperors can access the 3rd and 4th levels, and I have no idea what's inside. Lu Qingchen casually browsed through the first level, finding information on rare materials and legendary weapons. Just as he was about to leave, a book titled Heaven and Earth Rare Objects List caught his attention. He picked up the ancient book and slowly opened it. Throughout history, countless rare materials have emerged in the world, but only the rarest of them can make it onto the rare objects list. Lu Qingchen read the introduction aloud, turning to the second page where a few bold characters stood out. Top 10 Divine Soul Seed Rankings. Lu Qingchen's gaze lingered on the Divine Seeds ranking list as he carefully read each line. His eyes grew increasingly serious as he delved deeper, his fingers unconsciously brushing over the paper. The first on the list, the Eternal Life Divine Seed, struck him like a bolt of lightning. Legend has it that those who possess this seed enjoy endless longevity, immortal as long as the heavens persist. Is this the ultimate goal that countless warriors strive for? Lu Qingchen took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within. He continued reading. The second on the list was the heaven-slaying ancient demon seed, an extraordinarily mysterious soul seed said to boast the greatest attack power. He recalled the ancient text describing a fierce battle where 9 celestial sovereigns perished to seal the inheritor of this demon seed, and he couldn't help but gasp. The third, the chaos divine seed, and the fourth, the devouring divine seed. Each name was equally astonishing. Lu Qingchen's fingers swiftly glided over these names until he reached the one he possessed, the heaven-burning divine seed. Ranked 9th, heaven-burning divine seed. Lu Qingchen murmured, incredulous as he repeatedly confirmed it. The system's reward was actually one of the top 10 divine seeds. His heart raced, and a fine sheen of sweat appeared on his forehead. Aware of the seed's immense value, Lu Qingchen understood the peril he would face if the secret got out. He gripped the list tightly, a flicker of caution in his eyes. As he read on, Lu Qingchen learned that the method of inheriting a divine seed was similar to soul pearls, but required more time. He also noted a critical piece of information. Aside from those with the devouring soul seed, ordinary individuals could absorb only one soul seed, while those with a supreme martial soul could inherit multiple. Lu Qingchen slowly set down the list, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He realized he was embarking on a path fraught with both opportunities and dangers, and this heaven-burning divine seed would be his greatest secret and strongest trump card. Lu Qingchen stood in the grand hall, holding the ancient book that documented the divine seed of the burning heavens. His heart was filled with excitement beyond measure. The value of this divine seed surpassed his expectations, making him eager to find a place to absorb it immediately. However, a practical concern soon surfaced. If the Academy learned about such a precious divine seed, the consequences could be unpredictable. While he was lost in thought, Lu Qingchen and Long Shi noticed his serious expression. Xiaochen, what are you looking at? Why are you so engrossed? Lu Qingchen asked curiously. Lu Qingchen handed the ancient book to his sister. Lu Qingchen had only turned a few pages when Long Shi impatiently took it to read. What kind of divine seed is this? I've never seen it before, Long Shi remarked. But there are a few soul seeds in the Academy's treasure vault. The deans haven't absorbed them? Lu Qingchen asked in surprise. I'm not entirely sure, Long Shi explained, but none of the deans have absorbed them. Each person can only absorb one, so they might still be considering. Lu Qingchen continued the conversation. It's not that they're indecisive. I heard from my master that absorbing a soul seed is a very meticulous matter. For example, if someone with a fire attribute martial soul tries to absorb a water attribute soul seed, it might fail. The Academy has accumulated these soul seeds over many years, and their attributes are quite special, not suitable for the deans. Lu Qingchen felt a warmth in his heart as the two shared such confidential information so openly. After all, they knew these secrets due to their special status. Sister Shi, have you not absorbed any soul seeds either? Lu Qingchen asked. The two women exchanged wry smiles. Long Shi shot him a glare. Do you think soul seeds are as common as cabbages? Since the Academy's founding, the soul seeds in the treasure vault haven't exceeded a single-digit number. They're reserved for the high-ranking members. How could we possibly get them? She said, her expression turning gloomy. Lu Qingxue calmly added, that's right. As far as I know, only one student who made significant contributions to the Academy received a soul seed as a reward, and that was one he obtained during a secret realm trial. He handed over the extra soul seed to the Academy, and in return, he received unprecedented rewards and a lifetime supply of cultivation resources. Mentioning the secret realm, Lu Qingxue and Long Shi seemed to think of something and simultaneously looked at the young, delicate boy before them. You wouldn't be thinking. You don't mean to compete for a soul seed in this secret realm, do you? Lu Qingxue and Long Shi's surprised voices echoed through the library. Lu Qingchen shrugged, a helpless smile on his face. Why not? Didn't the dean say this secret realm hasn't been explored yet? The two women were momentarily speechless, and after some thought, they had to admit that Lu Qingchen made a valid point. After all, the dean did emphasize that this was a brand new secret realm, rumored to hold opportunities for top soul warriors in China to break through. Thus, the possibility of finding a soul seed in the realm was indeed high. However, this idea immediately sparked new concerns. Lu Qingxue frowned slightly, her voice filled with a sister's concern for her brother. Xiaochen, maybe you should reconsider. In the secret realm, try to avoid conflicts with other factions. Take any opportunities and treasures if you can, but don't risk your life. As a soul warrior at the Zunwu level, she understood the harsh realities of the martial world. At this moment, she only hoped for her brother's safety, willing to face those dangers herself. Lu Qingchen, however, shook his head firmly. Sis, I understand your worries. But since I've chosen this path, I won't give up easily. Mom and Dad also wrote in their letter that a warrior must compete, or they'll never reach the top. Some conflicts are unavoidable, so I'll let my strength speak for me. Seeing her brother's determination, Lu Qingxue knew she couldn't persuade him otherwise. She looked seriously into Lu Qingchen's eyes and gently reminded him. Since you've made up your mind, I won't say more. But you must be careful. If possible, find Yushan and the others once you're in the secret realm. It's safer with more people than alone. Don't worry, sis. I won't attempt anything I'm not confident in. I'll try to avoid conflicts unless absolutely necessary. Lu Qingchen promised earnestly. Long Shi, listening to their conversation, rolled her eyes and said, Come on, Xiaoxue, didn't you see his performance last time? Even the core students at the Diwu level aren't his match. If he doesn't defeat others in the secret realm, that's already a good thing. I can't believe you're worried about him being in danger. Long Shi's words brought Lu Qingxue back to her senses. Indeed, even second-year core students at the Diwu level weren't a match for her brother, let alone those at the Lingwu level. With this realization, she stopped worrying about the issue. Since we've finished exploring the library, let me show you the Fengwang Hall and the Tongtian Tower. Long Shi suggested excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lu Qingchen picked up an ancient book on various treasures and a classic on divine weapons, asking, Can I take these two books back to read? With Lu Qingxue and Long Shi's help, Lu Qingchen filled out his name and the information on the borrowed books at the registration desk. As soon as the three of them stepped out of the library, Long Shi eagerly grabbed their hands and hurried towards the towering structure that reached into the clouds. The towering Babel stood majestically, piercing the clouds, its summit out of sight despite the crowd's upward gaze. This ancient structure had been standing long before the Tiandao Academy was established, its origin and purpose remaining a mystery. Lu Qingchen stepped forward, gently touching the tower's surface. The rough texture of the stone felt cool to the touch, stirring an unusual sensation within him. Lu Qingxue added, The dean and others say that the tower holds great potential, but the right time to unlock it hasn't come yet. As they were about to leave, a rumbling voice suddenly echoed across the sky. The Tianzhu secret realm will open in 10 days. The Tiandao Academy may select 5 spirit martial realm students to participate. The crowd looked up to see an imposing elder standing above the clouds. Dean Longfeng immediately appeared to respond. Thank you, Lord of the Tianyang Hall, for informing us. The Tiandao Academy is aware, and we will lead our students there in 10 days. The Lord of the Tianyang Hall spoke gravely. This journey into the secret realm is fraught with danger, and survival is uncertain. Please prepare well, Dean Long. Thank you for the warning, Senior Tianyang. I will certainly visit the solar shrine in the future. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the elder had already vanished into the clouds. Lu Qingchen and the others sensed the peril of this mission from the brief conversation. Soon, the senior members of Tiandao Academy gathered in the conference room on the third floor of the Tiansheng Pavilion. With furrowed brows, Long Feng sought their opinions. The lord of the Tianyang Hall personally informed us. This secret realm trial seems extremely perilous. Does anyone have any insights? A senior member replied gravely. In my opinion, there's no need to change the participants. It's good for these young ones to gain experience, and the academy will provide protective treasures. Han Ming immediately objected. Why not change the participants? After all, they are freshmen and not as capable as second-year students. She was concerned for her beloved students, especially since the 5 of them had significant backgrounds. Mu Ningyue was the daughter of the head of the reconnaissance department, and Lu Qingchen hailed from the holy city of life. Lu Qingfeng's expression was serious, fully aware that if anything happened to these students with unique backgrounds, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, the executives in the conference room all furrowed their brows simultaneously. It was indeed a pressing issue. The investigation department and the military department wielded significant influence within Hua Nation. With their strong support, the War God Academy had secured its place among the top 3 prestigious schools. As for the City of Life, its power was even more formidable, comparable to the top 3 schools. What caught everyone's attention was that the current city lord of the City of Life bore the surname Murong, a name that prompted added caution among those present. Dean Shu pondered for a moment before speaking in a serious tone. The key issue isn't who the other factions send. I have great confidence in these students. What truly concerns me is the perilous nature of the secret realm. Besides knowing that it's an unexplored realm accessible only to spirit martial realm warriors, we know nothing about it. These words deepened the frowns of those present. Seeing this, Dean Shu quickly added, moreover, these new students are exceptionally talented, especially Lu Qingchen and Lu Qingchen, who both possess twin martial souls. Even if they don't participate in this trial, their future achievements are bound to be remarkable. The others nodded slightly, agreeing with this assessment. At this time, Lu Qingchen and his 2 companions had already left the library. The words of the Sun Hall master earlier had left them disinclined to continue familiarizing themselves with the inner courtyard. Sis, I'm heading to the training room, Lu Qingchen finally said after a long silence. Lu Qingxue hesitated but ultimately said nothing. As Lu Qingchen turned to leave, he understood that his sister was worried about the dangers of the secret realm. Once Lu Qingchen was out of sight, She noticed Lu Qingxue still looked troubled and said, "Don't worry too much. That kid is sharp. Now that he has offensive and defensive treasures, he can hold his own even against Earth martial realm experts." Seeing Lu Qingxue still worried, Shi leaned in and whispered something in her ear. "Xiaoxi, is that true?" Lu Qingxue asked in surprise. "Of course, just wait for their good news. By the way, shouldn't we be training too?" Shi said, tilting her head thoughtfully. Lu Qingxue smiled knowingly, and the 2 of them turned into streaks of light as they left. In the training room, Lu Qingchen forced himself to stop overthinking. He carefully sensed his surroundings, discovering the astonishing concentration of spiritual energy at least dozens of times denser than the core area of the outer courtyard. I wonder how many spiritual veins lie beneath this training room, he mused, then focused intently on his training. After an entire day of intense discussion, the conference room of the Heavenly Sage Pavilion finally fell silent. Long Feng spoke up. "Since there's no consensus, let's put it to a vote. Those in favor of replacing the students for this secret realm trial, please raise your hands." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Ming immediately raised her hand. Following her, Lu Qingfeng and Dean Shu also raised theirs. The senior members of the academy exchanged glances, and 2 more expressed their agreement. 5 votes. Han Ming was somewhat incredulous at the result. The person who suggested this idea, Long Feng, surprisingly did not agree. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly became tense. Although the agreement of 5 should have concluded the meeting, Han Ming suddenly broke the silence. "No, I don't agree." Han Ming stood up abruptly, her voice filled with emotion as she said loudly, "I can't agree to send these 5 students into the secret realm. It's too dangerous there. We can't gamble with their lives." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Qingfeng immediately echoed her sentiment. "I support Dean Han's perspective. These students have unique identities, especially Lu Qingchen, who possesses the supreme martial spirit. Losing them in this secret realm would be an irreparable loss for the academy." Lu Qingfeng's tone was exceptionally serious, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. "You all know how terrifying the power of a supreme martial spirit can be once it breaks through to the king realm. Moreover, Lu Qingchen has twin martial spirits." Lu Qingfeng's words resonated with the others, and 2 more senior members of the academy slowly raised their hands in agreement. A flash of joy appeared in Han Ming's eyes, but it was short-lived. A commanding voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. "The candidates for this secret realm trial remain unchanged. There's no need for further discussion. spoke the one-eyed elder seated at the far end, his words leaving no room for doubt. Meanwhile, in the cultivation room, Lu Qingchen was fully focused on absorbing the dense spiritual energy around him. He could distinctly feel his soul power continuously rising, sensing that a breakthrough was imminent. After absorbing 2 soul beads, he had long anticipated that he was close to reaching the next level. His 3 martial spirits were ravenously absorbing the spiritual energy in the cultivation room, a process that lasted about 15 minutes. Suddenly, Lu Qingchen felt a powerful surge throughout his body, knowing he had broken through to the 8th level of the Lingwu realm. With a thought, Lu Qingchen opened his information panel. Host, Lu Qingchen. Martial spirits, Sun Golden Crow, Golden Emperor Dragon, Creation Jade Divine Lotus. Realm, Awakening Realm Level 8. Spiritual Power, Bright Moon Level 7. Cultivation Techniques, Burning Heaven Holy Scripture, Emperor Dragon Indestructible Body, Creation Jade Pure Heart Sutra. Divine Abilities, Sacred Healing, Golden Sacred Eyes, Purge all impurities not yet activated. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, Small Creation Elixir 1, Burning Heaven Divine Seed Soul Seed, Star Refining Cauldron, Soul Stone 10100. Lu Qingchen noticed he had gained 2 new divine abilities. He had used the Sacred Healing ability before, but he was unfamiliar with the Purge All Impurities ability. He carefully examined the description of this ability, and a line of small text soon appeared. Purge All Impurities, an auxiliary divine ability that, when used, can conceal all of one's auras, making detection difficult. Seeing this ability's description, Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up. This is a great asset, he thought, already contemplating how to utilize this newly acquired power. This is practically a lethal skill, perfect for those with sinister intentions to seize treasures. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lu Qingchen's eyes. He had just heard that all participants in this secret realm trial were students at the Lingwu level. He calculated that with his speed and strength, he could kill any opponent within 10 meters in an instant. After absorbing 2 soul beads, Lu Qingchen's strength had already broken through to the 8th level of the Lingwu realm. Standing in the training room, he felt the surging power within him, brimming with confidence in his own abilities. Unlike Lu Qingxue and the other academy members who were worried, Lu Qingchen was filled with anticipation for the upcoming secret realm trial. With 2 supreme martial souls, Lu Qingchen had yet to encounter a true rival at the same level. When Long Feng mentioned that people from the 3 major schools and the temple would also participate, Lu Qingchen's heart began to stir with excitement. As for his promise to his sister Lu Qingxue to avoid conflicts, that was merely to appease her concerns. Lu Qingchen secretly resolved that he would not miss any opportunity that presented itself during this secret realm trial. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingchen's gaze fell on the flashing red task. The system prompt clearly appeared in his mind. To unlock the store function, gift the Ice Phoenix Sealing the Heavens technique to your first mentor before breaking through to the next major realm. Previously, Lu Qingchen hadn't given this technique to Han Meng because he didn't know how to explain its origin. But now, the situation was different. He thought to himself that after the secret realm trial, he would have ample reason to hand over this immortal level technique to his beautiful mentor. Although Lu Qingchen wasn't entirely sure of the level of an immortal grade technique, just the name suggested it was extraordinary. He was convinced that this technique was far more profound than what Han Meng was currently practicing. After all, anything produced by the system was bound to be top-notch. With this in mind, Lu Qingchen abruptly stood up, striding out of the quiet training room, his eyes shining with expectation. Meanwhile, in a meeting room at the Heavenly Tao Academy, the atmosphere was tense. The candidates for this secret realm trial remain unchanged. There's no need for further discussion, declared the one-eyed elder seated at the inner end of the round table, his tone leaving no room for doubt. His voice was like a hammer, instantly plunging the entire room into silence. This one-eyed elder, like the one-armed elder, was one of the highest authorities at the Heavenly Tao Academy. The previously heated debates among the attendees were now silenced, leaving Han Meng feeling slightly discouraged. However, considering her disciple's safety, Han Meng mustered the courage and stubbornly said, "I won't agree to this. No matter what, these new students should not be sent to the secret realm trial. You can't just send them into unknown dangers for the sake of acquiring higher-level techniques for the academy." Han Meng's words left everyone speechless, and even Long Feng lowered his head in embarrassment. Every word she spoke was true, and apart from wanting to train these new students, the elders and deans each had their own hidden agendas. Most of the people present had been slow to progress in their cultivation due to a lack of advanced techniques. Except for Tian Lao, who was about to reach that realm. Even the one-eyed elder who had just spoken was only slightly close to it. As for the other 4 elders and several deans, they were still far from the holy realm. If Lu Qingchen and the other 4 new students could obtain techniques above the holy level in the secret realm, the power of the Heavenly Tao Academy would experience an unprecedented leap. This was one of the main reasons the one-eyed elder insisted on not changing the trial participants. However, Han Ming was unwilling to let her newly accepted disciple take such a risk. Concern flickered in her eyes as she stared intently at the one-eyed elder, waiting for his response. The atmosphere in the round table conference room was tense. The one-armed elder, Tian Lao, gave a slight smile and looked gently at the anxious Han Ming. "Young lady, you're worrying too much," Tian Lao said with a steady and powerful voice. "The academy will naturally do everything to ensure their safety. Besides, these 5 children are not ordinary spiritual warriors. I can tell they have hidden aces up their sleeves. Moreover, the heirs from the other 2 prestigious schools and several great sanctuaries will also be venturing into the secret realm. Do you think they haven't considered the dangers?" Hearing this, Han Ming's tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. She took a deep breath and slowly nodded. Indeed, the forces sent by others were top talents. They wouldn't overlook the dangers of the secret realm. Tian Lao continued, with a hint of age in his voice. "Without countless battles and the baptism of blood, students find it difficult to grow. I believe everyone present understands this truth." The others nodded silently, agreeing with Tian Lao's perspective. Without weathering storms, one remains a flower in a greenhouse, and such flowers are often the most fragile. Tian Lao glanced around, his gaze pausing momentarily on each face. "Don't think we old folks have selfish motives. If these children can seize a saint-level technique, it will benefit both us and you greatly." He paused, his voice growing deeper. "But the Heavenly Tao Academy will not place all the pressure on these children. Even if they don't obtain a saint-level technique, the Academy fears nothing. We only hope these children experience challenges and grow during their journey in the secret realm." Upon hearing this, Han Ming blushed slightly, and with a hint of apology, she said softly, "I apologize for my lack of insight and ask for your understanding." The elders waved their hands, indicating she need not worry. One burly elder spoke kindly. "Little Han, you're not wrong. We old folks indeed have some selfishness, but it's not for obtaining a saint-level technique. It's to witness these 5 children grow." Hearing this, Han Ming's face turned even redder. The elders around the table exchanged smiles and then burst into hearty laughter. Meanwhile, in a grand hall, an elder was advising a proud young man. "Xiaohong, when you enter the secret realm for training, do not be arrogant. It's best to team up with students from the Monster Academy as soon as you enter, as one person's strength is ultimately limited," the elder advised earnestly. The young man replied impatiently, "I understand, you've repeated it countless times. Only the other 2 sanctuary heirs are worthy opponents. The rest are insignificant." Seeing the proud and overconfident youth before him, the elder shook his head in resignation. At the same time, in the Chinese military department, a spirited woman and a burly man were enjoying drinks together. The burly man chuckled and said, "Mu Ro, aren't you worried about Xiao Yu entering the secret realm soon?" Mu Ro retorted confidently, "Isn't that boy Hong Tian also going into the secret realm? I don't see you," as his father, showing any concern. The burly man laughed heartily, his face full of pride. "Huh, that boy Hong Tian is determined to succeed in this secret realm trial." The author adds, "Some readers might be unclear about the levels of spiritual power in soul beads, so here's a detailed explanation. In the early stages, spiritual power is divided into star, moon, and sun, corresponding to spiritual warrior, earth warrior, and heavenly warrior respectively. Later levels correspond to martial arts realms. The levels of soul beads are divided into spiritual, earth, heavenly, revered, and king, which also correspond to martial arts realms. It should be noted that the highest level of soul beads is king level. At that moment, various factions received notifications from the temple, agreeing to meet at the secret realm's entrance in 10 days. The atmosphere in the cultivation world became tense, with undercurrents stirring. Lu Qingchen had just stepped out of the training room when a slender woman with a veiled face appeared before him. She waved at him, her voice clear and melodious like pearls falling on a jade plate. "Lu Qingchen, over here. You're the last one we're waiting for." Lu Qingchen immediately recognized the voice of Nangong Qianhua. He jogged over and respectfully asked, "Dean, did you need me for something?" Dean Nangong was not only the mentor of his sister, Lu Qingxue, but also a highly respected figure in the academy. Nangong Qianyue's delicate brows arched as her large eyes playfully blinked. She spoke in her clear and pleasant voice. "The secret realm will open in 10 days, and the academy has decided to conduct some special training for the 5 of you." Lu Qingchen nodded thoughtfully. Clearly, this secret realm was no ordinary event, and with the dean personally delivering the news, the training was bound to be significant. As he pondered, Nangong Qianyue suddenly asked, "Lu Qingchen, do you think I'm beautiful?" "What?" Lu Qingchen was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. But Nangong Qianyue looked at him seriously. "Of course, you're beautiful," Lu Qingchen stammered. "Oh really?" Nangong Qianyue nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "Who do you think is more beautiful, me or Han Ming?" Boom. Lu Qingchen's mind went blank. This was a monumental dilemma, akin to the age-old question of who to save first if both your girlfriend and mother were drowning. What did you say, Dean? I was distracted just now. Lu Qingchen feigned ignorance. Nangong Qianyue smiled at him and repeated her question. Realizing he couldn't escape, Lu Qingchen braced himself and answered. I think both Deans are extraordinarily beautiful, like celestial beings. Seeing Nangong Qianyue's eyes still on him, he forced a smile and added, Dean Nangong and Dean Han are both very attractive, each with their own charm. Hearing this, Nangong Qianyue finally averted her gaze, though a subtle smile lingered on her face. They arrived at a spacious training ground where Han Ming and 4 other new students were already waiting. Nangong Qianyue gracefully approached Han Ming, and Lu Qingchen reluctantly followed. The other 4 new students watched them with glee. Nangong Qianyue approached Han Ming, smiling brightly. Dean Han, I've brought him over. This little guy is quite amusing, hee hee. As she spoke, she covered her mouth with laughter, her figure shaking with mirth. However, Han Ming's expression remained as cold as ice. She said expressionlessly, Thank you, Dean Nangong. Lu Qingchen fall in. Under Han Ming's sharp gaze, Lu Qingchen gritted his teeth and slowly stepped out from behind Nangong Qianyue, then quickly ran towards the other 4 on the field. Han Ming turned to Nangong Qianyue, her tone indifferent. Since you've brought the person here, Dean Nangong, you can go back now. Very well, Nangong Qianyue replied with a meaningful smile. I hope you make the most of these 3 days, Dean Han. I'll be back right on time after that. The 2 stunning women locked eyes, and it seemed as if invisible sparks flew between them. Lu Qingchen shivered involuntarily, watching Nangong Qianyue chuckle softly before her figure gradually faded away into the air. Once Dean Nangong had left, the frown on Han Ming's face finally eased. At this moment, aside from Lu Qingchen, who was looking down, the others were all watching her with expectant eyes. Han Ming glanced at the dejected Lu Qingchen, then announced to the group, In 10 days, you will be heading to the Tianzu secret realm for trials. Given the unique nature of this realm, the Academy has arranged 3 special training sessions for you, personally guided by several deans and instructors. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted, even Lu Qingchen raised his head. But Han Ming continued. However, there's some bad news if anyone fails this training. Don't expect to enter the secret realm. This statement caused a subtle change in the expressions of the other 4. No one knew what the training would entail. If they were to challenge a powerful Tianwu realm expert, it would be problematic. In reality, the Academy had already selected who would participate in the secret realm trials, and Han Ming's words were merely to instill a sense of urgency in these 5 most talented students, ensuring they took the training seriously. Now, head to the armory pavilion to choose your weapons, Han Ming said straightforwardly. In the secret realm, having the right weapon is crucial. Once you've made your selection, return immediately. I'll be waiting here. Except for Lu Qingchen, the others exchanged puzzled glances. They had just absorbed their soul beads and knew nothing about the armory pavilion's location. Seeing Lu Qingchen running in a certain direction, Han Ming pointed that way and said helplessly, Follow that direction, and you'll find it. If you can't, just follow Lu Qingchen. Before she had finished speaking, the group had already dashed off, chasing after Lu Qingchen's figure. Watching the 5 newcomers disappear into the distance, Han Ming couldn't help but smile and shake her head. A short while later, they followed Lu Qingchen to a small black pavilion. The sign above boldly read, Armory Pavilion. Lu Qingchen gazed at these words, took a deep breath, and walked towards the mysterious black pavilion with determined steps. Seeing Lu Qingchen enter the ancient armory, the other 4 quickly followed. Yushan hurried to catch up, wearing a good-natured smile as he asked, Chun, what's really going on between you and the 2 deans? At this, the other 3 perked up their ears, eager not to miss a single detail. Lu Qingchen turned and shot Yushan a glare, replying with a hint of annoyance. What else could it be? Just that. Hearing this, everyone wore a look of disappointment. Just then, Murong Qingqing's cool voice floated in. The 2 deans were on the verge of a fight. This isn't a simple matter. As everyone's eyes turned to her, Lu Qingchen quickly changed the subject. Don't overthink it. The most important thing now is to choose our weapons. With that, he strode towards the young instructor on the first floor. Seeing them approach, the instructor stood up to greet them. Dean Han arranged for you to select weapons, right? As they nodded, he continued, Follow me. He then led them to the second floor, stopping at a gray door intricately carved with patterns. The instructor placed a plaque into a slot on the door, and 5 seconds later, it slowly opened, revealing a spacious chamber. You can go in. Dean Han gave you an hour. From spirit level to heaven level, we have all kinds of weapons here. I hope you'll find one that suits you. With that, the instructor turned and left. As they stepped into the chamber, they were immediately awestruck by the sight before them. The chamber was far more spacious than expected, with various weapons neatly displayed on platform swords, spears, halberds, axes, and more, all dazzling to the eye. Multicolored lights flowed from the weapons, illuminating the entire chamber. Lu Qingchen and Yushan circled the display table, finally focusing their attention on the heaven-level weapon section. A quick count revealed over 200 heaven-level weapons, not to mention the countless spirit and earth-level ones. No wonder it's one of the three great academies. The Tian Dao Sacred Academy truly has deep roots, Lu Qingchen thought to himself. He approached the heaven-level weapon area, immediately drawn to a crimson longsword. Picking it up, Lu Qingchen casually swung it a few times before closing his eyes to delve into the combat techniques of the Burning Heaven manual. As time passed, his sword moves became increasingly intricate, a fiery aura rising from within him, leaving the onlookers in awe. After performing the first three sword forms of the Burning Heaven manual, Lu Qingchen stood still, lost in thought with the sword in hand. As a former student from China in his past life, he had been fascinated by martial arts novels, often dreaming of roaming the world with a sword. Now, holding the longsword, he realized that those dreams were becoming reality, and he understood the path he must take in this life. I don't seek a life of grandeur, just hope to live freely and settle scores with ease. With the 3-foot sword in my hand, I vow to vanquish countless foes. Lu Qingchen silently recited to himself as he reluctantly placed the crimson, heavenly grade sword back on the display stand. He continued to wander through the armory, his fingers lightly brushing over the exquisite heavenly grade weapons. Long swords, short knives, spears, battle axes, a dazzling array of choices, yet none could captivate him. With the supreme power of his martial soul, Lu Qingchen felt that these weapons were too lightweight to bear his strength. Though the greatsword had impressive power, its bulky size didn't suit his combat style. Spears and halberds had once piqued his interest, but their suitability for mounted combat made them less agile for his needs. His companions had already made their selections and were eagerly waiting at the armory's entrance. Yushan held a long staff carved with beast patterns. Zheng Yu chose a broad-backed saber, while Lu Qingchen and Mu Ningyue each picked a heavenly grade long sword. Despite their illustrious backgrounds, the two girls opted to personally select weapons at the Heavenly Dao Academy to hone themselves. When Lu Qingchen returned empty-handed, his friends were visibly surprised. Lu Qingchen, why didn't you pick a weapon? Lu Qingchen asked with wide, curious eyes. Lu Qingchen spread his hands helplessly. Unfortunately, I couldn't find one that suited me, so I didn't take any. Hearing this, his friends asked no more, and together they returned to where Han Meng was waiting. Han Meng, bored, was wondering what weapon Lu Qingchen would choose. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something cutting through the air brought Han Meng back to reality as she saw everyone approaching swiftly. She glanced over their choices with satisfaction, but frowned upon seeing Lu Qingchen empty-handed. Lu Qingchen, where's your weapon? Han Meng demanded sternly. Once more, Lu Qingchen had to explain. Dean Han, the armory didn't have any suitable weapons for me. Just as Han Meng was about to press further, 4 instructors suddenly appeared. One male instructor showed interest in Zheng Yu's saber, while a spirited female instructor was drawn to Yushan's staff. Come with me, the female instructor said to Yushan. Han Meng then announced to everyone. For the next 3 days, these instructors will guide you in using your weapons. After 3 days, I will assess your training results. As Yushan eagerly prepared to follow the female instructor, a deep voice resonated from the sky. Instructor Shun, let me train this new student with the staff for the next 3 days. A deep voice echoed in everyone's ears as Lu Qingchen cast a fleeting glance in the direction of Yushan. Just moments ago, Yushan had been beaming with excitement, but upon hearing the voice, he froze, his expression turning rigid. A burly figure appeared. It was Dean Chu of the Heavenly Academy. Dean Chu glanced at the dazed Yushan, and then turned to the spirited female instructor, smiling warmly. Instructor Shun, I apologize, but I'll be taking over this student's training for the next few days. Instructor Shin nodded in resignation and left. Yushan opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Dean Chu blocked his view, laughing heartily as he patted Yushan's shoulder. Kid, are you upset? Didn't you see that Lu Qingchen has Dean Han personally guiding him? Yushan shrugged indifferently. Seeing this, Dean Chu played his trump card. I know what you're thinking. Once you reach a certain level of mastery, there won't be any woman you can't win over. Yushan's eyes lit up, and Dean Chu seized the moment. Now, let me train you. When you're in the secret realm, show everyone what you've got, and take them all down. Yushan nodded, following Dean Chu away, but not before exchanging a glance with Lu Qingchen. Han Meng observed their interaction and teasingly asked Lu Qingchen, are you also planning to find a woman once you reach your full potential? Lu Qingchen's expression suddenly tensed. After everyone dispersed, only Lu Qingchen and Han Meng remained. Han Meng looked at Lu Qingchen, who was empty-handed, and said helplessly, are you planning to face others' weapons in the secret realm with just your bare hands? Before reaching the king realm, the body is never as tough as a weapon. Lu Qingchen spread his hands. I don't want that either, master, but all those heavenly swords are too light for me. A hint of excitement flashed in Han Meng's eyes. You originally wanted to choose a sword? Lu Qingchen nodded. Han Meng pondered for a moment, and then retrieved an ice blue sword from her storage ring. The sword was slightly slender, as if forged from ice crystals, with a sharp tip and snowflake patterns glistening in the sunlight. See how you like this sword? Han Meng offered the sword to her disciple. Lu Qingchen immediately realized that this sword, meant for women, wasn't suitable for him, but he accepted it nonetheless. Lu Qingchen accepted the ice blue longsword, and was immediately struck by its unexpected weight. Contrary to his expectations of a light weapon, the sword was hefty, weighing at least 3,000 jin. However, for Lu Qingchen, who possessed over 5,000 jin of strength even in the body tempering stage, this weight posed no challenge. He casually swung it a few times, the blade slicing through the air with a low whistle, and nodded in satisfaction. This sword is quite suitable, Lu Qingchen remarked, as the long sword gleamed with a cold radiance under the sunlight. Han Ming nodded slightly in response. Since it suits you, you can use it for now. With that, she retrieved a jade tube from her sleeve and handed it to Lu Qingchen. Take this. Lu Qingchen took the jade tube and infused it with a trace of soul power. Instantly, a stream of scriptures flowed into his mind. The Ice Cloud Sword Technique, a top-tier royal-level sword technique, is divided into 6 forms, he murmured, closing his eyes as the mental image of the first form began to take shape in his mind. Gripping the long sword firmly, Lu Qingchen commenced practicing the first form of the Ice Cloud Sword Technique. Han Ming stood by, quietly observing her disciple. Initially, Lu Qingchen's movements were somewhat awkward, but in less than a quarter of an hour, his swordplay became fluid and seamless. Han Ming's eyes widened in surprise as she noticed a faint aura arising from Lu Qingchen. At this moment, he was wholly immersed in the practice of the sword technique, oblivious to the world around him. The ice blue long sword refracted cold glints in the sunlight, continuously infused with a steady stream of soul power. Gradually, Lu Qingchen's figure became blurred, the sword light almost disappearing. Ice clouds began to drift in the air, as if snowflakes were gently falling. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and the ice blue sword emitted a dazzling blue light. With a clear mind, Lu Qingchen effortlessly executed the royal-level Ice Cloud Sword Technique. From the first form to the 6th, he performed them in one fluid motion, with the sword blade covered in a layer of shimmering frost, exuding a biting chill. Suddenly, Lu Qingchen's eyes snapped open, and he thrust the sword forward with force. A sharp blue sword beam burst forth, aimed straight at the forest ahead. The moment the sword beam touched the trees, white frost spread visibly. In less than a second, a 10-meter radius of the forest was enveloped in white ice crystals. In the next instant, these ice crystals exploded, transforming into countless ice shards that danced in the air above the sacred academy of the heavenly path. Ice clouds gently drifted down, and the trees disintegrated into fragments scattered by the wind. Han Ming stood in stunned silence, captivated by the extraordinary scene before her. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Qingchen's performance had been witnessed by Long Feng and others high above in the clouds. As they saw Lu Qingchen's final sword strike, their expressions grew solemn. The director standing beside Long Feng muttered to himself, "Did I see that right? Is this sword aura?" His voice was filled with disbelief and shock. At this moment, the elders on the distant platform wore expressions of astonishment. Li Yinxing turned to Long Feng and, seeing the dean nod slightly, asked in confusion, "Has this kid practiced swordsmanship before? How could he grasp the sword stance so quickly?" Long Feng patted Li Yinxing on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Whether he has or hasn't, just assume he is trained in advance." Then he turned to the one-armed elder beside him. "Tian Lao, what do you think?" The one-armed elder stroked his beard, a glint flashing in his eyes. There's indeed much hope for this secret realm venture. However, the boy's mental strength still needs to be tested by the Nangong girl in 3 days. Nangong Qianyue chuckled softly. "I want to teach him now, but I'm afraid Dean Han wouldn't agree." At this, the expressions of the other elders immediately tensed. Long Feng replied calmly, "The apprenticeship ceremony hasn't taken place yet, so nothing is certain, is it? Is that so? Then let's wait until these youngsters return from the secret realm, and we can each show our abilities." Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen had fully performed the 6 moves of the Ice Cloud Sword Technique. As he watched the ice shards dance in the air, he was amazed at the scene he had created. He looked towards Han Meng, who appeared somewhat dazed in the distance, and called out loudly, "Master, how is my swordsmanship?" Han Meng snapped back to reality and, to prevent her disciple from becoming arrogant, said somewhat insincerely, "It's decent for a first complete performance, but it still falls short compared to my younger years." Really? Lu Qingchen scratched his head, thinking he was quite talented, only to find his master was even more impressive in her youth. Han Meng lifted her chin with deliberate pride. "Of course, your master isn't an ordinary person." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly from the fib, yet she felt compelled to maintain the facade. "It's a pity this sword doesn't suit you well. There are too few high-level weapons in the academy." Han Meng sighed. thinking that if there were a suitable weapon for her disciple, she would go to great lengths to obtain it. Lu Qingchen, however, was unfazed and asked with a blink, "Master, what is the name and grade of this sword?" Han Ming replied frankly, "This sword is called the Ice Cloud Sword, perfectly complementing the sword technique I just taught you. As for its grade, it's a king-level top-grade weapon, which is quite precious to the academy." Lu Qingchen was surprised to hear this, knowing his master had the cultivation of an emperor, yet wielded only a king-level weapon. Understanding the scarcity of high-grade weapons in the academy, he asked, "Master, does the academy not have any emperor-level weapons?" "It's not that there aren't any. There are a few emperor-level divine weapons, held by the elders and other deans. The most important thing is that none of those emperor weapons suit me, and the one I did fancy was snatched away." Han Ming sighed softly, a hint of regret flashing in her eyes. She turned to her apprentice, Lu Qingchen, her icy blue eyes blinking as a meaningful smile played on her lips. "What if I told you that Nangong Qianyue took the weapon I had my eye on? Would you help me get it back?" Han Ming asked with a half-smile. Hearing this, Lu Qingchen's face froze from its previously indignant expression. He gave an awkward smile and replied hesitantly, "Master, I'd like to help you get it back, but I can't beat Dean Nangong." Han Ming observed her apprentice thoughtfully and suddenly changed the subject. "Didn't you say before that Nangong Qianyue and I each have our own unique qualities? Tell me in detail, what are they?" "What?" Lu Qingchen was stunned, standing rooted to the spot. Han Ming's icy blue eyes fixed on the delicate young man before her, and her tone became stern. "If you can't tell me today, or if I'm not satisfied with your answer, don't blame me for being ruthless." Meanwhile, high above in the clouds, Lu Qingchen and Lu Qingfeng, among others, looked at Nangong Qianyue with peculiar expressions. Nangong Qianyue's face was unnatural, clearly not expecting Han Ming to ask Lu Qingchen such a question. The atmosphere turned awkward. Old Tian cleared his throat twice, breaking the silence. "Ahem. I'll go check on how the other kids' training is going. Are you coming?" The other seniors responded and left with Old Tian. Only the three deans and a director stayed behind, eavesdropping on the conversation below. Han Ming pressed on. "Quick, tell me, who is more beautiful, me or Nangong Qianyue?" Lu Qingchen quickly replied, "Of course, master. You are more beautiful. And if I were to fight her, who would you help?" Lu Qingchen said helplessly, "I'm only at the Lingwu level, master. I haven't lived enough yet." Up in the clouds, Nangong Qianyue heard this conversation, her expression changing, almost wanting to go down and confront Han Ming. Fortunately, Lu Qingchen's answers were tactful enough to slightly calm her anger. She snorted coldly and disappeared in a flash of light. Seeing Nangong Qianyue leave, Long Feng spoke leisurely. "This is going to be interesting." Lu Qingfeng and Li Yinqing nodded in agreement, looking forward to how Nangong Qianyue would respond in 3 days. Thinking about Lu Qingchen's response, the three couldn't help but exchange glances and laugh mischievously. Satisfied with Lu Qingchen's effort to answer, Han Ming nodded and dropped the subject. Remembering that Lu Qingchen hadn't practiced swordsmanship before, she retrieved a basic sword manual from her storage ring and tossed it to him. "For the next 2 days, practice this basic sword manual. Do it at least 10,000 times a day, understood?" Lu Qingchen opened the manual to find the most basic moves like slashing, thrusting, and parrying. Understanding the importance of a solid foundation, he immediately began to practice according to the manual. Han Ming sat on a small stool nearby, silently watching Lu Qingchen's practice. As night fell, Lu Qingchen continued to practice the monotonous basic sword techniques repeatedly. Han Ming looked at the tall, graceful young man before her, and her charming lips curled into a warm, sunny smile. "Xiao Chun, when you flick the sword tip, you can do it a bit faster," Han Ming advised, her gaze intense as she watched her apprentice. Dawn was breaking, and the first rays of sunlight fell on Lu Qingchen's delicate face, highlighting the beads of sweat on his forehead. The relentless practice of the basic sword techniques, repeated 10,000 times, had nearly exhausted even someone as physically resilient as Lu Qingchen. With the final swing, he could barely keep himself upright, leaning heavily on his sword. He hadn't anticipated that such a simple movement could be so draining. A glimmer of compassion flashed in Han Ming's eyes. With a flick of her wrist, she retrieved a table and chairs from her storage ring. As Lu Qingchen trudged over to sit down, she handed him an intricately patterned, ice blue handkerchief. Lu Qingchen took the handkerchief and couldn't resist bringing it to his nose. The fragrance tickled his senses, making him sneeze. Han Ming shot him a disapproving glance, prompting him to hastily wipe his forehead and tuck the handkerchief into his storage ring. "Give it back," Han Ming demanded, extending her hand. "Ahaha." Lu Qingchen laughed, feigning ignorance. Just then, Lu Yin approached swiftly from afar, carrying breakfast. "Has junior brother finished training? It's time for breakfast," she called out in a clear voice. Seeing this, Han Ming decided not to press the handkerchief issue further. "How come senior sister has time to visit today?" Lu Qingchen asked in surprise, as he hadn't seen Lu Yin since he joined the academy. Xiao Yin has been in seclusion for training, which is why you haven't seen her since you enrolled, Han Meng explained. Yes, I've been striving to break into the top 10 of the Huagua prodigy rankings, Lu Yin declared proudly, raising her head high. Han Meng eyed Lu Yin carefully and exclaimed, "You've achieved the transformation from mortal to spirit body. What does mortal to spirit body mean? Is it another breakthrough?" Lu Qingchen asked, scratching his head. Although he had heard of the Huagua prodigy rankings, he wasn't familiar with this concept. Realizing that Lu Qingchen hadn't started formal classes yet, Han Meng patiently explained, "The transformation from mortal to spirit body is a crucial step in advancing from the martial sovereign to the king realm. It's also a dividing line among young prodigies. This process involves enduring a heavenly tribulation without any external interference. If one can't withstand it, the consequences range from life-threatening to complete obliteration." Hearing this, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but worry for Lu Qingsnow, who had just advanced to the martial sovereign realm. Although this step is challenging, for true prodigies, with proper preparation, it shouldn't be too problematic. Hearing his master's words, Lu Qingchen felt somewhat relieved. He thought of his younger sister, Lu Qingxue, who had reached the Zunwu realm at such a young age, clearly possessing extraordinary talent, so he had no reason to worry. "Let's have breakfast first," Han Meng suggested to Lu Qingchen. "Afterwards, let Xiaoyan spar with you." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingchen immediately started devouring his meal. Having practiced his sword technique 10,000 times, he was famished. Most of the breakfast Lu Yin brought consisted of ingredients infused with spiritual energy, along with some rare herbs that fortified one's foundation. Lu Qingchen enjoyed his meal while sipping the heavenly cold pool water given by his master. After finishing his meal, Lu Qingchen felt his pores open, and his body seemed filled with energy. Eagerly, he stood up and said to Lu Yin, "Senior sister, let's spar." Lu Yin put down her chopsticks and responded with a playful smile, "Don't blame me if I hit too hard, junior brother." 15 minutes later, Lu Qingchen returned to his small bench, bruised and battered. Seeing the young man's dejected expression, Han Meng couldn't help but laugh. "It's all right," Han Meng comforted him. "With your current level, being able to last even a quarter of an hour against Xiaoyan is quite impressive. After all, she's in the Zunwu realm and 3 years older than you." Hearing 3 years older, Lu Qingchen felt even more frustrated. He thought about how his sister, Lu Qingxue, was 2 years older than him and had just reached the Zunwu realm, whereas his senior sister had achieved the mortal body to spiritual transformation stage at 3 years older. He couldn't help but worry if he would reach the Zunwu realm in 2 years. Suddenly, a question popped into Lu Qingchen's mind. "Master, how old are you?" Ever since meeting Han Meng, he felt she wasn't very old, but knowing she was already in the Emperor realm, he couldn't resist asking. Han Meng gave him a sideways glance and said leisurely, "Your master is already old, probably around 300 years this year." 300 years old, that's an ancient monster. Lu Qingchen shivered at the thought. Seeing his reaction, Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. "Hee, master is just teasing you. She's only about 4 or 5 years older than you." Boom. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck Lu Qingchen's mind, leaving him in turmoil. His master was only 4 or 5 years older than him, which meant she was around 22 years old. A 22-year-old in the Emperor realm. Thinking of this, Lu Qingchen's mouth twitched, and he felt a sense of despair. The once self-proclaimed genius couldn't help but lament. Is there any justice left? Seeing Lu Qingchen's blank stare, Han Meng gave Lu Yin a reproachful look and comforted him. "Don't overthink it, Xiao Chun. My situation is just unique. I believe you'll be even stronger at my age." Lu Qingchen said nothing more, quietly picked up his ice cloud sword, and continued practicing his basic sword techniques. Watching his earnest practice, Han Meng and Lu Yin exchanged a knowing smile. Time slipped away quietly like flowing water. Lu Qingchen, like a precise humanoid machine, tirelessly practiced the seemingly monotonous basic sword techniques over and over again. Finally, after countless repetitions, a sudden clarity welled up from within him. Seizing this newfound insight, Lu Qingchen continued to practice the basic sword techniques. With each movement, a powerful aura began to rise from within him. The simplest of moves, slashing, thrusting, stabbing, now demonstrated a power that far surpassed the ice cloud sword technique he had practiced days before. Every motion was fluid and effortless, perfectly channeling this newfound sword force. Unlike the sharpness condensed in the ice cloud sword technique, the sword force emanating from Lu Qingchen now was incredibly robust. With each thrust and slash, this robust aura became increasingly domineering and fierce. As he executed the final move, an overwhelmingly mighty force descended with the sword blade, instantly reducing the ground within a few dozen meters to rubble. The astonishing power startled Lu Yin, who was watching from the side. She quickly picked up her small stool and hurriedly moved to a safe distance. Lu Qingchen sheathed his sword, feeling secretly delighted that his 3 days of hard work had indeed paid off. From afar, Han Meng watched with a satisfied smile, clearly impressed by Lu Qingchen's performance over the past few days. Master, I feel like something new has appeared in my mind. Is this the sword force? After 3 days of practicing the basic sword techniques, Lu Qingchen had become fully capable of mastering this sword force. That's right, Han Ming rarely praised. From the sword force you're displaying now, it seems you've reached the realm of perfection. Among your peers in Huagua, few can match you. Buoyed by his master's praise, Lu Qingchen eagerly asked, Master, you mentioned my sword force has reached the realm of perfection. What is the next stage? Han Ming explained. Sword force is divided into 4 major realms: minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, and great perfection. Beyond great perfection lies the sword intent, which is something you, in your current Lingwu realm, cannot yet access. Seeing her disciple achieve a breakthrough from minor accomplishment to perfection in just 3 days, Han Ming continued with a joyful heart. The fact that you elevated from minor to perfect sword force in such a short time proves your unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. I believe that with the advancement of your realm, you will inevitably reach the stage of sword intent. Han Ming's words were high praise for Lu Qingchen. Compared to sword force, comprehending one's own sword intent is much more challenging. Han Ming had never known a martial artist below the emperor realm to possess their own sword intent. Even she had only comprehended her sword intent when advancing to the emperor realm from the great perfection of sword force. This understanding granted her formidable strength upon her promotion, allowing her to become the vice president of the Heavenly Tao Academy. Even with an emperor weapon, Long Feng would hesitate to claim a sure victory over Han Ming. Ancient texts state that comprehending sword intent marks a significant step in the path of swordsmanship. However, Han Ming was unaware that Lu Qingchen's true extraordinary potential would only reveal itself upon entering the secret realm. Just then, several figures descended from the sky: 3 other new students and their mentors. With the arrival of Dean Chu and Yu Shan, the 3-day training period had come to an end. The mentors approached Han Ming one by one to report to the vice president. Lu Qingchen's training results are satisfactory, reported the first mentor concisely. On the training field, the 3 mentors wore expressions of satisfaction. Mu Ningyue and Zheng Yu had both met their training targets, and when Dean Chu proudly announced Yushan's training results, excellent, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but look at his grinning good friend Yushan, feeling genuinely happy for him as he was about to become an apprentice under the vice dean. At that moment, a clear and melodious voice broke through the air. Nangong Qianyue elegantly stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Han Ming. The 2 stunning women locked eyes, and it was as if invisible sparks flew between them. Han Ming and Lu Yin exchanged a meaningful glance with Lu Qingchen before turning to leave. The 3 other mentors and Dean Chu, seeing this, also took their leave. Once everyone had left, Nangong Qianyue smiled gently and instructed the 5 trainees, rest for an hour, then we'll officially start training. With that, she closed her eyes to rest. The 5 trainees looked at each other and then each sat cross-legged. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qingchen began to reflect on the sword force he had previously comprehended. It seemed to be refined through countless sword swings, closely aligned with the grand forces of nature. This realization prompted him to ponder. If the way of the sword had its force, could the martial soul also contain some mysterious force? With this question in mind, he closed his eyes and entered the martial soul space. The 3-legged golden crow, with its massive wings engulfed in golden flames and eyes like blazing suns, never ceased to awe him. Although it was his martial soul, each encounter still brought a sense of overwhelming pressure. Through careful perception, he gradually understood that while this force bore some resemblance to the sword force, it was entirely different. It symbolized the supreme power to incinerate all. An hour is up. We will begin now. Nangong Qianyue's voice interrupted Lu Qingchen's contemplation. The 5 stood up straight at once, maintaining the utmost respect for the enigmatic dean. Nangong Qianyue, observing their upright postures, smiled slightly. I hope you can maintain this state throughout. She then announced the training content. For the next 3 days, you must endure under my mental pressure and aura. No matter what method you use, you must persevere, or else your spot in the secret realm expedition will be taken. Upon hearing this, everyone adopted a serious demeanor. Before they could think further, Nangong Qianyue had already declared the start of the training. Instantly, a vast, ocean-like mental force swept over the 5 of them. A vast wave of spiritual energy swept towards Lu Qingchen and his companions, crashing over them like an invisible tidal wave. The 4 talented disciples bent under the force, but their exceptional strength soon allowed them to straighten their backs once again. Lu Qingchen felt a particularly unique pressure, as if an invisible mountain were pressing down on him, its weight ever increasing. Yet, as a favored child of destiny, he refused to bow easily. The sword aura within him surged, dispelling much of the pressure. Among the others, Yushan and Lu Qingchen stood out with their remarkable responses. Yushan's top-tier martial soul, the golden-backed wild bull, instantly embodied him, exuding a heavy and sharp aura that significantly reduced the pressure. Lu Qingchen, leveraging her dual martial souls, released one of them, sprouting two pairs of delicate horns on her head, while her eyes turned a kaleidoscope of colors. Mu Ningyue and Zheng Yu faced a more challenging situation. Although Mu Ningyue's blazing blue feathered eagle was also a top-tier martial soul with 7 soul slots, its speed and attack attributes made it somewhat lacking in spiritual power amplification. Zheng Yu, with his 6 soul slot martial soul, could only grit his teeth and endure. Seeing this, Nangong Qianyue adjusted the pressure she applied. Lu Qingchen immediately felt the pressure multiply, his sword aura like a small boat in a storm, fraught with danger yet steadfast. At that moment, his creation Jade Divine Lotus Martial Soul activated on its own, its jade light soothing his consciousness and instantly dissolving all the pressure. Nangong Qianyue, perceptive to this change, promptly adjusted her strategy. She eased the suppression on Mu Ningyue and Zheng Yu, concentrating more spiritual power and momentum on Lu Qingchen. This wasn't done to target him, but to help enhance their spiritual strength. As the dean of the Sacred Academy, her mastery over spiritual force was unparalleled, allowing her to apply just the right amount of pressure for each individual. After half an hour of perseverance, 5 green lights suddenly radiated from Lu Qingchen, pulsing with life and landing on Lu Qingchen, Yushan, Zheng Yu, and the 2 women. As the light entered Lu Qingchen, it felt like a refreshing stream flowed through his body, reducing pressure and partially restoring his soul power. The others experienced even more significant changes, with their soul power instantly recovering by more than a tenth, and their complexions turning from pale to rosy. Lu Qingchen's martial soul, known as the 5-colored deer, is a rare top-tier auxiliary martial soul. Its uniqueness lies in its ability to assist 5 people simultaneously, with the soul power consumption and healing effect remaining constant whether aiding 1 person or 5. This ability makes her an indispensable part of the team, especially for the upcoming Secret Realm adventure. Lu Qingchen was surprised by Lu Qingchen's willingness to help 4 people despite not being well acquainted with them. Not wanting to take advantage, he immediately used his creation Jade Divine Lotus Martial Soul, sending out 4 jade-like beams that landed on the other 4. At that moment, the powerful effects of the creation Jade Divine Lotus were undeniable. As a top-tier auxiliary martial soul, its healing capabilities far surpassed the 5-colored deer. Yushan and Zheng Yu couldn't help but shout with joy, while the 2 women softly murmured, clearly feeling their soul power and mental strength rapidly recovering. Lu Qingchen's 3rd place ranking in the national martial exam was due to her dual martial soul advantage. However, both of her martial souls only had 6 soul slots, which is why Lu Qingchen held the top spot. In the realm of dual martial souls, the 7 soul slot top-tier talent is more favored. As for Lu Qingchen's supreme martial soul with only 1 soul slot, ordinary examiners couldn't recognize its true value. Apart from Yushan, the other 3 looked at Lu Qingchen with gratitude. This light reignited hope in Mu Ningyue and Zheng Yu, who were on the verge of giving up. Nangong Qianyue admired the unity of these newcomers. As the pressure increased, Lu Qingchen had to release his Golden Crow martial soul. Once the martial soul was activated, the pressure on him significantly decreased. However, Nangong Qianyue was not faring as well. Her complexion turned even paler, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. The moment Lu Qingchen released the 3-legged Golden Crow martial soul, Nangong Qianyue's entire spiritual sea trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. A blazing aura, as intense as the scorching sun, rushed towards her, seemingly intent on igniting the spiritual energy in the void. Nangong Qianyue's pupils contracted sharply. She was no longer facing a young man with spirit martial realm cultivation, but a mythical creature capable of incinerating everything in the world. Although she had heard of Lu Qingchen's awakening of the supreme martial soul, the 3-legged Golden Crow, witnessing its power firsthand left the dean of the Holy Academy deeply shaken. Her formidable cultivation was nearly suppressed by this overwhelming aura, filling her with both surprise and caution. As the 3-legged Golden Crow martial soul was released, the pressure on the other 4 individuals instantly lessened, though this relief was fleeting. A tidal wave of spiritual pressure and aura surged back, firmly suppressing everyone present. Lu Qingchen felt the pressure on him suddenly decrease and immediately focused his mind, beginning to comprehend the forces of heaven and earth contained within the 3-legged Golden Crow martial soul. It was as if he were standing in an endless sea of fire, and when he looked up, a divine bird stood proudly at the pinnacle of the sky. This vision left Lu Qingchen in a daze, deeply shaken. Scorching flames erupted from Lu Qingchen's body, enveloping him in an instant. These flames did not harm him. Instead, they helped alleviate some of the pressure from Nangong Qianyue. Unfortunately, his companions were not as fortunate. Yushan and Zheng Yu bore the brunt of this, feeling the surrounding temperature rise rapidly beyond their limits. Their clothes began to burn, but under the suppression of Nangong Qianyue's spiritual power, They could only grit their teeth and endure the pain. Seeing this, Nangong Qianyue withdrew her spiritual suppression and said helplessly, "You two should go change your clothes first and come back later." Mu Ningyue and Lu Qingchen also felt the invasion of scorching heat, but due to the excellent quality of their garments and their strong backing, they avoided embarrassment. Yushan and Zhengyu, screaming in agony, dashed towards the academy's lake, their burning clothes still on them. At that moment, two icy blue beams descended from the sky, extinguishing the flames on their bodies. Above the clouds, the academy deans exchanged glances at this sight. The icy blue beams were the result of Han Meng stepping in to help. Li Yinqing and Long Feng remarked to each other, as expected of the supreme martial soul, truly unrivaled. To touch the edge of the laws so quickly is extraordinary. Unlike us, who only began to comprehend the laws in the later stages of the honored martial realm. It's astonishing. Han Meng kept a watchful eye on her disciple, who was under the suppression of Nangong Qianyue's spiritual power, worried that Lu Qingchen might be in danger. Nangong Qianyue, deep in thought, cast her gaze towards the people above the clouds. Understanding her intent, Lu Chengfeng transformed into a stream of light and landed beside her. Noticing the rising temperature around Lu Qingchen, Lu Chengfeng said to Lu Qingchen and Mu Ningyue, "You should come over here." Two women hurriedly rushed towards Lu Qingfeng, their footsteps resonating clearly in the silent air. Nangong Qianyue withdrew her mental suppression on them, turning her full attention to Lu Qingchen. At this moment, Lu Qingchen was surrounded by roaring flames within a 10-meter radius. The intense heat distorted the air, with visible waves rolling through it. This fiery spectacle lasted for nearly a quarter of an hour before the flames, as if summoned, returned to Lu Qingchen's body one by one. As the last wisp of flame disappeared into him, a wave of scorching heat surged outward from Lu Qingchen. With eyes closed, he seemed to grasp something intangible. This unprecedented feeling of harmony with the universe was powerful, as if he could incinerate everything with a mere gesture. Lu Qingchen examined himself and discovered a dragonized crimson gold seed slowly rotating in his dantian, continuously absorbing the fire element energy from the world. However, before he could fully comprehend the seed's purpose, Nangong Qianyue suddenly unleashed an even more formidable aura and mental pressure, nearly 10 times stronger than before. The pressure was so immense that Lu Qingchen, who was standing tall just moments ago, was forced to bend over. He clenched his teeth, enduring the overwhelming pressure, and gradually stood upright. His once clear eyes had turned into golden vertical pupils, exuding endless majesty. Lu Qingchen's dragon eyes locked onto Nangong Qianyue, and in that instant, the powerful head of the Divine Academy felt a tinge of fear, as if faced with an emperor of great authority. Simultaneously, the supreme martial soul within Lu Qingchen, the Golden Emperor Dragon, seemed to resonate with his will, letting out a thunderous roar in the soul space. Roar, a bellow erupted from Lu Qingchen's mouth, akin to a dragon's cry from the heavens. The mental pressure from Nangong Qianyue was instantly shattered, and she felt as if her eyes were being pierced by those dragon eyes. Before she could recover from the shock, another primal, wild dragon's roar echoed in her mind. As a pinnacle existence of the true dragon clan, the Golden Emperor Dragon's might was terrifying. It was said that the roar of an adult Golden Emperor Dragon could shatter the heavens, instilling dread in all living beings. Having endured 2 consecutive direct dragon might, Nangong Qianyue could no longer hold on. Her mind was in turmoil, and her body wavered unsteadily. Seeing Nangong Qianyue's pained expression, Lu Qingchen immediately withdrew his martial soul and quickly moved to support the stunning woman, preventing her from falling. With her arm resting on Lu Qingchen's shoulder, she seemed to stabilize somewhat. Feeling a deep sense of guilt, Lu Qingchen quickly employed the divine healing ability he recently acquired from the Soul Pearl. A verdant green light enveloped Nangong Qianyue. With a faint murmur, her previously unstable mental state began to recover. Just as Nangong Qianyue regained her composure, she quickly pushed away the gentle-looking young man, Lu Qingchen, in front of her. Her eyes, filled with a hint of resentment, fixed on him, while a blush crept across her fair face, fortunately hidden by a veil. Although no one could see her expression, the sound she made while being healed by the sacred power was clearly heard by Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingfeng happened to witness this scene and immediately lifted the mental pressure he had placed on the other 4 people. He quickly approached Nangong Qianyue, asking with concern, "Principal, are you okay?" Nangong Qianyue forced herself to remain calm and replied, "I'm fine. It was just a minor accident, and a little rest will do." Satisfied with her response, Lu Qingfeng turned back to the others. Seeing the 4 new students of Yushan craning their necks to look in Nangong Qianyue's direction, he couldn't help but scold with a smile. "What are you looking at? Is there something so fascinating? If any of you can injure me like Lu Qingchen did, then you'd be impressive." With that, he continued to exert mental pressure on them. Above the clouds, Long Feng and his companions were eager to question Lu Qingchen about what had just happened, but knowing that Nan Gongqianyue's training was not yet over, they could only wait anxiously. Long Feng, eyes wide, asked the two beside him. Did you feel that pressure just now? Was it dragon might? Li Yinqing, somewhat uncertain, replied, I'm not sure, but that roar did sound like a dragon's. Long Feng turned to Han Meng. Han Meng, when you were with Lu Qingchen before, did you ever sense anything like this? Han Meng shot Long Feng an annoyed glance and said, You're asking me? Didn't you all watch when I was training him? She too was puzzled by the situation with her disciple. Han Meng thought to herself, could there really be a three-martial soul existence in this world? That roar was unmistakably a dragon's. Recalling the moment she heard the dragon's roar, she couldn't help but shiver slightly. Although she didn't face the dragon's roar directly, as a supreme race among divine beasts, dragons exert a certain suppression over any beast martial soul. Just then, 6 figures descended. It was the senior members of the academy. The one-armed elder asked, what was that sound just now? The other 5 looked at Long Feng with serious expressions. Long Feng was about to answer when he suddenly felt the scenery around him change and found himself in another place. Nan Gongqianyue left him with a message. You should stay in the training room and reflect on what you just realized. I'll come by later. With that, she walked into a room. After the principal left, Lu Qingchen began to observe his surroundings carefully. It was clearly a place fit for living, with a courtyard full of vibrant flowers and plants, each exuding a rich fragrance and spiritual energy. These were evidently not ordinary plants, but rare spiritual herbs. Lu Qingchen thought to himself, is this Principal Nangong's courtyard? As he gazed at the abundance of spiritual herbs before him, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of excitement. He carefully identified the various plants, purple vine, spirit flower, stargrass, his mouth almost watering. Lu Qingchen stood in the grand hall, his eyes sweeping over an array of exquisite treasures. He couldn't help but marvel at these rare items, yet he refrained from acting rashly, especially after unintentionally injuring Nan Gongqianyue. He decided to head to the meditation room to calm his mind. Scanning the surroundings, Lu Qingchen quickly spotted a door labeled Meditation. Upon opening it, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him. The walls of the room were embedded with stones brimming with this energy. Feeling the energy surge into his body, he swiftly closed the door and sat cross-legged. With his eyes closed, Lu Qingchen meditated while recalling the powerful roar he had unleashed earlier. He speculated it might be an innate ability of the Golden Emperor Dragon Spirit. With this question in mind, he accessed his information panel. The panel displayed Host, Lu Qingchen, Martial Spirits, Sun Golden Crow, Golden Emperor Dragon, Genesis, Jade, Divine Lotus. Realm, 8th Stage of Awakening. Spiritual Power, 9th Stage of Bright Moon. Techniques, Sacred Scripture of Burning Heaven, Indestructible Dragon Emperor Body, Genesis, Jade, Pure Heart Sutra. Divine Abilities, Sacred Healing, Golden Sacred Eyes, Cleansing Refinement, 9 Heavens Dragon Roar Inactive. Laws, Fire Dragon Law, Burning Silence. Items, Eastern Emperor Bell, Small Genesis Pill 1, Burning Heaven Divine Seed, Star Refining Cauldron, Soul Stone 10100. Lu Qingchen analyzed the panel information, realizing it wasn't entirely accurate. Besides the 2 divine abilities gained from absorbing soul beads, he couldn't fully control the golden sacred eyes. As for the 9 Heavens Dragon Roar, it seemed only usable when his martial spirit was active. He noticed his spiritual power had advanced from the 7th to the 9th stage of the Bright Moon realm. More intriguingly, the term law had appeared, which he suspected related to a crimson gold seed within his dantian. Observing his dantian, he found the dragonized crimson gold seed rotating continuously. Attempting to communicate with it, Lu Qingchen extended his palm, conjuring a flame out of thin air. With a wave of his arm, the flame transformed into a fiery bird flying forward. As it neared the wall, he quickly retracted his energy, causing the bird to vanish instantly. Is this the power of the laws? Lu Qingchen mused, realizing he could manipulate fire attribute energy with just a thought. Remembering the stardust grass in the courtyard, Lu Qingchen retrieved a large cauldron from his system space. The cauldron was intricately carved with sun, moon, and stars, its interior shrouded in mist. He tossed the stardust grass, acquired from the resource hall, into the cauldron, filled it with water, and with a wave of his hand, a small flame ignited beneath it. Closing his eyes, Lu Qingchen leaped into the cauldron, activating the indestructible Dragon Emperor body. Meanwhile, several senior members of the academy were inquiring about the recent events. Long Feng patiently explained. When Dean Nangong applied mental pressure on Lu Qingchen, this student suddenly let out a roar. We all heard it, but we're not yet certain if it was a dragon's roar. That's essentially the situation. After listening to Long Feng's explanation, the elders of the Heavenly Tao Academy looked serious. The talent of a 3-life martial soul made them ponder the future of this student if he grows strong. who could rival the Heavenly Tao Academy? A burly elder couldn't help but ask. According to you, this student's martial soul must be related to dragons? Long Feng nodded affirmatively. Yes, that powerful roar was most likely from an extremely strong dragon martial soul. He then smiled wryly. But we'll need to ask the student directly for the specifics. Everyone's gaze turned to the ground below, only to find that the figures had vanished. Lu Qingchen and Nangong Qianyue, who were just there, were nowhere to be seen, leaving only Lu Chengfeng and the other 4 freshmen still in training. At this moment, Nangong Qianyue was lazily leaning against an ice-cold tub, her eyes dreamy. Having faced Lu Qingchen's dragon roar Heiden, her mind was in turmoil, and her body broke out in a cold sweat. However, the dragon roar seemed to have loosened a long-standing bottleneck, much to her delight. As the well-informed Dean Nangong, she could accurately determine that Lu Qingchen's other martial soul must be a pure dragon soul, its quality no less than that of the 3-legged golden crow. After all, only a pure-blooded dragon soul could exert such powerful pressure at the spirit martial level. Thinking of Lu Qingchen's other 2 martial souls, Nangong Qianyue couldn't help but internally remark, what a monster, truly monstrous. Recalling the sounds she made during treatment, Nangong Qianyue's face turned slightly red. She was supposed to be training freshmen, yet she ended up embarrassing herself. However, the loosening of her mental bottleneck was some consolation. Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen was enduring immense pain. Ordinary flames couldn't harm him, so he had to use the Golden Crow Emperor flame to temper his body. The water in the star refinement cauldron had long been boiling, and under his control, the Golden Crow Emperor flame burned fiercely. As he endured the scorching heat, he silently cultivated the Emperor Dragon's undying body. As he absorbed the star grass, a dragon pattern gradually appeared on his body, though it was faint and not very clear. Seeing the essence of the herbs in the cauldron depleting, yet the dragon pattern still not vivid, Lu Qingchen felt a bit disappointed. It seems the resources needed to cultivate the first layer of the Emperor Dragon's undying body are more than I imagined. At that moment, a clear and pleasant voice rang out. Calm your mind. Don't lose focus. Keep cultivating. Suddenly, dozens more star grass appeared in the star refinement cauldron. The newcomer was none other than Nangong Qianyue, who had just finished her bath. She had intended to ask Lu Qingchen about his martial soul, but unexpectedly stumbled upon this scene. Lu Qingchen realized that the essence in the refining star cauldron was about to be depleted, so he sprang into action. He quickly picked all the star grass in the courtyard and tossed it into the cauldron. Feeling the energy inside become full again, he wasted no time in activating his cultivation technique and began to absorb it furiously. 15 minutes passed, and once the last trace of the medicinal essence was absorbed, the dragon pattern finally emitted a dazzling light. Lu Qingchen stretched his limbs gently, and a crackling sound emanated from his body. He marveled to himself. Is this the power of the first level of the Imperial Dragon Immortal Body? The feeling of being filled with power was intoxicating. Lu Qingchen sensed that his physical strength had increased at least tenfold. He couldn't help but imagine that if he were to fight Lan Xiao now, he could probably make her cry with just one punch. The thought made him grin. While Lu Qingchen was lost in his thoughts, a cool voice brought him back to reality. Could you put on your clothes before you start grinning like an idiot? Nangong Qianyue's clear and pleasant voice startled Lu Qingchen, making him shiver. Fortunately, the refining star cauldron was spacious enough that from the outside, only Lu Qingchen's well-defined chest muscles could be seen. Nangong Qianyue glanced at him quickly and then turned her face away, leaving with the words, I'll be waiting for you in the courtyard. Lu Qingchen quickly dressed, still feeling the excitement of his powerful body. He thought to himself, another step closer to the king realm. Crossing the living room, Lu Qingchen entered the courtyard. In front of him was a stone table with a few stone chairs around it. Nangong Qianyue was sitting sideways on one of the chairs, her legs crossed, outlining an enticing curve. She gestured for Lu Qingchen to sit on the stone chair beside her. The air was filled with a pleasant fragrance, and Lu Qingchen inadvertently glanced at Nangong Qianyue as she played with her hair. Suddenly, his golden dragon eyes activated, startling him into quickly turning his head away. Lu Qingchen cursed internally. What kind of divine power is this that it activates on its own? Noticing Lu Qingchen's unusual behavior, Nangong Qianyue asked curiously, What are you doing? Nothing. Just suddenly thought of something. Lu Qingchen quickly replied, sitting down at the stone table, not daring to look directly at the headmaster. Nangong Qianyue looked directly at the downcast Lu Qingchen and asked straightforwardly, So, what's going on? Huh, what? Lu Qingchen was momentarily caught off guard, still immersed in the vivid scene from earlier. Don't play dumb. What was that dragon aura you emitted earlier? And why do your eyes turn golden? Nangong Qianyue asked so precisely that Lu Qingchen could no longer hide the truth. He answered honestly, That's another one of my martial souls. I didn't expect my eyes to turn golden when it possesses me. Hearing the young man speak candidly, Nangong Qianyue felt relieved. She probed further. So you have 3 martial souls? And the third one is a dragon-type martial soul, right? Lu Qingchen nodded slightly, meeting her clear eyes as he replied, yes, headmaster. Seeing him answer so frankly without any concealment, Nangong Qianyue suddenly stood up from the stone chair, leaned over, and whispered in Lu Qingchen's ear, would you be willing to become my disciple? Nangong Qianyue's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, lingering in Lu Qingchen's ears. The sudden proposal to take him as a disciple was as shocking as a dragon's roar in the heavens, leaving his mind completely blank. Lu Qingchen's gaze involuntarily settled on Nangong Qianyue's captivating eyes and then swept over her delicate, charming face. He couldn't help but recall the scene when Han Meng helped him absorb the soul bead, and the time he lightly teased his master, resulting in one ear being longer than the other. Faced with such breathtaking beauty, Lu Qingchen's fingers subconsciously curled, almost reaching out uncontrollably. At that moment, a figure in icy blue suddenly emerged from the void. It was Han Meng. Her exquisitely beautiful face was clouded with anger as she coldly questioned, Nangong Qianyue, have you no shame? It turned out that Han Meng and a few others had been eavesdropping on their conversation from the shadows. Nangong Qianyue's actions undoubtedly crossed a line for Han Meng. Nangong Qianyue raised an eyebrow and replied with a mocking tone, oh, what wind blew Dean Han here? You come to my place without even a greeting. Upon hearing this, Han Meng's face flushed with embarrassment. Nangong Qianyue then addressed the void. And the rest of you, don't think I don't know you've been here for a while. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone, except for Li Yinqing who stumbled out of the void, revealed themselves. Suddenly, the once spacious courtyard became crowded. Lu Qingchen watched this unexpected scene unfold, his lips twitching in relief that he hadn't spoken earlier. Nangong Qianyue smiled and said, I'm truly honored to have so many people visit my humble abode. Everyone felt embarrassed at her words. Longfeng quickly explained, we were just worried that the dragon's roar might have harmed Dean Nangong, so we came to check. But Dean Nangong, it seems a bit unfair to claim a disciple before the ceremony. Unfazed, Nangong Qianyue calmly replied, is there a rule at the academy that forbids claiming disciples early? Besides, how do I know you haven't done the same? As she spoke, her gaze fixed directly on Han Meng. Han Meng was left speechless by this remark. If this logic held, wouldn't she be the first to break the rules? The courtyard fell into an awkward silence. As soon as Nangong Qianyue finished speaking, the entire venue fell into silence. The eyes of the deans and senior members all instinctively focused on Lu Qingchen, filled with an unmistakable desire. A genius with 3 martial souls, a rarity that occurs once in millennia. Who wouldn't want to take such a prodigy as a disciple? It not only concerns the future development of the Heavenly Tao Academy, but also holds the hope for their own breakthroughs. Sensing the growing tension, one of the Academy seniors timely broke the stalemate. The most important thing now is to understand this student's martial soul and prepare for the upcoming Secret Realm expedition. This statement was met with nods of agreement, as everyone's attention shifted to more pressing matters. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, Lu Qingchen, however, did not clearly reveal his martial soul, only vaguely answering a few questions. The seniors and deans had no choice but to leave with mixed feelings, leaving Lu Qingchen, Han Meng, and Nangong Qianyue alone in the vast courtyard. Dean Han, aren't you leaving? Or are you staying for dinner? Nangong Qianyue teased lightly. Han Meng gave Lu Qingchen a deep look before turning to leave as well. Why don't you stay here with me for the next couple of days to train? It'll be livelier with one more person, Nangong Qianyue suggested with a smile, temporarily setting aside the matter of becoming a disciple. Over the next 2 days, Lu Qingchen was either diligently training in the practice room or enduring the mental pressure exerted by Nangong Qianyue in the courtyard. This time, she specifically warned Lu Qingchen not to unleash the Golden Emperor Dragon martial soul. Phew, Dean Nangong, you're incredibly strong. After nearly 5 hours of mental and aura suppression, Lu Qingchen weakly remarked. Nangong Qianyue withdrew her pressure and walked straight into one of the rooms, leaving Lu Qingchen lying on the courtyard floor, catching his breath. This special training had pushed his mental strength to a new breakthrough. Before long, Nangong Qianyue returned with a few small plates. Let's eat something together. Lu Qingchen was surprised to see this versatile dean. The meal was eaten in silence, both of them preoccupied, with Nangong Qianyue sipping her soup and Lu Qingchen hesitating to speak. Dean Nangong, I'll be leaving soon, Lu Qingchen finally said after a long pause. Oh, then go ahead, Nangong Qianyue replied calmly, still focused on her soup. Seeing her unchanged expression, Lu Qingchen rose heavily and slowly walked toward the door. Come back. Just as Lu Qingchen was about to leave, Nangong Qianyue suddenly called out. Hearing faint footsteps behind him, Lu Qingchen slowly turned around to see a graceful figure. Nangong Qianyue elegantly approached him, her slender hand removing a translucent necklace from her snowy neck. She gently placed the necklace around Lu Qingchen's neck, her movements imbued with a subtle tenderness. This is a spiritual defense artifact, Nangong Qianyue explained, her voice melodious like a clear spring. It's different from other artifacts. It's triggered. Once you face a spiritual attack, it will sense it in advance and protect your consciousness from harm. As she spoke, her moist eyes lingered on the young man before her, showing a hint of concern. And, she paused, her voice dropping a notch, don't die. Before her words fully settled, the enchanting presence of the dean disappeared into thin air, as if she had never been there. Lu Qingchen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Over the past 2 days, he had gained some understanding of Nangong Qianyue. She was extremely serene by nature, indifferent to most things, quite similar to his master. Apart from teaching him, she spent her time either cultivating or meticulously tending to the garden. Lu Qingchen looked down at the crystal-like necklace, noting the mysterious engravings, yet no trace of spiritual energy, resembling an ordinary accessory. He toyed with it for a moment, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door to leave the fragrant courtyard. As soon as he stepped over the threshold, he saw a figure waiting outside. Han Meng, with a displeased expression, huffed. You finally decided to come out. I thought you were going to stay with her forever. No. Lu Qingchen touched his nose, his tone slightly guilty. Come with me, Han Meng said, seemingly seeing through his thoughts, giving him a glare. I have something to discuss with you. They arrived at another courtyard, where Han Meng got straight to the point. You mentioned your third martial soul is the Golden Emperor Dragon? Lu Qingchen nodded, and a golden dragon silhouette appeared behind him. The Golden Emperor Dragon martial soul manifested, exuding an ancient, wild aura. Han Meng scrutinized the dragon shadow for a few seconds, then signaled Lu Qingchen to retract it. How many people know your martial soul is the Golden Emperor Dragon? Han Meng asked seriously. So far. Only you and Dean Nangong know, Lu Qingchen admitted, his tone filled with guilt. Han Meng almost laughed in exasperation but quickly composed herself. She knew Nangong Qianyue had greatly aided her disciple, so it was understandable for Lu Qingchen to confide in her. You did the right thing, Han Meng said sternly. It's important not to reveal the type and name of your martial soul lightly. There are many types of dragon martial souls, and even among dragons, the abilities of pure-blooded true dragons vary. While they are deans and seniors of the academy, it's essential to remain cautious, especially in secret realms. Hearing his master's words, Lu Qingchen felt a warmth in his heart. Understood, master. I won't tell others casually. Seeing her disciple taking her advice to heart, Han Meng nodded in satisfaction. It seems that some of the seniors at the academy have connections with the holy city of life. They might ask you to look out for Lu Qingchen in the secret realm. Han Meng's gaze was extremely serious, and Lu Qingchen nodded slowly, weighing his thoughts. Ensuring his own safety in the secret realm was of utmost importance, but if Lu Qingchen could be of assistance, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. However, when it came to the opportunities and rare treasures within the secret realm, he resolved to rely on his own abilities. I've told you almost everything you need to know, Han Meng said, glancing at the darkening sky outside. It's late now, so you should stay here tonight. I'll go rest, and tomorrow morning I'll take you to a good place. With that, Han Meng headed straight into a room. Lu Qingchen found a clean room, lay down, and closed his eyes. The fatigue from 6 consecutive days without rest finally caught up with him, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. As dawn approached, Lu Qingchen woke up. After a simple wash-up, he sat in the living room waiting. Half an hour later, Han Meng's door opened. Lu Qingchen immediately noticed Han Meng's poor condition. Her face was pale, lips were purple, and she exuded a chill. Master, what's wrong? He asked anxiously, stepping forward. Han Meng waved her hand, her voice gentle but slightly weak. Just a minor issue during last night's cultivation, nothing major. Lu Qingchen grasped her cold hand and immediately used his sacred healing powers, channeling the warm energy of the burning heaven sacred tome into her body. Han Meng initially wanted to pull away, but feeling the warmth, she silently accepted it. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Qingchen released her hand and asked with concern, Master, are you feeling better? Han Meng felt warmth throughout her body, the coldness completely gone. She smiled gently at her disciple. Much better. Let's go. The two of them vanished in an instant, reappearing at the heavenly sacred pavilion. This time, they were not on the 3rd floor, but in the underground level. According to the arrangement of the academy's higher-ups, Lu Qingchen and 4 others, including Yushan, would spend the last few days on this spiritual vein. Lu Qingchen looked at the crisscrossing spiritual veins before him, almost speechless with amazement. Brother Chen, you're the last one. Hurry over and start cultivating, Yushan called out to him. Following Yushan's guidance, Lu Qingchen found a spot rich in spiritual energy and began to voraciously absorb it from the vein. 4 days later, everyone was exuding a thick wave of spiritual energy, clearly having made progress. Lu Qingchen felt he was still some distance from the 9th level of spiritual martial, but time was running out. Let's head out now. We're leaving for the secret realm today, he reminded. Hearing this, Everyone became serious and left the spiritually abundant cultivation sanctuary. Facing the unknown secret realm, each person was filled with anticipation and apprehension. The first floor of Tiansheng Pavilion was bustling with people. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the arrival of the new students, and the air was filled with anticipation and tension. Long Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned to Li Yinqing and asked with a smile, "Yinqing, what do you think these youngsters have achieved after days of training?" Li Yinqing pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, "They've probably reached the 5th level of Lingwu, and some might even have reached the 6th or 7th level." Dean Chu shook his head helplessly, with a hint of teasing in his voice. "Can't you be a bit more optimistic?" An elder from the academy sighed deeply, his eyes full of hope. "I wish they gained something from this journey to the secret realm." Lu Qingfeng joined the conversation, his voice low. "I heard there's a saint-level legacy in this secret realm. Besides the 3 prestigious schools, people from the 3 great temples are involved too. Competing with temple disciples for the saint-level legacy is nearly impossible." Hearing this, Li Yinqing's face showed discontent. "I don't understand the temple people. They already have saint-level techniques, yet they still send disciples into the secret realm. What about the other forces in China?" Long Feng patted Li Yinqing's shoulder and advised earnestly, "That's just how it is. You're not young anymore. You should understand. In the world of martial arts, it's survival of the fittest. Which force doesn't want to grow stronger?" Li Yinqing's expression darkened with reluctance. "I know. It's just a pity for these youngsters. Without the temple people, they could really shine and gain something." As everyone chatted, figures began to emerge from the training room. Lu Qingchen and others had finally completed their training. The elders and deans present immediately focused their attention on these new students, their eyes filled with expectation. 6th level of Lingwu, 7th level of Lingwu, 7th level of Lingwu, 7th level of Lingwu. As they glanced at Zheng Yu and others, surprise was evident on their faces. When their gaze fell on Lu Qingchen, everyone's eyes widened. 8th level of Lingwu. And it wasn't just a simple 8th level. The soul power emanating from Lu Qingchen was incredibly strong, clearly approaching the threshold of the 9th level of Lingwu. Except for Nangong Qianyue and Han Meng, everyone else was visibly delighted. An elder, sensing their levels, couldn't help but clap and laugh. "Excellent, excellent." Long Feng cleared his throat and scanned the crowd. "Ahem. If anyone has anything to say it quickly. We're about to set off." As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. However, Lu Qingchen could hear faint whispers as everyone switched to communicating through sound transmission. After a few minutes of silence, Long Feng spoke again, his voice carrying a hint of gravity. "The secret realm you're about to enter is called the Tianzu Secret Realm, rumored to be an ancient battlefield. It's filled with fierce spirits formed from the resentment of creatures that died in battle. So besides watching out for other faction students, be wary of these fierce spirits within the secret realm. It is said that the most powerful malevolent spirits in the secret realm can even reach the level of a sovereign. You must be extremely cautious." This statement struck Lu Qingchen and his companions like a bolt of lightning. Malevolent spirits at the sovereign level? Wouldn't that be comparable to the strength of the deans? A chill swept over them, and they couldn't help but shiver. If they really encountered such beings, even 100 legs wouldn't be enough to escape. Seeing their faces change dramatically, Long Feng quickly explained, "Don't worry, most of these spirits are at the spirit martial level. The higher level spirits generally guard treasures, and as long as you don't provoke them, they won't attack you." Hearing this, the group felt slightly relieved. After all, their purpose was to seek opportunities, not to court death. An elder nearby, worried they might forget what's important, reminded them, "Remember, besides staying alive, the most important thing is to find the inheritance and techniques of the sacred realm. We're counting on you kids." The group nodded solemnly, determination shining in their eyes. Sensing the time was right, Long Feng waved his hand. "Enough talk. Let's set off for the secret realm now." As his words fell, the others gradually dispersed, leaving only Lu Qingchen and his 4 companions along with the 3 deans. At that moment, Nangong Qianyue's gaze fell on Lu Qingchen, and she softly transmitted a message, "Come back alive." This sentence etched itself deeply into Lu Qingchen's mind. With everyone who needed to leave gone, a light suddenly flashed from Han Meng's spirit beast pouch. Instantly, an ice-blue divine bird appeared before them, emanating waves of cold air. Long Feng exclaimed, "Dean Han, your ice luan has reached the sovereign level." Han Meng gently stroked the ice luan's head and said to the group, "Climb on." Hearing this, they wasted no time and swiftly mounted the ice luan's back. Once everyone was settled, Han Meng lightly patted the bird's head and softly said, "Little Bing, let's go." The ice luan let out a loud cry and spread its enormous wings. With a gust of wind, it whisked them away, vanishing into the sky. Meanwhile, in a picturesque location, numerous teams had already gathered. A student from Wuhan University couldn't help but ask, "I heard the secret realm opens in an hour. Why aren't the students from the 3 elite schools here yet?" Someone nearby replied, "Well, They are the elite schools after all. It's normal for them to be fashionably late. Exactly, elite schools have their pride, and the experts always make a grand entrance. The crowd burst into laughter. In this scenic area, the students from Wuhan University were all present, chatting in small groups. Suddenly, one of them asked, Dean Wang, is it true that the students from the three elite schools going to the secret realm this time are all freshmen? This question immediately caught everyone's attention, and all eyes turned expectantly. Dean Wang nodded in confirmation. Yes, I've heard some rumors too. It seems the freshmen from these elite schools are exceptionally gifted, and the schools have high hopes for them. The actions of the three prestigious schools have caused quite a stir. Students from various Seoul martial universities gathered, their faces filled with dissatisfaction and anger. A middle-aged man couldn't help but speak up. The three major schools are completely disregarding us by only sending freshmen. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of agreement erupted around him. These senior students from various Seoul martial universities were at least at the 8th level of the spirit martial stage, with some even reaching the 9th level. To them, sending freshmen to such an important secret realm expedition was nothing short of contempt and insult. This secret realm journey is crucial for our school's future, one student exclaimed passionately. If any Seoul martial university gains something from the secret realm, it might soar to new heights, possibly even joining the ranks of prestigious schools. Exactly, another chimed in. The three major schools are well aware of the importance of this secret realm journey, yet they dare to treat it so frivolously. Are they digging their own graves, or just sending these freshmen to their deaths? Right. Even the most gifted freshmen can't be beyond the 5th level of the spirit martial stage, can they? We're all at least at the 8th, or even 9th level. The atmosphere grew increasingly intense, with many instructors and deans from the Seoul martial universities frowning, puzzled by the actions of the three major schools. However, secretly, they were pleased, as fewer strong competitors could be advantageous for them. Some even began to imagine whether their school could rise to prominence after this secret realm journey. Nevertheless, the leaders of these Seoul martial universities reminded their students, even though the three major schools are sending freshmen, don't underestimate them. The reputation of the three major schools speaks for itself. Meanwhile, on the back of the Ice Phoenix, Long Feng, the dean of the Heavenly Tao Sacred Institute, was advising Lu Qingchen and his group of 5. By the way, the Ice and Snow Sanctuary will also have participants in this secret realm. You can team up with them when the time comes. Yushan asked with some confusion. Ice and Snow Sanctuary? We haven't interacted with them, or even know them, Dean. Long Feng explained. It's fine. Our Heavenly Tao Sacred Institute is supported by several sanctuaries, including the Ice and Snow Sanctuary. If you encounter them, you can join forces. I believe they won't refuse, as there's strength in numbers. Except for Lu Qingchen, the other 4 nodded in agreement. However, Lu Qingchen had different plans. He understood well that in this world where the strong prey on the weak, even sworn brothers could turn against each other for profit. If they teamed up with others, how would they divide the opportunities and treasures? Conflict might arise within their own team before even clashing with other forces. In Lu Qingchen's mind, everyone entering the secret realm, except for the 4 from the Heavenly Tao Sacred Institute, was considered an opponent. Even among those from the same institute, he only fully trusted Yushan. After all, having grown up together, he knew Yushan like the back of his hand. Han Ming's expression was grave as he scanned the crowd, warning them with a serious tone. This time, you must be especially cautious of the Monster Academy and the temple's people. It's said that the students they've sent are extremely powerful, particularly those from the Flame Temple and Thunder Temple. Monster Academy has their support. Besides the Ice and Snow Temple, these 2 temples will also head to the secret realm. They're essentially on the same side, so don't underestimate them. Long Feng heard this, his brows furrowed, and he agreed. Dean Han is right. These 2 temples are definitely aligned with Monster Academy. If you encounter them, fight if you can, and if not, retreat immediately. Hearing the news of the alliance between the 2 temples and Monster Academy, Lu Qingchen and the others' faces turned serious. Just then, a thunderous beast roar interrupted their thoughts. Roar! It's the black armored flood dragon. The people from War God Academy are here, someone exclaimed. A massive beast covered in black scales slowly descended. It looked both like a dragon and a serpent, exuding an aura of majesty. Several figures stood on its back, clearly members of War God Academy. A middle-aged man in black was the first to leap down, followed by 5 young students with extraordinary presence. The leader was a tall, resolute-looking young man with eyes full of intense fighting spirit. Wow, is that Duan Hongtian? The 4th in the national martial exams. Duan Hongtian joined War God Academy? You're so out of the loop, that's old news. I heard he recently challenged someone at the 9th level of Spirit Martial with his 8th level skill and wasn't defeated. Is he really that formidable? How long has he been at War God Academy? The surrounding students from Martial Seoul University burst into discussions, and the leaders of various academies also focused their attention on the tall young man. As everyone was in shock, a clear cry sounded from the distance. Screech. Everyone turned to see a giant ice luan gracefully land. As it touched down, a gust of wind swept through, causing those nearby to stagger and struggle to remain standing. A handsome man and a stunning woman gracefully descended from the ice luan's back, followed by Lu Qingchen and 5 others. They were members of the Heavenly Tao Institute. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the members of the Heavenly Tao Institute. Who is that woman? Is she a mentor from the Heavenly Tao Institute? She's so beautiful, like a celestial being. Why doesn't our academy have mentors like her? Sob. I'm going to pursue her, don't stop me. With your looks, do you think you stand a chance? Get out of the way, let me try. Seeing Han Meng's stunning beauty, the other students from Martial Seoul University couldn't help but exclaim. Lu Qingchen touched his nose, somewhat amazed. I didn't expect our master to be so popular. Hearing the commotion from their students, some mentors turned their gaze towards the Heavenly Tao Institute. Realizing who they were, they quickly warned their students to be quiet. Joking aside, she was the vice dean of the Heavenly Tao Institute, a powerful figure at the Fenghuang realm. Such a figure could destroy a city with a mere wave, let alone deal with them. Zheng Yu looked around excitedly and asked, so many people, are they all waiting for the secret realm to open? It's the first time I've seen so many soul martial artists of the same realm. Mu Ningyue responded. Probably, otherwise why would they be standing around? At that moment, a sharp eagle cry pierced the sky. Long Feng's expression turned serious as he spoke slowly. The people from Monster Academy are here. His gaze was fixed on the approaching eagle-like beast, his demeanor becoming more solemn. A massive eagle-like beast with a wingspan of several dozen meters and a body of stony gray suddenly descended with a piercing screech. Instantly, students from other factions covered their ears, with some even crying out in pain. However, Lu Qingchen and his companions remained unscathed. The ice luan beside them flapped its wings gently, easily neutralizing the harsh sound wave. After folding its large wings, the ice luan raised its head proudly, displaying a nearly human-like expression of disdain. Seeing this, Lu Qingchen and the others couldn't help but smile. Murong Chinchin giggled. Hee, Dean Han, your ice luan is really interesting. It even mocks others or rather, mocks the eagle. The ice luan tilted its head and glanced at her upon hearing this. Han Meng explained helplessly. Little Bing has this kind of personality, always putting on airs when it encounters other spirit beasts. It has high intelligence and can basically understand what we're saying. As if to confirm her words, the ice luan let out a chirp. Long Feng shook his head and sighed. Monster Academy is still the same, always trying to intimidate students from ordinary martial soul universities to assert their prestigious status. By this time, the leaders of the Martial Soul University had reacted, quickly raising protective barriers around their suffering students to block out the piercing sound waves. 9 figures descended gracefully from the back of the eagle-like beast. They were the leaders and students from Monster Academy participating in the secret realm exploration. The middle-aged man at the front had a face as handsome as jade, and his refined appearance was comparable to Long Feng's. Behind him was a cold-looking middle-aged man whose sharp, eagle-like eyes were unsettling. Lu Qingchen observed carefully and noted that this man bore a striking resemblance to Yao Qingguo. Seeing this, Long Feng explained, the one at the front is the dean of Monster Academy, and the cold man behind him is the vice dean, surnamed Yao. Lu Qingchen and Yu Shan exchanged a glance, a cold killing intent rising in their hearts. The memory of their humiliating escape and the powerlessness they felt against a strong enemy was still etched in their minds. It was precisely because of this that they had trained so hard after enrolling, waiting for this day. Only blood could wash away their humiliation. Sure enough, besides the 2 deans, Yao Qingguo was also present. Even more surprisingly, Yan Zian was among them. At this moment, Yao Qingguo and Yan Zian were also looking towards Tiandao Sacred Academy. When Yao Qingguo noticed Lu Qingchen watching them, he sneered contemptuously and made a provocative throat-slitting gesture. Faced with such a crude provocation, Lu Qingchen's eyes flashed with golden light, and a majestic dragon aura burst forth instantly. Just moments ago, Yao Qingguo was locked in a stare with Lu Qingchen, but suddenly lost his balance and fell backward. Fortunately, Yan Zian, who was right beside him, reacted quickly and caught him, preventing an embarrassing scene. The aloof woman at the forefront noticed this and slightly frowned, clearly displeased by the unexpected situation. At this moment, the 2 deans of the Monster Academy also sensed something was amiss. The hawk-eyed middle-aged man among them snorted, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Is this the kind of lowly tactic that the Heavenly Tao Academy resorts to? Long Feng heard this and curled his lips into a cold smile. Doesn't your Monster Academy use such tactics often enough? We're no different. This sharp exchange of words caused the Monster Academy students to glare angrily at the dean of the Heavenly Tao Academy, and the atmosphere became tense. The middle-aged man with a jade-like face leading the group chuckled lightly to diffuse the tension. Arguing is pointless. Let's prove ourselves through action. If not a single student from the Heavenly Tao Academy comes out later, I hope Dean Long won't be too disappointed. Long Feng, unwilling to show weakness, let his deep voice echo through the area. Fine. I'll be waiting. I want to see if your Monster Academy can still keep its top title after this secret realm. The jade-faced man snorted and chose to ignore the dean of the Heavenly Tao Academy, whom he deemed unreasonable. This minor episode quickly passed. With less than half an hour before the secret realm opened, the scene quieted down. Long Feng was giving final instructions to Lu Qingchen and the others, using his spiritual power to transmit his voice. This secret realm has never been explored before, not even by the people of the temple. There may be many precious treasures inside, but remember, opportunities often come with risks. Once inside, your actions will not be known to outsiders, but I hope you all stick together. If anyone intends to harm you, don't hesitate, take them all down. Don't worry, the academy has your back. Lu Qingchen and Yushan nodded slightly. Both had already experienced the harshness of martial arts when they awakened their martial souls, especially Lu Qingchen, who had the experience of 2 lifetimes. If someone tried to harm him or seize his opportunities, he would show no mercy. However, Lu Qingchen, Mu Ningyue, and Zheng Yu's expressions changed slightly upon hearing these words. Unlike Lu Qingchen and Yushan, they had experienced smooth sailing since awakening their martial souls. The dean's words, hinting at killing and seizing treasures without mercy, caused a violent tremor in the hearts of these 3 young people who had never killed before. They couldn't help but question in their hearts, is it really necessary to be so ruthless for a bit of opportunity? These are living, breathing people. Long Feng keenly noticed the change in their expressions and instantly understood their thoughts. But he didn't mind, thinking that after this secret realm, they would naturally understand the reasoning behind it. Finally, Long Feng gave Lu Qingchen a separate reminder. Lu Qingchen, I hope that once you enter the secret realm, if you have the ability, you can look after those 3 a bit. Especially Lu Qingchen and Mu Ningyue, those 2 young girls, as the forces behind them are extremely powerful. In the future, they might be able to offer you some help. Long Feng didn't convey the message to all 5 people at once. Instead, he discreetly reminded Lu Qingchen. The dean's special attention to Lu Qingchen was evident. Lu Qingchen nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He had already made up his mind to moderately assist others as long as it didn't compromise his own interests. At that moment, the 7 students from the Monster Academy stood expressionless, waiting for the secret realm to open. Besides the original 5, the Alchemist Association had sent 2 representatives to participate. The 2 deans chatted and laughed on the side, seemingly unconcerned about the students entering the secret realm. Just a few minutes before the secret realm was about to open, a figure emerged from the void. It was the Tianyang Palace Master, who had previously come to the Heavenly Tao Academy to inform Long Feng. He surveyed the surroundings and announced loudly, "Since everyone is here, let's prepare to open the secret realm." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 beams of light appeared, and the representatives from the Flame Temple, Thunder Temple, and Ice Temple emerged one after another. Everyone present turned their attention to these representatives from the top forces of China, filled with curiosity and anticipation. The representative from the Flame Temple was a man with short crimson hair, his features sharply defined, and his tall, slender figure exuded elegance. His fiery red temple robe made him look like a god of fire. He smiled and said to the person next to him, "Lei Heng, I didn't expect the Thunder Temple to send you to the secret realm this time. It seems this place is quite extraordinary." The man referred to as Lei Heng snorted coldly and retorted unceremoniously, "Yin Hao, don't think I don't know how much the Flame Temple values this secret realm. If we meet inside, don't expect me to go easy on you." Yin Hao merely chuckled indifferently in response. The Ice Temple sent a young girl in a white long dress. She was tall and full-figured, with a delicate nose and long eyelashes, her elegant dress accentuating her alluring curves. Unlike the other 2 temple representatives, she did not speak upon arrival, merely scanning the surrounding academies. When her gaze fell on the Monster Academy, she frowned slightly. But upon seeing Long Feng and Han Meng from the Heavenly Tao Academy, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She walked briskly over to the Heavenly Tao Academy, offering a slight bow and saying, "Greetings, Dean Long, Dean Han." Long Feng nodded with a smile, while Han Meng, somewhat surprised, asked, "Elon, why did the Ice Temple send you this time? Are you entering the secret realm?" The young girl nodded slightly, answering, "Yes, Dean Han." Lu Qingchen and the others looked at the 2 deans in confusion, puzzled about why a disciple from the Ice Temple was so familiar with them. Noticing the students' confusion, Han Meng explained, "Her name is Elon. She joined the Heavenly Tao Academy last year and became a core student. However, she was later taken as a disciple by the Vice Master of the Ice Temple. I mentored her for a while when she was at the academy. So that's how it is." Lu Qingchen and the others suddenly understood and nodded in acknowledgement to the disciple of the Ice and Snow Sanctuary. And Elon smiled in response and then turned to Han Meng, frowning slightly as she asked, "Dean Han, is the Heavenly Tao Academy only sending these 5 people this time?" Han Meng, already aware of the situation, explained, "That's right. Although their levels are still low, their talents are exceptional. This journey is meant for their training. She glanced at Lu Qingchen and the others, particularly at Zheng Yu, who was at the 6th level of Lingwu, and continued. Ilan, you're still at the 9th level of the Lingwu realm. Isn't your cultivation progress somewhat unusual? And Ilan gave a wry smile and admitted. To be honest, the current divine abilities of the sanctuary don't quite suit me. I came here hoping to find a life-altering divine ability that fits me. She paused and added, to advance from Lingwu to Diwu, one needs to base it on a divine ability. My master also mentioned that this unexplored secret realm might reveal a soul seed, so I came to try my luck. Upon hearing about the soul seed, a gleam flashed in Lu Qingchen and the others' eyes. Although Lu Qingchen already had the burning heaven divine seed, he still lacked 2 soul seeds for the 2 supreme martial souls. If they could find them in this secret realm, it would be an unexpected delight. At that moment, an ancient altar slowly rose. The elderly and authoritative voice of the Sun Palace Master echoed around. Life and death are determined by fate within the secret realm. No matter what happens, no major power shall pursue it. Violators will face the sanctuary's judgment. Esteemed emperors, please join me in opening the secret realm. As soon as he finished speaking, the emperors present began to act, pouring their vast spiritual power into the altar like a tide. After about a minute, the altar radiated brilliant light, and a thunderous roar came from the void as a spatial rift gradually appeared. The rift grew larger, eventually forming a 7-colored vortex, twisting the very fabric of the world. The Sun Palace Master shouted, "Now is the time. Quickly enter the secret realm." Hearing this, everyone rushed toward the vortex without hesitation. Just as they were about to step in, a voice echoed. The exit of the secret realm will open in 1 month, and you will be randomly transported to various locations. Be prepared. Lu Qingchen calculated the month's time in his mind, then felt a dizzying sensation. The 7-colored vortex lasted for about 30 seconds, and once everyone had entered, the emperors ceased their spiritual power infusion. The vortex, losing its support, gradually shrank and finally disappeared as a spatial rift. The Sun Palace Master bid farewell to the other deans. You may return now. The exit of the secret realm will open in 1 month. At that time, these students will appear randomly across Huagua, so please be prepared. After an indeterminate amount of time, the dizzying sensation faded, and a bright light flashed before Lu Qingchen's eyes. The next moment, he landed steadily, finding himself within the heavenly ancestor's secret realm. Upon landing, Lu Qingchen immediately scanned his surroundings with caution, ensuring there was no immediate danger. He found himself in an ancient, dense forest, surrounded by countless towering trees that reached heights of over 100 meters, their branches and leaves lush and abundant. The growth of such massive trees required ages, and Lu Qingchen silently estimated the age of this mysterious realm. While he was pondering, a strong surge of spiritual energy emanated from the southwest. Without hesitation, Lu Qingchen sped towards the source, moving like lightning. He deftly navigated through the tall grass, almost as if he were a nimble creature of the forest. In just 10 minutes, Lu Qingchen approached the source of the spiritual energy. Along the way, he had already activated his cleansing of the mundane ability, seamlessly blending his presence with the environment, making himself nearly undetectable. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the forest's tranquility. Holding his breath, Lu Qingchen saw 2 massive figures confronting each other ahead. A tiger-like beast with golden fur let out an angry roar first. Its fur gleamed like armor under the sunlight, its huge green eyes filled with menace, and its 2 protruding saber teeth glinted coldly. Lu Qingchen immediately recognized it as the legendary golden-armored saber-toothed tiger. He recalled the ancient texts he had studied before entering the realm, which described this beast's features in detail. Its golden fur was as hard as armor, impervious to ordinary weapons, and its saber teeth were incredibly sharp, capable of piercing through other beasts with ease. Opposing it was a blood-red, ape-like beast, equally fierce, with protruding teeth and blood-red eyes filled with malice. It wielded a giant tree it had just uprooted, appearing agitated by the tiger's provocation, yet unwilling to retreat even a step. Lu Qingchen quickly identified it as the legendary blood demon ape, another extremely powerful beast. Seeing the 2 beasts in a stalemate, he keenly sensed that something valuable must be attracting them. Upon closer inspection, Lu Qingchen's gaze fixed on something behind the blood demon ape. Indeed, a vibrant, dragon snake-shaped spiritual herb was swaying gently in the breeze, exuding a rich herbal fragrance. 7-leaf dragon agave. Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up, his heart racing. This was a sacred herb that appeared only once in a century. This elixir is extremely rare, with only 1 leaf growing every 100 years, and it takes a full 700 years to mature. Once mature, it transforms into a sacred medicine, said in ancient texts to have the power to revive the dead and regrow flesh on bones. Lu Qingchen held his breath and focused intently on the dragon agave behind the blood demon ape. His eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully examined the shape and size of each leaf. Suddenly, he noticed that the last leaf was noticeably smaller than the other six. Not fully mature yet, he thought to himself. The two fierce beasts, the golden-armored saber-toothed tiger and the blood demon ape, had also noticed this fact. They eyed each other warily, muscles tense, ready to strike at any moment. The air was thick with tension, ready to explode. Lu Qingchen was in no hurry. He estimated the time. This dragon agave will mature in less than half a day. He had no intention of missing out on such a rare sacred medicine. He pressed his body closer to the ground, completely blending into the dense underbrush. Thanks to the concealment of his mystical arts, even powerful creatures like the golden-armored saber-toothed tiger and the blood demon ape could not detect his presence. As the two beasts remained in a standoff, Lu Qingchen's senses suddenly heightened. He keenly sensed several strong presences approaching. Someone's coming, he realized immediately, yet he remained still and maintained his position. The golden-armored saber-toothed tiger and the blood demon ape also sensed these new presences but chose to ignore them since they were too weak to pose a threat to such powerful beasts. Senior Zhou, look, there's a colorful elixir over there. A sharp voice suddenly broke the silence. A frail young man excitedly pointed at the dragon agave behind the blood demon ape and spoke to the person next to him. The young man, referred to as Senior Zhou, dressed in white, followed the direction of the pointing finger, and a flash of joy crossed his eyes. He lowered his voice and said to the two other young men beside him, "You two distract those beasts for a moment. I'll grab the elixir, and then we can divide it." One of the young men with a square face hesitated and said, "Senior Zhou, those two beasts look really powerful. The two of us might not be able to handle them." Hearing this, Senior Zhou took out a fiery red longsword from his storage ring and handed it to the square-faced young man. "This is a high-grade sword given to me by the Dean for protection before entering the secret realm. Use it to lure those beasts away." The square-faced young man's eyes lit up as he quickly took the sword, no longer questioning. Senior Zhou continued to instruct, "Watch for my signal. Just draw the beast's attention slightly, and once I have the elixir, we'll retreat immediately." The two young men nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Now," Senior Zhou signaled, and the two young men burst forth, launching an attack on the two beasts. The square-faced man gripped the high-grade weapon tightly and shouted at the golden-armored saber-toothed tiger, "Beast, come meet your end." He swung the sword, sending a fiery red arc slashing towards the tiger. This action shattered the stalemate. The arc of the sword was deflected by the golden fur of the tiger. Angered by the provocation from such a weak creature, the beast roared and charged directly at the square-faced man. A fierce gust of wind swept through as the massive form of the golden-armored saber-toothed tiger lunged forward like lightning. The square-faced man stood frozen before its gaping maw, his legs trembling and his mind blank, forgetting to dodge. In the next instant, the beast's sharp teeth clamped down with a sickening crunch of breaking bones, blood spurting out as the man's body was torn in two. The frail young man following closely behind witnessed this gruesome scene and was petrified with terror. As a student from an ordinary martial arts university, he had never experienced such brutality. They were used to sparring with fellow students, stopping before any real harm was done, but had never encountered such deadly combat. Paralyzed with fear, he couldn't move. At that moment, a massive hand of the blood demon ape came hurtling down with a smack, reducing him to a bloody pulp. Meanwhile, the white-robed young man known as Senior Zhou had reached the seven-leaf agave. The intense aroma of the medicinal herb filled the air, and his eyes gleamed with greed. Without hesitation, he grasped the plant's roots, trying to pull it out. However, despite several attempts, the agave remained firmly rooted. As the two fierce beasts charged towards him, he quickly let go and turned to flee. Unfortunately, it was too late. A searing flame engulfed him, turning him to ashes in an instant. It was the work of a terrifying mythical bird circling above, responsible for the deadly fire. Lu Qingchen witnessed all of this, his expression unchanging, his heart as calm as still water. This was the distinction between the top 3 academies and ordinary martial arts university students. He could accurately assess the beast's levels and remained unfazed by the bloodshed. In contrast, the ordinary students, especially the square-faced young man, forgot even the basic act of dodging in the face of life and death. As time passed, the scent of the agave grew stronger. The previous standoff was broken, and the 3 powerful beasts were locked in fierce combat. Roars of beasts and cries of birds echoed through the ancient forest, blood staining the ground. Towering trees, hundreds of meters tall, snapped under the strain of battle, while Lu Qingchen stealthily approached the agave. He did not rush to pick the sacred herb, but patiently waited for the right moment. Suddenly, the beast in the sky unleashed a massive flame that hit the blood demon ape squarely. Flames raged over the ape's body, causing it to howl in agony, its blood-red eyes glinting with a terrifying ferocity. With a powerful leap, its massive frame soared 100 meters into the air. The long staff in its hands whistled through the air as the blood demon ape swung with all its might at the mythical bird. The fiery demon sparrow, heavily injured, let out a piercing cry as it plummeted to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the golden-armored saber-toothed tiger pounced swiftly, its sharp saber teeth sinking deep into the sparrow's neck. Blood gushed out like a fountain as the fiery demon sparrow desperately flapped its wings, its struggle gradually weakening until it lay completely still after one last mournful cry. Standing atop the sparrow's corpse, the golden-armored saber-toothed tiger's saber teeth were stained with blood. Its eerie green eyes glinted with ferocity as it roared towards the sky before launching itself at the blood demon ape that had just landed. The blood of the sparrow had stirred its savage nature, driving it to seek a swift victory and claim the dragon agave for itself. Unwilling to be outdone, the blood demon ape swung its long staff, sending the tiger tumbling. However, the tiger's golden armor provided formidable defense, rendering the ape's attacks ineffective. The successive setbacks enraged the golden-armored saber-toothed tiger, which, with a burst of golden light, charged at the blood demon ape with reckless abandon. In the close combat that ensued, the tiger exhibited extraordinary ferocity, biting the ape's neck with precision. The blood demon ape howled in pain, dropping its staff as its massive fists pounded the tiger's belly. Yet, the golden-armored saber-toothed tiger refused to release its grip. After 5 minutes of stalemate, the ape's fists fell limp, its life force extinguished. Victorious, the golden-armored saber-toothed tiger roared triumphantly to the heavens, only to be struck by a fatal blow at the height of its triumph. A pair of golden claws silently pierced through its chest. The tiger's head turned slowly, its green eyes flashing with unwillingness. It saw a seemingly weak human, but it was too late to retaliate. With one final roar, the mighty golden-armored saber-toothed tiger collapsed to the ground. Lu Qingchen coldly observed the fallen beast, his golden pupils devoid of pity. He had quietly approached using his supernatural abilities as the tiger attacked the blood demon ape. Even a fierce beast would lower its guard after defeating 2 opponents of the same level. Knowing the terrifying power of the golden-armored saber-toothed tiger, Lu Qingchen showed no mercy. Instantly merging with his golden emperor dragon martial soul, his claws targeting the vital spot and crushing its beating heart. Walking slowly to the 7-leaf dragon agave, Lu Qingchen's lips curled slightly. In this brutal battle, he was the true victor. Approaching the 7-leaf agave, Lu Qingchen cautiously scanned his surroundings. Once he was sure everything was safe, he retrieved a shovel from his storage ring. The roots of this sacred herb were extensive, deeply intertwined with the soil. He couldn't help but recall the foolish attempt of a young man in white who had tried to pull it out by hand. Patiently, Lu Qingchen dug until he reached a depth of 1 meter, finally uprooting the entire plant and carefully transplanting it into a jade pot. Although the academy provided each person with a storage ring containing 100 cubic meters of space, Lu Qingchen preferred using the storage space that came with the system. With a mere thought, the 7-leaf agave vanished silently into the air. Having dealt with the sacred herb, Lu Qingchen turned back to the golden-armored saber-toothed tiger's carcass. A golden soul bead was slowly rising, trembling slightly in midair. His eyes lit up as he swiftly took out a jade box and carefully secured the soul bead. Then, the entire beast body was stored in his system space. Despite being only a sovereign martial realm beast, its value was considerable. The sharp saber teeth could be used to make weapons, the fur for armor, and the meat was a top-grade ingredient. Lu Qingchen then approached the other 2 beasts. Unfortunately, the blazing firebird and the blood demon ape had not left soul beads, so he could only store their bodies in his system space as resources for cultivation. Meanwhile, other cultivators who had entered the Heavenly Ancestor secret realm were also seeking their own opportunities. Yushan had some luck, being transported to a cave where he discovered a storage ring and a jade tube on a stone table. Just as he joyfully picked up these treasures, a cold gleam attacked from behind. "Drop those things on the table, you mutt." Yushan quickly dodged, turning to see a pockmarked young man glaring furiously at him. At this moment, having counted his gains, Lu Qingchen quietly slipped into a hidden stone cave. Sitting cross-legged, he took out the 7-leaf agave and without hesitation, placed the fiery red leaf into his mouth. The leaf melted instantly, turning into a sweet juice that he swallowed in one gulp. Lu Qingchen immediately activated his cultivation technique, frantically absorbing the essence of the sacred herb. Moments later, Lu Qingchen's body began to glow, becoming crystal clear and radiant. The crimson gold seed in his dantian spun violently, expanding visibly. He felt a deeper understanding of the laws of heaven and earth, even sensing the fire elements freely floating in the air. Lu Qingchen felt a surge of energy coursing through his body like a tidal wave. With the help of the sacred herb, the 7-leaf dragon agave, he effortlessly broke through to the 9th level of the Lingwu realm. Feeling the powerful force within, Lu Qingchen murmured to himself. Is this the power of the sacred herb? It allowed me to break through so easily. In reality, the greatest benefit of the seven-leaf dragon agave is enhancing a warrior's understanding of the laws of nature, with only a modest boost to soul power. As for the legendary ability to bring the dead back to life, that is largely exaggerated. Different types of sacred herbs naturally have different effects. Nonetheless, the spiritual energy contained in this herb was enough to help Lu Qingchen advance a small level in his cultivation. Putting away the dragon agave, now with only 6 leaves remaining, Lu Qingchen quickly left the stone cave, thinking, it's time to find Yushan and the others. At this moment, Yushan was locked in fierce combat with a pockmarked man. Past grievances burned like fire, making their encounter particularly intense. The ambush they had previously faced was fresh in both Yushan and Lu Qingchen's minds. This pockmarked youth named Yao Chengwu had tried to kill them over a minor conflict, fueling Yushan's anger. Instantly, Yushan's golden-backed bull martial spirit possessed him, and the spiral horns on his head emitted a dazzling golden light. The powerful strike came with great momentum, and Yao Chengwu narrowly dodged it. In the blink of an eye, Yushan brandished a beast-patterned staff, aiming a fierce blow at Yao Chengwu. Yao Chengwu quickly formed an ice wall in front of him and unleashed his own martial spirit. His eyes transformed into sharp eagle eyes, and his hands became eagle claws. Bang! The staff smashed into the ice wall, shattering it instantly. The staff's momentum didn't falter, continuing towards Yao Chengwu. But as a fellow top student, Yao Chengwu was no easy opponent. Facing Yushan's full-force strike, he met it head-on with his claws. The clash between the staff and the claws sparked a series of blinding flashes. Yao Chengwu, staring at Yushan, taunted, "Show me what else you've got." Yushan squinted his eyes, gathering soul power within. A mountain-like aura began to form behind him. As Yushan's presence grew stronger, even the top-tier genius Yao Chengwu felt immense pressure. No longer hesitating, Yao Chengwu launched an attack. However, Yushan unleashed a terrifying will, swinging his staff with a gust of wind, striking hard at Yao Chengwu. At this moment, Yao Chengwu felt as if he were facing a towering mountain, nearly suffocating under its weight. With the staff whistling toward him, he had no time to dodge, crossing his arms to brace for the impact. Boom! The beast-patterned staff struck down, and Yao Chengwu's crossed arms glowed brightly. After enduring the hit, his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily against the cave wall. Ugh! Yao Chengwu coughed up blood, his face pale as paper, unable to move. If not for his defensive spiritual artifact, this strike might have sent him to his death. Watching Yushan stride towards him, Yao Chengwu's eyes turned dim and lifeless. He knew his life was nearing its end. Lu Qingchen, having successfully broken through to the 9th level of Lingwu, emerged from the stone cave and once again unleashed his cleansing divine power. His figure moved like a phantom through the ancient forest, only a blurred silhouette flickering among the dappled shadows of the trees. After running for about 10 minutes, Lu Qingchen suddenly halted, a slight frown on his brow. He keenly sensed 2 unfamiliar presences ahead to his left, distinctly different from those of any forces from Huagua. Cautiously, he moved slowly toward the source of the auras. The scene before him was unexpected. 2 young men in white, each carrying a long sword, were fiercely battling a massive, tusked beast of the Diwu realm. As Lu observed, a sharp sword light sliced through the air, causing the beast to spray blood and collapse with a heavy thud. With a fluid motion, the handsome young man in white sheathed his sword and casually stored the beast's body in a storage ring. His companion immediately praised him. "Brother Wang, your sunset sword technique is becoming more formidable. Even a Diwu realm beast is no match for you." The young man called Brother Wang smiled smugly. "Of course, I've mastered the sunset sword technique. Handling a beast at the initial stage of the Diwu realm is a piece of cake." He patted his fellow disciple on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Zhang, it's a rare opportunity for us to enter the Tianzu secret realm. We must find a powerful legacy. Otherwise, it'll be hard to explain when we return." The young man named Zhang nodded in agreement. "Yes, Brother Wang. I heard that warriors from Tianzu domain have entered as well, likely seeking the secret realm's legacy. I wonder how strong they are." Upon hearing this, Brother Wang's face showed disdain. "Those fools from Tianzu domain can't compare to our Lingxiao sect. If we encounter them, we just kill them. Besides, Brother Lingyun is here with us this time." Zhang Bin's eyes lit up with excitement. With Brother Lingyun's strength, I bet he's already broken through to the Diwu realm by now. Hiding in the shadows, Lu Qingchen was confused. Tianzu domain? Lingxiao sect? And who is this Brother Lingyun they mentioned? Could these be the people from another world that the dean spoke of? With this thought, Lu Qingchen hesitated no longer. Like an arrow released from a bow, he shot out directly at the 2 young men in white. The sudden attack left them stunned. As Brother Wang was about to shout a question, Lu Qingchen unfurled his dragon wings and swiftly closed the distance. Golden claws flashed like lightning, and before Brother Wang could react, His chest was torn open. He flew back like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground, evidently gravely injured. Seeing this, Zhang Bin was terrified and turned to flee. However, Lu Qingchen would not let him escape. Ignoring the severely injured brother Wang, Lu Qingchen pursued with relentless speed, his sharp dragon claws swiftly seizing Zhang Bin by the throat. He lifted the struggling Zhang Bin and casually tossed him beside the injured brother Wang. At this moment, the two young men in white were like fish on a chopping board, their lives entirely in Lu Qingchen's hands. Lu Qingchen glanced indifferently at the two people on the ground and said sternly, "I ask, you answer." Seeing that escape was impossible, Zhang Bin's eyes flashed with a hint of malice. He forced himself to remain calm and said, "Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Do you know we are from the Lingxiao sect?" A cold glint flashed in Lu Qingchen's eyes, surprised that the defeated young man still dared to threaten him. Without a word, he swiftly moved his claw, and a chilling light flashed. "Ah, my arm!" Zhang Bin, who had just been threatening, screamed in agony as blood gushed out. He clutched his severed arm, his face turning deathly pale. Lu Qingchen coldly repeated, "I ask, you answer. Do you understand?" Seeing Lu Qingchen's ruthlessness, the two were terrified and nodded repeatedly. We understand, we understand." Satisfied that they were no longer resisting, Lu Qingchen asked, "Where are you from? And why did you enter the Tianzu secret realm?" The young man with the surname Wang answered with a trembling voice, "We are from the Lingxiao sect. The sect sent us into the Tianzu secret realm." Lu Qingchen continued to question, "What is this Tianzu domain you mentioned, and who is Ling Yun to you?" At the mention of Ling Yun, a look of admiration flashed in the young man's eyes. "The Tianzu domain is the weakest area in the celestial world. Senior brother Ling Yun is the strongest disciple in the spiritual martial realm of our Lingxiao sect, and the leader of our group in this secret realm." Lu Qingchen's expression grew serious, as if he had guessed something. He narrowed his eyes and asked the two young men in white, "Which region are you from? And why do you kill the martial artists from the Tianzu domain when you encounter them?" "We are from the Lingxiao sect of the Tianxian domain," the young man replied honestly. "As for why we kill the martial artists from the Tianzu domain, it's because our sect leader said they aren't very strong but are extremely wealthy, so we should rob them if we can." "What a rob if you can?" Lu Qingchen suppressed his anger and said calmly, "One last question. How many disciples did your Lingxiao sect send this time? And how many sects from the Tianxian domain have entered this secret realm?" Zhang Bin, the one with the severed arm, showed a flicker of resentment in his eyes and cautiously asked, "Wait, we've answered several of your questions already. If we answer this one, will you let us go?" Lu Qingchen smiled and nodded. "Yes, answer this question and I'll let you go." Believing Lu Qingchen wasn't lying, Zhang Bin quickly said, "Our Lingxiao sect sent 10 disciples this time, and including us, 3 major sects from the Tianxian domain have entered." The two young men looked at Lu Qingchen anxiously. "We've answered your questions. Can we go now?" Lu Qingchen nodded. "Yes, you can go." Seeing that Lu Qingchen was indeed letting them go, the two young men in white quickly got up and stumbled away. However, they had barely run 10 meters when a sharp sword light suddenly flashed. The two young men felt dizzy, and in the next moment, blood gushed from their necks as they collapsed to the ground, their heads severed from their bodies. Lu Qingchen looked at the two headless corpses in front of him and shook his head with some regret. "I said you could go, and you really went. Did you think I'd let you bring back reinforcements to kill me? How naive." He sheathed his ice cloud sword and strode forward, leaving the two bodies to grow cold behind him. Lu Qingchen stealthily approached the bodies of the two Lingxiao sect disciples, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. He quickly searched the corpses and soon found a storage bag and a storage ring. The seals on these storage artifacts were easily erased, indicating that these disciples held low status within their sect. Eager to inspect his spoils, Lu Qingchen first opened the storage bag, only to be disappointed by its contents. A few jade bottles containing unknown liquids, a small pile of faintly glowing soul stones, and some ordinary clothing. These Lingxiao sect disciples are really poor. He couldn't help but mutter. With a hint of hope, Lu Qingchen turned to the storage ring. Inside, he found the freshly killed carcass of a fierce beast, several bottles of elixirs, and more piles of soul stones. Just as he was about to give up, a map made of a special material caught his attention. The map was intact, with certain areas marked in red and annotated with notes. Raising an eyebrow, Lu Qingchen speculated that this might be a map drawn by the higher-ups of the Lingxiao sect. To verify his guess, he rummaged through the storage bag again and indeed found an identical map among the miscellaneous items. "It seems the sects in the Tianxian domain have some knowledge about this secret realm," he mused, beginning to study the map closely. The map depicted only a small portion of the secret realm, coincidentally the forest where Lu Qingchen was currently located. According to the map, this place was called the Forest of Fallen Gods. Legend has it that tens of thousands of years ago, this was an ancient battlefield where countless mighty beings fell, including various fierce and even divine beasts. The forest was named for the many divine beasts buried there, with tales of true dragons, phoenixes, and Chinchin participating in the epic battle. Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up, and his heart raced. If the map's claims were true, the value of this secret realm was beyond measure. He recalled the drop of true dragon blood he consumed during his body tempering stage and couldn't help but feel excited. If I could truly find the body of a divine beast, he thought, his spirit igniting with fervor. After careful observation, Lu Qingchen noticed two red-marked locations on the map, a mountain range and a vast lake. He flew 100 meters into the air to confirm his position and decided to head toward the marked mountain range. The map included a note beside the mountain range reading, "Treasure, extreme danger." Without hesitation, Lu Qingchen flew towards the mountain range, thinking to himself, life and death are fated, wealth and honor are determined by the heavens. Opportunities often come with risks. If I'm scared off by a few words, how can I speak of reaching the pinnacle of martial arts? His figure quickly vanished above the dense forest, heading toward unknown opportunities and challenges. Just as Yushan raised his long staff, ready to end Yao Qingwu's life, a bolt of lightning struck him hard. The electric flash exploded on Yushan's chest, instantly tearing apart his clothes and flesh. This sudden attack sent Yushan flying backward, rolling several times on the ground as his blood and energy churned within him. Although his injuries were not severe, Yushan warily turned his head towards the entrance of the cave. A slender figure slowly walked in, a young man dressed in robes embroidered with lightning patterns, his expression cold and arrogant. Upon seeing this young man, hope suddenly sparked in Yao Qingwu's previously dim eyes. "Lei Heng, save me," he called out urgently. Yushan stared at the aloof young man and asked in a deep voice, "Are you from the Thunder Temple?" Lei Heng glanced at Yushan with disdain, ignoring his question, and walked straight toward Yao Qingwu. Just as he was about to help Yao Qingwu up, Yushan's beast-marked staff came crashing down. Lei Heng slightly dodged the attack, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Yushan. "You dare attack me? Do you have a death wish?" Yushan grinned provocatively. "If you dare save that beast, I'll kill you." Upon hearing this, Lei Heng clenched his fists, a menacing look crossing his face. It seems the Thunder Temple hasn't acted in so long that even some worthless fools dare to show off in front of me. As he finished speaking, his expression changed, and a more powerful bolt of lightning shot toward Yushan. Yushan swung his long staff, easily deflecting the attack, and launched a fierce counterattack. Seeing this, Lei Heng's eyes sharpened, enveloping his fists in lightning as he aimed straight for Yushan's face. Bang! Lei Heng's fist collided with Yushan's staff, producing a metallic clang. The ripple of spiritual energy spread out, causing Yushan to stagger back 3 to 4 feet. In contrast, Lei Heng only took a few steps back. The disparity in cultivation between the 9th and 7th levels of spiritual martial arts was immediately apparent. While the two were engaged, Yao Qingwu quickly moved to the side, sitting cross-legged. He retrieved a small porcelain bottle from his storage ring, poured out a healing pill, and swiftly swallowed it to begin recovering his strength, clearly planning to join Lei Heng in taking down Yushan later. Yushan discerned Yao Qingwu's intentions. After exchanging dozens of blows with Lei Heng, he seized an opportunity and struck at the healing Yao Qingwu. However, Lei Heng instantly blocked the attack. Seeing the situation, Yushan took the chance to quickly escape the cave. Lei Heng approached Yao Qingwu and asked in a serious tone, "How's your recovery? Are you okay?" Yao Qingwu's eyes showed a venomous glint as he gritted his teeth. "I've mostly recovered, but all the treasures in the cave were taken by that brat. I can't believe you got injured by someone of the same level. If your big brother finds out." At these words, Lei Heng's expression turned dark. Yao Qingwu continued, "Lei Heng, could you do me a favor?" "Go ahead. That brat must be low on spiritual energy now. Can you help me hunt him down?" Lei Heng frowned and replied, "The temple entrusted me with very important tasks, so I might not be able to help you. I'll give you a king-level weapon if you kill him." Yao Qingwu offered his bait. After a moment of consideration, Lei Heng couldn't resist the temptation of the royal weapon and nodded decisively. "Let's go." As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Qingchen and his companions vanished like the wind, swiftly pursuing their path out of the cave. Guided by the map, they raced through the forest, running for a full 2 hours. In the distance, a range of rolling mountains gradually came into view, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Lu Qingchen's sharp gaze locked onto one towering peak among them. They approached cautiously as he keenly sensed the surrounding spiritual energy growing denser. Just under 1,000 meters from the mountain, Lu Qingchen abruptly halted. Extending his senses, he detected the presence of numerous warriors lurking around the mountain, some familiar, others not. "So many people," he muttered, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the imposing mountain. When his eyes caught sight of the mountain's summit, he was stunned. At the peak stood a tall fruit tree, its branches bearing 9 bright red fruits. These fruits, varying in size, swayed gently in the breeze, emitting a captivating red glow. Lu Qingchen's eyes widened, and his body trembled involuntarily. Sacred blood heaven fruit. It's actually sacred blood heaven fruit. And there are 9 of them. He thought wildly, incredulous at encountering such a legendary treasure. He recalled the ancient text describing the sacred blood heaven fruit, a holy herb more precious than any other, with a singular effect, enhancing one's martial spirit potential. Simply put, if a person had 6 soul slots in their martial spirit, consuming one sacred blood heaven fruit would increase it to 7. However, each person could only benefit from one fruit. Consuming more offered no additional advantage. Lu Qingchen already possessed 2 supreme martial spirits, with the creation jade divine lotus boasting 7 soul slots. If he could consume a sacred blood heaven fruit, the creation jade divine lotus would ascend to become a supreme martial spirit. 3 supreme martial spirits. This was nothing short of a miracle in the cultivation world. With these thoughts, even Lu Qingchen's usual composure couldn't quell his excitement. He forced himself to calm down and carefully observe the area around the peak. About 30 individuals were hidden in the shadows, including 2 unfamiliar presences at the Earth martial realm. However, Lu Qingchen's spiritual power allowed him to easily pinpoint their exact locations. At that moment, faint voices drifted up from the mountainside. A mischievous young girl asked, "Sister, why don't we go and pick that spirit herb now? Are there others after it?" A cold and aloof woman replied softly, "Quiet down. Many people have their eyes on that spirit herb. Let's wait and see." A man in black nodded in agreement. If Lu Qingchen were present, he would have recognized these 3 as members of Monster Academy. Recalling the contents of the ancient texts, Lu Qingchen's gaze slowly shifted to the foot of the mountain. Lu Qingchen stood atop the mountain, his brow furrowed. He muttered to himself, "The sacred blood-scorching fruit tree is extremely particular about its growing conditions. It shouldn't be able to thrive on a regular mountaintop. According to ancient texts, this mountain must be extraordinary." His gaze swept over the peak and settled on the sacred blood-scorching fruit tree, which bore 9 fruits. Why does it bear so many fruits? Lu Qingchen pondered deeply. Suddenly, he keenly noticed a hidden crevice at the mountain's base. His eyes lit up, and thoughts flashed like lightning through his mind. "I understand now," he whispered excitedly. "There must be a secret within this mountain." Without hesitation, Lu Qingchen employed his divine ability to cleanse away impurities and stealthily descended to the mountain's base. He gazed at the dark crevice and slipped inside without a second thought, sealing the entrance with stones as he went. His golden saint eyes activated automatically, golden light flickering in his eyes. Cautiously, Lu Qingchen proceeded along the narrow passage, unsure where it would lead. Meanwhile, Yushan fled from the cave dwelling, darting frantically through the forest. In just a few minutes of combat, he had sustained several wounds, with lightning clinging to him like parasites, burning with pain. "I have to find Brother Chen first," Yushan muttered with a grave expression. "That kid is so lucky he managed to survive." Clearly, he was dissatisfied with the sudden turn of events. Fortunately, he had taken the scroll and storage ring from the cave dwelling. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. Yushan took out the storage ring but found it couldn't be opened, seemingly protected by a seal. "I'll have to wait until I find Brother Chen," he sighed, frowning. Just after swallowing a healing pill, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Brother Lei Hung, that kid is nearby. He can't escape." "Damn it," Yushan cursed under his breath, not expecting to be caught up with. Seeing the two getting closer, he had no choice but to continue fleeing. "There he is, after him," Yao Qingwu shouted, pursuing closely with Lei Hung. As the chase continued, Lei Hung and Yao Qingwu repeatedly launched attacks, causing Yushan's wounds to multiply. The 3 of them continued this pursuit for over an hour. Feeling his soul power nearly depleted, Yushan knew he couldn't escape any longer. He stopped, turning to face his pursuers. Yao Qingwu laughed mockingly. "Ha ha, why don't you keep running? Why stop now?" Yushan slowly drew his beast-patterned staff, speaking softly. "Brother Chun, we'll have to be brothers in the next life." In the next moment, the staff swung through the air, and the 3 of them roared as they clashed, the battle erupting instantly. Lu Qingchen walked along the narrow path at the foot of the mountain, his golden eyes flashing. He keenly spotted several king-grade herbs growing erratically by the roadside. Without his special eyes, these rare medicinal plants might have easily been overlooked. Carefully, he placed them into his storage ring and continued on his way. A minute later, he reached the end of the path, blocked by a massive rock. Approaching it, Lu Qingchen tapped the rock lightly, and the crisp echo made his eyes light up. It was hollow behind the rock. With a low shout, he channeled his soul power and unleashed a burning heaven-sacred fist at the rock. Boom! The rock shattered, revealing a man-sized hole. Lu Qingchen swiftly moved to the entrance and peered inside. His expression shifted from surprise to awe as he took in the astonishing scene before him. A small lake of milky white liquid came into view, surrounded by a concave pit filled with translucent stones. Above, the roots of a sacred blood-scorching fruit tree were visible, its thick roots embedded in the corpse of a golden divine bird. "I'm rich," Lu Qingchen exclaimed in disbelief, even suspecting he was in an illusion. He slapped himself hard, rubbed his eyes, and looked again. The scene remained unchanged. Without hesitation, he dove toward the milky white lake. Meanwhile, outside the mountain, numerous martial artists had gathered. On the mountainside, a young man in white asked his handsome senior brother Ling Yun how much longer they had to wait. Ling Yun calmly replied that they were waiting for everyone to arrive before taking action. No sooner had he spoken than someone, unable to hold back, rushed toward the sacred blood skiriching fruit tree at the mountain summit. Seeing this, Ling Yun sneered. The martial artists of the Tianzu domain are quite impatient. A disciple beside him suggested they take action immediately, but Ling Yun reminded them they needed to wait for Li Yi of the Beast King sect to appear. Sure enough, in another part of the mountainside, 7 or 8 figures suddenly emerged. Leading them was Li Yi, a burly man with a face full of scars, who roared and struck a student from the ordinary Martial Soul University with a palm the size of a fan. Thud! The student was hit, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting blood. A chaotic battle was on the verge of breaking out, with various factions poised and the situation in the mountain rapidly changing. The students of Wuhuan University were stunned, watching their companion collapse to the ground. One of them finally snapped back to reality and shouted angrily, "Who are you? How dare you be so brutal?" Li Yi sneered dismissively. "You bunch of weaklings think you can compete with us for the spiritual medicine? Get lost." These words infuriated the students from Wuhuan University. The leading student, his face flushed with anger, gritted his teeth and yelled, "Brothers, let's go. I refuse to believe we can't overpower them with our numbers." In an instant, dozens were embroiled in a fierce melee. Fists and feet flew, weapons clashed, and the sound of battle cries filled the air. Amidst the chaos, Ling Yun seized the opportunity and whispered, "Now's the time, let's go." He led the charge towards the sacred blood sky fruit tree, with the rest of the Lingxiao sect disciples following closely behind. Li Yi of the Beast King sect saw this, his expression turning dangerously dark as he cursed, "Damn it." Not far away, a pair of sisters were observing from the shadows. The younger sister asked mischievously, "Sis, should we intervene? Who are those two groups? They don't seem to be participants from our country in this secret realm." The elder sister pursed her lips calmly and replied, "Let's wait and see. I haven't seen these two groups before. They must be from another world." Meanwhile, Lu Qingchen had silently arrived at a lakeside. He bent down to drink a few gulps of lake water and then took out a small white jade bottle. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the bottle expanded and began to absorb the lake's liquid. Lu Qingchen's eyes sparkled with delight. "I never expected to find earth core spiritual milk here, and a whole small pool of it. I won't have to worry about resources for cultivation anymore." He urged the jade bottle to frantically absorb the entire lake of earth core spiritual milk. Soon, the lake was drained, revealing the secrets at its bottom. 7 or 8 milky white, paste-like objects came into view. Lu Qingchen's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "Is this earth core spiritual marrow?" His heart surged with excitement. The earth core spiritual milk was already a rare treasure, but the earth core spiritual marrow before him was even more precious. Not only did it contain rich spiritual energy, but it could also restore mental strength and nourish the sea of consciousness. It's unlikely any major force in our country could find a single piece this large, and here were 7 or 8. Lu Qingchen took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. He knew this opportunity would have a significant impact on his cultivation journey. Gulp! As Lu Qingchen gazed at the 7 or 8 pieces of jade essence in front of him, his Adam's apple involuntarily moved. Each piece was the size of an adult's palm, and together they weighed dozens of pounds. Under his gaze, the surface of the jade essence glimmered with a lustrous sheen, as if whispering their extraordinary nature. As treasures of immense value in the realm of spiritual power, these earth core spirit essences are priceless. For soul warriors, spiritual power not only accelerates the comprehension of techniques, combat skills, and divine abilities, but is also an indispensable energy source when unleashing divine abilities. Especially after breaking through to the king realm, the importance of spiritual power grows exponentially. From the sealing king realm onwards, a cultivator's understanding of the laws of heaven and earth directly determines their level of achievement. This is akin to how Nangong Qianyue ascended to the position of the Holy Academy's director, thanks to her spiritual power far surpassing that of ordinary people. Lu Qingchen's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the priceless pile of earth core spirit essences. With these treasures, his status at the heavenly Tao Holy Academy would surely soar. Even the ever-proud Long Feng would have to bow down. However, he was unaware that an even greater surprise awaited him. Meanwhile, the sound of fierce metal clashing echoed not far away. Yushan was engaged in a life-and-death battle with Lei Heng and Yao Chengwu, two formidable spirit martial Ninth Realm warriors. Facing the assault from these two masters, Yushan knew his death was inevitable, yet he gripped his beast-patterned staff tightly, abandoning defensive moves and launching a desperate all-out attack. Yao Chengwu and Lei Heng in response to Yushan's furious assault, chose to maneuver and wait for his soul power to deplete. Although Yushan's attack was ferocious, his body was already covered with wounds of varying sizes. At the brink of life and death, Yushan unleashed an astonishing fighting spirit, a majestic aura rising behind him as he swung his staff with world-destroying force towards Yao Qingwu's chest. Yao Qingwu's pupils contracted, not expecting Yushan to trade his life for life. At that moment, Lei Heng's long blade sliced through the air, aiming straight for Yushan's head. Yushan's staff sent Yao Qingwu flying, and before he hit the ground, Yao Qingwu spat out a mouthful of blood. Facing Lei Heng's lethal strike, images of his parents and Lu Qingchen flashed in Yushan's mind as he murmured, "Dad, Mom, Brother Chun." Yushan did his best. At this moment, Lu Qingchen was completely oblivious to Yushan's peril, busy storing the dozens of pounds of Earth Core spirit essences into his storage ring, smiling from ear to ear. Now, both he and Yushan no longer had to worry about their cultivation resources. In the distance, the sounds of intense fighting could be heard, indicating that a fierce battle was taking place outside. As Lu Qingchen prepared to pick the sacred blood Tontian fruit, a white jade-like spike suddenly caught his eye. He approached cautiously, gently running his fingers over the spike. It felt smooth and warm like jade, yet its shape resembled the horn of some fierce beast. After summoning his martial spirit, Lu Qingchen's golden claws began to dig rapidly. Before long, the ground collapsed with a crash, and he fell into an underground chamber. Once he steadied himself and looked up, a massive figure stood before him. It was a gigantic mythical beast with a lion's head and tiger's eyes, adorned with a pair of deer antlers atop its head. Its body resembled a moose, covered in dragon scales that shimmered with a cold light, and its tail was thick like that of a bull. The entire body was as white as jade, with faint hues of yellow and red in a few places. Despite its lifeless state, it still exuded an aura of awe-inspiring power. "Is this a Qilin?" Lu Qingchen stammered, trembling. It was his first time seeing the legendary creature in person. After calming down a bit, he surveyed his surroundings, and even more astonishing sights met his eyes. The corpses of Tao Tai, Xiongqi, White Tiger, Golden-Winged Roc, Nine-Headed Golden Lion, and many other fierce beasts lay quietly buried in this underground space. Most surprising of all was the sight of a familiar Golden Emperor Dragon, whose aura resonated deeply with him. What delighted him further was that these mythical and fierce beasts were well preserved, showing minimal signs of damage aside from their lifelessness. Recalling how consuming just a single drop of true dragon's essence had propelled him to an unprecedented level in body refinement, Lu Qingchen's eyes burned with fervor. The power contained within these mythical beasts far exceeded ordinary imagination. If he could acquire enough of their blood for cultivation, the thought nearly made him drool. But he quickly regained his composure, realizing that transporting these massive creatures wouldn't be easy. Taking a deep breath, he approached the Qilin. As he placed his hand on it, he willed it, and the Qilin's body vanished into thin air. "It works." Lu Qingchen's eyes lit up, silently grateful for the system's miraculous abilities. With the system's help, one by one, the precious corpses of the mythical beasts were swiftly stored in the system space. When the last beast was finally stored away, a satisfied smile appeared on Lu Qingchen's face. The gains from this secret realm expedition left Lu Qingchen barely able to contain his excitement. His gaze swept over the mountains of rare treasures surrounding him, making even the legendary sacred inheritance seem less significant. With these resources, even a pig could cultivate to become a sage. Lu Qingchen chuckled to himself, yet he was unwilling to miss any opportunity. After all, the path of cultivation beyond the king realm was increasingly difficult, and one could never have too many resources. He crouched down and began to collect spirit stones one by one from the deep pit. These stones were larger and contained pure spiritual energy compared to ordinary soul stones. In China, apart from those who had transcended tribulations and achieved the realm of martial sovereign, most cultivators relied on soul stones for training, as spirit stones were exceedingly rare. After storing all the spirit stones in his system space, Lu Qingchen looked up at the sacred blood skiriching fruit tree atop the mountain and the lone divine beast corpse beside it. A daring idea crossed his mind. If the divine beast's corpse can be stored in the system space, could the sacred blood skiriching fruit tree be stored as well? Unfurling his wings, he swiftly ascended to the golden divine beast's body. Upon closer inspection, he identified it as a golden-winged roc. Ancient texts claimed that the golden-winged roc was the fastest in the world, unmatched in speed among divine beasts. Legend has it they preyed on dragons, but Lu Qingchen speculated that they likely only hunted earth dragons and similar dragon beasts. Encountering a golden emperor dragon would make it uncertain who the predator truly was. Without further hesitation, Lu Qingchen decided to store both the sacred blood skiriching fruit tree and the golden-winged roc in the system space. He knew this would certainly make him a target, but he was never one to shy away from challenges. What he set his sights on would be his, no matter what. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Lei Heng's blade was about to slash at Yushan's neck. At the critical moment, an ice blue longsword appeared, blocking the fatal blow. And Ilan, in a flowing white dress, gracefully exchanged dozens of moves with Lei Heng before lightly landing beside Yushan. I'm not dead. Yushan opened his eyes in disbelief, seeing a slender figure, the girl in the white dress wielding the ice blue sword standing against Lei Heng. And Ilan, are you going to stop me? Lei Heng's face twisted with rage, gritting his teeth as he questioned her after his lethal strike was thwarted. Lei Heng's blade flashed like lightning, heading straight for Yushan. Just at that critical moment, a figure darted in like a bolt of lightning, with a sword held at an angle, blocking the deadly strike. And Ilan's eyes blazed with anger, her voice icy. Lei Heng, as a member of the Sacred Hall, how can you stoop so low as to join forces and attack a warrior weaker than yourself? Have you no shame? Lei Heng's expression was dark as he replied coldly. I must kill this man. And Ilan, if you leave now, I owe you a favor. He was still thinking about the king-level spiritual weapon promised by Yao Qingguo. And Ilan did not respond, but instead raised her swan-like neck slightly, lifting her sword. Her intention was clear. If you want to kill him, you'll have to get past me first. Lei Heng, angered by this silent provocation, had a stormy expression. He glanced at the unconscious Yao Qingguo on the ground, took a deep breath, and fixed his gaze on Yushan. Kid, you're lucky this time. And Ilan can't protect you forever, so I'll let you live a bit longer. With that, he hoisted the unconscious Yao Qingguo onto his shoulder and turned to leave. Yushan, unwilling to appear weak, shouted fiercely. I'll return those words to you. Next time we meet, I'll kill you. Lei Heng chuckled coldly at this, ignored him, and walked away. Once Lei Heng was gone, and Ilan turned to Yushan and asked with concern, How are you? Are your injuries serious? Yushan scratched his head sheepishly. It's not too bad, just a severe depletion of soul power. And Ilan nodded and tossed him a bottle of pills. Yushan took them, sat down cross-legged, and began to recover. And Ilan stood guard nearby, seemingly worried that Lei Heng might return. In the shadows, Lei Heng watched this scene unfold, his expression dark. He muttered through gritted teeth, And Ilan, you brought this on yourself. Next time we meet, don't blame me for being ruthless. Realizing there was no chance to kill Yushan now, he gradually disappeared into the night. After a while, Yushan slowly opened his eyes to find an Ilan watching him curiously. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, Missin, is there something you need? And Ilan quickly looked away, waving her hand. Nothing, I just noticed your soul power recovers quickly. Do you have a top-tier martial soul? Yushan nodded in acknowledgement, as there was no reason to hide it from an Ilan who had saved his life. And Ilan mused. No wonder Dean Han said not to underestimate you guys because of your level. It seems he was right. Yushan didn't know how to respond, so he just chuckled awkwardly. And Ilan then asked, By the way, why is Lei Heng after you? Did you have a conflict before? Yushan explained in detail for a while, and Ilan nodded, somewhat understanding. Yushan secretly thought to himself, This ice and snow hall girl seems a bit slow to react. Maybe she's been influenced by Qing'e? So, where are you headed now? To find your Qing'e? And Ilan asked. Hearing this, Yushan first nodded, then shook his head, falling into hesitation. And Ilan nodded slightly upon hearing Yushan's words. She glanced around, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. This secret realm was vast and boundless, with everyone appearing randomly in different locations, making it indeed like searching for a needle in a haystack to find a specific person. She turned to Yushan, her tone carrying a hint of suggestion. Why don't you come with me to a certain place first? It's said to be rich with heavenly treasures. And Ilan's gaze fell on Yushan, carefully assessing the student from the Tiandao Sacred Academy. You're currently at the 7th level of the spiritual martial realm. If you can seize this opportunity, you might advance further. This would greatly increase your chances of vying for the inheritance. Yushan considered an Ilan's analysis, finding the proposal quite reasonable, and she didn't seem to harbor any ill intentions. All right then. Yushan nodded in agreement. Hearing this, an Ilan quickly pulled out a map from her bosom, her fingers moving swiftly over it as she analyzed the location of the opportunity. We'll follow this route, heading south. It should take us a few hours to reach the destination. If Lu Qingchen were present, he would be surprised to find that the map in an Ilan's hand was identical to his. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, a fierce battle was unfolding. The members of the Lingxiao sect were charging towards the sacred blood sky fruit, causing Li Yi to grow anxious. Disciples of the Beast King sect, stop the Lingxiao sect members. Li Yi shouted loudly. Upon receiving the order, the disciples of the Beast King sect immediately shifted their focus, no longer attacking the students of Wuhuan University, but instead charging towards the Lingxiao sect members. Ling Yun, seeing this, had a shadow pass over his eyes, but he still shouted towards the front. Li Yi, let's join forces first and deal with these wastes from the Tianzu domain. Then we'll compete for this spiritual herb based on our own strengths. Hearing this, the disciples of the Beast King sect paused, their eyes all turning to Li Yi. After a brief consideration, Li Yi found Ling Yun's suggestion reasonable. Thus, the two major sects began to jointly attack the students of Wuhuan University. Despite the nearly 30 students from Wuhuan University, some of whom were experts at the 8th or even 9th level of the spiritual martial realm, they lacked combat experience and quickly found themselves in a perilous situation. Moreover, both Li Yi and Ling Yun had advanced to the earth martial realm, making their strength incomparable. As the students of Huaguo Wuhuan University found themselves in dire straits, a mischievous young girl urgently asked, "Sister, should we make a move now, or we'll miss the chance?" The cold and aloof woman nodded slightly. In an instant, 3 figures shot towards the battlefield like arrows. These 3 were geniuses from the Monster Academy, with the cold and aloof woman being the second place in the National Martial Arts exam, second only to Lu Qingchen. With Lu Qingchen and her companions joining the fray, the battle began to shift, the strengths of both sides gradually balancing out. Ling Yun, observing the sudden appearance of the cold and aloof woman, asked gravely, "Who are you, and why are you interfering?" Lu Qingchen glanced at him indifferently, her voice cool. "It doesn't matter who I am. Heavenly treasures belong to those with the strength to claim them. Everything is decided by power." As the battle on the mountaintop grew increasingly intense, Lu Qingchen had already stealthily placed his hand on the golden-winged rock. As the golden-winged rock and the sacred blood celestial fruit tree vanished, a massive gap suddenly appeared at the mountain's peak. Lu Qingchen and Ling Yun clashed in midair, exchanging dozens of blows amidst flashing blades and swords. Just as they were about to launch a new wave of attacks, an urgent shout interrupted their battle. "Oh no! The spiritual herb is gone." Both of them halted and turned their gaze toward where the spiritual tree once stood. Before them was nothing but a deep, bottomless hole, with no trace of the herb. At that moment, Lu Qingchen had just stored the sacred tree in his system space and looked up to find a pair of fiery eyes glaring at him from the edge of the hole. He casually waved, pretending to be at ease, and greeted, "Hey, who the hell are you?" Meanwhile, Yushan and an Elan were racing through the mountains, heading straight for Lu Qingchen's location. Initially, Yushan hadn't closely examined the map and simply followed in Elan's direction southward. After more than 3 hours, he realized something was amiss. They should have reached their destination by now. Upon checking the map, they discovered that the temple genius had been holding the map upside down. With no other choice, they retraced their steps and replanned their route. "It's the map's design that's flawed, not my mistake," an Elan explained awkwardly during the return journey. Yushan just nodded without mocking her. After all, an Elan had once saved his life, and he remembered that debt. As they closed the distance, Yushan finally recognized the outline of the mountain range ahead. "Sister Lan, does that mountain range ahead match the one on the map?" he asked. He called an Elan Sister Lan because she had once trained at the Heavenly Tao Sacred Academy and claimed to be their senior. An Elan carefully compared and confirmed, "Yes, this is the place." Just then, distant sounds of battle reached their ears. They exchanged glances, surprise evident on their faces. "Let's go." They accelerated towards the mountains in unison. At the mountain's peak, Lu Qingchen no longer hid and stood boldly before everyone. When Li Yi demanded answers, he lazily replied, "You don't need to know who I am or why I'm here." This response made a quirky girl from Monster Academy burst into laughter. Li Yi's expression was volatile, and he finally couldn't suppress his rage, shouting, "You damn fool, stop playing dumb. I'm asking you where that spiritual herb, when did you take it?" Hearing these provocative words, Lu Qingchen's previously lazy demeanor vanished. His eyes turned cold and indifferent, his voice carrying a sharp chill. "Who are you calling a damn fool? Who are you calling a mutt?" These provocative words slowly slipped from Lu Qingchen's lips, causing an uproar at the mountain summit. The surrounding martial artists exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is this kid crazy? He hasn't even reached the 9th level of the spirit martial stage, yet he dares to challenge Brotherly, who just broke through to the earth martial stage. The disciples of the Beast King sect mocked. Nearby, Ling Yun from the Lingxiao sect allowed a slight smirk, clearly enjoying Li Ye's predicament in front of a spirit martial stage fighter. Meanwhile, a girl from the Monster Academy turned to Lu Qingchen, exclaiming, "Sister, he's so brave." Lu Qingchen frowned slightly, her tone laced with disdain. "Bravery is useless. A spirit martial stage level 8 against an earth martial stage is nothing but a joke. Besides, he stole that spiritual herb while we were fighting." A hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Li Ye's face, already rugged, turned livid with anger as he roared, his aura brimming with fury. "How ridiculous! A mere spirit martial stage level 8 trash dares to boast in front of me. Get over here and die." All eyes focused on Lu Qingchen's calm face, expecting to see panic. However, the young man remained indifferent. Boom. Golden energy gathered around Lu Qingchen's fist as he charged at Li Yi without hesitation. The latter sneered and met him with a punch of his own. Bang! At the moment their fists collided, dust flew everywhere. As the dust settled, Everyone widened their eyes in shock. It was Li Yi of the Beast King sect who was sent flying. How is this possible? Shocked exclamations echoed all around. Lu Qingchen shook his arm, his voice dripping with disdain. Humph, it seems your actual strength isn't as impressive as your mouth. Li Yi didn't expect the young spirit martial realm warrior to be so formidable, catching him off guard. He glared at the Beast King sect disciples, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Attack!" The Beast King sect disciples exchanged bewildered glances, their shock apparent. Seeing this, Li Yi grew even more furious and resolved to use their numbers to overwhelm Lu Qingchen. At Li Yi's command, the Beast King sect warriors snapped out of their daze and rushed toward Lu Qingchen. However, Lu Qingchen merely smirked, drawing the ice cloud sword from his storage ring, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Do you really think numbers will help? The sword light was swift, and in a flash, the leading disciple was split in two. Blood splattered, and the body fell with a thud. The gruesome scene stunned everyone present, causing the remaining Beast King sect warriors to retreat in fear, dreading they might be next. The atmosphere turned tense, on the brink of erupting into violence. At that moment, a voice broke the silence with admiration. What impressive swordsmanship! Your skill is remarkable, I must say. Lu Qingchen turned towards the voice and saw a young man in white smiling at him. It was Ling Yun from the Lingxiao sect, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness as he continued. With your strength, how about joining forces with our Lingxiao sect? You won't be disappointed. Li Yi was furious at this, glaring at Ling Yun with fiery eyes. Lu Qingchen chuckled inwardly, finding it amusing, but kept a calm demeanor. Oh, join forces? How exactly? Ling Yun earnestly explained. We propose a temporary alliance with our Lingxiao sect, sharing the opportunities found in the secret realm. He glanced around, his tone slightly threatening. Even with your skills, facing so many opponents could be challenging, don't you think? Lu Qingchen nodded, maintaining his smile. Makes sense. So what are the terms of this alliance? There's no such thing as a free lunch. A glint of greed flashed in Ling Yun's eyes as he eagerly replied. Of course, there are terms. First, we want 80% of the spirit fruits from that spirit tree. Feigning contemplation, Lu Qingchen slowly replied. I see. The proposal is indeed interesting, but what? Just say it. Ling Yun, thinking Lu Qingchen was agreeing, pressed on with a smile. Suddenly, Lu Qingchen's tone shifted to one of mockery. But I don't want to ally with a bunch of trash. The martial artists from Hua country widened their eyes in disbelief, thinking to themselves, what is he doing? Doesn't he know this young man in white is also in the earth martial realm? Ling Yun's smile froze upon hearing this. His face visibly darkened, like a sky filled with storm clouds. Lu Qingchen's words made him realize that the young warrior had never intended to ally with him, treating Ling Yun like a fool from the start. Trembling with anger, Ling Yun's teeth chattered as he spoke. You dare to mock me? In response to Ling Yun's accusation, Lu Qingchen maintained an innocent expression, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Not at all. I was just speaking the truth. I hope you won't take it to heart. Disciples of the Lingxiao sect, attack. Kill him. Ling Yun's furious shout echoed across the mountaintop, his face contorted with rage. Lu Qingchen stood there with an innocent expression, but a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected the disciples of the Lingxiao sect to propose an alliance, and such an absurd request was naturally worth teasing. Lu Qingchen thought, an alliance with invaders? What did Ling Yun take him for? Besides, with his strength, why would he need to ally with someone at the earth martial realm? Apart from occasionally teaming up with a few like Yushan, Lu Qingchen preferred to act alone. In his view, only the weak needed to band together, the strong were solitary. Although he wasn't considered a strong practitioner by cultivation standards, Lu Qingchen firmly believed that true strength was determined not by cultivation, but by having the heart of a strong person. Upon hearing Ling Yun's frenzied command, the disciples of the Lingxiao sect launched an attack on Lu Qingchen. Facing the onslaught of several spirit martial realm level 9 fighters, Lu Qingchen remained calm, simply raising his hand and pressing into the void. In an instant, an enormous fiery hand appeared out of nowhere, descending upon the disciples of the Lingxiao sect with crushing force. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the disciples enveloped by the fiery hand fell to the ground, smoke and dust rising around them. Just as Lu Qingchen was about to unleash his next wave of attacks, two figures suddenly appeared at the mountaintop. Brother Chun, you're here too? Exclaimed a voice filled with delight, followed by a burly figure rushing towards Lu Qingchen. What are you doing here? Lu Qingchen smiled, then quickly frowned. Hey, what's with all those injuries on you? Before Yushan could explain, a violent tremor surged from beneath their feet. The entire mountain shook wildly, as if something monstrous was about to emerge from the earth. As everyone looked on with grave expressions, a black shadow suddenly shot out from a hole at the mountaintop, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Who are you? A disciple of the Beast King sect demanded loudly, standing closest to the shadow. The shadow slowly raised its head, revealing a ghastly face with a blue complexion and fangs, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. You are, the Beast King's sect disciple's words were cut short as the shadow darted towards him like lightning, entering his body directly. Huh? What's going on? What is this thing? The martial artist muttered in confusion, noticing the serious expressions of those around him. Feeling the weight of their stares, the Beast King's sect martial artist seemed somewhat flattered. Why are you all looking at me? But before he could finish, he suddenly fell silent, as if an invisible force had gripped his throat. Help me! A hoarse cry for help shattered the tense atmosphere. The trembling disciple of the Beast King's sect reached out to Li Yi, eyes filled with despair. Yet, as soon as he spoke, a chilling boom echoed. Under the horrified gaze of Lu Qingchen and the others, the disciple's head exploded like a bursting watermelon. Unidentified fluids sprayed everywhere, some even splattering onto Li Ye's face. The headless body slowly collapsed, leaving behind a gruesome scene. While everyone was still in shock, that eerie shadow reappeared in their sight. It was like a dense black fog, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror. Is that the spirit of the secret realm? Stammered the quirky girl from the Monster Academy, her voice trembling as she uttered the terrifying name. The spirit of the secret realm? What is that? The students from Wuhuan University exclaimed in alarm. As if drawn by the sound, the shadow's blood-red eyes suddenly turned towards the young man who had spoken. In the next moment, it lunged at the student like a black lightning bolt. Faced with the sudden attack, the Wuhuan University student instinctively swung his long sword, slashing fiercely at the shadow. The blade cut through, and the shadow was split in two, but strangely, it did not dissipate. Instead, it wriggled into the student's body like a living entity. I don't want to die, the student wailed, his voice filled with despair and fear. Before he could finish, his body suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that lingered in the air. The scene shocked everyone present, leaving them feeling cold and as if they were falling into a bottomless abyss. Fear surged over them like a tide, threatening to swallow them whole. Chun, what in the world is this thing? Yushan's voice trembled noticeably. Even for someone as strong as him, the bizarre scene sent chills down his spine. Lu Qingchen stared gravely at the spot where the student had disappeared, slowly speaking. This shadow doesn't seem to be a physical entity. Ordinary attacks are useless against it. Indeed, as the Wuhuan University student perished, the shadow reappeared. Lu Qingchen keenly observed that the shadow's body seemed to have become even more crimson. Hearing Yushan's voice, the shadow slowly turned its head, its scarlet eyes fixing on him. A ghastly smile appeared on its hideous face, and it darted toward Yushan like an arrow released from a bow. Just as Yushan prepared to strike with his staff, a crimson flame suddenly shot out from Lu Qingchen's hand. The moment the flame met the shadow, a sharp sizzling sound erupted, and it began to burn fiercely. Ah! The shadow let out a piercing scream, filled with agony and despair. The sound made everyone's skin crawl, as if 1,000 ants were crawling over them. Under the searing flames, the shadow began to disintegrate. It transformed into a cloud of multicolored mist, slowly condensing into a single drop of crystal-clear liquid. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lu Qingchen caught the droplet in his palm. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lu Qingchen smiled faintly and explained, "It's merely a malevolent spirit formed from the resentment of fallen warriors. Nothing to fear." That's a relief. Hearing Lu Qingchen's explanation, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. The bizarre scene earlier had truly frightened them. However, just as the atmosphere began to relax, a red shadow suddenly emerged from the cave entrance, once again stretching everyone's nerves to the breaking point. After the appearance of the red shadow, people didn't immediately notice its presence. Their attention was drawn to an even more astonishing sight. A tremendous rumble echoed from the northernmost part of the Tianzu secret realm, making the ground tremble. Instinctively, everyone turned their heads to witness a dazzling green beam shooting skyward, piercing through the clouds. The entire realm could see this spectacular scene clearly. Following this, an ancient palace slowly emerged from the ground, majestic and solemn. Before anyone could recover from their shock, the rumbling noise resounded again. This time, beams of red, blue, and yellow light simultaneously lit up in the other three directions of the secret realm, corresponding with the green in the north. Along with the appearance of these beams, three equally ancient palaces rose slowly, like giants awakening from a deep slumber. What are those beams? Could it be the appearance of a legacy? For palaces, which direction should we go? Head north, where the color of life is. The cultivators on the mountaintop were instantly abuzz with excitement and chatter. Their goal was to find the sacred legacy, and now the opportunity was right before them. Who wouldn't be thrilled? However, they were unaware that danger was quietly approaching. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered their pleasant reverie. Aya! The voice was filled with pain and terror. Everyone turned to see a disciple of the Lingxiao sect with bulging eyes, his body swelling at an alarming rate until he became a massive ball of flesh. "Brother Lingyun, help me!" The disciple screamed, desperation in his voice. Like a runaway ball, he rolled uncontrollably towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun, startled by this sudden change, quickly retreated. At that moment, his mind was solely focused on the desire for the four palaces, completely disregarding his fellow disciples' peril. Why? Why won't you save me? The disciple's eyes burst, his face twisted with resentment. As soon as he finished speaking, he exploded into a cloud of blood, just like two others before him. However, unlike before, this blood mist lingered eerily in the air, refusing to dissipate. More unsettling was the absence of the red, ghostly figure. This series of events left everyone present in shock. Earlier, they had witnessed Lu Qingchen destroy a malevolent spirit, yet now someone inexplicably exploded. Fear began to spread among the crowd. Let's go. While everyone was still stunned, Lu Qingchen decisively grabbed Yushan, ready to dash down the mountain. Wait, Brother Chun. This time, Yushan didn't immediately follow Lu Qingchen, but instead stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Lu Qingchen was surprised by Yushan's unusual behavior. Yushan, a bit embarrassed, said, "Can we take Sister Lan with us? She saved me earlier." Sister Lan. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingchen noticed a figure standing behind Yushan. And Elon was curiously observing Lu Qingchen, having witnessed him vanquish the dark figure. "Oh, you've got some nerve." Lu Qingchen teased, patting Yushan's shoulder. "Brother Chun, it's not what you think," Yushan hurriedly explained, his tone slightly anxious. Just as Lu Qingchen was about to agree to bring Elon along, she suddenly spoke up. "You two go ahead, don't worry about me. I have my own way out." As a talented individual from the sanctuary, Elon took pride in herself and was reluctant to accept help easily. Hearing Yushan's words to Lu Qingchen, Elon felt a twinge of displeasure. As a powerful warrior, when had she ever needed the help of a spirit martial 8th level fighter? However, before she could voice her discontent, several crimson ghostly figures suddenly emerged from the cave at the mountain's peak. Immediately after, the ground around the entire mountain collapsed with a thunderous roar, and countless black ghostly figures surged forth like a tide. The terrifying sight made everyone's skin crawl. A student from the Seoul Martial University stammered, "Are these all malevolent spirits?" The black apparitions quickly climbed the mountain walls, threatening to encircle the group within minutes. A disciple from the Lingxiao sect fearfully turned to Ling Yun for help. "Brother Ling Yun, what should we do?" Ling Yun shook his head gravely. "I don't know either." Yushan turned to an Elan and asked urgently, "Sister Lan, do you have any way to get us out of here now?" And Elan frowned, momentarily at a loss for words. The dark figures were already halfway up the mountain and would reach the summit in no more than 2 minutes. At this critical moment, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. A red, ghostly figure had attacked another warrior. The scream set off alarm bells in Lu Qingchen's mind. As he turned, a red malevolent spirit lunged at him. Lu Qingchen quickly unleashed a searing flame, striking the red ghost. Unlike the earlier black spirits, this red one did not dissipate immediately upon being burned. To the shock of Yushan and an Elan, the spirit directly entered Lu Qingchen's body. Lu Qingchen's body went rigid and motionless. Seeing this, Yushan turned pale, recalling the fates of the previous warriors. A surge of fear and regret overwhelmed him. He frantically slapped Lu Qingchen's head, shouting, "Wake up, Brother Chen, wake up!" And Elon quickly intervened. "Enough, enough, stop hitting him. If you keep going, he won't be killed by the spirit, but by you." As the red fiendish spirit entered Lu Qingchen's body, he shuddered violently. The spirit lunged towards his sea of consciousness, where countless hazy mists floated. It opened its gaping maw and bit into a cloud of mist, sending a wave of intense pain through Lu Qingchen's brain. In this critical moment, the creation Jade Divine Lotus, which had been leisurely spinning above his sea of consciousness, sensed the intruder and immediately emitted a sharp jade-colored light in retaliation. The light struck the fiendish spirit, freezing it in place. Simultaneously, the necklace around Lu Qingchen's neck burst into a dazzling glow. In an instant, black mist poured out of the spirit's body, and once the mist dispersed, only a single drop of crystal-clear, multicolored liquid remained, slowly dripping into Lu Qingchen's sea of consciousness. "Ah, refreshing." Lu Qingchen couldn't help but exclaim at the unexpected comfort. His reaction left Yushan and an Elan, who were anxiously watching, stunned. This was clearly not the usual outcome, as other warriors would typically clutch their heads, cry for help, and then be reduced to a mist of blood. Who the hell attacked me so dishonorably? Lu Qingchen opened his eyes, ready to find the culprit, only to see two worried faces suddenly appear before him. Slap. Yushan slapped Lu Qingchen across the face. "Chun, is that you? Are you okay?" The sudden slap left Lu Qingchen bewildered. Before he could react, Yushan was already hugging him, tears of joy streaming down his face. "Oh, thank goodness. Chun, you're not dead." Slap. Lu Qingchen retaliated with a slap of his own. "Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet, and you dare to ambush me while I'm unprepared. As long as you're okay." And Elon sighed in relief. but then expressed concern. What should we do now? These fiendish spirits are terrifying, and there are so many of them. Even for a temple prodigy like her, an escape plan seemed elusive. Amidst the surrounding screams, Lu Qingchen was also attacked by a red fiendish spirit. As soon as it entered her body, she erupted with a brilliant light, forcing the spirit out. Although she managed to avert the crisis, her face was as pale as paper, clearly showing the toll it had taken. Mental defense treasure. Lu Qingchen immediately recognized that this student from Monster Academy also possessed a mental defense treasure. Sister, let's go quickly. Just as Lu Qingchen expelled that strand of crimson evil spirit from his body, Lu Xuanyuan's anxious voice pierced the silence of the mountaintop. Looking around, countless black evil spirits surged towards the peak like a tide. Lu Qingchen gazed at the suffocating scene, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. Xianyuan, I'm afraid we won't make it out. Sister, you're so silly, Lu Xianyuan said while unfurling her silver-glowing wings. Seeing this, Lu Qingchue's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around her sister's waist. The three from Monster Academy instantly soared into the air, flying towards the majestic palace in the distance. This scene ignited hope in the eyes of those present, but it quickly dimmed after all. Not everyone could fly like Lu Xianyuan. Flying-type martial souls are rare, and to master flying abilities at the spirit martial realm requires at least 4 high-quality soul slots. Those with lower-quality flying martial souls must break through to the earth martial realm to take flight. For martial artists without flying abilities, only upon reaching the heaven martial realm can they condense spiritual wings. Even for the exceptionally gifted Monster Academy trio, Lu Qingchen could only escape with her sister's help, as her martial soul did not possess flying capabilities. Seeing the Monster Academy members escape, others began to seek a way out. Susan, can't you fly? Take me with you. Ling Yun suddenly shouted to a disciple from Lingshao's sect. Susan hesitated. But I can only take one person. What about them? His gaze involuntarily shifted to his close friend. Others pleaded with Susan for help. In this life-and-death moment, he was their only hope. Susan initially intended to save his close friend, but Ling Yun's secret transmission changed everything. Susan, take me, and I'll give you 90% of all the gains from the secret realm. The saint-level inheritance will all be yours. To dispel Susan's doubts, Ling Yun immediately swore a solemn oath. I, Ling Yun, swear that if I break this promise, may I be reduced to ashes and meet a terrible end. This oath moved Susan. All right, brother Ling Yun, I'll take you away. Under the shocked gazes of those around, Susan slowly ascended with Ling Yun. Susan, how could you do this? His close friend's shout was filled with disbelief. Without turning back, Susan replied, sorry, people die for wealth as birds die for food, and brother Ling Yun's offer is just too generous. Driven by greed, men risk their lives for wealth, just as birds are drawn to food. The reward from brother Ling Yun was simply too tempting. Susan glanced back at his close friend, who was in a state of frustration, and felt relieved about his decision. He said calmly, it seems I made the right choice this time. Ling Yun looked down at the despairing faces of the Lingshao sect disciples with satisfaction and patted Susan on the shoulder. Susan, well done. I promise you won't regret this. He pointed towards the imposing palace to the north. Let's head there now. He instructed Susan to lead the way to the relic. Meanwhile, the staff from the Monster Academy were already moving towards the palace in the west. Amidst the desperate cries of the remaining Lingshao sect disciples, Susan, you will regret this. Susan and Ling Yun resolutely walked towards the relic at the northernmost part of the secret realm. As the Monster Academy and Lingshao sect members departed, and Elon anxiously looked around. Even as a genius from the sanctuary, she felt overwhelmed by the numerous black spirits, not to mention the red spirits eyeing them menacingly. What should we do now? And Elon asked urgently. Lu Qingchen chuckled lightly and teased. We'll have to rely on Yushan for this. What? Yushan looked bewildered. Seeing this, and Elon urged him. What do you mean what? Hurry up and fly. Yushan replied with a hint of grievance. I can't fly. He silently complained to himself. What is Chen doing? He knows I can't fly. And Elon looked at Lu Qingchen in confusion. But before she could speak, Lu Qingchen suddenly unfurled a pair of powerful golden dragon wings from his back. With a playful tone, he said, Missin, you'll have to bear with us for a moment. And Elon was left speechless. At that moment, Lu Qingchen was holding Yushan by the shoulders, clearly unable to carry both of them at once. To leave together, and Elon would have to grab Yushan's hand or hold onto his waist, but his burly physique offered little in terms of a defined waistline. Seeing Lu Qingchen's innocent expression, and Elon felt a bit annoyed. Lu Qingchen then suggested, Missin, should I take Yushan first, and then come back for you? After a moment of hesitation, and Elon made up her mind. No need, just take us both together. With that, she reached out, and took Yushan's large hand. Though she kept her head down, a closer look would reveal a slight blush on her cheeks. As a talented disciple of the sanctuary, and Elon devoted almost all her time to cultivation. Within the sanctuary, she mainly interacted with female disciples and had little deep contact with male disciples. Now, having to engage in such close contact with a male she had just met a few days ago left her feeling a bit shy. Watching this unfold, Lu Qingchen mused to himself. Yushan, this is as far as I can help you. The rest is up to you. He was genuinely concerned about Yushan's future romantic prospects. Kid, take me with you, and I'll forget all our past grudges. I'll give you my full support on this secret realm journey. Just as Lu Qingchen was about to take flight, a piercing voice shattered the silence. It belonged to Li Yi, who was standing at a distance, his face contorted with urgency as he called out to Lu Qingchen. Lu Qingchen turned, his gaze landing on Li Yi. He understood immediately. The other disciples from the Beast King sect couldn't fly, and Li Yi was simply hoping to hitch a ride. Seeing the earnest look on Li Yi's face, Lu Qingchen's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile. Your idea is good, he said slowly, but I think this land suits you well. Internally, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but mock. This fool actually wants me to take him away. Is his brain broken? He sighed to himself, thinking the people of Tianxian domain seemed a bit off. Under Li Yi's resentful gaze, Lu Qingchen unhesitatingly spread his wings. The golden feathers shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight as he took hold of Yushan with one hand and supported an elan with the other. The three of them soared into the sky instantly. As for the others still on the mountaintop, Lu Qingchen didn't spare them a glance. After all, he wasn't some kind of saint. Once in the air, Lu Qingchen carefully observed the four directions of the secret realm's ruins. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to head east. The powerful dragon wings beat strongly, and the three of them became a streak of golden light, flying towards the grand palace. During the flight, Lu Qingchen curiously asked, Missin, do you know anything about this secret realm? No. And Elon replied without hesitation, her tone slightly cold. Lu Qingchen raised an eyebrow and continued to probe. Did your sanctuary send you here without any knowledge of this secret realm? And Elon pursed her lips, holding tightly onto Yushan's hand as she answered with a hint of resignation. This secret realm is different from the past. None of the sanctuaries could explore it in advance. Oh, Lu Qingchen's eyes showed a trace of surprise. If it couldn't be explored beforehand, why would they risk sending martial artists of the Lingwu realm in? Aren't they afraid of total annihilation? And Elon seemed a bit impatient, her voice tinged with irritation. That involves some secrets of the sanctuary. Seeing her reluctance to elaborate, Lu Qingchen wisely refrained from pressing further. And Elon's feelings were mixed. Though she was somewhat displeased with Lu Qingchen's earlier opportunistic behavior, she had to admit he and Yushan were indeed loyal and righteous. Yet, thinking of Lu Qingchen's mischievous grin, she couldn't help but feel exasperated. After a moment of silence, and Elon suddenly spoke. It's not much of a secret, really. Most people in the sanctuary know. This secret realm expedition was predicted by the Tianji Hall. According to them, this exploration is crucial for every power in Huagua. Besides the three major academies, there are opportunities within the secret realm that could alter the sanctuary structure. Alter the sanctuary's structure. Lu Qingchen and Yushan's pupils instantly contracted at these words. It was a heavy blow to their hearts. As the top powers in Huagua, each sanctuary was guarded by a sage. This was the key difference between the three major academies and the sanctuaries. Among the people Lu Qingchen had encountered so far, only the elders, Tian Lao and Sheng Lao, had barely stepped into the threshold of the Saint Realm. However, due to the lack of cultivation techniques for the Saint Realm, these elders could not truly be considered Saint Realm experts. As for the deans of the academy, they appeared to be at the Emperor Realm level, yet had not ventured into the Saint Realm. Of course, whether they were concealing their true strength was unknown to Lu Qingchen. Suddenly, a thought crossed Lu Qingchen's mind. Could the opportunity she mentioned be the corpse of a divine beast? But he quickly dismissed this notion. Even if someone discovered the corpse of a divine beast, it would be impossible for ordinary people to move it. Moreover, the bodies of these divine beasts were incredibly strong, impervious to ordinary weapons. Lu Qingchen couldn't help but feel fortunate that without the system's help, he might have been as helpless as everyone else, staring at the treasure without being able to claim it. As Lu Qingchen was lost in thought, a massive palace suddenly came into view, invigorating his spirit. Could the opportunity be within these four ancient palaces? This idea made Lu Qingchen's eyes light up. He turned to an Elon and asked, Missin, if, as you say, the opportunities in the secret realm can change the structure of the Saint Halls, why is it that only people from the three major Saint Halls have entered this time? As far as I know, there should be more than just these three in Huagua. And Elon patiently explained, that's true in theory. However, Tianji Hall must have communicated something to the major Saint Halls, which is why only people from our three Saint Halls entered this time, while the others remained inactive. I see. Thank you for clarifying, Missin, Lu Qingchen said, suddenly enlightened. As they conversed, The massive pillar of light gradually came into view for the three of them. Lu Qingchen reminded, "Missin, hold on tight." With that, he suddenly accelerated. The abrupt speed increase nearly caused an Elon to lose her balance, prompting her to tightly grasp Yushan's large hand. The crimson pillar of light drew closer, and within minutes, the three finally reached the enormous palace. Lu Qingchen chose an inconspicuous spot to land gently. "Hey, let go," and Elon suddenly said, her tone tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Huh? Oh." Yushan finally realized and reluctantly released an Elon's small hand. Lu Qingchen observed the scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. By now, a considerable number of spirit martial realm warriors had gathered in front of the enormous black palace. Among them, a slender young man said with a beaming face, "The most precious thing in this secret realm is likely hidden within this black palace." "What? The most precious thing in the secret realm is in there?" Many exclaimed in shock, their voices filled with curiosity and anticipation. A student from the Huagua faction excitedly added, "Our dean mentioned that there might be the inheritance of a saint realm expert in this secret realm. Then wouldn't there be a saint's treasure inside this palace?" Another young man in his 20s speculated, his eyes gleaming with greed. Lu Qingchen and his companions stood inconspicuously, carefully observing the massive scarlet palace before them. The glazed tiles shimmered enticingly under the sunlight, as if showcasing the owner's nobility. Strangely, there was no main entrance to the palace. The surrounding martial artists were abuzz with speculation, some excitedly declaring it as the legacy of four sages, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Qingchen sat cross-legged, beginning to restore his depleted soul power. Seeing this, Yushan and an Elon followed suit. After a quarter of an hour, Lu Qingchen opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Yushan's torn clothes and wounds. With a somber expression, he asked, "Yushan, what happened to you?" Yushan opened his eyes and detailed his encounters after entering the secret realm. He had been transported to a cave residence and encountered Yao Qingguo. Just as he was about to deal with him, the people from the Thunder Temple intervened. Ultimately, the two teamed up to hunt him down, and he was only saved by an Elon's intervention. After listening, Lu Qingchen's eyes filled with a murderous intent. "That scum Lei Heng and Yao Qingguo. The next time we meet, I'll make sure to deal with them." Yushan interjected, "Brother Chun, I want to kill Yao Qingguo myself." Lu Qingchen nodded. "All right, then I'll handle the scum from the Thunder Temple." His tone was calm, as if killing Lei Heng was as easy as killing a chicken. And Elon, overhearing their conversation, was secretly taken aback. Who exactly were these two? Even she wasn't confident in defeating Lei Heng. Suddenly, Lu Qingchen turned and sincerely addressed an Elon, "Missin, thank you." As he spoke, he handed her a storage ring. And Elon quickly waved her hands. "No need, no need. Didn't you save me earlier as well?" Lu Qingchen insisted. "This isn't a reward, just a token of appreciation. After all, Yushan is my only good brother." And Elon was about to refuse again, but Yushan spoke up. "Take it, Sister Lon, give Brother Chen some face." In the end, an Elon accepted the gesture and took the storage ring. After an Elon accepted Lu Qingchen's gift, they resumed their conversation. Yushan curiously asked, "Chun, do you think there's really a sage's treasure in this palace?" Lu Qingchen pondered for a moment, his gaze deep, and replied, "I believe there's a good chance of finding a sage's treasure in the palace. But my intuition tells me that the most valuable things in this secret realm aren't in these four palaces." And Elon listened intently to their conversation, silently evaluating them. Although Lu Qingchen and Yushan were only at the Lingwu level, they both exuded confidence and remarkable courage. They even dared to target disciples of the Thunder Temple and boasted about taking down Lei Heng. Her curiosity piqued, and Elon began to wonder what exactly Lu Qingchen had given her in that storage ring. Spirit stones? Spiritual herbs? Techniques or skills? Perhaps divine abilities? Even though she didn't lack these things, the human urge to uncover the unknown was hard to resist. After some internal struggle, and Elon decided to find out. She closed her eyes and sent her consciousness into the storage ring. Suddenly, her body trembled uncontrollably, and her eyes flew open in shock. The holy blood Tantian fruit. And Elon gasped inwardly, incredulous as she confirmed it once more. Inside the ring lay a fruit emitting a tempting red glow, unmistakably the legendary holy blood Tantian fruit. A storm of emotions surged in an Elon's heart. Who exactly was this Lu Qingchen? How could he so casually give away the holy blood Tantian fruit? Was he a reincarnated sage? Or perhaps he didn't even recognize the fruit's value. Ultimately, an Elon's integrity overcame her greed. She took a deep breath, ready to return the holy blood Tantian fruit to Lu Qingchen and explain its immense value. However, when she opened her eyes, she found Lu Qingchen and Yushan watching her with concern. "What are you doing?" And Elon exclaimed, startled. Yushan quickly explained, "It's nothing really. We just saw you trembling suddenly and thought something was wrong." Steadying herself, and Elon turned to Lu Qingchen and said earnestly, Lu Qingchen, your gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. Lu Qingchen was momentarily puzzled and asked, what? And Elon stared at Lu Qingchen, her eyes filled with disbelief. Do you know how rare that red fruit is? Her tone carried a hint of urgency, as if she were trying to confirm an important fact. Lu Qingchen scratched his head, looking puzzled. Yeah, I know. What's the matter? He couldn't understand why an Elon suddenly brought up this topic. And Elon's gaze became sharper, fixing directly on Lu Qingchen's eyes. You have no idea how valuable this fruit is. Even saints would be tempted by it. Her voice was full of certainty. However, what Lu Qingchen said next completely overturned in Elon's understanding. He smiled nonchalantly and said, Missin, while the holy blood Tantian fruit is indeed precious, it doesn't compare to even a fraction of my brother's worth. Do you understand? This statement hit in Elon like a heavy blow, leaving her mind blank and her body frozen in place. He actually knows about the holy blood Tantian fruit. This is a treasure that even saints covet, and he just gave it to me? And Elon's heart was in turmoil. Nearby, Yushan overheard their conversation but was utterly confused. Seeing an Elon standing there in shock, he couldn't help but ask, Chun, what are you talking about? What's a saint? And what's the holy blood Tantian fruit? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingchen couldn't help but flick Yushan's forehead. I told you to read, but you didn't. You don't even know about the holy blood Tantian fruit. How do you expect to find a wife like this? Frustrated, he tossed an ancient book to Yushan. Page 11, read it yourself. Yushan quickly turned to the specified page and skimmed through the content. Holy blood Tantian fruit, a creation of heaven and earth, imbued with the essence of the sun and moon, requiring extremely harsh growing conditions. As he turned to the next page, a few words stood out. Effect, enhances soul power potential. These words struck Yushan like a bolt of lightning, causing his heart to race. His voice trembled as he asked, Chun, are you saying the fruit you gave Sister Lan is the holy blood Tantian fruit? Lu Qingchen, exasperated, scolded. All right. Why are you acting like you've never seen the world before? It's just a holy blood Tantian fruit. What's there to get excited about? He casually tossed another red fruit towards Yushan. Yushan hurriedly caught it, staring at the fruit in his hand in shock, stammering. Chun, this wouldn't be the holy blood Tantian fruit, would it? At that moment, an Elon finally came back to her senses, and she and Yushan exclaimed in unison, Yes, this is the holy blood Tantian fruit. Upon hearing an Elon's words, Yushan's eyes widened in shock. For a moment, the two stared at each other, creating an awkward tension. And Elon's cheeks flushed red, and she struggled to form a complete sentence, her lips moving without producing coherent words. Chun, I love you so much. Yushan exclaimed, putting away the sacred blood celestial fruit and lunging towards Lu Qingchen with his robust frame. Get off. Lu Qingchen quickly reacted, pushing Yushan towards an Elon. And Elon sighed, shaking her head, and gently nudged Yushan back to his original spot. Lu Qingchen understood well the value of the sacred blood celestial fruit. However, he keenly sensed the special feelings Yushan had for an Elon. This was precisely why he willingly gave away the spiritual fruit. Firstly, because an Elon had saved Yushan's life, and secondly, because she might become Yushan's future partner. In a world where martial prowess is highly esteemed, formidable strength often attracts exceptional partners. While pursuing his own strength, Lu Qingchen also made sure to support his good friend. Lu Qingchen, during the upcoming Secret Realm expedition, I will do my utmost to assist you both, and Elon declared earnestly, feeling overwhelmed by the preciousness of the sacred blood celestial fruit, and choosing to express her gratitude through action. Lu Qingchen nodded brightly at her words. Thank you, Miss Sin. And Elon heaved a sigh of relief, having initially thought Lu Qingchen might refuse. But Lu Qingchen was perceptive enough to recognize the circumstances. Refusing her offer would have only embarrassed an Elon. Moreover, in case of any unforeseen circumstances, an Elon could look after Yushan. As a talented disciple of the temple, an Elon's abilities were not to be underestimated. Since the sacred blood celestial fruit required a lengthy refinement process, the two decided not to use it immediately. As time passed, more people arrived at the scene, and the air grew tense with anticipation. Suddenly, a fierce beast roar shattered the silence, startling the anxiously waiting crowd. A massive lion-like beast, 7 to 8 meters long, appeared in their view. Atop the beast sat a young man with striking golden hair, his fitted gold robe enhancing his proud demeanor. The young man noticed the crowd's attention and lifted his head even higher in arrogance, seemingly dismissive of the gathered martial artists. That's Ouyang Lai, ranked 8th in the national martial exam this year. I heard he was pre-admitted to Monster Academy, one of the strongest freshmen this year. Freshman? Then maybe he's not so bad, right? Don't underestimate him. It said he defeated a martial artist at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm with his 7th level prowess. Now that he's here, what's the point of competing? Let's just give up. The arrival of the golden-haired youth stirred a wave of discussion and murmurs among the crowd. Lu Qingchen, hearing the chatter, smirked with a hint of amusement. Just then, a shadow flickered, and a young man in a black robe suddenly appeared. Upon seeing this newcomer, Ouyang Lai's expression turned serious. The sudden appearance of Mo Yang caused the previously calm crowd to erupt once more. With a cold sneer, he said to Ouyang Lai, Well, Ouyang Lai, I didn't expect to run into you here. Looks like you'll be going home empty-handed this time. Ouyang Lai's face darkened immediately, clearly indicating some unspoken grudge between them. He retorted through gritted teeth, Cut the crap. Just because you're ranked ahead of me in the martial exam doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. The surrounding crowd began to murmur. Mo Yang is here too? He's ranked 7th in the national martial exam. I heard he was pre-admitted to the God of War Academy. Besides Duan Hantian, he's the strongest of this year's new students. With both of them here, do we even have a chance? Some tried to console themselves. Let's see how it goes. They may be exceptionally talented, but we have the numbers. Yushan, overhearing the discussion, curled his lip in disdain. To him, Lu Qingchen was the true top ranker in the national martial exam, and these two were insignificant. And Elon noticed Yushan's expression and cautioned, I know a bit about these two. I've heard that even many martial artists at the 8th and 9th levels of the spirit martial realm can't match them. Lu Qingchen nodded seriously in agreement. He was well aware that some martial artists were indeed extraordinarily gifted, not only invincible within their realm, but also capable of crossing multiple minor realms to battle others. He and Yushan were such individuals. Time flew by, and suddenly, the red pillar of light enveloping the massive palace began to tremble violently. Then, four beams of light shot toward a point in the sky, where they intersected to form an ever-expanding spatial rift. With a thunderous roar, a black palace, dozens of times larger than the fiery red one before them, appeared out of nowhere in the sky. This palace was pitch black, with occasional flashes of blood-red light, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. Once the spatial rift disappeared, the 4 beams of light transformed into stairways leading directly to the Black Palace. Everyone's attention was captivated by this spectacle, prompting a myriad of speculations. What is that? Could it be the true inheritance of the sage? Someone exclaimed. And Elon turned to Lu Qingchen and whispered, Brother Chun, could it be that this palace is? Lu Qingchen smiled slightly and confirmed. Yes, I believe the inheritance within this Black Palace is the most valuable treasure in this secret realm. Suddenly, the Black Palace emitted a strange humming sound. Moments later, a massive red vortex appeared in front of the fiery red palace. Could this red vortex be the entrance to the palace? It seems so, otherwise, how would we get in? Unable to contain their excitement, someone shouted, Brothers, what are we waiting for? Charge! A group of martial artists surged forward toward the red vortex. However, as they entered, several horrifying screams rang out. Lu Qingchen witnessed a terrifying scene. The bodies of the few martial artists at the forefront exploded instantly, with limbs and flesh scattering everywhere. The sudden gruesome sight left everyone stunned. Strangely, a few others managed to enter the vortex smoothly. The scene was perplexing, some met a gruesome end, while others passed through unharmed. What on earth was happening? The terrifying sight of dismembered limbs and blood in the air made everyone shudder and hesitate to move forward. Yushan turned to Lu Qingchen with a solemn expression. Chun, what's going on? Why did some people make it through while others died? He was relieved that the 3 of them hadn't rushed in. Otherwise, they might have ended up as those gory remnants in the air. Lu Qingchen stared intently at the vortex ahead, his brow furrowed. This palace seems to be enveloped in a temporal array. I've read in ancient texts that such formations typically target the skeletal age of martial artists. Skeletal age? Yushan's eyes lit up. Chun, are you saying this palace has an age restriction for martial artists? If that was the case, it might not be a problem for him and Lu Qingchen. The exact age limit isn't clear, Lu Qingchen mused, but there are still freshmen from Monster Academy and War God Institute over there. Let them test the waters first. Yushan silently admired Lu Qingchen's cleverness, while Elon looked at them speechlessly, thinking she needed to learn more from this Chun. As everyone hesitated, Ouyang Lai suddenly taunted. What is Mo Yang, the 7th in the martial exam, scared of a little vortex? Mo Yang scoffed. Trying to provoke me? Spare me the theatrics. If you're so brave, why don't you go in first? Ouyang Lai sneered. Fine. Watch closely. With that, he charged into the vortex. Everyone held their breath as Ouyang Lai passed through unharmed. Immediately after, Mo Yang followed and also emerged unscathed. A martial artist at the 8th level of the Lingwu realm seemed to have an epiphany and shouted, I get it, before rushing into the vortex, safely making it through. Lu Qingchen smiled slightly. His guess was indeed correct. Yushan exclaimed excitedly. Chun, let's go. Lu Qingchen stroked his chin and grinned at an Elon. If I'm not mistaken, The age restriction for entering the vortex should be 20. Anyone over 20 would be torn apart by the array. Missin, are you alright with that? Yushan immediately asked. Yeah, Lon, how old are you? And Elon rolled her eyes at the two of them, exasperated. Let's go. I'm fine. The two nodded at her, and the next moment, the three of them rushed into the vortex together. After a dizzying whirl, Lu Qingchen, Yushan, and an Elon landed steadily, looking up to see the grand entrance of a palace before them. Let's go inside. Lu Qingchen led the way, stepping into the palace first. Yushan and an Elon followed closely behind. Inside the entrance, Lu Qingchen quickly surveyed the surroundings, noting several structures scattered ahead. He turned to the other two and said, Missin, Yushan, you two stick together. We'll split up and cover more ground. All right, we'll meet back at the entrance, and Elon responded, then dashed towards one of the buildings with Yushan. Once they departed, Lu Qingchen took a moment to carefully observe, then chose a towering hall to approach. Just as he reached the hall, a cold gleam suddenly attacked from behind, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Lu Qingchen smirked, deftly dodging the blade. His ice cloud sword was instantly unsheathed, and he spun around, striking forcefully at his assailant. A line of blood appeared from the attacker's forehead to his throat, and he was split in two, collapsing heavily to the ground. Immediately, four more figures appeared, surrounding Lu Qingchen. The leader, a young man with a cold expression, snarled, You're dead for killing my brother. Lu Qingchen quickly assessed the group, one at the 9th level of spiritual martial arts, and 3 at the 8th. The cold-faced young man was the one at the 9th level. Killing your brother makes me deserve death? What if I kill you too? Lu Qingchen retorted dismissively. Insolent fool, you're asking for it. Brothers, attack. The young man's face twisted with rage as he shouted. Icicle burst. Lu Qingchen wasted no time, unleashing his deadly move. The sharp sword energy harnessed the power of the heavens, instantly tearing through their attacks. The sword energy transformed into countless ice spikes, piercing the 4 young men mercilessly. The 4 collapsed with painful groans. One struggled to threaten, We're students of Huagua Martial Soul University. You can't kill us. If we die, you'll pay too. Lu Qingchen shook his head with a sigh. How pitiful, not knowing which Martial Soul University sent such useless students. How is there such a disparity between universities? Die. He unhesitatingly unleashed even sharper sword energy. With a flash of the blade, the 4 young men's bodies were severed in two, blood gushing out and staining the ground. Lu Qingchen approached the bodies, quickly collecting the spoils of battle. Within seconds, he held 5 storage rings. With a thought, he began to examine the contents of the rings. In the small space, several piles of crystal-clear spirit stones were neatly stacked, shimmering with a faint aura under the dim light. Beside these piles, 3 ancient chests stood out conspicuously. Lu Qingchen quickly approached and gently lifted the lid of one chest, revealing numerous soul stones emitting a subtle glow, their sheer number astonishing. Surveying the surroundings, a few well-crafted weapons lay quietly in the corner. Though not of the highest grade, they were still respectable. The other miscellaneous items seemed insignificant to Lu Qingchen. He carefully examined 4 storage rings, a satisfied smile appearing on his lips. These spirit and soul stones must be the spoils those individuals obtained from the secret realm. After pocketing the storage rings, Lu Qingchen strode towards the imposing palace ahead. Looking up, he saw the words Resource Hall engraved atop the building in ancient characters. His eyes lit up at the sight, and he stepped into the grand hall. Entering the first floor of the resource hall, the sight was somewhat disappointing. The vast hall contained only a few disorganized shelves, giving it a desolate feel. Just as he was about to continue exploring, he heard voices conversing ahead. Looking in that direction, he saw 7 or 8 young individuals standing by the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, each possessing a cultivation level of the 9th stage of the spiritual martial realm, all wary of each other. When they noticed Lu Qingchen's cultivation was only at the 8th stage of the spiritual martial realm, a thin young man among them had a peculiar glint in his eye. Brother, the thin young man said warmly, look at this barrier. Once it's broken, we can access the 2nd floor. We all worked together to shatter the 1st floor barrier. The others chimed in agreement. Exactly. Now it's your turn to help with the 2nd floor barrier. Oh, is that so? Lu Qingchen chuckled, seeing through their plan to use him as a scapegoat. Then why have I found nothing since entering? Everything must have ended up in your pockets. If I break this 2nd floor barrier, do I get everything inside? Dream on. One young man was about to retort, but the thin young man interrupted. Brother, you have a point. If you can break this barrier on your own, all the treasures on the 2nd floor will be yours, and we won't take a single thing. The others nodded in agreement at his words. Faced with such a trivial trick, Lu Qingchen was quite speechless. He couldn't help but wonder why some people seemed determined to court disaster. Nonetheless, he decided to play along, flashing a bright smile at the group. The martial artists present, seeing how easily Lu Qingchen could be deceived, wore smug expressions. The thin young man's eyes even gleamed with a hint of cruelty. Clearly, they didn't want Lu Qingchen to share in the spoils and hoped this tactic would make him back off. After all, the aura Lu Qingchen exuded was only at the 8th level of the Lingwu realm, which, in their eyes, didn't qualify him to compete with them. However, they were unaware that Lu Qingchen had the ability to conceal his true power. If he managed to break through the barrier, it would reveal that he possessed significant treasures. At that point, everyone would undoubtedly attack him immediately and sweep away the treasures on the second floor. At this moment, the crowd stepped aside, clearing a path for Lu Qingchen. He walked forward slowly, gently touching the barrier. He sensed that breaking through it required the strength of the Diwu realm. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingchen assumed a stance and punched the barrier. Bang bang bang. The barrier emitted a violent crashing sound and, after a dazzling flash of light, gradually disappeared. Charge! A young man shouted, and everyone rushed towards the second floor, fearing they might miss out on the treasures if they delayed. Any promises made to Lu Qingchen were long forgotten. Watching the swarm of martial artists, Lu Qingchen shook his head helplessly and leisurely followed behind. As soon as he reached the second floor, he heard the exclamations of several martial artists. Wow, so many spirit stones. Get lost, they're all mine. All of you. The entire floor was covered with piles of spirit stones, and the shelves were lined with countless elixirs. The sight turned the eyes of 7 or 8 young men red with greed, as they had never witnessed such a scene before. In no time, they were fighting each other. Lu Qingchen stood at a distance, observing their brawl with interest. 2 minutes later, the thin young man suddenly shouted, "Wait, stop fighting, there's still a third floor." Hearing this, the others immediately paused and looked at the thin young man. Seeing that he had everyone's attention, the thin young man proposed loudly, "Listen, everyone, let's split these spirit stones evenly first, and then work together to break the barrier to the third floor. If the second floor has so much, the third floor must be even richer." Excited by his words, the group stopped fighting and began to gather the spirit stones. Soon, the last bottle of elixir was stored in a young man's ring, leaving the second floor completely empty. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.